C2949 Heaven and earth are collapsing. Great Tao Divine Mountain, the center of the mountain peak. Ah, no, please spare my life, Your Highness, please spare my life. Let me go, Your Highness, please, spare me. Ah. I surrender, I surrender. Miserable and despairing wails sounded out from the mouths of all the chaos beasts. It was boiling and boiling, engulfing all the great Tao sovereigns in the surroundings. Were great Tao sovereign, Beast King, and the Beast King. How could they still have the same look as sovereign expert? Those who didn't know what was going on would think that it was a pitiful worm that came from somewhere. His voice was filled with sadness and sadness. It truly made people feel sad, and those who heard it shed tears. Unfortunately, Yang Fann's heart was as hard as a rock, and it was as hard as steel. He wasn't moved by it at all. For the sake of the alliance, he had already reached his limit by sparing the 14 great Tao sovereign from the ice penitentiary. He had to be merciful and let these great Tao sovereign go. Would Beast King, the Beast King, still want to break through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King? If he had to blame someone, he would blame them for being too greedy and competing with him for top-tier great Tao Divine fruits. Rumble, the heaven-sheltering big hands contained all of the giant beasts and supreme beings, crushing everything in their path. Ah, no, don't. Clear Spirit Divine Ring, block it for me. Ah. Pooh. Heavenly Devil Disintegration Great Law, Great Chaos Heavens Devil God World Roar. Origin Divine Blood, Burn Original Pearl, Come Out 9-9 Return to 1 Divine Array, Rise Flame Tiger Shield, Protect. Boom boom boom. All sorts of forbidden divine ability and trump cards were unleashed with all their might. If they couldn't block this palm strike, all of them would die. In an instant, 382 3-star Sovereign, 124 stars Sovereign, 45 star Exalts, all of them were fighting with their lives on the line against a common enemy. They threw away all their prejudices and cooperated wholeheartedly, all of them fighting with their lives on the line. However, Yang Fann didn't hold back at all. His power was comparable to that of a 10-star Supreme Being, and it was even stronger than that of a 10-star Supreme Being. All the giant beast and Supreme Beings were in vain. No matter how powerful the ants were, they were just ants. They couldn't even hold on for a breath's time before the heaven-sheltering big hand destroyed everything in its path. The defensive divine artifacts were severely damaged, cracked, and even shattered into powder. Ah, no, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Woo 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 woo. I have dominated the hundreds of trillion eras of the primal chaos, but I didn't expect that I would actually die in the hands of a junior who hasn't even fully grown yet. No, I'm not willing, roar. Yang Fann, you bitch, you're going to die a horrible death. You will have your retribution, you will definitely have your retribution. Silence with the Great Way Tree as the center and a radius of 800 light years, the silence was terrifying. Even though Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others already knew Yang Fann's true identity and knew that Yang Fann was a 7-star. He was even a 8-star supreme, and his strength far exceeded their 100 billion. More than trillions of times, they had never thought that. That was a total of 382 3-star Sovereign, 124 stars Sovereign and 45 star Exalts. It could be said that it encompassed the entire 8th layer, and even more peak combat powers. The result was good, but it couldn't withstand Yang Fann's attack. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that such a terrifying existence existed in this world even if they were beaten to death. Woo 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 woo. Old ancestor has been suppressed. What should we do? What should we do? Roar. How could this be? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Outside of the Great Way Tree, the 1-star 2-star Sovereign, Intermediate, and low-level Chaos Beast Kings let out heart-wrenching cries as if they had lost their parents and were on the verge of completely collapsing. Those were 3 stars, 4 stars, and 5 stars Supreme Beings, not that lowly God King. How could he possibly suppress all of them with just a single palm strike? Su. Yang Fann waved his long sleeve. 382 3-star Sovereign, 124 stars Sovereign and 45 star Supreme Beings turned into a stream of light and were absorbed into the chaos within Yang Fann's body, completely suppressing him. The next second, Yang Fann turned his gaze, and a divine light flashed in his eyes. He swept his gaze across the 1-star, 2-star Sovereign, Intermediate, and low-grade Beast Kings. Ah, not good. In an instant, all the Supreme Beings and Beast Kings trembled. An extremely uneasy feeling swept across their souls. If they didn't remove the roots from the roots, they would grow again in the spring wind. How could they not know such a simple logic? The ancestors were suppressed by emotion. The relationship between the two sides had long been torn apart. If they were in their shoes, there was no way they would let go of these supreme beings and beast kings. Flee, flee immediately, forbidden divine ability, thunder source, heavenly escape. In an instant, the exalts and beast king were like wounded wild beasts, quickly fleeing towards the chaotic energy. Their own ancestors' life and death had been thrown into the clouds. All of them hated their parents for giving them 2 less legs. Yang Fann frowned. These supreme beings and beast kings were really clever. In less than a breath's time, they had all entered the chaotic energy. Forget it, with just 1 aphids, they could escape. Yang Fann shook his head lightly and dispelled the thought of continuing to chase after them. Under the terrifying spatial barrier at the summit of Great Tao Divine Mountain, with his divine ability, if he didn't use the forbidden divine ability, it would take him at least 10 minutes to cross these 800 light-years. Those supreme beings and beast kings had already entered the chaotic energy. With the chaotic energy suppressing the soul, even if he used all of his strength, he wouldn't be able to save many people and beasts. In any case, they were all first 2 stars sovereign, middle and low-grade beast kings. Although there were many of them, there were thousands of them. If they ran, they would run. Just take it as me showing mercy and sparing your dog lives in the next moment. Yang Fann's gaze landed on the Great Way Tree. Roar, break for me, bang. The defense mechanism of the Great Way Tree, which had been weakened to the lowest point and could not even withstand the full force attack of a 5-star supreme expert, could not withstand Yang Fann's attack. It was like a thin piece of paper that could be broken with a poke. Buzz. A power of chaos god enveloped the 12 great Tao divine fruits and plucked them all together. Grug. As the 12 great Tao divine fruits left their bodies, the Great Way Tree seemed to have completed its mission. It used up the last bit of its life force and quickly aged and decayed. Finally, it completely turned into a flying ash. A hint of regret flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He didn't expect this to be the result. He still wanted to transplant the Great Way Tree into the inner chaos and see if he could cultivate the second batch of great Tao divine fruits. At that time, even if he devoured all the sovereign experts in his hands, he would still have a stable source of energy. At that time, he wouldn't have to bitterly rely on swallowing chaotic energies to cultivate step by step. Who would have thought that these Great Way trees would wither and disappear just like that? He wanted to move this Great Way tree into the stomach of the divine medicine garden. Forget it, it's my fortune to obtain it, it's my fate to lose it. To be able to obtain 12 great Tao divine fruits and capture so many of sovereign experts prisoners, this was already a huge harvest. If one were to think about it any further, it would be a little too greedy and insatiable. Sighing faintly, Yang Fann cupped his hands towards Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others and said, "Tao father, elders, this disciple will take his leave first." As he spoke, Yang Fann didn't wait for Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others to speak. He tore through space and quickly disappeared from Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others' line of sight. He was deeply afraid that Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others would ask him for the great Tao divine fruit. In fact, Yang Fann was indeed a little worried. The great Tao divine fruit was related to Tao ancestor of primeval chaos breaking through his shackles. Tao ancestor of primeval chaos might really be embarrassed and ask for it. The other great Tao divine herbs were fine, but these 12 great Tao divine fruits, each of them was equivalent to a 5-star supreme being, and they were the top 5 supreme beings in the supreme rankings. Yang Fann really couldn't bear to part with them. Tao ancestor of primeval chaos wasn't his father and mother. Although he was the primeval chaos Tao Palace's Tao Palace and his Grand Master, his position in Yang Fann's heart was just like that. He wasn't much better than a nodding friend. If it were his parents, Yang Fann would give them the great Tao divine fruits if they needed them. Even if they did not say anything, Yang Fann would give them to them for their breakthrough. What? Old ancestor and the others were suppressed. One palm, just one palm. Including old ancestor, 382 3-star sovereign, 124 stars sovereign and 45-star exalts were suppressed. What a joke! How can there be such a monster in this world? C2950N. The sky collapses and the earth collapses. The entire source of chaos shook. Ah, no, how could this be? How could this be? Old ancestor and the others. How is it possible for them to? Woo. I don't believe it, it's not true. This isn't true. In the 9 great star domain, the monarch races and supreme powers had completely collapsed. Bad news, the worst news. The old ancestor and the others were the pillars of the empire, and were the true core forces of the empire. They had never thought that they would be defeated by the mysterious supreme being just like that in a trip to the great Tao Divine Mountain. To the various supreme powers, this was a devastating blow. Of course, there were even more people who didn't believe in all of this. Amongst them, the expert of the various chaotic powers was the most powerful. They had all heard of the source of chaos in the expert, as they didn't know about Yang Fann's background. He was just a junior who had just joined the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, a junior who had less than 25 million eras of history. Forget it, what ability did he have to suppress all the supreme beings? With just a flip of his hand, he suppressed 382 3-star sovereign, 124-star sovereign, and 45-star supreme beings. Even if he was lying, he should at least make it sound more appropriate. For a junior like him to have the cultivation base of a quasi-supreme being was equivalent to cultivating. He had never heard of any quasi-supreme beings who could break through the shackles and challenge great Tao sovereign. Even some half-step martial saint warriors could only barely fight an ordinary great Tao sovereign with the help of the great Tao divine artifact. However, the public's words were like gold, causing them to have some doubts. 1, 2, or even 10. The 20 supreme beings would lie, but they couldn't lie to a few hundred great Tao sovereign. All of them would lie, not to mention that these great Tao sovereign included almost everything inside and outside the primal chaos. Most of the supreme powers wouldn't even offer such a string of confessions. Furthermore, as time went by, they tried everything they could to get in touch with their old ancestor. Unknowingly, their hearts sank to the lowest point. Could it be that all of this was real? Old ancestor and the others had really already. Woo. How could this be? How old was that little son Yang Fann? He wasn't even a fraction of the size of a king, let alone a great sovereign or a supreme being. His cultivation base and strength exceeded that of a 5-star supreme being by tens of billions. More than a billion times. Could he really be considered a human? Phew. Fortunately, this noble one wasn't greedy and hastily entered the great Tao Divine Mountain. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to escape calamity. Of course, there were many people who felt lucky. Especially the 4 remaining 5-star supreme beings, each and every one of them was about to celebrate. They were just a little bit away from following the footsteps of Palatine and the other 8 supreme beings. If they really went to the great Tao Divine Mountain and found out about the top-grade great Tao Divine fruit. Compared to Palatine and the other 8 supreme beings, they were not any better off. There was a high chance that they wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of breaking through. The final result, there was only one outcome, becoming the prisoner of the monster Yang Fann. No, I still have to move this place. I have to hide it in a more secretive way. As long as Dark Star doesn't leave the source of chaos, I will never appear in this world. 100 million years. 1 billion years. 10 billion years. 1 billion years. A trillion years. 10 trillion years. An era was approaching. At the top of the mountain of Great Tao Divine Mountain, within an origin paradise. Boom. Yang Fann sat down with his legs crossed. His body was surrounded by a bright divine light, and his appearance was solemn and dignified. He circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique with all his strength, and his body transformed into a devouring black hole as he crazily devoured the 4-directional strength of origin. After the battle that year, he had suppressed 382 3-star sovereign, 124 stars sovereign, and 45 star exalts. After obtaining the 12 top-grade Great Tao Divine Fruits, Yang Fann didn't continue to hunt for exalts. Or perhaps, he was searching for the Great Tao Divine Herb, the source of the Great Tao. Instead, he found a Great Tao paradise and temporarily went into seclusion, waiting for the arrival of an era. In the entire Great Tao Divine Mountain, Sovereign Expert, who had 3 stars and above, had almost been swept clean by him. Only those 1 star, 2 stars Sovereign, Intermediate, and low-grade Beast Kings were left. Even if all of them were swept away by him, it would still be difficult for him to match up to a quasi-5-star Great Tao Sovereign. However, this was obviously impossible. There were less than 60 billion years left. Capturing dozens of Sovereign Expert was the limit. These remaining Supreme Beings and Beast King weren't fools. After witnessing his monstrous power, they were no longer fools. How could they have the time to think? They continued to search for divine herbs and essences. Most of them were trying their best to hide their whereabouts. Many Great Tao Sovereign had already left the mountain and chose to leave the Great Tao Divine Mountain. Although the Great Tao Divine Herb and the source of the Great Tao were good, it was nothing compared to their lives. These old monsters were as slippery as loaches, and they were good at preserving their lives. Rather than spending so much effort to catch a few small amphioxus, it was better to cultivate in seclusion on the spot. At the peak of the Great Tao Divine Mountain, it could be said that there was always a third-grade original dragon vein assisting him in his cultivation at all times. After cultivating bitterly for nearly 60 billion years, his harvest wouldn't be any worse than capturing a dozen or 21-star exalts. Moreover, to be honest, this time, he already fished up enough. Putting aside his previous harvest, just the wealth of those 382 3-star sovereign, 124 star sovereign and 45 star exalts was already astonishing. Especially those 25 primal chaos beast emperor. As the local snake of Great Tao Divine Mountain, their wealth was much greater than those ancestor and 5-star exalts. There was not a single beast king who had less than 10 high-level Great Tao Divine Herb. At most, there was only one beast king. He had also collected 28 high-level Great Tao Divine Herb and the source of the Great Tao. The lowest was no less than 400,000 units. Adding the 25 primal chaos beast emperor together, Yang Fann had gained nearly 20 million units of the Great Tao source. Adding the other supreme beings and the Great Tao origin that the Beast King possessed, the Great Tao origin in Yang Fann's hand had exceeded 100 million units, nearly 110 million units. With so many Great Tao origin, if he could absorb all of them, just the strength of divine body alone would be enough for him to fight those 2-star sovereign warriors, and he would even have a high chance of winning. In a flash, another 37,368 billion years had passed. Wang. All of a sudden, a terrifying power enveloped Yang Fann's body and tore through space and time. Has the period of a great era finally arrived? This is the power of the Grand Tao of Chaos. A solemn look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. The power of Chaos God in his body circulated naturally, attempting to break free from the restraints of the Great Tao Divine Power. However, very quickly, a hint of frustration appeared on Yang Fann's face. The pride of being invincible and looking down on a 5-star supreme being as an ant dissipated in an instant. It was just the power of the chaotic Great Tao that had trapped him, making him unable to break free. How could he say that he was invincible? It was a complete joke. If the Chaos Great Tao had its own consciousness, it would not be able to kill him even if he tried to save his life with his current strength. The power of a single Great Tao was enough to completely restrict it. Once the Chaos Great Tao was fully unleashed, what kind of power would it be able to unleash? It was not something he could imagine right now. However, his disappointment was soon swept away. He was still young, and after a thorough calculation, he hadn't even reached the age of 25 million eras. His true cultivation base was merely a lowly low-level Chaos God King, and not to mention Great Tao Sovereign, even a quasi-supreme expert was countless light years away. He was far from being like those ancestor, who had touched upon the heavenly mode of cultivation and had no way to advance. Not to mention anything else, as long as he completely digested all the resources in his possession and advanced to the high-grade or even the peak middle-level Chaos Divine King, his combat strength would once again soar by 100 billion times, perhaps even more. At that time, even if he were to face the chaotic Great Tao once more, even if he was still no match for it, he wouldn't be as powerless as he was now. Buzz. Time and space flowed as the stars moved. Yang Fann once again regained his ability to move, and discovered that he had already arrived in an unfamiliar starry sky. The Great Tao Divine Mountain that was as tall as 10 billion light years, and could be seen by the entire source of chaos, had long disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. And around him, there were no traces of anyone else. This could be considered the protection of the great chaotic path towards the quasi-supreme beings. A mere era was insufficient to search for Great Tao Divine Herbs, much less refine Divine Herbs and verify Great Tao Sovereign's Tao. If he really appeared on the ground, it would be alright if those major powers with the protection of supreme beings appeared, but those smaller powers would most likely be willing to sacrifice their lives for others. If something went wrong, he might even have to sacrifice his own life. However, this caused Yang Fann's plan to completely fail while he was leaving. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to plunder everything he wanted. As expected, I was thinking too much. Even though the Great Tao Divine Mountain was born ahead of time this time, nothing unexpected happened, and they moved supreme beings and quasi-supreme beings to one place. Rumble. Very quickly, a dazzling divine light erupted from the starry sky, turning into a small world with a diameter of 1,000,000 kilometers. There are less than 1,000,000 eras left. I wonder what realm my cultivation base will advance to before leaving the source of chaos. C2951 The Descent of the Divine Master Source of Chaos, the small world that Yang Fann had just created. Buzz. A bright light flashed across Yang Fann's eyes, and a hint of anticipation flashed across his face. There was also nearly 1,000,000 eras, and he didn't know what kind of realm it would allow his cultivation base to increase. As for absorbing and refining all the resources in his possession, it was not something that could be done in a short period of less than 1,000,000 eras. Even with Yang Fann's cultivation base, it would still be very difficult for him to make any breakthrough. Of course, this was a good thing. If he could cultivate for hundreds of millions or billions of eras, he would be able to break through to the high-level Chaos God King in one go. That would be the best. Unfortunately, this was just an extravagant hope. With these resources in his hands, let alone letting him cultivate for hundreds of millions or billions of eras, whether or not he would be able to persist for tens of millions of eras would be a huge problem. In the next moment, swoosh, the light of chaos flashed, and a unit of great Tao origin appeared in his hand. Boom! Heaven devouring earth devouring law. The great Tao sovereign's divine art circulated crazily, and countless great Tao strength of origin flowed into Yang Fann's body through the black hole in his palm, nourishing all of his cells and strengthening his divine body, causing the power of the Yang Fann's divine body to rise steadily. Poochie. After 100 million years, the one unit of great Tao origin in his hand turned into a flying ash. His cultivation broke through 2 major levels in a row. After advancing to the quasi-middle level Chaos God King, the speed at which Yang Fann absorbed the great Tao origin had increased by more than 10 times. 10 units, 100 units, 1,000 units, 10,000 units, 100,000 units, 1,000,000 units, 10,000,000 units. The source of the great Tao in Yang Fann's hand was extremely fast, causing his strength of divine body to explode. With a speed visible to the naked eye, it increased exponentially. 18 eras had passed. Bang! Apart from the 10,000 great Tao origins that his parents had left for their cultivation after they advanced to great Tao sovereign, the rest were close to 9,860,000 great Tao origins. Not a single unit was left, all of them were absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. With so many great Tao divine herbs, their parents and atavism were bound to succeed. If they were fast, they would have millions of eras. If they were slow, tens of millions of eras would be their limit. Once they successfully broke through to great Tao sovereign, they would need the help of the great Tao origin. However, his parents and the others were not like him. With 10,000 units of great Tao origin, it would be enough for them to cultivate for a long period of time. It had to be known that if an ordinary one-star supreme being wanted to refine a single unit of great Tao origin source, the time it would take was in the billions, in the tens of billions of eras. Even Yang Yunfeng and his wife and the others would need tens of millions of great Tao divine herbs to refine a single unit of the great Tao's source in order to increase their talent and potential by refining numerous great Tao god sons. 1,000,000 years later, Wang, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This nearly 110 million units of great Tao origin did not disappoint him. It directly increased his strength of divine body by more than 100 times. Although his overall strength didn't increase by 1-star level, it wasn't a big problem for him to advance by half a star level. At this moment, his true combat strength shouldn't be any weaker than those 11th star exalts. He might even be able to fight a 10th 2-star sovereign. Of course, all the prerequisites were the cultivation realms of 11th and 10th stars. Inside and outside the primal chaos, the foundations of the various major powers were still a little lacking. 5 stars was the limit. The higher realms, that was a blind eye. Yang Fann had no idea what was going on. He could only speculate based on the gap between each star level. He didn't know when he would be able to come into contact with a 5-star supreme being or above. Perhaps he had to leave this chaotic place. Vaguely, Yang Fann could feel that above the chaos, there was a layer of membrane, just like the cosmic crystal wall of the various great universes. It was as if as long as he broke that barrier, he would be able to touch another world. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann gave up on the idea of breaking through the chaos. Right now, he had not reached the stage where he could not advance. It was still too early to think about leaving the chaos. Who knew what was going on outside the chaos? Whether it was 4 stars sovereign walking all over the place or not, there were as many 5-star exalts as dogs. With his current cultivation base and strength, he might not be worthy of the title of expert outside of the primal chaos. Furthermore, it was not that easy to break through that barrier. In fact, with his current strength, whether or not he could break through that barrier was impossible. It was a huge mystery. One had to know that he could only vaguely sense that layer of chaotic barrier. Even the chaotic crystal wall surrounding the source of chaos was something that Yang Fann wasn't confident of breaking through. Just now, his spiritual consciousness had transformed into the heaven-splitting divine axe and probed the chaotic crystal wall. Helpless, he only managed to slash out a tiny crack. Perhaps, he could use the mixed 9 forms to forcefully tear apart a spatial fissure. He took a deep breath and suppressed all the thoughts in his mind. Wang! A bright light flashed in his palm, and an intermediate great Tao divine herb appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Yang Fann thought for a moment about the tens of thousands of low-grade Yang Fanns. He gave up on the idea of devouring them. Instead, he planned to use these divine herbs as the center to create a paradise, so that his family and friends could use them to advance to great Tao sovereign in the future. After all, the strength of origin he had was only comparable to a 10 stars emperor. A low-grade half-step martial saint great Tao divine herb, let alone 10,000, even 100 times more, wouldn't increase his cultivation base by much. However, to his friends and family, it was atavism's hope. The change in quantity caused a qualitative change. These 10,000 low-level great Tao divine herbs, there wouldn't be a lot of them in the future. It wouldn't be a problem to give him dozens of great Tao sovereign. Of course, this was something that would happen in the future. Currently, the strongest among his family and friends was only at the high-order quasi-sovereign. Even an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection was far from being able to match up to them. Wanting to pry into the secrets of the Grand Tao for nearly 10 billion eras was something that couldn't be imagined. Pucci. One after another, intermediate great Tao divine herbs were quickly devoured and refined by Yang Fann. The origin energy contained within each intermediate great Tao divine herb was no less than that of a 1-star venerable. The quality of the great Tao divine herb was comparable to a 2-star sovereign. However, compared to Yang Fann, it was still a drop in the bucket. The divine body of great Tao sovereign had been greatly improved, and Yang Fann's foundation had also increased by several folds. The resources needed for his advancement had also increased by several folds. Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 1,263 eras. Of the nearly 3,500 intermediate great Tao divine herbs, apart from the 100 Yang Fanns that Yang Fann had left for his parents, all the other great Tao divine herbs had been refined by Yang Fann. However, what disappointed Yang Fann was that with so many great Tao divine herbs, he hadn't even broken through a small realm. At most, he had broken through to the quasi-middle level Chaos God Extreme stage with just a single step. It was terrifying. One should know that he was already close to the quasi-middle level Chaos God Extreme stage before this. Fortunately, Yang Fann had already expected this. What he truly valued were the 17 5-star exalts, 27 primal Chaos Beast Emperor, and the 12 top-grade Great Tao Divine Fruits. The weakest of them was a Supreme Being. Compared to the total amount of intermediate and high-level Great Tao Divine Herb, he wasn't much weaker. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, numerous high-level Great Tao Divine Herbs were swallowed up by Yang Fann like intermediate Yang Fanns, and the last wisp of strength of origin was completely destroyed. On average, less than 50 eras had passed, and one high-level Great Tao Divine Herb had turned into a flying ash. Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 37,286 eras. Other than the 32 high-level Great Tao Divine Herbs left behind for his parents and the others to advance to the Sovereign Realm, there were already less than 200 Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hands. Beulah Chaotic Ring. Within the beehive that was densely packed like a sea of stars, within the largest beehive. Numerous expert of Red Scale God clan that were as powerful as Great Tao Sovereign had gathered in one place. There were nearly 100 of them, and many of them were as powerful as Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and Ancestor. Especially the expert that was sitting on the main seat. Its aura was terrifying, and it was more than 10 times stronger than Palatine, who was the #1 disciple of the Supreme rankings. It had faintly surpassed the limit of a 5-star Supreme expert. There are still 500,000 eras left. The Divine Lord will descend upon this small chaos. At that time, it will be the end of these barbarians. This small chaos belongs to my Red Scale God clan. Let those lowly barbarians live for 500,000 eras. C2952 Intermediate Chaos Divine King. The source of chaos was a small world created by Yang Fann. Pucci, the last of quasi 5 stars sovereign strength of origin, was completely devoured and refined by Yang Fann. In the blink of an eye, Yang Fann had gone into secluded cultivation for 139,638 eras. After absorbing nearly 1,000 high-level Great Tao Divine Herb, 1,000 to 1,000 4-star Great Tao Sovereign, and nearly 5,000 Chaos Beast Kings of different grades, Yang Fann's cultivation base had steadily stepped into the quasi-middle-level Chaos God Extreme stage. It wasn't as simple as just advancing, he had already touched the barrier of the middle-level Chaos Divine King. It seemed like he was only a step away from breaking through. During this period of time, the entire outer chaos, and all the supreme inheritances had fallen into endless panic. Each and every one of them was in a constant state of panic. From 100,000 eras ago, after the death of the third Great Tao Sovereign, the chaotic phenomenon had never stopped. Up until now, 417 Great Tao Sovereign had fallen. In the entire outer chaos, there were only a few Great Tao Sovereign, both in the open and in the dark. Even if all of them combined, there might not be more than 600 of them. 417 Great Tao Sovereign, that was close to the 7th floor of the 6th floor. Such a large scale of death had never happened before, even in the history of Source of Chaos. When he first appeared in this world, the most he had ever done was kill 26 Great Tao Sovereign. Especially now, even the quasi-ancestor had begun to fall. This was a supreme expert that was only second to Ancestor. Even Ancestor would find it extremely difficult to kill them. Woo, what exactly happened in the Source of Chaos? Why would so many Great Tao Sovereign die in just 100,000 Great Tao Sovereigns? With a flash of light, Cymbidium, who had his 8th layer strength of original life devoured by Yang Fann, appeared in the devouring black hole. It was time to send Cymbidium to hell after he had lived another 120,000 eras. Hong Long. Boom! The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated with all of its power. One after another, pure strength of origin after another passed through the black hole center and poured into Yang Fann's vast internal chaos. With a speed visible to the naked eye, Cymbidium started to shrivel up and shrink. The divine body of Great Tao Sovereign had advanced by a large margin, and Yang Fann's devouring speed had also improved by a large margin. Originally, he needed 700,000 to 800,000 eras before he could completely absorb and refine Cymbidium. Now, with a maximum of 100,000 eras, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to devour his last drop of strength of original life. An era, 10 eras, 100 eras, 1,000 eras, 10,000 eras. Very quickly, 76,478 eras had passed. Pucci. Cymbidium had completely collapsed and turned into powder, turning into the 4th 5-star supreme being that had fallen in Yang Fann's hands. Buzz. Yang Fann opened his eyes, and an excited expression flashed across his face. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. If there was another 5-star supreme being like Cymbidium, it should be enough for me to take that step and break through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King. At that time, I don't know what realm my combat strength will rise to, but 10 3-star Sovereign's combat strength is still comparable to a 10th 4-star Sovereign, or perhaps even stronger. His foundation has improved by leaps and bounds, and every time he makes a breakthrough in his cultivation base, his combat strength will also increase by a large margin. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. A 5-star supreme once again appeared within the black hole. This was a giant flame god over 100,000 feet tall, with the head of a tiger and the body of a human. His entire body was covered in the world annihilation divine flame. It was as if a single spark would be able to burn down an emperor star. The Flame Tiger Sovereign, ranked 14th in the 36 Supreme rankings. He was one level weaker than Supreme Green, who had luckily escaped from Yang Fann's hands. Speaking of this Supreme Green, it was also a stroke of good luck. Not only had he escaped from Yang Fann's hands, there was also no sign of him amongst the 8 5-star supreme beings who had been suppressed by Yang Fann this time. Yang Fann had gone into secluded cultivation for 27,312 eras. His face was filled with excitement. Soon, he was just a step away from the middle-level Chaos Divine King. 200,000, at most 200,000 eras, he would be able to smoothly take that step and break through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King. Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 393,761 eras. Within the devouring black hole, the 10th Golden Throat Supreme Being of the Supreme Rankings was as thin as a skeleton. At a glance, he didn't even weigh 60 kilograms. It seemed like a gust of wind could make him unable to afford it. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, Yang Fann's strength increased at a terrifying speed. Compared to one of the top-grade large-sized chaos circle, the inner chaos was 100 times bigger. It spread out in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Within the chaos, the monster geniuses that were trapped in the Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God King realm all unleashed their power at the same time and broke through to Chaos God King. He had broken through, entered secluded cultivation for nearly 400,000 eras, and absorbed a huge amount of resources. Finally, Yang Fann took the last step, and successfully broke through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King. Kai, 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 boundless divine light of the great Tao burst out from the pocket world, covering the sky and covering the earth, illuminating the entire pocket world in a dazzling light. The great Tao divine artifacts were all great Tao divine artifacts. Moreover, they were not ordinary great Tao divine artifacts. At the very least, they were all 3 stars sovereign grade great Tao divine artifacts. Suppressed great Tao sovereign who had suppressed so much. What Yang Fann didn't lack the least in his hands was the great Tao divine artifact. To put it bluntly, the amount of great Tao divine artifacts Yang Fann had alone was much less than the number of great Tao divine artifacts possessed by all the major powers in the primal chaos. It was very likely that there were even more great Tao divine artifacts in his possession. Buzz, 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 distorted and cracked world crystal walls. Under the suppression of hundreds of great Tao divine artifacts, it quickly healed and recovered. Although he wasn't afraid of his whereabouts being exposed, Yang Fann wasn't a murderous devil. He wouldn't benefit from it for no reason, and he didn't want to commit murder in vain. Otherwise, he would have no scruples and let the soaring pressure wreak havoc in the starry sky. At least half of the starry sky in Star Domain would be affected. Countless living beings would fall under that soaring pressure. 10,000 eras later, Yang Fann's explosive pressure gradually calmed down. It had completely devoured the Golden Throat Supreme Being, as well as the 9th Supreme Being of Supreme Rankings, Yuan Long, who had nearly 2 levels of strength of original life. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally stabilized at the level of low-rank middle-level Chaos God King. Powerful compared to before his breakthrough, he was now more than 1,000,000 times stronger. At this moment, just the power of his divine body alone had given Yang Fann the confidence to fight those 3 stars sovereign. Once he unleashed his full strength with the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign, he wouldn't be much weaker than the Yang Fann back in Great Tao Divine Mountain. His overall combat strength was terrifying. He was at least comparable to a 10th 4-star sovereign. Once he used the forbidden divine ability, he would be able to fight even a 15-star supreme expert. Yang Fann had a vague feeling. If he wanted to, he could tear apart the chaotic crystal wall at any time and return to the outside world. However, after pondering for a while, Yang Fann gave up on the idea of returning immediately. It had already been 400,000 eras. There were at most 500 to 600,000 eras left before the Great Chaotic Tribulation would come to an end. In next to no time, another 133,525 eras had passed. Beulah Chaotic Ring. The huge chaos fissure had almost devoured the 8th layer Beulah Chaotic Ring. There were at most 1,000,000 eras left, and the entire Beulah Primal Chaos Ring would be completely devoured by the chaos fissure. Under the chaos fissure, 96 powerful Red Scale God clans of the Red Scale God clan, which were comparable to supreme beings, were divided into 2 rows. They stood respectfully, as if they were waiting for someone to arrive. C-2953 changes the Beulah Ring of Chaos, beneath the Chaos Fissure. 96 expert of the Red Scale God clan, whose aura was comparable to Great Tao Sovereigns, stood on both sides, waiting quietly. There was a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Fortunately, there was no one else here. Otherwise, they would have fainted from fright. 96. That was a total of 96 Great Tao Sovereign. Even the number 1 power in the Primal Chaos, the Primordial Shrine, only had 22 Great Tao Sovereign on the surface. Even if they were hiding something in the dark, 30 Great Tao Sovereign was their limit. Compared to the 96 Great Tao Sovereign, the difference was not small. Especially since these Great Tao Sovereign were from the same race, it was unimaginable. One should know that the 10 supreme powers in the chaos were usually formed by the alliance of different races, including the Divine Palace and the Tao Palace. The Great Tao Sovereign that belonged to a single race. Most of them only had 1 or 2 of them. There were 5 of them. They were all extremely rare, surpassing the number of hands. Not a single one, even in the source of chaos, the strongest of all the great sovereigns, the ancient Ming imperial clan, only had 17 Great Tao Sovereign. There was a total of 79 Great Tao Sovereigns, and they were all heaven and earth, cloud and muds. Furthermore, among these Great Tao Sovereign, there were still many experts that were comparable to the likes of Ancestral Master Primordius and Ancestor. There were 8 of them in total. Buzz. All of a sudden, the 8 Ancestor-level Red Scale God clans opened their eyes. Their eyes shone with a divine light and revealed a trace of uneasiness. It's here I wonder which divine master of my race will come this time. In less than a breath's time. Rumble. A terrifying aura that was 100,000 times more terrifying than Palatine, the number 1 expert of the supreme rankings, radiated out from the chaos fissure. It was mighty, overwhelming, and wreaking havoc in all directions. Poochie swoosh poochie. In all directions, the vast expanse of space was unable to withstand the terrifying pressure and collapsed layer by layer, turning into powder. In the next second, a person took a step out from the chaos fissure. Similar to the Red Scale God clans of the Red Scale God clan, there was a red horn on his head and his entire body was covered with red scales. However, that horn was obviously a lot taller than the 96 Red Scale God clans of the Red Scale God clan, and its color was even deeper. His eyes were wild and arrogant, looking down at the common people from above. It was as if there was nothing in this chaotic world that could make him pay attention to. Every single move he made caused others to feel an instinctive fear. Ah, it's God Lord Yi Ma. Hiss. It's actually God Lord Yi Ma. This time, this group of lowly natives will be in trouble. Soon, the hearts of the Red Scale God clan's experts shook, and many of them even sucked in a breath of cold air. God Lord Yi Ma was one of the top 10 divine masters in the Red Scale God clan, and according to the legends, he had already stepped into the divine master realm and entered the quasi-God king. Even the God king of the Red Scale God clan had to give him some face. Furthermore, amongst the divine masters of the Red Scale God clan, God Lord Yi Ma wasn't the most bloodthirsty, but he was still in the top 3. In this small chaos, apart from those divine generals and divine sovereigns who had some value as slaves, there were probably not many who could survive. In the next second, the group of Red Scale God clan expert hurriedly knelt down on one knee and bowed respectfully. We pay our respects to the divine master. He did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. God Lord Yi Ma had always been temperamental and unrestrained. If he really made God Lord Yi Ma unhappy, although they were all divine lord experts, even if they did not die, they would have to shed a layer of skin. How's the analysis of the small chaos's rules? God Lord Yi Ma looked around and asked the leader of the group, who was the expert of the Red Scale God clan. Your Excellency, we have already analyzed the rules of the small chaos. Kerr answered respectfully. Although he was one of the few expert among the divine lords, he was only a step away from becoming a divine master. Even an ordinary divine master would have to give him some face. However, God Lord Yi Ma was not an ordinary divine master. He was a quasi-God king who had just stepped into God King's realm. Putting aside the fact that he had yet to advance to the divine master realm, even if he had already taken that step, he was still far from being able to compare with God Lord Yi Ma. I've analyzed the 8th layer law. It's about time. God Lord Yi Ma nodded his head lightly. In just a few million eras, being able to analyze the 8th layer law was almost the limit. If he wanted to analyze more rules, that was not something that could be done in a few million eras. Time would be 1 billion, 10 billion eras. Have you found any God Lord small chaos in small chaos? This was what he was most concerned about. He had only analyzed the 8th layer law. At most, he could only unleash the combat strength of the 8th layer, which was not much stronger than some of the peak divine masters. If a divine master expert was born in small chaos, the native divine master would have the support of the chaotic will. With his current condition, if he wanted to suppress it completely, it would require a lot of effort. If he wasn't careful, he might have to pay a price. If there were a few more God Lords, it was not certain who would win or lose, Your Excellency. We haven't found any traces of the Divine Master expert in small chaos, but there are quite a few quasi-God Lord in it. There are 28 of them, 17 of whom are in the Chaos Origin realm, and 11 of them are in the Origin realm. 28 quasi-God Lord. God Lord Yi Ma frowned slightly. If this was the red scale chaos, a mere 28 quasi-God Lord was nothing. He could easily suppress them with a wave of his hand. However, in the small chaos, if these 28 quasi-God Lord were to fight him at all costs, it would be enough to make him pay a hefty price. However, in the last 100,000 eras, 8 quasi-God Lord have fallen outside of the Origin realm. I think there are quite a number of quasi-God Lord who have fallen in the chaotic Origin realm. Currently, there might be less than 15 people in the small chaos, or even fewer. Ha ha ha, good pass on my oracle, the army will launch an all-out attack. I want to take down this small chaos in the shortest time possible. Yes, we will follow your orders, Your Excellency. Boom boom boom. Billions of gigantic beehives, which looked like stars in the sky, surged out of the Beulah chaotic ring like a red tide towards the surrounding chaotic circles. Ah, no, don't kill me, don't kill me. Devils, you are devils, ah woo woo woo. Someone save me, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Source of chaos, a small world opened up by Yang Fann. Boom. Yang Fann sat cross-legged with a solemn expression. Endless divine light radiated from all the pores on his body, making him look holy and unparalleled. Kai, within the devouring black hole, there was a 5-star supreme being. This, after breaking through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King, Yang Fann's devouring speed had increased by 100 times, more than 1,000 times. Supreme Yuan Long He was the 9th person in the supreme rankings. The strength of his strength of origin was not much weaker than Cymbidium's. Before breaking through, Yang Fann needed at least 300,000 eras to completely devour him. In fact, in less than 3,000 eras, Yuan Long had completely turned into a flying ash. In just a short period of 133,525 eras, Yang Fann only had 3 out of 15 5-star exalts left. They were the number 1 exalts of the supreme rankings. Palatine, the number 2 exalts, the Slaughter exalts, and one of the 2 founders of the Tao Palace, the ancestor of all beginning. After devouring the 8 great ancestor and 7 5-star supreme beings, Yang Fann's cultivation base had made a huge breakthrough, breaking through several small realms in a row and stepping into the extreme stage of King low-rank middle-level Chaos God. As long as he could completely devour the remaining 3 sovereign, Yang Fann was very confident that he would be able to break through to the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God King realm. One should know that 3 sovereign was far more powerful than the other 5-star supreme beings. Even the weakest Slaughter supreme being, the strength of origin, was more than 10 times stronger than Cymbidium. As for Palatine and the ancestor of 10,000 beginning, they were both invincible 5-star supreme beings who had touched the shackles of the primal chaos. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were quasi-6-star supreme beings. The strength of origin in his body was dozens of times stronger than Cymbidium's. Although it was just 3 sovereign, the strength of origin was several times more powerful than the total number of 5-star supreme beings and ancestor that Yang Fann had devoured. Not only that, boom, suddenly, Yang Fann opened his tightly shut eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. This is, the source of chaos and chaotic crystal wall or weakening great Tao sovereign couldn't sense it, but Yang Fann could sense that the source of chaos surrounding the source of chaos were rapidly weakening. At this rate, at most, there would be 1 era. The source of chaos surrounding the source of chaos would disappear without a trace. At that time, the entire source of chaos would be integrated into the outer chaos. This was something that had never happened since ancient times. After all the great chaotic tribulations had ended, it was as if the entire source of chaos had been integrated into the outer chaos. The power of the chaotic great Tao enveloped their bodies and shifted them out of the source of chaos. It had never weakened the chaotic crystal wall. What exactly happened? C2954 The danger of the source of God Palace. The source of chaos was a small world created by Yang Fann. What is going on? Yang Fann's eyes were filled with doubt. All these years, while he was devouring these great Tao sovereign, he had also not forgotten to read their souls' memories and see if there would be any surprises or secrets. It could be said that there were almost no secrets that Yang Fann could find in this chaotic world. Regarding the knowledge of the chaotic world, he, Yang Chao, knew that he was second, and no one would dare to recognize him as first. Around the source of chaos suddenly weaken in a straight line. From the moment the source of chaos had appeared until now, it had never appeared once in hundreds of trillions of eras. However, it didn't take long for Yang Fann to suppress his doubts. If the source of chaos was integrated into the outer chaos, it would be inseparable from the outer chaos. These empires and kingdoms would inevitably have to deal a huge blow to the forces of the billions of races in the outer chaos. No one knew how many races and powers would die because of this. Although the various major powers in the source of chaos had suffered heavy losses after his massacre, especially Great Tao Sovereign, who was not as powerful as he was at the peak of his cultivation, there were still a large number of Great Tao Sovereign who were captured by him in the outer chaos of the Great Tao Divine Mountain. The overall strength of the various major powers of the source of chaos was even greater. But so what, with him in charge of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, even if these forces of the source of chaos empire had hundreds or thousands of guts, they would never dare to provoke the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Furthermore, the resources of the source of chaos were several times greater than the outer chaos. When it was integrated into the outer chaos, it was more beneficial than detrimental to the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Perhaps, he would be able to obtain some benefits from it. There were still 4 5-star supreme beings in the source of chaos. They were not suppressed by him, and were now in chaos outside. With the primeval Chaos Tao Palace helping him investigate the whereabouts of these 5-star supreme beings, it was hard to say. If he could really find some clues about them, then he had searched the memories of so many supreme beings and the location of many of their treasures. He was well aware that, previously, he was still hesitating whether or not he should spare some time. He had taken the Paragon's treasures. Yang Fann didn't really care about the other supreme beings' treasures. However, Palatine and the other 5-star supreme beings' treasures were still a big piece of fat meat to Yang Fann. Otherwise, once the great chaotic tribulation ended, the source of chaos would once again conceal itself. Even with Yang Fann's current divine ability and strength, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to find the source of chaos. Now that the source of chaos had merged with the outer chaos, he didn't have to worry about not finding the hidden treasures. Only Palatine and the others knew about those hidden treasures. Many of them were prepared for them after suffering the tribulation. Basically, they were no longer in the various Emperor stars. Even if they wanted to move the treasure vaults, there was nothing they could do about it. Even though a 5-star martial saint was invincible, he was still a 5-star martial saint. But not 10,000, he was just afraid of 10,000. A cunning rabbit had 3 holes, not to mention these old monsters who had lived for hundreds of millions of eras. Each of them had arranged countless contingency plans. If something really happened, they had to reincarnate and restart their cultivation. With these secret treasures, they could quickly rise up and stand at the peak of chaos once again. Yang Fann closed his eyes and stopped thinking about it. Boom! The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique continued circulating. The power of devouring was majestic and surging, crazily devouring the second supreme being of supreme rankings, the strength of original life of slaughter. It had to be said that this slaughter supreme being was worthy of being called the second supreme being of supreme rankings. The purity of the strength of origin was more than double that of Cymbidium. This caused Yang Fann's cultivation base to advance rapidly towards the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God King. 100 million years, 1 billion years. Billions of years. 100 billion years. A trillion years. 10 trillion years. 10 trillion years. Time passed quickly. 150 trillion years had passed. Ah, no, how could this be? I didn't sense wrongly, right? Chaotic crystal wall. Chaotic crystal wall is rapidly weakening fusion. The source of chaos is actually fusing with the outer chaos. Hiss this. What in the world is going on? After 150 trillion years, the chaotic crystal wall had been weakened to the extreme. Even Supreme Green and the other 5-star exalts had discovered this anomaly. The expressions of the 4 5-star exalts changed, and they couldn't conceal the panic on their faces. They had finally reached the end of the chaotic great calamity, and as long as they could hold on for a few 100,000 eras, they would be able to send that human dark star away. They had never thought that it was actually such a situation. Their source of chaos, if they were to completely merge with the outer chaos, wouldn't that mean they would be ridden by that human dark star for the rest of their lives, and they would have to live with their tails between their legs? They wouldn't even dare to expose their whereabouts, lest that dark star came looking for them. No, it would be fine if they could persist for tens of millions of eras. If this was the case for the rest of their lives, they would definitely go crazy. Moreover, without these 5-star supreme beings holding down the fort, their descendants might not necessarily be able to establish a foothold in the outside world. No matter what, he couldn't let the source of chaos completely merge into the outer chaos. No matter how great the price was, they would not hesitate to do so. At some point in time, the 4 5-star exalts had gathered together, wanting to think of a way to stop the weakening of the source of chaos and chaotic crystal wall. However, what made them despair was that with their divine abilities, let alone restoring the chaotic crystal wall to its original state, even reducing its weakening speed was impossible. Damn it, could it be that we can only watch helplessly as the source of chaos merges into the outer chaos? 2 trillion years later, as long as it was Great Tao Sovereign, he would be able to sense the changes in the chaotic crystal wall. Soon, endless panic swept across the source of chaos, the 9 Great Star Domain. Initially, he thought that the disaster was about to end, but he didn't expect that it was only the beginning. Woo, could it be that we are going to be suppressed by that dark star forever? No, I am not willing to accept this. I am not willing to accept this. Primitive Deity Area. This was the lair of the primordial shrine. The base camp was carefully built by Ancestor Wan Yuan and Ancestor Wan Yuan, the 2 great ancestor. It was built with the foundation of a peak supreme being, the origin universe, and 108 quasi-sovereign of great perfection origin universe. The entire primitive deity area stretched across the primal chaos. It was like an eternal sun, illuminating a vast expanse of primal chaos, eternal and inextinguishable. The strength of origin within it was so abundant that even the Hunyuan universe was much weaker. Even within the source of chaos, only a few emperor stars could compare with it. The number 1 supreme power in the primal chaos was not an undeserved reputation. However, at this moment, the entire primitive deity area was filled with a layer of gloominess and an indescribable pressure. In the entire primitive deity area, whether it was the supreme beings or the ordinary disciples of the divine palace, every single one of them had a frown on their face. All of them were in a hurry, and they were frowning deeply. It was as if a black cloud was pressing down on the city, and a storm was brewing. If it wasn't for the numerous chaotic stargates that had already been completely sealed off, there would have long since been disciples within the primitive deity area that chose to flee the domain of the gods. Dong, 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 dong. All of a sudden, the solemn sound of a bell rang out from the center of primitive deity area, sweeping across the entire divine realm. It was like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of countless disciples and elders of the Source Tao Palace, causing their expressions to change drastically. Ah, this bell sound is an enemy attack. It's coming. It's those demons. It's finally our primordial shrine's turn. What should we do now? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. C 2955. The God Lord made his move. Primitive deity area. The expressions of countless disciples and elders changed dramatically. Their eyes were filled with indescribable terror. A devil. Those fellows were a group of unpardonable demons. All of them were frenzied and inhumane. Half an era. Just that short half a era, countless races and forces had been destroyed by that group of devils. Amongst them, there were 16 supreme being inheritances. In fact, there were even 2 major powers in the 10 great supreme clans, because that group of devils had destroyed hundreds of billions of great era inheritances. Now, it was the primordial shrine's turn. Although primordial shrine was the number 1 power in the primal chaos, they didn't have the confidence to stop that group of devils. Countless elders and disciples didn't have the confidence to do so. If it wasn't for the law enforcement palace's ruthless attack, they would have killed a group of deserters and intimidated many elders and disciples. Currently, in the primitive deity area, the number of elders and disciples was at least 3 or 4 levels lower. Compared to the primordial shrine, Wuji's divine palace and divine net heavenly palace were only slightly weaker. However, in the end, it was said that in the hands of those devils, their lair and headquarters were destroyed before they could even last for 1,000,000 years. Right at this moment, wang, hum, the primitive deity areas on all 4 sides of the primitive deity area started to twist and become dense. Hundreds of millions of beehives that looked like stars appeared around them. Buzz, 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 bees. Strange blood-red light radiated out from the countless beehives. It was a vast expanse of chaos that surrounded their primitive deity area, completely sealing off all the voids in the 4 directions of the divine realm. In the next moment, boom boom boom, boundless and terrifying divine light burst out from the honeycombs one after another, sweeping towards the primitive deity area like a storm. Each divine light was like devil god's world-destroying attack. Its power was no less than an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection's full-force attack, especially those large honeycombs that were more than 100 times larger than the other beehives. The terrifying divine light that erupted from them could even severely injure or even kill an invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Countless divine lights rained down from the sky. Even great Tao Sovereign had no choice but to dodge, not daring to face them head-on. At that moment a gray light of chaos rose from the primitive deity area. In an instant, it turned into a chaotic barrier that covered the entire primitive deity area. The primal chaos formation. This was the number 1 divine formation in the primordial shrine. It even had the name of the number 1 defensive divine formation in the primal chaos. Its defensive power was so terrifying that even Ancestor couldn't shake it. The dense divine light forced Great Tao Sovereign to retreat. However, when it fell on the chaotic barrier, it was like raindrops falling on steel. Not to mention twisting and cracking, there wasn't even a ripple. Good, he blocked the attack devil. My primordial shrine is not one of those small powers. Disciples, follow me and kill them. Let these devils taste the power of our primordial shrine. In an instant, countless disciples and elders in the primitive deity area were startled. The rumors were not trustworthy. They were afraid that they had overestimated these devils. These devils were not unstoppable. In the next second, boom boom boom, within the god domain, numerous energy pagodas displayed their might at the same time. Streaks of destructive energy tore through the skies. Bang, bang bang. One beehive after another exploded with a loud bang. It was as if the star had exploded, burning the last of their brilliance. With just one round of attacks, thousands of beehives were blown up and turned into nothingness. It was a pity that the beehives were so dense that they were uncountable. Compared to the beehives around the divine realm, the thousands of beehives were nothing. They were not worth mentioning at all. Time passed minute by minute. Very quickly, 2 hours passed. More than 1 million beehives had been destroyed. On the other hand, there weren't many casualties in primitive deity area under the protection of the primal chaos formation. It was nothing more than a huge amount of energy that had been consumed. However, with the accumulation of the primordial shrine, this amount of energy was nothing to them. If these devils only had this bit of ability, it wouldn't be difficult for them to hold on for 10 billion or even 100 billion years. As for those abyssals, let alone 10 billion, 100 billion years, even 1,000 years. Even 10,000 years might not be enough to hold on. Although there were many honeycomb fortress, they were still unable to withstand the loss of over 1 million honeycomb fortress in 2 hours. At this rate, it would be over 10 million in a day. It would be more than 3 billion in a year. At this moment, boom 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 boom. Terrifying pressure that was comparable to Great Tao Sovereign rose from the giant beehive that looked like a universe, turning into countless terrifying giants that were billions of light years tall, like giant universes. Terrifying pressure covered the sky and ground, crushing everything. Kai. The primal chaos spirit formation shook violently and started to distort. Big. Great Tao Sovereign, so many Great Tao Sovereign. 10, 20, 30. Gulp. 7. 72 Great Tao Sovereign. Hiss. The 8 of them are not any weaker than the 2 progenitors. In fact, they are even better than the 2 progenitors. Ancestor. They are all Ancestor. No, 8 Ancestor. How is this possible? How is this possible? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The faces of countless elders and disciples changed once again. They couldn't believe their eyes. 72 Great Tao Sovereign. Even in the peak period of Primordial Shrine, there weren't that many Great Tao Sovereign, let alone the 8 Great Ancestor. One should know that any race would be able to squeeze into the top forces of the primal chaos as long as one ancestor was born. Their primordial shrine was known as the number 1 power in the primal chaos, but they only had 2 ancestor. 8 ancestor, a total of 8 ancestor. It was impossible for a race to be born like this. Kill divine ability, mighty heavenly phenomenon lowly savage, break it for me divine flames and heavenly might prepare to die lowly savage, watch my 9 heavens flaming dragon break kekekeka. Lowly indigenous being, look at my divine ability, netherworm's wrath. Boom boom boom, the 72 red scale god clan sovereign expert attacked at the same time. This strike was so terrifying that it seemed like it was going to blow up the entire primitive deity area. Ah, no. This power, it's true they are really great Tao sovereign woo. It's over, divine palace is finished. Countless experts howled in despair and collapsed. Each and every one of them had a mental breakdown. The power of this joint attack was far beyond their imagination. Even a peak paragon would be like a lowly aphid under the effects of the ultimate skill. He would be mercilessly killed without even having the strength to fight back. Rumble. A powerful aura that was not much weaker than Palatine rose from the primitive deity area. Ancestor Wan Yuan was ranked 4th among the 11 ancestor in the outer chaos. He was ranked in the top 5 of the source of chaos, and was much stronger than Cymbidium. It wasn't unreasonable for Primordial Shrine to become the number 1 power in the chaos, or even above the ancient Ming Empire. Of the 2 great progenitors, Ancestor Wan Yuan was the number 1 person in the outer chaos, and his strength wasn't much weaker than Palatine's. Ancestor Wan Yuan was ranked 4th in the outer chaos, and he was also the top expert among ancestor. Ah, it's the old ancestor. Woo. Old ancestor, save me, save me. In an instant, the despair in the hearts of the countless elders and disciples of Primordial Shrine seemed to be torn apart, and a glimmer of hope blossomed in their hearts. It was true that the old ancestor alone was no match for these devils, but don't forget that this was the base camp of Primordial Shrine. With the Divine Palace's foundation and geographical advantage, it wasn't impossible for the old ancestor to withstand this deadly strike. Roar. The bell of origin is unleashed. Temporal suppression. Ah, it was blocked. The old ancestor blocked it. Ha, we are saved. We are saved. I knew that the old ancestor was the strongest. A bunch of trash. They can't even deal with such a bunch of natives. I have to personally deal with them. C-2956. The source of God Palace was destroyed. Primitive deity area. Before the elders and disciples of Primordial Shrine could celebrate for long, their hearts had already jumped to their throats. What did they hear? Trash. Trash. Someone actually scolded that group of great Tao sovereign trash. Gulp this. Were they dreaming? How was this possible? How was this possible? One should know that among the 72 great Tao sovereign, there were 8 ancestor. They were a small group of people who stood at the peak of the primal chaos. Every one of them was invincible in the primal chaos. Even the other ancestor wouldn't dare to be so bold as to call them trash. Illusion. Illusion. This must be an illusion right at this moment. Rumble. The entire primitive deity area turned dark. A heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky, encompassing the entire divine realm. The terrifying power was able to shatter the chaos. Compared to ancestor, it was more than 100 billion times, trillions of times more powerful. It seemed like even time had stopped at this moment. Kai. The heaven-sheltering big hand had yet to land. The primal chaos array known as the number 1 primal chaos array began to distort and crack, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. Within the void. No. How is this possible? Ancestor Wan Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The primal chaos formation was formed by him and the 2 great ancestor of the ancestor of all beginning, who had gathered countless divine array masters in the Primordial Shrine. They had used up an immeasurable amount of time and resources. It was meticulously created and its defensive power was terrifying. No one knew better than him how terrifying its defensive capabilities were, let alone. Also, the number 1 divine weapon of Primordial Shrine, the Primal Bell, was able to suppress space and time, causing the power of the chaotic barrier. Even the number 1 expert of the source of chaos, the supreme rankings, Palatine, who was closest to the title of a 6-star venerable, was unable to shake the chaotic barrier. The 72 great Tao sovereign were the best evidence. The combined attack of the 8 great ancestor, 16 peak supreme experts, 24 peak supreme experts, and 34 veteran supreme experts could only cause ripples to appear on the chaotic barrier. However, the heaven-sheltering big hand had crushed the chaotic barrier with just its pressure. This power had far exceeded his imagination. 5 stars above, this was definitely a power above 5 stars. No wonder those great Tao sovereign, including the 8 great ancestor. No one dared to refute. Under that invincible power, what was the difference between them, ancestor, and that ant? At most, it was just a slightly stronger grasshopper. Everything could be explained. No wonder Wuji, Divine Palace, and Divine Heavenly Palace couldn't even last for 1,000,000 years. Even their old nest had been wiped out. Hundreds of trillions of eras had gone to waste. It turned out that everything was because of this man. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for those 72 great Tao sovereign to destroy two major powers in such a short period of time. Although they had lost the Wuji and Shenluo progenitors, they were still able to defend their base with their resources. Even if the 72 supreme beings joined forces, it would still be difficult for them to break through the two major powers' defenses in a short period of time. Arg, puff. Progenitor Wan Yuan opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of origin divine blood. It fused into the bell of origin. Roar. The bell of origin, it's all up to you now, block it for me, boom. In the blink of an eye, the primal bell shone with boundless divine light. The dazzling divine light in the God domain and the cracked primal chaos ward began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lowly native, you still dare to resist? Break for this sovereign. An extremely contemptuous voice descended from the sky. The next second, boom, on top of the heaven-sheltering big hand, a red light flashed, illuminating the entire chaotic starry sky. In an instant, the power of the heaven-sheltering big hand increased by 100,000. 1,000,000 times. Not only that. Ah, no, how could this be? He actually had a secret. And concealment. No, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The Wanyuan progenitor let out a hysterical wail. His face was extremely twisted, as if he had gone mad. He couldn't believe it at all. The power just now had already surpassed his by more than 1,000,000,000,000 times, and it was hiding such a great power. It was completely challenging the limits of his mind. How could such a monster appear in the chaos? Fake, this must be fake. Bang! Heaven collapsing, earth cracked. The heaven-sheltering big hand had yet to completely descend, but the chaotic barrier was unable to withstand the terrifying pressure and exploded with a loud bang. Ah, no, really, it's true, all of this is true. The cruel reality finally made progenitor Wan Yuan come back to his senses. The primal chaos divine formation he was so proud of was broken just like that. Even the divine artifact of primordial shrine, the primal bell, was heavily damaged and almost collapsed. What kind of sin did our primordial shrine commit to provoke such a ferocious god? In less than an instant, Pucci, under the despairing gaze of Ancestor Wan Yuan and the origin bell were completely suppressed by the heaven-sheltering big hand. Ah, Ancestor. No, old Ancestor, how could old Ancestor be? Woo, he's dead for sure, we're dead for sure now. Collapse. The hearts of everyone in primordial shrine had completely collapsed. Even the only thing they could rely on, Ancestor Wan Yuan, couldn't even withstand a single strike and was suppressed by emotion. How could they possibly fight against these devils? Boys, kill all of these lowly natives. Kekekeka. Lowly natives, obediently accept your death. Swoosh, swoosh su. The armies of the Red Scale God clan swarmed out of the billions of beehives like locusts. There were countless light years of land. It was like a red tide that wanted to devour everything. Bang bang, countless sacred mountains of the divine palace were completely destroyed. A large number of elders and disciples were devoured by the red waves, and not even their bones were left. Ah, no, don't kill me, don't kill me. Woo. I don't want to die, let me go, please, let me go. Surrender, I surrender. Cries and cries of begging resounded throughout the entire primitive deity area. The massacre was a one-sided massacre. Although God Lord Yi Ma had only attacked once to suppress Ancestor Wan Yuan and stopped attacking, the strength of the Red Scale God clan's army still far exceeded that of the primordial shrine. In the chaotic starry sky, the 72 expert that were comparable to Great Tao Sovereign didn't stop. On the other hand, in the primordial shrine, there were only 8 supreme beings who were struggling to hold on. The strongest one among them was only a peak supreme being. Between the two of them, one was in the sky and the other was on the ground. There was no comparison at all. In just a single exchange, the 8 supreme beings of primordial shrine had followed in the footsteps of Ancestor Wan Yuan. Even running away was an extravagant hope. Ah, no, devils, you will all die a horrible death. Zero roar. Hua Sheng, Laozi is going to fight you all to the death. Come with Laozi to hell. Rumble, 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 rumble. Countless mushroom clouds rose from the primitive deity area, as if the end of the world had descended, destroying the world. Seeing that their pleas for mercy had failed, these Red Qilin men were determined to kill them all. The ferocious nature of the primordial shrines of the primordial shrine was completely ignited. It was all these girls who forced us to do this. If you don't give me a chance to live, then let's die together. Unfortunately, they only caught the Red Scale God clan off guard at the beginning and took away some of their lives. Later on, the Red Scale God clan was prepared. Not only did the explosion of the expert not cause much damage to the Red Scale God clan, but it also took away the lives of many of their own people. Although the explosion was terrifying, the explosion of a middle-level Chaos Divine King could put low-level Quasi-Sovereign in danger. If a Quasi-Sovereign of great perfection self-detonated, even some great Tao Sovereign might suffer a great loss if they weren't prepared for it. However, everything was built on the element of surprise. Once they were prepared, unless the space was completely sealed, it wouldn't be difficult for them to avoid the self-destruction. 10,000 years later, the huge primitive deity area was dead silent, like a grave. No signs of life could be seen at all. A terrifying aura of death swept across the entire god domain. Below Great Tao Sovereign was a quasi-supreme expert. It wouldn't take long for him to be corroded by the aura of death and become a mindless devil. What? Did I hear it wrong? After Wuji in the Divine Palace, even the primordial shrine was killed by those devils. Bitch, how could this be? The primordial shrine is the largest power in the primal chaos, and there is even ancestor myriad origin in the divine realm. How could those devils? C2957 flea number. How is this possible? How is this possible? Primordial shrine, that is the primordial shrine, how could it be possible? No, I don't believe it, it's fake, it must be fake. In the chaos, the first reaction of all the major powers was disbelief. The primordial shrine was the leader of the top 10 major powers, the number one power in the outer chaos. Especially in the primitive deity area, there was still Ancestor Wan Yuan. Compared to Wuji's Divine Palace and Divine Sifting Heavenly Palace, which had been destroyed, one was in the sky and the other was on the ground. To put it bluntly, if the primordial shrine was focused on defending, even if the other 9 major powers and the 9 progenitors attacked together, it would still be very difficult for them to break through the defense of the primitive deity area, let alone destroying it in such a short period of time. However, there was no chance of survival at all. Just like the primitive deity area, which was a place of death, it couldn't tolerate any major powers. They had no choice but to believe this horrifying fact. Woo. Really, it's true, everything is true. Primordial shrine has really been destroyed by those evil devils. What should we do? What should we do now? Fear. Boundless fear swept across countless powers in the outer region of the primal chaos. Even the number one power in the primal chaos, the primordial shrine, was easily destroyed by those devils, let alone them. The most frightening thing was that wherever those devils went, no one had ever heard of any civilization that was lucky enough to survive. In just half an era, countless civilizations were destroyed in the hands of those devils. They seemed to be the destroyers of civilization. Wherever they went, apart from destruction, they were also destroyed. The meaning of their existence seemed to be to destroy all living beings. Capture, surrender, and so on, did not exist at all. Hunyuan Universe, Primordius Divine Palace. 4 great Tao sovereigns sat on top of the divine throne. Below them were Lord of Primordius and the other higher-ups of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. The entire Primordius Divine Palace was filled with an indescribable pressure. Whether it was the 4 supreme beings or Lord of Primordius and the other upper echelons of the Tao Palace, all of them were frowning. Many people's eyes flashed with fear from time to time. Everyone, those devils have already destroyed the primordial shrine. In at most 10 billion years, they will be connected to my Tao Palace. What should we do next? The one who spoke was Great Man, who wore golden great mantle and was surrounded by golden light. He had dragon horns on his head. A noble aura that was above all living beings in the world radiated out from his body. It was so majestic that it made people prostrate on the ground and worship him. The sovereign dragon, this was the territory of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. The sovereign of the dragon clan was the 4th person in the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, second only to Parathion. He was an ordinary 4-star sovereign. After noticing the unusual changes in the source of chaos, Tao ancestor of primeval chaos led Cave Mysterious Sovereign and the others into the depths of the pagoda. It was the sovereign dragon who led the other 3 sovereign to guard the Tao Palace. The primitive deity area has been destroyed. With the strength of my palace, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to defeat that devil accomplice. In my opinion, we should temporarily avoid fiendish demon and wait for the Tao Father to return before making a fuss. On the left side of the sovereign dragon, a sage-like old man with a profound aura spoke. This old man was none other than one of the 2 human exalts, the 10,000 Arts Paragon. Brother Emperor Dragon, Brother 10,000 Arts words make sense. With our strength, facing those vicious demons is no different from throwing an egg at a rock. Brother Huanglong, let's retreat. As long as the Green Mountain remains, there's no need to fear the lack of firewood. The other two exalts echoed in agreement. Although Lord of Primordius and the other higher echelons did not say anything, from their expressions, it could be seen that they were also leaning towards the suggestion of the 10,000 Arts exalts. They were truly afraid the destruction of primitive deity area had caused them to tremble in fear. Although their Hunyuan universe could be said to be impregnable, compared to the primitive deity area, it was at least a grade lower. Even the primitive deity area could not withstand the attacks of those evil devils. If it was them, the Hunyuan universe would be destroyed even faster. If it wasn't for the fact that those evil devils only knew how to kill and had never heard of any race or civilization that could survive under their hands, some people might have already rebelled against the Dao Palace and surrendered to them. There was great terror between life and death. In order to survive, betraying the sect was nothing. For the sake of survival, some insane people could even sell out their wives, children, and parents. Looks like this is the only way. The dragon sovereign sighed faintly. He was not that pedantic person. Although the foundation of the Dao Palace was important, it was nothing compared to the Dao Palace's hundreds of trillions of eras. If they continued to defend the Hunyuan universe, there would only be one outcome when the accomplice demon arrived, and that was destruction. There would never be a second possibility. Whether it was their foundation or the fact that they were guarding the supreme beings, the primeval chaos Dao Palace. They were far inferior to the primordial shrine. Even the primordial shrine was easily destroyed by those devils. What right did they have to say that they could stop those devils? The world is truly unpredictable. Initially, they thought that the primeval chaos Dao Palace would be able to rise up after the fall of a large number of supreme beings from the heavenly devil god palace, and even the death of the heavenly devil ancestor. They would be able to sweep across the entire world and eliminate their old enemy, the heavenly devil god palace. They would then plunder the wealth of the heavenly devil god palace that had been accumulated for hundreds of billions of eras. They would be able to annex the millions of chaos circles under the heavenly devil god palace. At that time, his cultivation base and strength would be able to advance further, and he would be able to become one of the top supreme beings. Never would he have thought that the Red Devil tribulation would actually erupt. At this moment, not to mention swallowing up the heavenly devil god palace, even if the heavenly devil god palace handed over the chaos circle they controlled to them for free, they would not be in the mood to take over. Currently, not only were these large-sized chaos circle not fat meat, they were also hot potato. The greater the power, the greater the target. Eventually, it would attract the attention of the accomplices. Just the return of a Dao Father will definitely allow us to successfully overcome this tribulation. Soon, a hint of doubt appeared in the Imperial Dragon Exalt's heart. He had no idea about this at all. Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos's ranking amongst the 11 Ancestor was even lower than that of the Myriad Origin Ancestor. However, Ancestor Wanyuan was still defeated by those devils. Until now, it was unknown whether he was still alive or dead. After the news of primitive deity area's destruction spread, it wasn't that some of the remaining expert and other factions in Primordial Shrine had never thought of contacting Ancestor Wanyuan. However, in the end, it was as if a mud cow had entered the ocean, and there was no news of him. It was very likely that they had fallen into the hands of those evil devils. Given the cultivation base and strength of the Dao Ancestor, if he were to really face those evil devils, the outcome wouldn't be any better than Ancestor Wanyuan's. No matter how he thought about it, the Sovereign Dragon didn't express the melancholy in his heart. In truth, it wasn't just the Sovereign Dragon alone. How could three Sovereign, Lord of Primordius, and the others not understand? All they did was pretend to understand and pretend to be muddle-headed. Zero Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos was their last hope and their spiritual pillar. If they could even kill this tiny bit of hope, they would have completely collapsed without the help of the devil. Speed quick all clansmen, enter the star door immediately. 2 hours. We only have 2 hours. All of you, be quick. There wasn't much time between them. The supreme inheritances of Heavenly Devil God Palace, Yin Yang Divine Palace, and Ice Prison Divine Palace had all abandoned their foundations and fled for their lives. No one was stupid, especially those old monsters who had lived for trillions of eras. They knew that they would die if they stayed behind, so why would they stay where they were and wait for their deaths? They didn't run before. However, there was still a huge monster-like primordial shrine standing in front of them. They were confident that primordial shrine would be able to stop those evil devils. Never would they have thought that the cruel reality would ruthlessly destroy the last trace of hope in their hearts. What are you dawdling for? If you want to die, you can stay here. C-2958 Fusion escape first, it was the supreme inheritance, then it was the quasi-supreme inheritance. Now, in the chaos, those who were well informed and knew about the Red Scale God clan's forces had started to flee their ancestral land and old nest. The destruction of primitive deity area had completely shattered the last hope in the hearts of the major powers. Even the primordial shrine couldn't escape its destruction, let alone these major powers. They stubbornly resisted with all their might. There was only one result, and that was the destruction of his family. Those red Qilin demons had no humanity at all. They were not like the other factions that could expand and give them a chance to surrender. They were a group of killing demons. Apart from killing, they were also killing. The red wave was like a boundless chaotic wave, wanting to devour the entire chaos. Countless Red Scale God clans from the Red Scale God clan continuously passed through the chaos fissures and appeared in the Beulah chaotic ring. After that, they continuously joined the red wave. Every day, every year, a huge amount of resources would be plundered by them, and countless living beings would be slaughtered. Wherever they passed, it was like a locust crossing the border, devouring everything. 100 million years, 1 billion years. Billions of years. 100 billion years. A trillion years. 10 trillion years. 10 trillion years. In the blink of an eye, another 200 trillion years had passed. In the vast primal chaos, there were almost no peaceful places. There were massacres everywhere. Countless civilized forces had been completely destroyed by the red tide. This was the disaster of the entire chaos. Source of chaos, the small world that Yang Fann had created. Wang. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and he slowly stood up. The source of chaos and chaotic crystal wall had been weakened to the limit. Even some one-star great sovereigns could easily tear apart the chaotic crystal wall if they wanted to. Yang Fann had a feeling that the source of chaos had completely merged with the outside world, and it wouldn't be long before that happened. At most, it would take a few hundred to 1,000 years. At this moment, Yang Fann was too lazy to continue his seclusion. He quietly waited for the final moment to arrive. A few hundred to 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. No matter how hard he cultivated, it could not increase his cultivation by a trace. In the next moment, boom boom boom, with a thought in Yang Fann's mind, the divine light of the great Tao around the small world shot up into the sky. One great Tao divine artifact after another was absorbed into the chaos within Yang Fann's body. The source of chaos had completely merged with the outer chaos. No one knew what would happen. If something bad happened, if his small world were to fall apart, the numerous great Tao divine artifacts would scatter in all directions. That would be a huge loss for him. There weren't many of these great Tao divine artifacts that he had completely refined. The ninth level, had only been branded with a tiny bit of soul imprint to complete the initial refinement. His control over these great Tao divine artifacts was limited. Once he was too far away, it would be extremely difficult for Yang Fann to sense them even if he wanted to. He didn't want to return to the outer chaotic world and search for the whereabouts of these great Tao divine artifacts in the outer chaotic world. Although Yang Fann didn't really care about these Yang Fanns, especially after the divine body of great Tao sovereign made another breakthrough, just the defense of his divine body was not much weaker than that of a 5th star level supreme great Tao divine artifact. Once the divine body of great Tao sovereign exploded with all its power, its defense would be terrifying. Even Yang Fann had no idea what his limit was. To him, these great Tao divine artifacts. However, he did not need them. It did not mean that his family and friends could not use them. Any one of these great Tao divine artifacts was enough to increase their combat strength by 1 million, 10 million times, or even more. Sigh, what's supposed to come will always come. I wonder how many emperor clans there are after my source of chaos merged with the outside world's primal chaos. As a result, the royal clans have come to a dead end. The source of chaos, great Tao sovereign and the others felt uneasy. In these 2 trillion years, they could be said to have used all of their abilities, wanting to stop the source of chaos from merging with the outer chaos. Unfortunately, all of this was useless. Not to mention stopping it, even weakening the chaotic crystal wall's speed by a tiny bit was not possible. They could only watch helplessly as the day arrived. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. Very quickly, 678 years passed. It's here Yang Fann's eyelids twitched, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. In less than a breath's time, rumble, the heavens and the earth split apart. The source of chaos and chaotic crystal wall were completely shattered. In the next moment, the 9 great star domain had been shattered into pieces. Countless stars had turned into bright meteors that tore apart the chaos and scattered all over the place. Buzz, 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 bees. At the same time, each star rapidly expanded like an inflated balloon, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. It was like there was no end to it. It was as if it had evolved into a universe, a square chaos domain, and even a large chaotic circle. Ah, not good. Quick everyone, hurry up and attack the martial monarchs. And Exalt's expressions changed dramatically as they attacked one after another, using their divine abilities to gather as many stars and clan members as possible. If the countless stars of the 9 great star domain were to be scattered around the primal chaos, the empires and kingdoms under their control would also come to an end. The primal chaos was vast and boundless. Compared to the source of chaos, it was many times larger. Even a 1-star supreme wouldn't be able to cross the primal chaos in a short period of time. It was easier said than done to gather the living stars scattered across the primal chaos. I never thought that it would be such a fusion technique. A hint of regret flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Initially, he thought that the source of chaos would be integrated into a certain chaotic region. However, he never expected that it would be dismembered, turning into countless meteors that scattered in all directions. As a result, the difficulty of him trying to seize their secret treasure according to Palatine's and the others' memories had increased exponentially, and it was almost impossible for him to do so. Who knew that those secret treasures would be moved to some corner of the primal chaos? Moreover, these treasure vaults could basically avoid the search of the spiritual sense. If they didn't get close to a certain distance, even Yang Fann would find it hard to see through their disguise. Forget it. It's my fortune to obtain it, it's my fate to lose it. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann did not think too much about it. To others, these supreme treasure troves were an enormous fortune. It was enough for them to break through to the 4-star sovereign, or even to peek into the secrets of a 5-star supreme being. However, to Yang Fann, it was just a small surprise. Let alone letting him break through a big realm, it would also allow him to break through a small realm. It was still uncertain. Even if he did not obtain it, it would not have much of an impact. However, this way, chaos would descend. Who knew how many clans would be destroyed, and the expert would fall? The chaos could be said to be big or small, but it could also be said to be small and small. Ownerless lands were extremely rare. If these source of chaos empires and kingdoms wanted to establish their roots in the primal chaos, they would have to fight with the local powers. Very quickly, Yang Fann stopped thinking about it. He was sentimental and compassionate, not Yang Fann. As long as the people around him were not endangered, no matter how many of the other forces were destroyed, Yang Fann would not frown. He didn't struggle free from the power of the Great Tao, allowing the power of the Great Tao to tear apart the chaos. To a 5-star supreme being, the chaos was like a lake. It wouldn't take long for it to cross the chaos, let alone the current Yang Fann. No matter where the power of the Great Tao brought him, it wouldn't take him much time to return to Hunyuan universe. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, half a month passed. The energy of the Grand Tao that covered his body vanished without a trace. Realizing that he had arrived under a starry sky, he looked around. The next second, one boom, a terrifying strength of soul swept out from Yang Fanshihai's body. In just an instant, a hint of understanding emerged in Yang Fann's mind. This place should be one of the 3 high-grade large-sized chaos circle controlled by the Yunyi divine race, the chaotic cloud sea. After forcefully reading the memories of Great Tao Sovereign's soul, there were almost no places Yang Fann wasn't familiar with. The Yunyi divine race was a quasi-sovereign god clan. There were dozens of quasi-supreme experts in the clan, and the strongest was old ancestor Yunyi. He was a peak invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection who controlled 3 high-grade large-sized chaos circle, 16 intermediate large-sized chaos circle, and 73 low-grade large-sized chaos circle. He could be considered to be somewhat famous in the entire chaos. Strange. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned. Within the range of his spiritual sense, all the universes and even the chaos domain were dead silent, without any signs of life. What's going on? C2959 Soul Search. The sea of clouds is in chaos. Yang Fann frowned and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. How did this cloud sea, chaotic ring turn into such a ghastly appearance? Although he hadn't unleashed all of his spiritual sense, which wasn't even 1/10,000th of his original strength, Yang Fann's current cultivation base was still at the middle-level Chaos Divine King. After breaking through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King, his strength of soul had also increased by 1,000 times. It was more than 10,000 times stronger than a 5-star Supreme Being, and it was 100 million times stronger than a 5-star Supreme Being. Even if it wasn't even 1 in 10,000 spiritual sense, it would still be 1 billion, more than 10 billion times stronger than a 5-star Supreme. It directly covered more than half of the ocean of clouds. What was terrifying was that more than half of the ocean of clouds was in chaos. It was deathly silent, like a grave. Not to mention a living creature, not even a ghost shadow could be seen. This was completely different from the sea of clouds and primal chaos in his memories. As one of the 3 high-grade large-sized chaos circle controlled by the Yunyi celestial race, although the chaotic cloud sea was not as prosperous as the Taiyu Chaos Circle and other top-grade large-sized Chaos Circle under the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, it was still a place with millions of races and countless living beings. How could it be like this? It's just a few million eras. What in the world happened? Vaguely, a sense of unease arose in Yang Fann's heart. This matter was probably not that simple. Boom 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 bang within the sea of consciousness, the terrifying strength of soul no longer held anything back. It swept out in a mighty manner, and with the sea of clouds as the center, it rapidly expanded in all directions. No bitch, how could this be? Soon, Yang Fann's expression changed slightly, and his heart sank. The 92 large-sized chaos circle controlled by the Yunyi divine race were like the chaotic sea of clouds, and they couldn't find any signs of life. Other than the countless ruins left behind after the great battle, there was no other living thing. If one were to say that the Yunyi celestial race had offended a certain sovereign god race and was eventually exterminated by that sovereign god race, it did not seem like it. No matter how crazy the sovereign god race was, it was impossible for them to slaughter all the living beings in the 92 large-sized chaos circle under the control of the Yunyi god race. At most, they could annihilate the Yunyi divine race and eliminate the core clans under their command. If they really dared to be so crazy, the other supreme inheritance would definitely not stand idly by. Large-sized chaos circle, especially the high-grade large-sized chaos circle, had a very limited number of people in the entire primal chaos. If they were to be destroyed at any time, they would be destroyed by someone else. It wouldn't take long for the entire primal chaos to turn into ruins. Backtrack of time Wang, a force of time rose from Yang Fann's body. It boiled and swept in all directions. Although he cultivated the Devour Great Tao, it did not mean that Yang Fann did not know any other Great Tao laws. Even the most mysterious time laws, Yang Fann had also dabbled in them. But very quickly, Yang Fann frowned. As expected, it still doesn't work. The strength of the Yunyi divine race wasn't weak. Apart from Great Tao Sovereign who personally attacked, even those invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection experts would find it difficult to destroy the Yunyi divine race, let alone slaughter all of the 92 large-sized chaos circle. With Yang Fann's attainments in the Great Tao of Time, his limit was to go back to the lower invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection. The master of the Great Tao of Time was really too little. Even after Yang Fann devoured so many Great Tao Sovereign, he only discovered 3 Great Tao Sovereign who were cultivating the Great Tao of Time. Each of them wasn't very strong. The strongest one among them was only at the 2 Stars Sovereign. After devouring and refining them, Yang Fann's understanding of the Time Great Tao could barely match that of a 1st Star Venerable. What on earth is going on? Could it be that some Great Tao Sovereign is trying to concoct some Great Tao Divine artifact? Using the 92 large-sized chaos circles, billions of millions, a trillion lives is a blood sacrifice. But was this possible? A blood sacrifice ceremony was not a rare thing. The primeval Chaos Tao Palace's mortal enemy, the Heavenly Devil God Palace, loved blood sacrifices the most. However, it was only a blood sacrifice ceremony to a world, a universe, and even a chaos domain. It was rare to find a blood sacrifice ceremony. Besides, compared to Great Tao Sovereign, the 9 levels of the large-sized chaos circle were 99. Living beings, even a blood sacrifice ceremony wouldn't be able to provide much strength. It was far from being as effective as blood sacrifices of a few hundred top-level chaos god kings and dozens of quasi-dignosis kings. Why waste so much energy and not try to please these ants? Poochie poochie, poochie. Yang Fann tore open the spatial zone and moved forward quickly. With a single step, he had created more than half of the chaos circle. 2 hours later, Yang Fann's heart sank to its lowest point. In just 2 hours, he had crossed hundreds of thousands of chaos circles. However, the result was the same as the 92 large-sized chaos circle controlled by the Yunyi divine race. None of these hundreds of millions of chaos circles were alive. Something must have happened to the chaos. No matter how crazy the devil was, it was impossible for him to slaughter all the living beings in the hundreds of thousands of chaos rings. Bolin's chaos circle. This was a miniature primal chaos ring. It had 10 large-sized chaos domain, and could be considered as one of the top miniature primal chaos rings. It was only a step away from advancing to the medium-sized chaos circle. A year ago, a huge beehive the size of a star ripped apart the chaotic crystal wall and entered the Bolin's chaos circle. The end of the Bolin's chaos circle had come. Horrifying fiendish demon, who was covered in red scales, rushed out of the beehive. Wherever he went, corpses were everywhere, and not a single blade of grass grew. All the major powers of Bolin's chaos circle. Although thousands of gods were fighting with their lives on the line, it was a pity that they were like mantis trying to stop a chariot, trying to break a rock with an egg. Although fiendish demon did not have many red scale armors, he only had a few tens of thousands of them. However, the weakest of them all had the cultivation of a chaos god. There were more than 1,000 middle-level chaos god, and there were even 18 high-level chaos gods. On the other hand, in the Bolin's chaos circle, middle-level chaos god warriors were the strongest, and there were only a few dozen of them. Carnage. It was a one-sided slaughter. The universe was breached one after another, countless living creatures were slaughtered crazily. Those red-scale fiendish demon was like a killing machine that only knew how to kill. As long as they were living creatures, no matter if they were male or female, old or young, no matter if they activated the sagacity or not, they would kill them all. Not a single one of them escaped from the net. Bolin's chaos domain, Bolin's universe. This was the #1 family in the Bolin's chaos circle, the headquarters of the Bolin's god race. The name of the Bolin's chaos circle, it was because of the Bolin's god race that they came here. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were the uncrowned kings of the Bolin's chaos circle. However, at this moment, the universe of the Bolin had become a turtle in a jar. Over 1,000 warriors of the Red Scale God clan had turned into millions of light-years-tall terrifying great gods, surrounding the entire universe of the Bolin. The entire universe of the Bolin was filled with an indescribable panic. The ancestor of the Bolin was also the #1 expert in the chaotic circle of the Bolin. The only top middle-level chaos god from the Bolin, and from the ordinary people to the ordinary people, all of them were filled with despair. In 3 days, their guardian formation could only last for 3 days under fiendish demons' crazy attacks. After 3 days, the guardian formation shattered. Fiendish demon charged into the universe of Bolin and waited. All of them only had one outcome: death. What should they do? What should we do? Woo woo woo, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Countless living beings were like ants on a hot pan, burning with anxiety. It was not that they had never thought of breaking out of the encirclement. Unfortunately, all of them ended up in failure. Even the Bolin's chaos god was heavily injured by a high-level chaos god. If he hadn't escaped back to the Bolin's universe in time, he would have died a long time ago. As for the reinforcements, it was even more impossible. The other god race forces couldn't even protect themselves. How could they still have the energy to rescue them? Could it be that the inheritance of the Bolin god race is going to end like this? No, I am not willing, I am not willing. Poochie. Suddenly, outside the universe of the Bolin, the void started twisting. A man appeared out of thin air. About 20 years old, dressed in black, he had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and he had a heroic aura. There wasn't a trace of expert aura on his entire body, and it revealed a concept that had returned to its original state. It was precisely Yang Fann. Could it be that the changes in the primal chaos are related to these red-scaled strange people? Looking at the red-scaled giants, Yang Fann frowned slightly. He didn't know what was going on. He felt a sense of disgust towards these red-scaled giants. If it wasn't for him forcefully suppressing them, he would have destroyed them long ago. Something wasn't right. Something wasn't right. One should know that with his current cultivation base and strength, even an ordinary one-star Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't be able to make him feel any desire to attack. Not to mention, it was a group of aphids with the highest cultivation base of a high-grade chaos god. Normally speaking, he should completely ignore these ants. Unlike now, with just a glance, it caused him to wish for nothing more than to burn their bones and scatter their ashes, and then shred them into pieces. Suddenly, a trace of shock flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He was actually unable to read the memories of these red-scaled giants' souls. Even with just a little strength of soul, he could easily read the memories of these quasi-supreme grade strength of souls, let alone these ants that weren't even Chaos God King. I would like to see what kind of secrets are hidden in your bodies. C2960 The Red Qilin Race, the Bulin's Chaotic Ring, the Bulin's Chaos Domain, and the Bulin's Universe. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled. He wanted to see what kind of secrets these red-scaled giants were hiding. A group of Chaos Divine ants was enough to make him feel disgusted in his heart. Not only that, they could also hide from his soul. This was simply unbelievable. One should know that even if it was just a tiny trace of the strength of soul, it was still far from what an ordinary great Tao sovereign could compare with. He could easily read some of low-level quasi-sovereign soul's memories. Among these red-scale giants, the strongest one was only a high-grade chaos god, which was comparable to a quasi-dignosis. That was a gap of several dozen major realms. In the next second, boom! Yang Fann's strength of soul was gradually increasing. Interesting, this is getting more and more interesting. Unknowingly, a smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. At this moment, the strength of soul he unleashed was no less than a few 5-star supreme beings. However, it was still difficult for him to tear open the space of these red-scaled giants' sea of consciousness and read their souls' memories. Something was wrong with these red-scaled giants. Something was really wrong. Although some of the sovereign god clansmen had the protection of their supreme bloodlines, they were able to prevent some experts from forcefully reading the soul's memories. However, there was a limit to this protection. Even the direct bloodline of a 5-star supreme being, or even the son of a supreme being, could not stop the soul search of a 5-star supreme being. However, these ants, who only had the cultivation base of chaos gods, were able to endure it. Not just one, but two. It was even more than 1,000 red-scaled giants, all of them. The source of their bloodline was definitely not simple. It had definitely surpassed that of a 5-star supreme expert, and it wasn't as simple as surpassing 1 or 2-star level experts. When did their primal chaos produce such a sovereign god? If there really was such a sovereign god, it was impossible for them not to hear the news. One should know that many of them had been born since the birth of the chaos. They were all old monsters that had lived for over 1 trillion eras. The sovereign god race could hide it for a while, but they could never hide it from someone who had lived for over 1 trillion eras. Could it be that they were? Vaguely, Yang Fann seemed to have thought of something. I would like to see how long you can last. He wasn't a 5-star supreme being. The strength of soul was 100 billion times stronger than a 5-star supreme being. Before he finished his words, the strength of soul once again increased by 10 times. Tenfold. It's not enough, then 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. I don't believe that my strength of soul won't be able to tear apart these ants' sea of consciousness. Poochie. When the strength of soul was raised to 10 million times that of a 5-star supreme being, the bloodline protection covering the sea of consciousness of the red-scaled giants had finally reached its limit. Yang Fann forcefully tore a hole in it. The next second, boom boom boom, a torrent of memories rushed into Yang Fan's mind and was absorbed by Yang Fan's spiritual sense. Not good. Suddenly, Yang Fan's expression changed. Bang bang bang. Almost at the same time, thousands of red-scaled giants exploded. They were like stars exploding, burning their last rays of light. Bitch it, just a little bit more. Yang Fann cursed in his heart. Just a little bit more and he would be able to get in touch with the core memories of these red-scaled giants. He didn't expect that he would trigger the bloodline restrictions of these red-scaled giants, causing them to self-destruct the soul. The forces behind these red-scaled giants were extremely wary of the secret soul-searching technique. But even so, Yang Fann had gained a lot. As expected, Yang Fann's guess was correct. The chaos was just like the universe, it wasn't the only thing. There were other chaotic existences outside of the chaos. These red-scaled giants came from another chaos, a small chaos called red-scale chaos. Unlike their chaos, the red-scale chaos had long been unified by the red-scale god clan. In the red-scale chaos, the red-scale god clan was like heaven and God. The other races were either subordinate or lowly to the Red Scale God clan. A single word from the Red Scale God clan, even the lowest level of the family, could decide the life and death of many of the slave clan. The thousands of Red Scale giants in front of them, including the high-level Chaos God, were the most ordinary divine weapons of the Red Scale God clan. Above the divine weapons were divine officers, divine generals, divine lords, and divine masters. It wasn't difficult to tell how terrifying the Red Scale God clan was. If he wasn't wrong, the divine officers of the Red Scale God clan would be able to match Chaos God King in the chaos. Divine generals were comparable to quasi-supreme beings, divine lords were no less than Great Tao Sovereign. As for divine lords and above, they might have already surpassed a 5-star supreme expert. Of course, the truth was still unknown. The information he obtained was still too little. It was just a bunch of low-tier divine weapons, and his knowledge was limited. He didn't even know if there were any experts above the divine lord level. They only knew that a divine master wasn't the strongest expert of their Red Scale God clan. If they wanted to truly understand the Red Scale God clan, they needed to take down a divine lord, or even suppress a divine lord. These were the true backbone of the Red Scale God clan. No wonder the Great Tao Divine Mountain was born so quickly. The source of chaos had completely merged with the outside world. Very quickly, a flash of understanding emerged in Yang Fann's heart. The invasion of the Red Scale God clan was definitely not a matter of the major powers in the outer chaos. It was an apocalyptic catastrophe that swept across the entire outer chaos. Once they failed to overcome the tribulation, the entire chaos and all the civilizations of the different races would be destroyed. All the places he had passed along the way were destroyed. The consequences of those millions of primal chaos rings could be seen just how terrifying this chaotic great calamity was. The Red Scale God clan had never thought of taking in any prisoners. The origin of Chaos's will was trying to increase the strength of those 5-star supreme beings. Otherwise, how could a top-tier Great Tao divine herb that had never appeared in hundreds of billions of eras appear so easily? Furthermore, there were a total of 12 top-tier Great Tao divine fruits when it appeared. It was very clear that the Chaos Great Tao wanted to seize this opportunity to produce some 5-star supreme being and above experts. However, the final thing was destroyed by him. Not only did it not increase the strength of the great supreme beings, it instead caused many supreme beings to fall at his hands, greatly weakening the power of their primal chaos. What was he, helping the Red Scale God clan in secret? A bitter smile emerged on Yang Fann's face. However, even if he were to do it again, Yang Fann would not show any mercy. With those supreme beings, even if they broke through to the 5-star sovereign stage, there was almost no way they could stop the invasion of the Red Scale God clan. Any expert that appeared above the divine master of the Red Scale God clan could easily sweep away their chaos. The only hope to protect their chaos was still him. Yang Fann even had a glimmer of hope in his heart. If the Red Scale God clan could invade their chaos, would he be able to reverse the situation? Currently, he was in need of resources to break through to the next realm. 3 Sovereign, the 27 Primal Chaos Beast Emperor, and the 12 Great Tao Divine Fruits would at most help him break through to the peak middle-level Chaos Divine King. As for breaking through to the high-level Chaos God King, or even the top-level Chaos God King, just with the resources of the Primal Chaos, it would take them billions of years. Compared to the other Great Tao Sovereign, this amount of time was nothing. However, for Yang Fann, who had cultivated for less than 25 million eras, this amount of time was too long, and it was so long that it caused him to collapse. However, if he could suppress a few divine masters of Red Scale God clan, or even the expert above the divine master realm, his cultivation base would definitely soar. Not to mention the high-grade, top-level Chaos God King, even a quasi-supreme expert, or even Great Tao Sovereign, it wasn't impossible. There was also the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign. If one wanted to step into the small completion, or even the mastery, their hopes would still lie with the Red Scale God clan. He didn't even see the shadow of the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign, a small success stage, and nearly 110 million units of Great Tao origin. He didn't even see the shadow of a few billion units of Great Tao origin. He just wanted to have a divine body, a small completion. That was something he couldn't even dream about. Just by relying on their primal chaos alone, who knew how many hundreds of millions of eras it would take? I just don't know what level my current cultivation base and strength is in the Red Scale God clan. God Lord, or above. If it was the latter, it would be fine, but if it was the former, it would probably take some time. C2961A Daofather was in danger. There's only one life. It was gone, but it was all over. Yang Fann would never be careless about his own life. When it was time to be humble, he still had to be humble. He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. For the so-called face, forcefully acting as a hero would only harm others and himself in the end. Moreover, his life wasn't just his alone. It was his parents and all his friends and family. If anything were to happen to him, Yang Yunfeng and his wife and the others who were in his inner chaos wouldn't be able to escape death either. The most important thing right now was to return to the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. These people from the Red Scale God clan were all from the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. Hong Long. The Red Scale God clan was not targeting one or two God race experts, they were attacking Hun Dun in full force. As one of the top 10 major powers in the primal chaos, the primeval Chaos Dao Palace would definitely be the first to attack. It was one of their main targets. Out of the 14 great Dao sovereign from the Dao Palace, 10 of them had entered the source of chaos. It could be said that the current primeval Chaos Dao Palace was at its weakest. However, they might not be able to withstand the attack of the Red Scale God clan. Putting aside everything else, as long as there was a divine master attacking, he would be able to easily break the Guardian formation in the Hunyuan universe. He hoped that the Dao Palace would not be in trouble. Bolin universe. Silence for a moment. The silence was terrifying. What did they see? Hiss. Those were over 1,000 chaos gods. Among them, there were no less than 20 middle-level chaos god, and there was even a high-level chaos god in charge. His strength was terrifying. Compared to the Bolin, they were much stronger. They had almost forced the Bolin into a desperate situation. He had been killed so easily. It was as if the thousands of red-scaled giants were not the high and mighty chaos gods, but the humble universe gods. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Lord. What was his cultivation base? Top-level chaos god? No. Impossible. A top-level chaos god did not have such a terrifying power. At least, it had to be the quasi-chaos god king who had stepped into chaos god king's realm. It was very likely that he was the real chaos god king. Hiss. That was the ultimate expert that could dominate the entire large-sized chaos circle. If the Bolin and the god race could become friends with that master. In the future, even those top powers in the medium-sized chaos circle wouldn't dare to offend the god race of Bolin. And this disaster of the red-scaled giant would never be dangerous for them again. Although the red-scaled giants were terrifying, they had swept away more than half of the Bolin's chaos circle in just a year's time. But compared to the high and mighty chaos god king, they were just a bunch of aphids that could be killed with a wave of his hand. Just like the thousands of red-scaled giants, they were instantly destroyed. The Bolin's chaos god's heart was burning. Just as he wanted to lead the many chaos gods of the Bolin to thank Chaos God King and see if he could build a relationship with Chaos God King, he raised his head and looked at Chaos God King. There was no trace of that master. Yang Fann had no interest in interacting with a low-grade god race with the highest cultivation base of a peak middle-level chaos god. Sigh, what a pity, the chaos god of Bolin sighed. Clearly, that lord did not think highly of the god race of Bolin. Forget it, the high and mighty Chaos God King. It's not something that a small clan like us can climb up to. Soon, the chaos god of Bolin couldn't be bothered to express his emotions. Instead, he organized his subordinates and quickly completed the universe of Bolin. Within the chaotic circle of Bolin, there were more than 1,000 red-scaled giants. There were tens of thousands of them. If they continued to stay in the Bolin's universe, when the other red-scaled giants came knocking on their doors, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. As for whether Chaos God King would deal with the other red-scale giants, the Chaos God of Bolin didn't dare to bet. It was the most foolish action to place the life and death of the entire family on that illusory luck. Even if he had guessed wrong, that lord really went to great lengths to deal with those red-scale giants. At worst, he could just come back later. As long as middle-level Chaos God like them were here, he didn't believe that there was any god race in the Bolin's Chaos Circle that would dare to occupy their Bolin's universe. Thousand Chong Chaos Domain was one of the 10 great large-sized Chaos Domain in the Bolin's Chaos Circle. It was controlled by one of the 10 great gods of the Bolin's Primal Chaos Circle, the Thousand Chong God race. The Qian Chong Divine race had 5 middle-level Chaos God and 62 low-level Chaos God. Among all the divine families in the Bolin's Primal Chaos Circle, they were ranked in the top 5. Only the bull and divine race could suppress them. Xianchong divine race's lair, Xianchong universe. Compared to the bull and god race, Xianchong god race's situation was not much better. There were also over 1,000 of them. A million light-years tall red-scaled giant crazily attacked the Xiancheng universe. It was even more precarious than the bull and god race. At this moment, the protective barrier was filled with crisscrossing cracks. It was as if it would completely collapse in the next moment. Woo, I'm still young, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, someone save us, save us. Miserable cries of despair rose and fell within the Thousand Changes universe, resounding throughout the entire universe. Everyone knew that once the protective barrier shattered, it would be the day of the Xianchong god race's destruction. The top 1,000 were at least low-level Chaos God red-scaled giants. They were absolutely not someone the Xianchong celestial race could fight against. Putting aside everything else, just the high-grade Chaos God alone was enough to slaughter their Xianchong universe. It was nothing more than a matter of time. At this moment, wang, hum, it was as if an invisible force had bound the thousands of red-scaled giants, causing their attacks to pause. Before the Xiancheng god race could react, the red-scaled giants were like inflated balloons, rapidly expanding. In the end, they completely exploded, turning into dazzling fireworks. Ah, what is going on? Dead, those demons are all dead. This isn't a dream, is it? Those are over 1,000 chaos gods. The 1,000 prosperous god clans experts stared with widened eyes, not daring to believe what was happening in front of them. Over 1,000 chaos gods, that was the 10 great large-sized chaos domain of the Bullen. All the chaos gods were gathered together. There might not even be so many of them. How could it be possible? They would be destroyed without a trace, both body and spirit destroyed. Not only the Xiancheng god race, but also the remaining god race in the Bullen's chaos circle. Right in front of them, the red-scaled giant that looked like a world-destroying fiendish demon was completely destroyed, as if it had never appeared before. All of this was naturally Yang Fann's doing. Yang Fann, who was in a hurry to return to primeval Chaos Dao Palace, would not deliberately save the lives of the other races. Compared to the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, the life and death of these unknown gods were naturally much lower. However, they happened to bump into each other on the way. Yang Fann did not mind saving them. In any case, it was just a matter of using a spiritual consciousness to sweep away everything. It would not take even a tenth of a second. The Heavenly Devil Chaotic Ring was the head of the 8 top-class large-sized Chaos Circle subordinate to the Heavenly Devil God Palace. It was controlled by the number 1 Devil Clan in the Heavenly Devil God Palace, the Heavenly Devil Clan. However, the Heavenly Devil Clan had long disappeared, and what replaced it was a huge beehive. 50 trillion years ago, the Red Scale God Clan's army had expanded to the territory of the Heavenly Devil God Palace, and swept across all the chaotic circles under the Heavenly Devil God Palace's jurisdiction. Even the headquarters of the Heavenly Devil God Palace, the Heavenly Devil Universe, had been transformed into an old nest. Heavenly Devil Chaotic Ring, Ape Devil Chaos Domain, Dragon Ape Universe. Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos, Parathion, Cave Mysterious Sovereign, and the other 9 Great Tao Sovereign, as well as nearly 500 quasi-supreme beings, gathered within. Among the nearly 500 quasi-supreme experts, Yang Fann, who had received a favor from High Lord Shiming, was one of them. Thousands of eras had passed, and High Lord Shiming had gone through great pains to comprehend the marks left behind by Yang Fann. His cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had successfully stepped into the half-step martial saint. He wasn't an ordinary half-step martial saint. Apart from those half-step martial saint warriors who had the Great Tao Divine Artifact in their hands, there weren't many half-step martial saint warriors who were a match for High Lord Shiming. However, at this moment, no matter if it was High Lord Shiming, the other quasi-supreme beings, Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos, or the other 10 Great Tao Sovereign, all of their faces were extremely solemn. Many of them had indescribable fear in their eyes. Around the Origin universe, there were a large number of beehives that looked like stars floating in the sky. Waves of terrifying fiendish cheese radiated out from the beehives, rolling like tides, completely sealing the entire Origin universe. C-2962 Rescue Heavenly Devil Chaotic Ring, Ape Devil Chaos Domain, Dragon Ape Universe. Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the other supreme beings and quasi-supreme beings of Primeval Chaos Tao Palace were all frowning, and many of their faces were filled with unconcealable panic. It was unknown whether it was the will of the origin of chaos or Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others who were too unlucky and possessed the body of a god. They were directly transported to the vicinity of the heavenly devil universe by the power of the chaotic great Tao. Very quickly, the Red Scale God clan found out what was going on in their hearts, and they were chased and killed by the army of the Red Scale God clan. After a tough battle and paying a hefty price, Tao ancestor of primeval chaos finally managed to break out of the encirclement with his group of supreme and quasi-supreme beings. But in the end, he was still trapped in the Dragon Ape universe by the army of the Red Scale God clan. Fortunately, the Heavenly Devil universe base of Heavenly Devil God Palace was only a branch of Red Scale God clan, not the main base of Red Scale God clan. The strongest of them were only two quasi-God Lord. God Lord Yi Ma, who was a quasi-God king, wasn't here. Otherwise, Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others wouldn't be able to escape from the Heavenly Devil universe, let alone the Dragon Ape universe. They would all be suppressed by Relentless. Even ancestor Wanyuan, with the help of the geographical advantage, couldn't block a single blow from God Lord Yi Ma, let alone Tao ancestor of primeval chaos, who was ranked after ancestor Wanyuan and didn't have any geographical advantage. Boom 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 boom. Countless divine light of destruction shot out from the billions of Honeycomb Fortress, shattering a large expanse of chaos. Like a violent storm, it wildly bombarded the nine-colored chaos origin barrier around the Dragon Ape universe. Kai, 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 Kai. The nine-colored mixed energy barrier trembled violently. Faintly, traces of dense cracks could be seen. Defending for a long time would result in failure. Although the nine-colored mixed energy barrier was strong, under the crazy bombardment of billions of Honeycomb Fortress, it was only a matter of time before it exploded. One should know that these Honeycomb Fortress were not the small fortresses that the divine weapons and divine officials were riding on. These were the main battle fortresses of Red Scale God clan. The overall combat strength of each fortress was no less than that of an ordinary quasi-sovereign of great perfection. Furthermore, these Honeycomb Fortress were like surging tides that were constantly converging towards the Dragon Ape universe. The cracks on the nine-colored primordial chaos barrier were rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tao Father, what should we do now? A golden-robed paragon with an extraordinary bearing asked, his eyes filled with worry. The nine-colored immemorial barrier wouldn't be able to hold on for very long. Once the barrier was completely destroyed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tao ancestor of primeval chaos, Dong Zan, and Yu Shu, two 4-star sovereign warriors might still have a chance of escaping. However, the rest of them, including the top great Tao sovereign, had no chance of surviving. Outside of the nine-colored mixed Yuan barrier, there were two ancestors who were comparable to Tao ancestor of primeval chaos. There were 6 of them who were at the first grade 4-star sovereign, and 3-star sovereign who was at least 15 of them. This strength far exceeded theirs. Don't worry, I have already informed His Royal Highness Yang Fann. His Highness was rushing towards the Dragon Ape universe. One day, at most one day. His Highness will be able to reach the Dragon Ape universe in one day. Tao ancestor of primeval chaos consoled him, and at the start, he was still unable to put down his face. He asked for help from Yang Fann, a junior, but after being trapped in the Dragon Ape universe, Tao ancestor of primeval chaos no longer cared about losing face, and directly contacted Yang Fann with a secret technique. These strange people covered in red scales used some unknown method to seal the Dragon Ape universe. Even he, ancestor, couldn't break the seal so easily. Adding on the fact that there were 2 experts of the same level eyeing him from the side, if he wasn't careful, ancestor would be in danger of dying. Ah, how could I have forgotten? We still have His Royal Highness Yang Fann. As long as His Royal Highness Yang Fann arrives, these red-scaled weirdos are nothing. Instantly, the spirits of the exalts and quasi-exalts shook. A heart of despair bloomed with a dazzling light of hope, quickly dispelling the sinister feeling in their hearts. At the peak of the great Tao Divine Mountain, so many 5-star supreme beings were suppressed by His Royal Highness Yang Fann without any emotions. Furthermore, these red-scaled weirdos were even more powerful. Not to mention that they only had 2 ancestors. Even if they were 10 times stronger, they wouldn't be able to suppress His Royal Highness Yang Fann with just a single palm strike. It was still far from collapsing. One day was a simple matter. Even if they had to pay a price for 10 days or half a month, they would still be able to endure it. Humph bitch it, bastard. You actually dare to chase after us one day from now, it will be your time to die right one day later, I will definitely make this bunch of beautiful girls pay with blood. In order to break out of this tight encirclement, they had lost nearly 100 quasi-supreme beings. A large portion of the others, all of them had suffered heavy injuries, shaking their foundations. It was unknown just how many great eras were needed, how many divine herbs were needed to make up for it. Outside the Dragon Ape universe, inside a giant beehive that was almost 1/100th the size of the Dragon Ape universe, two great quasi-god lords sat high on the divine throne. Below them, on the left and right sides, there were dozens of ordinary divine lords sitting respectively. The weakest person's aura was no weaker than an ordinary Great Tao sovereign's. Alright, the Blood Qilin space-locking Grand Array has been completed. Those natives won't be able to escape even if they have wings. Young man, who was standing on the left side of the two quasi-god lord, had a malicious look in his eyes. He looked like a poisonous snake, and said, "Good." His strange vertical pupils were filled with excitement. This time, they had caught a fat sheep. One quasi-god lord, two peak divine sovereigns, 4 high-grade divine sovereigns, 2 intermediate divine sovereigns, 2 low-grade divine sovereigns, and nearly 500 high and top-grade divine generals. If they could capture all of them and sell them, the resources would be enough for them to make a fortune. As the person in charge, he would at least be able to get 3 levels of resources, which would be enough for his cultivation base to advance further. Adding the resources he had accumulated in these eras, it was not impossible for him to take that step in one go and advance to the Divine Master realm. At that time, he would truly be able to reach the sky in a single bound and enter the ranks of the upper echelons of the Red Scale God clan. Although Divine Lords were considered the backbone of the Red Scale God clan, they could only barely step into the threshold of the upper echelons of the God's race. Only Divine Lords were the true upper echelons of the God race. Apart from the Supreme His Majesty the God Emperor, even God King and Divine Emperor were not allowed to execute him as they pleased. The other Divine Lords were similarly excited. The 2 of them were eating meat while the rest were drinking soup. With this vote, their cultivation base would improve tremendously, and it would only be a matter of time before they could do so. When that barrier is broken, try your best to catch it alive. Another quasi-god lord added. A dead divine lord, a divine general was not worth much money. The gap between them was more than 100 times. Rest assured, my lord, we understand. 2 hours, 6 hours, 10 hours, 7 hours, soon, 20 hours passed. Kai, swish. The 9-colored chaotic barrier was covered with cracks, like broken glass. It could be completely broken at any moment. 6. Good. Those natives were almost unable to hold on any longer. One more day at most, the barrier will be completely shattered at this moment. Rumble. A Tao that was 100 billion times more terrifying than a 5-star exalt. 1 trillion times more terrifying pressure descended from the sky, enveloping the Dragon Ape universe, 1 trillion light years away. Bang, bang, bang. The honeycomb fortress that were the size of a world were unable to withstand the violent pressure and exploded. They turned into balls of dazzling fireworks, blooming with their final rays of light. Ah, no, this pressure. God Lord, this is the pressure of a God Lord. It's not even a middle or low-level God Lord, but at least a high-level God Lord. Bitch it, how could this be? How could these lowly natives have such an expert? No, this wasn't true. It wasn't real. C2963 suppress them all. Heavenly Devil Chaotic Ring, Ape Devil Chaos Domain, Dragon Ape Universe. The expressions of the Red Scale God Clan Divine Lords, who were confident in their victory, changed drastically. Their scarlet eyes looked like they were about to burst out of their sockets. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Hiss. That pressure. It was even more terrifying than Quasi-God Lord. It was 100 billion times, trillions of times. God Lord, this was definitely a pressure that only God Lords could possess. Moreover, this was not an ordinary middle or low-level God Lord. At the very least, he was a high-level God Lord. Although the Red Scale God clan had a lot of experts over the past few 100 trillion years, and they had entered the primal chaos through the chaos fissures, the strongest expert among them was Quasi-God Lord, who had just stepped into the Divine Master realm. Divine Master Expert God Lord Yi Ma was still the only one. And at this moment, the terrifying pressure that descended from the sky was definitely not God Lord Yi Ma. Could it be this primal chaos indigenous being? But was this possible? In nearly an entire era, He had suppressed and suppressed so many chaos indigenous divine lords. There was even a quasi-god lord. This small chaos basically had no secrets to them. They clearly knew that quasi-god lord was the limit of this small chaos. Up until now, no one had broken through the shackles and advanced to the divine master realm. Not to mention the high-level divine master who far surpassed ordinary divine masters by more than 1,000,000 times. This was completely impossible. An illusion, this must be their illusion. Within the Dragon Ape universe, Tao, ancestor of primeval chaos, and the other supreme beings of the primeval chaos Tao palace and quasi-supreme beings all stood up. Their faces were filled with surprise and joy, as if they had just survived a disaster. They were well aware of this pressure. It was His Royal Highness Yang Fann. His Royal Highness Yang Fann had come. Ha ha ha, bitch, you bastards, your end is here. Wang. The void twisted and formed a miniature wormhole. Yang Fann took a step forward. Boom, a divine light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. In an instant, he had pierced through countless space-time. The huge honeycomb fortress that was as big as the universe was covered with layers of divine seals, as if it was just an illusion. In the beehive, one could easily see the dumbfounded and disbelieving faces of the Red Scale God Clan Divine Lords. 2 5-star Supreme Beings, 6 4-stars Sovereign, 15 3-stars Sovereign, 33 2-stars Sovereign, and 48 1-star Supreme Beings. Good, good, good. Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, good, 3 times. With so many great Tao Sovereign, it was enough to increase his cultivation base and strength by a notch. Furthermore, these great Tao Sovereign were different from those Chaos God stage minions. The Amphioxus had a limited understanding of the Red Scale God clan. If he forcefully searched their souls, he should have a comprehensive understanding of the Red Scale God clan. At least, there were some experts above the Divine Master realm, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to treat them as well. In the next second, rumble, Yang Fann moved his right arm and pressed down on the huge honeycomb fortress with his palm. Yang Fann did not use his full strength in this palm strike. He didn't even use his power of Chaos God. He only used his full strength to activate his divine body of Great Tao Sovereign. These divine lords, they were just the backbone of the Red Scale God clan, let alone the expert. I don't think you're qualified to be a top fighter. It was not worth him revealing his true strength, otherwise. He had attracted the attention of the Red Scale God clan, and they had purposely sent out some divine lords and above. The expert above was not good. Although he was powerful now, Yang Fann wasn't as conceited as he was when it came to invincibility. The Red Scale God clan was the overlord of a region of chaos. Even the chaos that was destroyed by them wasn't limited to just 1 or 2 of them. There was no room for him to look down on them. Of course, even so, the power of this palm strike was still more than trillions of times greater than that of a 5-star supreme expert. Poochie poochie poochie. Before the heaven-sheltering big hand could land completely, the huge beehives around the huge beehives, which looked like low-tier universes, could no longer withstand the violent pressure. They exploded with a loud bang and turned into bright fireworks. Ah, this power, it's true. It's true, God Lord. Amongst these lowly natives, there really is a God Lord expert, and it's even a high-level God Lord. The Red Scale God Clan Divine Lords, pupils constricted. They finally believed this horrifying fact. Ah. Quickly contact His Excellency Yi Ma and tell him about this high-level Divine Master. A high-ranked Divine Master relied on his status as an aboriginal in the enhancement of the origin of Chaos's will. Even if God Lord Yi Ma was a quasi-God King who had just stepped into God King's realm, he would still suffer a great loss if he wasn't prepared for it. In fact, he might even die. If anything were to happen to God Lord Yi Ma, it would be a devastating blow to the expeditionary forces. Transmission across the chaos was not something that could be explained in a few words. To be able to transport God Lord Yi Ma to this part of the chaos in just a few million God Lord Yi Mas was almost the limit. It was impossible to send another Divine Master over in 1,000,000 eras. Not to mention His Majesty God King, who was above the Divine Master realm. 1,000,000 eras, even if it was 10 times or 100 times more, it might not be a success. Without the Divine Master expert, it would be an extravagant hope for quasi-God Lord, a Divine Lord, to defeat a high-level Divine Master. Roar. Activate the barrier buzz. A layer of bloody light rose from within the honeycomb fortress. In less than a 10,000th of an instant, it covered the entire honeycomb fortress. Not only that, but the Divine Lords also used their dharmic powers, various divine abilities, divine artifacts, and barriers. Boom boom boom. Water from afar could not quench the fire in close proximity. Even if God Lord Yi Ma received the news, it would not be a matter of time before he rushed over. If he couldn't block this palm strike, all of them would have to die in the hands of this lowly barbarian. Struggle to the death, Yang Fann sneered. This palm strike wasn't any weaker than the palm strike he just unleashed. Even 45-star exalts, hundreds of 3-star exalts and 4-star sovereign could easily suppress it. Furthermore, there were 2 5-star exalts, 6 4-star sovereign, 15 3-star sovereign, 33 2-star sovereign and 48 1-star exalts. They were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and they didn't know their own limits. In less than an instant, Poochie Poochie Poochie, the heaven-sheltering big hand was like a hot knife cutting through butter as it smashed into the ground. Bang! 6. The heavens collapsed, the earth cracked, the giant beehive that was like the universe was shattered and completely collapsed. Ah, indigenous being, you dare roar. Stop, indigenous being, stop right now, lowly indigenous being, His Excellency Yi Ma won't let you off, my Red Scale God clan won't let you off. Yin Yang God Domain. This was the home of the 10 great chaotic supreme powers, the headquarters of the Yin Yang Divine Palace. However, since 70 billion years ago, when the Red Scale God clan swept across the Yin Yang God Domain, this place had become the Red Scale God clan's temporary headquarters. The commander of the Red Scale God clan's expeditionary forces, God Lord Yi Ma, was stationed here, Bichit, a high-level divine master, among the natives. God Lord Yi Ma cursed. God Lord Yi Ma stood up from his divine seat with a swoosh. In his blood-red eyes, a hint of solemnity climbed onto his face. In the chaos, he could only unleash the combat strength of 8th layer, but that high-grade divine master. With the support of the origin of chaos's will, his strength would be 100 times stronger. 1,000 times stronger. If he really wanted to fight that high-level divine lord, he would have to fight him alone. He really didn't have the confidence to win. At most, he would lose by 20 or 80%. That indigenous being would have 2, and he would have 8, and that was only a defeat. That indigenous being was determined to leave, and he didn't have a good way to make him stay. However, this wasn't what he wanted. If he didn't get rid of this high-level divine master as soon as possible, it would be enough to deal a devastating blow to the expeditionary forces. Just like the Heavenly Devil branch, even with 2 quasi-god lord guarding it, it still couldn't put up any resistance against the native divine lord. This won't do. I have to think of a way to get rid of this scourge as soon as possible. C2964 Ninth Heaven of the Great Path, Heavenly Devil Chaotic Ring, Ape Devil Chaos Domain, Dragon Ape Universe. SS's. Suppress. 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 1 palm, just that 1 palm. This. Brutal. His Highness is truly too savage. Dao, ancestor of primeval chaos, and the other 10 supreme beings had personally witnessed Yang Fann suppress 45-star supreme beings with a single hand. It was nothing compared to that time when Yang Fann crushed 45-star supreme beings, hundreds of 3-star and 4-star sovereign, but compared to that time, it was nothing. This time, it was only a small matter. If His Royal Highness Yang Fann couldn't suppress them with 1 hand, that would be a strange thing, but in the eyes of those hundreds of quasi-supreme beings, it was another kind of concept. Almost at the same time, all of the quasi-supreme experts sucked in a breath of cold air. Even though they had heard of His Royal Highness Yang Fann before, he suppressed hundreds of great Dao sovereign with a single palm. However, there were some things that were not as shocking as what they were seeing. That was great Dao sovereign. They had only pursued him for their entire lives, especially 2 of them, Ancestor, who stood at the peak of the primal chaos. Being suppressed by His Royal Highness Yang Fann with just a single palm strike made them feel as if they had fallen into a dream. In chaotic starry sky, after suppressing the 93 divine lords of the Red Scale God clan with a single palm, Yang Fann did not stop there. Boom! It was more terrifying than a 5-star supreme being. A trillion times stronger strength of soul swept out, sweeping across the void in all directions. If it was any other force, these ants that were not even supreme beings, Yang Fann couldn't be bothered to let them go. He couldn't be bothered with them. However, the Red Scale God clan was different. As the invaders of the chaos, they were like a bunch of cancer to the chaos. There was no reason for them to let them go. Boom 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 boom. Countless mushroom clouds rose with the Dragon Ape Universe as the center. It was as if the end of the world had come, and the chaos had died down. Billions of honeycomb fortress turned into dazzling fireworks. The trillions of Red Scale God clans within the experts, regardless of whether they were the divine generals or the lowest level divine weapons, all of them screamed in pain. They didn't even have the time to scream before they turned into flying ashes. The more ants there were, the more elephant they would bite to death. For a supreme expert like Yang Fann, it's a complete joke. Apart from expert of the same level, no matter how many others there were, they would not be enough to defeat him with a single spiritual consciousness. In the next second, Poochie, Yang Fann's body moved. He ripped apart the 9-colored mixed yuan barrier and appeared in front of Tao, ancestor of primeval chaos, and the others. Tao Father, patriarchs, elders, are you all right? Fortunately, your highness came in time. Otherwise, we old bones might have been killed by those vile creatures. Tao, ancestor of primeval chaos, shook his head and thanked Yang Fann. By the way, your highness, do you know the origin of these evil creatures? He had lived for nearly 1 billion eras. It could be said that he had lived from the beginning of the primal chaos until now. It was reasonable to say that he had lived both inside and outside the primal chaos. It was impossible that he didn't know about this super race that had 2 progenitors and dozens of great Tao sovereign. However, these red-scaled weirdos seemed to have jumped out from the cracks of a rock, and he had no impression of them at all. Your highness, do you know where these guys came from? Hearing this, the other 9 exalts and hundreds of quasi-exalts all looked curiously at Yang Fann. It wasn't that they hadn't captured those red-scaled weirdos and searched their souls. What they felt helpless about was that even Tao, ancestor of primeval chaos, this ancestor, couldn't tear apart their sea of consciousness. It was the same even for those red-scaled weirdos who only had a primal god cultivation base. Tao Father, please wait for a moment. Yang Fann didn't answer Tao, ancestor of primeval chaos's question directly. The divine weapons of the Red Scale God clan had very limited understanding of their race, and they didn't even know the specific division of their race's strength. It was better to wait for him to search the souls of those divine lord experts before answering their questions. It would save them a lot of trouble, and they would have to explain everything once more. In any case, with his strength of soul, it wouldn't take long for him to search for these divine lords, who were only at the level of 5-star exalts. As he spoke, swoosh, flowing light flashed. The 2 5-star supreme experts, quasi-god lord, appeared in front of Yang Fann. Compared to the other divine lords, these 2 strongest experts should know more. Boom! The terrifying and invincible strength of soul swept out and violently slammed into the 2 quasi-god lords' sea of consciousness. Hiss! This is His Royal Highness Yang Fann's strength. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Tao, ancestor of primeval chaos, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That terrifying strength of soul had terrified him from the bottom of his heart. He had a feeling that as long as Yang Fann was willing, he could instantly wipe out his soul. In front of Yang Fann, he, ancestor, was comparable to those Chaos God King and Chaos Gods. It wasn't much better. He wanted to kill Yang Fann. Fear is just a thought. Was the power that erupted just now really His Royal Highness Yang Fann's strongest power? Unknowingly, a trace of doubt emerged in Tao, ancestor of primeval chaos's heart. Could it be that His Royal Highness Yang Fann still had something to hide? Hiss! This shouldn't be possible. In less than a breath's time, Poochie, Yang Fann forcefully tore open a hole in the 2 great quasi-god Lord Yang Fanns. Although the defensive strength of the 2 divine lords' sea of consciousness was 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it was still nothing compared to Yang Fann. Before this, he hadn't even unleashed 1/1000th of his true strength of soul. In the next second, boom 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 boom, countless streams of information flooded into Yang Fann's sea of consciousness like a surging tide, being rapidly absorbed by his soul. However, this time, Yang Fann did not touch the core memories of these 2 great quasi-god lord. They were not like those divine weapons and priests, who would die just like that. If these 2 great quasi-god lord died because of this, Yang Fann would definitely die in pain. The strength of original life contained within these 2 great quasi-god lord was even more powerful than Palatine's. If it wasn't for the suppression of the origin of chaos's will, they would only be able to unleash the combat strength of a 8th layer. However, with the support of the great Tao, Patriarch Primordius could unleash 10 times or even more of his combat strength. Whether or not they could successfully escape the Heavenly Devil universe and escape to the Dragon Ape universe was still unknown. 5. Time passed by, and a large number of unrelated memories were quickly taken away by Yang Fann, leaving behind only some information related to the Red Scale God clan. 2 hours later, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. A divine lord was a divine lord. It was far from what the divine weapons and divine officials could compare with. This time, he had truly reaped a bountiful harvest. Great Tao Nine Heavens. This is the true division of cultivation levels between the various great chaos. We are really looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. C2965 The End of Chaos Heavenly Devil Chaotic Ring, Ape Devil Chaos Domain, Dragon Ape Universe. Unconsciously, a hint of self-mockery flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. Ignorant people were fearless. These words were not false at all. He actually thought that the so-called 5-star Supreme Being was Great Tao Sovereign's limit. Now that he thought about it, it was really funny. In fact, Great Tao Sovereign had a total of 9 Heavens Warriors. The 5-star division of the Source of Chaos was just a small division of the first layer Great Tao Sovereign. Even Palatine, the number 1 person in Supreme rankings, had only stepped into the Great Tao second layer with a single step. He was hundreds of millions of light years away from Great Tao Sovereign's limit, Great Tao Nine Heavens. To put it bluntly, a Great Tao Nine Heavens could kill billions of 5-star Supreme Beings with just a single breath. Even the small chaos that they were in might not be able to stop a random finger of a 9 Heavens. The Hung Meng Heavenly Void was vast and boundless. Even the legendary 9 Heavens Supreme might not know its limits. The small chaos they were in was like the stars in the starry sky of the universe. There were countless of them. According to the legends, there were 3,000 great chaos in the small chaos. That was the center of the Hung Meng Heavenly Void, where countless great Tao Sovereign were gathered. However, these two quasi-god lord had only heard about it from hearsay. In fact, there might not even be anyone in the entire Red Scale God clan who had entered the 3,000 great chaos. Compared to most of the small chaos, the 3,000 great chaotic realms were so far away. Even the 9th level or higher of the small chaos might not have heard of the 3,000 great chaotic realms. Outside the primal chaotic realm, Hung Meng Heavenly Void, terrifying nebulous primordial chaos filled every corner of the place. It was a primitive energy that was hundreds of millions of trillion times more violent than the chaotic energy. Under Great Tao Sovereign, even if he was a half-step martial saint, without the protection of the Great Tao Divine Artifact, it wouldn't take long for him to be corroded by the primordial purple clouds. Even the two quasi-god lord who had stepped into the Great Tao second layer realm only barely had the qualifications to walk in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. A simple grand mist storm would be enough to make him die without a burial ground. Furthermore, he had to have a Great Tao. With the help of a third Empyrean Supreme Being, he had to rip apart the chaotic crystal wall in order to enter the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Otherwise, not to mention a quasi-Tao second layer, even a true Great Tao second layer would have to stay in the chaos. After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann no longer thought about the matter of the 3,000 great chaotic elements. To the current Yang Fann, the 3,000 great chaos was still too far away. Even if the two great quasi-god lords' memories contained the accurate map of the 3,000 great chaos, Yang Fann would not head to the 3,000 great chaos right now. That place was the true core of Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Even if it wasn't for the fact that there were as many great Tao 5th Empyrean Supreme Beings as dogs, it wouldn't be too far away for a great Tao 6th Empyrean to travel all over the place. With his current cultivation base and strength, he wouldn't know how he would die if he entered the 3,000 great chaotic realms. His priority right now was to deal with the invasion of the Red Scale God clan. Soon, Yang Fann's heart sank. The Red Scale God clan wasn't easy to deal with. The scariness of its strength was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more than what he had imagined. Quasi-God Lord, who was comparable to a 5-star Supreme Expert, could barely make it into the top combat strength. There were tens of thousands of them, including Divine Master, God King, Divine Emperor and the Supreme Divine Monarch Hong Lin of the Red Scale God clan. They were respectively the Great Tao second layer, Great Tao 3rd Empyrean, Great Tao 4th layer, and Great Tao 5th Empyrean. According to the memories of these two quasi-god lords expert, his overall combat strength was comparable to a Great Tao 3rd Empyrean Supreme Being, which was also the God King of the Red Scale God clan. Even if he used up all the resources in his possession and luckily broke through to the peak middle-level Chaos Divine King realm, he would still be able to fight a quasi-4th layer Supreme Being. That was his limit. A Great Tao 9 Heavens was a huge bottleneck for a 3rd Empyrean. A Great Dao fourth layer was the gap between a Great Dao third Empyrean and a Great Dao third Empyrean. It was much bigger than the gap between low-level quasi-sovereign and Great Dao sovereign. Compared to the enormous Red Scale God clan, their small chaos was like a tiny aphid. Fortunately, the Chaos Fisher had only appeared for a short period of time. So far, the limit of the Chaos Fisher was to break through to God King's quasi-God King with a single step. They still had time. If they were a few dozen to 10 billion eras later, the Chaos Fisher would expand by 1,000,000 times. It would allow God King from the Red Scale God clan, and even Divine Emperor to pass through smoothly. He didn't even need to think about fighting back. He just brought the people close to him and ran away. As for the Red Scale God clan, Yang Fann didn't even dare to think about sparing Hun Dun. The competition between the countless small chaos in Hung Meng Heavenly Void was extremely cruel. It was countless times crueler than the competition between the various major powers in the Chaos Domain and the Primal Chaos Circle in the Small Chaos. Apart from the strength of the two major powers, once the other small chaos was discovered, there would only be one outcome: the expert would devour the weak. The Chaos Domain, the Primal Chaos, had its limit, and the same went for the Small Chaos. However, compared to the Chaos Domain and Primal Chaos, the deadline for the Small Chaos was far, far away, and would never be destroyed. Yanji, this was the measuring unit of the Small Chaos in Small Chaos. 1 Yanji was equivalent to 560 billion eras. In a small chaos, the limit of chaos was 9 Yanji, which was 504 trillion eras. Since the birth of the small chaos, Yang Fann and the others had only managed to survive 1 trillion eras, and was now close to the limit of chaos. There were still 7 more to go. This period of time was so long that it was enough to make many Great Dao Sovereign despair. However, Red Scale Chaos was different. It was approaching the end of the Primal Chaos. If they didn't find a way to extend the end of the Primal Chaos, the Red Scale Chaos would at most have 100 trillion eras left, and it would soon be destroyed. If they wanted to break the shackles and increase the end of the Primal Chaos, that was to devour the other small chaos. For example, if Yang Fann and the others were able to completely devour the newly born small chaos, they would at least be able to buy 2 extra years for the Red Scale Chaos. No matter what, the Red Scale God clan would never let this small chaos go. Although the Red Scale Chaos was still 1 trillion eras away from the end of the Primal Chaos, there were still hundreds of trillions of eras left before the end of the Red Scale Chaos. This was an extremely long period of time. Many of Great Dao Sovereign's cultivation had yet to reach 100 trillion eras. However, to the small chaos, 100 trillion eras was nothing. In the Hung Meng Heavenly Void, the small chaos was like the stars, countless of them. However, they were scattered in the boundless Hongmeng. Many of the small chaos in the Yanji era might not even encounter the second small chaos. If they missed it, it would be infinitely close to zero if they wanted to find a second small chaos in just a few 100 trillion eras. Furthermore, by devouring the other small chaos, not only could it increase the lifespan of the small chaos, it could also increase the lifespan of the small chaos, as well as the origin of chaos and the upper limit of the expert. Since the birth of the Red Scale Chaos, there were close to 21 people in the world, including Yanji and Yin. If it wasn't for the fact that the consumption of the other small chaos had increased the limit of the chaos and the upper limit of cultivation, how could the Red Scale Chaos have so many expert? One should know that an ordinary small chaos that had never devoured any other small chaos, even if it had gone through 9 cycles of growth and entered the final stage of aging, a Great Dao Third Empyrean was the limit. It was absolutely impossible for it to advance to the chaotic 4th layer. The strong preyed on the weak. It was the same no matter where it was. If they were to find a small chaos that was far weaker than them in their current position, it would be impossible for them to break through to the Great Dao Third Empyrean. They would try to devour the other party. This had nothing to do with right or wrong. Everything was for the sake of survival. Your Highness, have you ever discovered the identities and origins of these red-scaled strange people? 4C2966 Yang Fann's Wild Ambition Heavenly Devil Chaotic Ring, Ape Devil Chaos Domain, Dragon Ape Universe. Wang. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. What a terrifying red-scale god clan, truly terrifying. Even the current him was merely an aphid that could be killed by the Divine Emperor and God Emperor of the red-scale god clan, let alone the other sovereign expert. He was afraid that he could kill them thousands of times with just a breath of air. This was absolutely the greatest challenge and crisis they had ever faced in their entire history. If they were not careful, the entire chaos would fall into an irrecoverable state if it weren't for the fact that the Red Scale God clan had underestimated the chaos. They would have launched an all-out attack on the chaos after hiding for millions of eras. They would have hidden for tens of billions of eras and waited for the chaos fissure to expand to enough size for God King and Divine Emperor to pass through. Only then would they invade the chaos on a large scale. The consequences were unimaginable. They didn't need to fight this battle. They had to bring the people around them and tear apart the chaotic crystal wall, escape from Hongmeng Taishu, and become the wanderers who had lost their source of chaos. He didn't want to risk his own life by striking a rock with an egg. But now, the result was another matter. With the buffer of tens of billions of eras, he didn't believe it. His cultivation base and strength were inferior to those of Divine Emperor and God Emperor. One should know that up until now, he had never cultivated for more than 24 million eras, but his combat strength was terrifying. He was already comparable to the God King of Red Scale God Clan, not even the middle and low-grade God King. Your Highness, have you found their origins? Seeing Yang Fann open his eyes, Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos impatiently asked. He was very curious about the origins of these red-scaled men. There had never been a race that he hated so much. Even those lowly chaos gods made him want to shred them into pieces and burn them to ashes. Also, that terrifying strength that could mobilize two ancestors so easily was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. If he didn't find out their origins, he wouldn't be able to eat and sleep in peace in the future. Not only Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos, but the other 9 supreme beings and hundreds of quasi-supreme experts were also looking at Yang Fann curiously. Tao Father, this is all the information I've obtained. Yang Fann didn't hesitate too much. With a wave of his hand, a bright light enveloped Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others, and he passed the information of the Red Scale God clan's origin to them without missing a single detail. This time, it was the great calamity of all the living beings in the primal chaos. They had the power and the need to know all of this. Excluding the useless memories of the 2 great quasi-God Lord, only some information regarding the Red Scale God clan was quickly absorbed by Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others. What, really? Is there really another chaos? Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the other great Tao sovereigns' bodies trembled, but they weren't too shocked. In fact, they had long suspected this. Just like those universes, Chaos Domain, and chaotic circles, they had countless of them. Could it be that the chaos must be the only one? Perhaps there was another chaos outside of the chaos. There was more than 1 or 2 of them. However, they had never had the chance to prove all of this. Their strength was still too far away. Even Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos was only a quasi-second Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He was still a long way away from the second layer, let alone a third Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In order to rip apart a chaotic crystal wall from the small chaos and enter the Hongmeng Heavenly Void, a Great Tao Third Empyrean was at the very least a Great Tao Third Empyrean. Hiss. Big. Great Tao 9 Heavens, this is Great Tao Sovereign's true division. I thought that I had already stood at the peak of the Great Tao. What a joke rumble. A Divine Lord was comparable to a first-layer Great Tao Sovereign. Above them were Divine Masters, God King, Divine Emperor, and even Divine Emperors who had reached the Great Tao 5th Empyrean. This, Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others' expressions changed once again. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. In their chaos, the strongest Ancestor and 5-star Supreme was merely a lowly quasi-second Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Compared to the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, they were hundreds of millions of times weaker. Even a 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign or even a weaker 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could easily kill them with a single finger. As for the Red Scale God clan, not only did they have a large number of 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign God King, there were also plenty of Divine Emperors who were on par with the 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Divine Emperor, as well as Divine Emperors who were on par with the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. This power was more than trillions of times stronger than the power of the 10,000 Primal Chaos. The 2 of them were on completely different levels. Woo, could it be that in the end, we, the Chaos, will not be able to escape the fate of being completely devoured by the Red Scale Chaos? Ah, no. One should know that in the Red Scale Chaos, there were nearly 21 Yanji cycles. During that period of time, the number of small chaos that they had devoured was no less than 2 hands. There were basically not many living beings in every small chaos that had been devoured. Even if they were quasi-supreme beings, Great Tao Sovereign would still be able to survive and become a captive of the Red Scale God clan, a lowly slave. He would be controlled by the Red Scale God clan and become their plaything. Furthermore, once he lost the primal chaos, it would be like the rootless water. In this lifetime, he would never dream of breaking through to the next realm. Compared to many experts, life was worse than death. At this moment, Tao Fathers, there's no need for you to worry too much. The strongest person who has entered our primal chaos is a quasi-god king. As long as we get rid of him, we'll find a way to seal the chaos fissure. It won't be easy for the Red Scale God clan to enter our primal chaos again. Yang Fann said with a relaxed smile. Of course, the seal was only temporary. His ambition was not limited to this. He wanted to resist the invasion of the Red Scale God clan. That was only his first step in his plan. Yang Fann also wanted to borrow the chaos fissure. He wanted to launch a counterattack on the Red Scale God clan. Finally, he would think of a way to make the chaos devour the Red Scale chaos in one fell swoop. Danger was often accompanied by great opportunities. Their chaos and the Red Scale chaos were the greatest temptations of the day. On the other hand, the Red Scale chaos and their chaos were also a piece of fat meat. If their chaos could devour the Red Scale chaos, their chaos would definitely undergo a qualitative transformation in a very short period of time. Even if it wasn't like the Red Scale chaos, it had the great Tao of birth, the potential of a 5th Empyrean Supreme. However, breaking through to the great Tao 4th Empyrean stage was very likely to happen. The Red Scale chaos was different from the ordinary small chaos. It was an ancient chaos that had devoured 13 small chaos, and had existed for more than 20 cycles. The strength of its origin was far greater than that of an ordinary small chaos. Furthermore, to Yang Fann, it was only a part of helping the small chaos advance, increasing the limit of the chaos and the limit of their cultivation. More importantly, it was the Red Scale God clan itself. It was a huge monster with more than 100 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, a dozen 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. If he could devour and refine all of these God King, Divine Emperor, and the God Emperor, it wouldn't be difficult for him to prove his Tao, let alone any high-grade or top-level Chaos God King. Red Scale God Clan, whether I can succeed atavism or not will depend on you all. However, Yang Fann only thought about the rest of his words in his heart and didn't say it out loud. In Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others' hearts, they were already thankful that they were able to stop the invasion of Red Scale God Clan. It was something that they didn't even dare to think about. If he really said it out loud, there wouldn't be a second possibility besides making them feel that Yang Fann had gone crazy. Compared to the enormous Red Scale God Clan, they were much, much weaker. Ah, right, we still have hope. As long as we defeat the expeditionary forces and seal the chaos fissure, it will be enough to give us a chance to catch our breath. Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos's eyes lit up, but soon, a trace of worry flashed across his eyes. Your Highness, are you confident that you can deal with the expeditionary forces? It was easy to say, but it was easier said than done to defeat the expeditionary forces. The commander of the expeditionary forces, God Lord Yi Ma, was one of the 10 great gods of the Red Scale God clan. He was the #1 expert even amongst quasi-god king warriors. Apart from that, those divine lords were also a huge problem. There were less than one era, but there were also a large number of divine lords that entered their chaos. Quasi-god lord alone was able to flip the number of quasi-god lords by several folds. Even with the suppression of the chaotic great Tao's will, God Lord Yi Ma and the others could only unleash the combat strength of 8th layer. Without the strength of a quasi-3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, it would be very difficult to deal with the expeditionary forces. Could His Royal Highness Yang Fann be a quasi-3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign? Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos really didn't have much confidence in this. Based on the information he had obtained, the power that Yang Fann had just unleashed was at most comparable to a peak 1st grade 2nd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Tao Father, don't worry about that. The disciples of Divine Emperor and the God Emperor are still no match for them. But a mere expeditionary forces is nothing in my eyes. Yang Fann smiled confidently. Putting aside the fact that this was the small chaos, he had the geographical advantage. Even if he didn't have the geographical advantage, Yang Fann was confident that he could defeat God Lord Yi Ma and the expeditionary forces. It was just a mere quasi-god king. In front of him, it was just a slightly stronger worm. Hiss. This. Did I hear it wrong? A mere expeditionary forces. Could it be? Could it be that His Highness is 3. C 2967 to capture the thief first capture the King Heavenly Devil Chaotic Ring, Ape Devil Chaos Domain, Dragon Ape Universe. Dao ancestor of primeval chaos sucked in a breath of cold air, and a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. God Lord Yi Ma was one of the best quasi-third Empyrean Great Dao sovereign warriors, even with the suppression of the chaotic will of the Great Dao. With all his strength, he can only use the 8th layer. He was afraid that he wouldn't be much weaker than an ordinary quasi-third Empyrean Great Dao sovereign warrior. Adding on the dozens of quasi-second layer warriors, there were hundreds and thousands of first-layer paragons, and most of them were ordinary quasi-third Empyrean paragons. If they were to fight them, the most they could do was fight 50-50. They might not even be as good as them. But what about Yang Fann? His tone and attitude were totally treating God Lord Yi Ma and the others like ants that could be killed at any time. He didn't take them seriously at all. It was impossible for Yang Fann to say that he didn't know how powerful God Lord Yi Ma was. It was Yang Fann who told them about their understanding of God Lord Yi Ma and the others. Compared to them, Yang Fann only knew how powerful God Lord Yi Ma and the others were, but he still said the same thing. Gulp, gulp. 3. Third Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Could it be that Yang Fann was a third Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign? But was this possible? According to the soul memories they had just obtained, a third Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was the limit that an ordinary creature in the small chaos could reach. Even the small chaos that had produced 7 or 8 times the Yanji period might not have a third Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign guarding it. Not to mention the fact that they had only been born with less than 2 Nanji. The limit of the small chaos was 9 Nanji cycles. Generally speaking, the time limit was 9 Nanji cycles. The 3 Nanji cycles were a period of time, and the limit corresponded to first layer respectively. In other words, if there were no special circumstances, after 4 cycles, they would have a chance to break through the bottleneck and advance to the Great Dao second layer. After 7 cycles, they would have a chance to give birth to a third Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. No matter how powerful His Royal Highness Yang Fann was, to be able to produce less than 2 cycles in the chaos and break through the boundary of a layer of chaos was already the limit. However, looking at Yang Fann's confident expression, it didn't seem like he was speaking nonsense. Your Highness, have you already decided? Broken through to the third Empyrean Dao ancestor of primeval chaos still could not suppress the curiosity in his heart and asked. What? His Highness is a great Dao third Empyrean. The hearts of the group of supreme beings and quasi-supreme beings skipped a beat. They looked at Yang Fann with disbelief. They were no longer fools who didn't know anything. They clearly understood what a great Dao third Empyrean meant. Yang Fann nodded slightly when he heard this. He didn't deny it. If he didn't give Dao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others a peace of mind, it would be very difficult for them to calm down. In any case, he only admitted to being a great Dao third Empyrean. However, he did not tell them clearly which level they were at. Both of them were great Dao third Empyrean supreme beings. The gap between them was like heaven and earth, and it did not mean that he had exposed his true strength. Yang Fann estimated that the current him had the combat strength of at least a high-grade third Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, and he might even have the strength to fight a top-grade third Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Of course, whether it was the truth or not, he still needed to fight a third Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign before he could verify it. Hiss. It's true. It's true. Third Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Although he had already guessed it, he still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he heard Yang Fann's affirmative answer. Strange. Monster, what a monster. If he remembered correctly, His Royal Highness Yang Fann still hadn't reached the age of 25 million eras. Compared to him, his ancestor, who had lived for so many eras, had lived like a dog. Nearly a billion eras had passed, yet he hadn't even broken through to the Great Dao second layer. He then looked at Yang Fann. Comparisons between people really make one angry. However, very quickly, that trace of loneliness was replaced by a burst of wild joy. Good. With His Royal Highness Yang Fann around, the expeditionary forces of Red Scale God Clan would no longer be a problem. It was unknown whether they would be able to leave the primal chaos alive and return to Red Scale chaos. Third Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, Quasi-Third Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. The difference between each word was like the difference between clouds and mud. It was much greater than the gap between a quasi-second layer and second layer. Not to mention, this was their territory, and they had an innate advantage. Perhaps His Highness really had a chance of defeating the Red Scale God clan. As long as they could get rid of the expeditionary forces and seize the opportunity to seal the Chaos Fissure, it would be enough to give them a few 100 billion eras of breathing room. This amount of time was nothing to them. Not to mention making any major breakthroughs, it was also possible for them to make some progress. It was a huge problem. For example, Tao, ancestor of primeval chaos's cultivation, had already been close to 100 trillion eras ago, and he had yet to make any progress. However, if these hundreds of billions of eras were placed on His Royal Highness Yang Fann's body, it would be a completely different concept. He had advanced to the third Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign before reaching 25 million eras. If he was given another few 100 to 100 billion eras to cultivate in seclusion, what realm would he be able to reach? It was completely beyond his imagination. He was afraid that the Great Tao Fourth Empyrean stage was the beginning. Even the Great Tao Fifth Empyrean realm was highly possible. As long as His Royal Highness Yang Fann advanced to the Great Tao Fifth Empyrean, even Divine Monarch Hong Lin would suffer a huge loss. The origin will of the chaotic Great Tao was not something a Fifth Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could suppress. Otherwise, the Red Scale God clan wouldn't be in such a troublesome situation. They were trying their best to open up the Chaos Fissure and analyze the rules of the chaotic Great Tao, and Divine Monarch Hong Lin attacked. Suppressing the Great Tao of Chaos, the origin will was enough. At that time, it would be a piece of cake for them to completely devour the small chaos. If His Highness advanced a step further, he would be lucky enough to break through to the Sixth Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. At that time, it wouldn't be the Red Scale Chaos devouring their chaos, but their chaos devouring the Red Scale Chaos instead. Once their chaos could devour the enormous Red Scale Chaos, they would be able to do so. Tao, ancestor of primeval chaos, swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. He didn't dare to continue imagining it. This was an ancient chaos that had devoured 13 small chaos. Its foundation was many times stronger than the newborn small chaos. In the next second, he asked Yang Fann, "Your Highness, what should we do next?" Unknowingly, Yang Fann had become the backbone of Tao, ancestor of primeval chaos, and the others. "Tao Father, your disciple will go straight to the Yin-Yang Divine Palace. You, as well as the patriarchs and elders, will go and sweep through the entire heavenly devil universe." Yang Fann pondered for a moment, then said, "Capture the leader of the bandits first. As long as we can capture that God Lord Yi Ma, the remaining divine sovereigns and divine generals of the Red Scale God clan will be nothing more than a bunch of useless chickens and dogs. They won't be able to accomplish much." "All right, Your Highness, we'll do as you say." Tao, ancestor of primeval chaos, didn't hesitate much and nodded his head in agreement. He didn't overestimate his own abilities and wanted to follow Yang Fann to the Yin-Yang Divine Palace. Yin-Yang Divine Palace, it was the temporary headquarters of the expeditionary forces of Red Scale God clan. A large number of expeditionary forces were gathered there. Quasi-God Lord alone had more than enough quasi-God Lords. They had followed Yang Fann to Yin-Yang Divine Palace. Apart from dragging Yang Fann down and distracting him, there wouldn't be a second outcome. It would be better to stay and remove the tumor in the heavenly devil universe. That disciple will go first." Cupping his hands, Yang Fann quickly tore through space. As for the safety of the Tao Father and the others, Yang Fann wasn't worried at all. In the heavenly devil universe, he had practically wiped out all the Divine Lord Red Scale God clans in the Red Scale God clan, leaving only a few Divine Lords behind. They were intermediate and low-level Divine Lords. With Tao, ancestor of primeval chaos, and the other's strength, with the support of the Chaos Great Tao's origin will, if they could not even take care of a branch of the red-scaled divine race that was practically in name, then their lives would be in vain. He could just buy a piece of tofu and knock himself to death, so as to avoid making a fool of himself. "Alright, let's set off as well later. We will definitely let this bunch of demons know what regret is." Killing intent flickered in Tao, ancestor of primeval chaos's eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of excitement. From the memory of quasi-God Lord's soul, he found out that these invaders from the outer chaos had been eliminated. However, they would receive the gift of the great Tao of chaos, causing their luck to skyrocket. If he killed too many of them, he would be able to break the shackles of the great Tao in one go. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the great Tao's second layer. Yes, we must make those devils regret invading our chaos. 2 hours later, Yin-Yang Divine Palace, Yin-Yang God Domain. Poochie. The void twisted, and Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. A quasi-god king, 16 quasi-god lord, 42 top divine sovereigns, 67 high divine sovereigns, 131 intermediate divine sovereigns, and 196 low-level divine sovereigns. Good, there's hope for me to break through to the high-level Chaos God King, and it's not impossible for me to break through to the middle-rank top-level Chaos God King in one go. C2968 Almighty God Yin Yang Divine Palace, Yin Yang God Domain. Wang. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with excitement. A quasi-god king, 16 quasi-god lord, 42 peak divine sovereigns, 67 high divine sovereigns, 131 intermediate divine sovereigns, and 196 low-grade divine sovereigns. This was absolutely the biggest fat sheep he had encountered so far. Even the gains he had obtained at the peak of Great Dao Divine Mountain were far less than 1 in 10,000. It was fine for those divine sovereigns and quasi-god lord, but God Lord Yi Ma was a peak quasi-third Empyrean Great Dao sovereign. The strength of his strength of origin was 10 million times stronger than a 5-star supreme being. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have seen high-level Chaos God King waving at him. Even his breathing became heavier. After breaking through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King, his overall strength was comparable to a 3rd Empyrean Great Dao sovereign. If his cultivation base broke through to a higher level, at that time, his combat strength would skyrocket to a higher level. Yang Fann couldn't even imagine what would happen next. 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign or 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. One should know that the Great Dao origin in God Lord Yi Ma's hand was also far beyond the imagination of a 5-star supreme being. It was not impossible for him to obtain 10 billion to 100 billion units of Great Dao origin. Even if his divine body of Great Dao Sovereign couldn't break through to the small success stage in one go, he was afraid that it wouldn't be too far off. Just the strength of divine body alone might be enough to kill some 2nd Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. In the next second, boom, a terrifying pressure that was comparable to a high-level 2nd Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, with Yang Fann as the center, was crushing towards the Yin-Yang Divine Domain. From the memories of the two quasi-God Lord's soul, Yang Fann learned that they had informed God Lord Yi Ma that he was a high-grade Divine Master. Now, this high-grade Divine Master of his had come to find him. God Lord Yi Ma would never avoid the battle. As a dignified quasi-God King, even if he was suppressed by the primal chaos Great Dao origin will, his combat strength was still not comparable to some peak Divine Lords, let alone a high-grade Divine Lord like him. That would be his chance. Otherwise, even if God Lord Yi Ma wanted to escape, Yang Fann wouldn't be able to guarantee that he would be able to suppress him. The foundation of the Red Scale God clan was beyond his imagination. As the commander of the expeditionary forces, who would know about those Divine Emperor? Did the God Emperor give him? Once God Lord Yi Ma escaped, it wouldn't be easy to find him in the boundless chaos. Without God Lord Yi Ma, he wanted to break through to the high-level Chaos God King in a short period of time. He wouldn't even think about it. Even if he could sweep away all the divine sovereigns in the Red Scale God clan's expeditionary forces. It was far less than what God Lord Yi Ma had expected. It was still unknown whether he would be able to step into the extreme middle-level Chaos God King realm or not in the end. He said that he had no choice but to take the risk and enter the Red Scale Chaos to search for resources. There were only so many resources in the primal chaos, and he had almost wiped them all out. With just my resources, not to mention billions of eras, even if I gave him 1,000 times or 10,000 times more time, he might not even have the strength to fight Divine Monarch Hong Lin. The seal could delay the invasion of Red Scale God Clan, but it wouldn't last forever. What kind of heaven-defying means did Divine Monarch Hong Lin have? It wasn't something he could imagine right now. Swoosh Poochie. Countless beehive fortresses could not withstand the pressure and collapsed into pieces. Hundreds of millions of divine weapons were turned into flying ashes before the priest could even scream. Ah, not good, the enemy is attacking. This pressure. God Lord, this was the pressure of a God Lord bitch. How could this be? Within those lowly natives, how is it possible for someone to match up to the Divine Lord? All the Divine Lords widened their eyes in disbelief. Yang Fann had arrived too quickly, and God Lord Yi Ma had yet to spread the news of the high-grade Divine Lord. Right at this moment, boom, a pressure that was 1,000 times more terrifying than Yang Fann's. A terrifying pressure that was more than 10,000 times stronger rose from the center of the yin-yang divine domain. The pressure collided with Yang Fann's. Very quickly, it suppressed Yang Fann's pressure. It's His Excellency Yi Ma. His Excellency Yi Ma has attacked. Ha ha ha, that lowly native is dead for sure. In next to no time, the spirits of all the divine lords were refreshed, and a wisp of a savage smile climbed onto their faces as they looked at Yang Fann. It was as though they were looking at a dead man. So what if he was a divine master expert? His Excellency Yi Ma was one of the strongest quasi-god king in the Red Scale God clan. His strength had already exceeded the limit of a divine master. The number of divine master experts that fell in his hands was innumerable. How could such a barbaric divine master be a match for His Excellency Yi Ma? Even if this place was in the chaos, His Excellency Yi Ma's cultivation base and strength wouldn't change much if he was suppressed by the great Tao origin will. Pucci. The void twisted and God Lord Yi Ma appeared in front of Yang Fann. He looked down at Yang Fann from above, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Lowly peasant, I haven't gone to find you yet, but you have already delivered yourself to my doorstep. Good, you are courting death. If it was somewhere else in the primal chaos, under the suppression of the great Tao's origin will, at most, he could defeat this indigenous God Lord and try to leave him behind. Lemeng would not exceed one level, but the yin-yang God domain was different. After their modifications, the laws within the yin-yang God domain, it was already very close to their red scale chaos. Here, although he still couldn't unleash his full combat strength, he could still unleash the strength of the 9th level. There wouldn't be much of a problem. As for his 9th level of combat strength, it was a perfect quasi-power of God King. More importantly, in the yin-yang divine realm, there were very few indigenous divine lords that could borrow the power of the chaos great Tao. Let alone 100 times, even 1,000 times amplification was a huge question mark. It could be said that the gap between the two sides had once more increased by 1,000 times, more than 10,000 times. Not to mention a high-level God Lord, even peak God Lords had a high chance of being completely suppressed by him. A high-ranked divine master slave, even His Majesty God King, would be moved by it. If he could obtain it and auction it off, with the help of this Yanji era, he would at least have the confidence to break through to the 3rd level and enter the ranks of the top expert in the Red Scale God clan. Unknowingly, a trace of excitement appeared on God Lord Yi Ma's face. Despicable barbarian, surrender obediently. Divine ability of the Grand Tao, Red Qilin descends to the world 2-ao. A loud beast roar resounded through the chaos. In the next second, the chaos started to distort, and a blood-red Qilin the size of a universe appeared behind God Lord Yi Ma. An extremely dangerous aura radiated from the blood-red Qilin, filling up the entire yin-yang divine domain. This aura was so ferocious and frightening, but it was also so high and mighty. It represented nobility, arrogance, and disregard all living beings. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, the pressure around God Lord Yi Ma's body increased rapidly, 100 times, 1,000 times, crazily and endlessly. Lowly aphids, come and die rumble. A palm struck out, transforming into a massive Qilin claw that blotted out the sun and covered half of the yin-yang divine realm. The power was so terrifying that it was more than 10 billion times stronger than a high-level divine lord. It was more than 100 billion times more powerful, and it had already faintly surpassed the limits of divine masters. It faintly had the power of a great Tao 3rd Empyrean sovereign. Hiss. This is the power of His Excellency Yi Ma. Terrifying, truly terrifying to the extreme. I'm afraid His Excellency Yi Ma isn't far from advancing to God King. Lowly savage, thinking that by breaking through the shackles of chaos and becoming a divine master, he can challenge the divine might of my race. That's courting death. C. 2969. The origin will of chaos. Yin-yang divine palace, yin-yang God domain. Boom boom boom. The eyes of the Red Scale God clan divine lords lit up. Their killing intent was boundless. They looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a dead man. In their point of view, God Lord Yi Ma's strike was terrifying. It wasn't much weaker than the mighty God King in their clan. It could be said that he was infinitely close to God King. As expected of His Excellency Yi Ma, one of the strongest quasi-God King in Red Scale God clan. He was so powerful that it made people's hair stand on end. He was dead for sure. That lowly barbarian was dead for sure. No one could save him. At that moment, you want to take my life with just you, aphid? Yang Fann sneered. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. Although this palm strike was terrifying and even slightly exceeded the scope of Second Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, it gave Yang Fann the feeling that there was nothing dangerous about it. His deduction was indeed correct. His overall strength had definitely reached the Third Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Furthermore, it wasn't as simple as a low-grade Great Tao Sovereign. What? Could it be that this indigenous being is hiding something? God Lord Yi Ma's pupils constricted, and a trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart. No, impossible. Up until now, the primal chaos had only existed for less than 2 eras. It was a miracle that a high-grade divine master could be born within such a short period of time. Pretending to be mysterious, this indigenous being must be deliberately mystifying. Break for me, rumble. The power of chaos god in his body surged like a chaotic storm, sweeping across the world. At this moment, Yang Fann no longer held anything back. The power of chaos god in his body was pushed to its limit. Hong Long, a terrifying might that was hundreds of billions, trillions of times more terrifying than God Lord Yi Ma erupted from Yang Fann's body, wreaking havoc in the divine realm. Bang the claw of the Qilin that blotted out the sun. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered into pieces by the invincible pressure. Ah, no, this is impossible. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. God Lord Yi Ma's eyes bulged as he let out a hysterical wail. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. That terrifying pressure. It gave him a feeling that it was even scarier than those high-ranked God King from the Red Scale God clan. He had the feeling that he was going to face top-level God King directly. He couldn't accept it, he couldn't accept it at all. Even if this native really did hide something, he would be able to fight a peak divine master, or even a quasi-God King. God King's expert was also a high-ranked God King. This was complete nonsense. It wasn't like high-ranked God King didn't have 2 people who were less than the age of Yanji. In the Red Scale God clan, a few Son of Monarch had advanced to high-ranked God King, or even top-level God King, but this small chaos wasn't the Red Scale chaos. The upper limit of the Great Tao had already been raised to the Great Tao 5th Empyrean. In this small chaos, every first layer. It's a big shackle. Not to mention, the resources inside were many times worse than the resources in the Red Scale chaos. He had lived for close to 8 cycles of Yanji, and he had never even heard of such a monster before, let alone seen or heard of it. Even the Supreme His Majesty the God Emperor of Red Scale Chaos had cultivated for nearly 8 eras under the shackles of the primal chaos, and had only broken through to the Third Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign after that. In reaching the advanced Great Tao Third Empyrean, that was after 9 cycles. How could a lowly native of the small chaos possibly surpass the Great His Majesty the God Emperor? Fake. All of this was fake. Aphids, obediently become the nutrients for my growth, rumble. The entire yin-yang divine realm sank into the limitless darkness. A heaven-sheltering big hand that was much larger than the yin-yang divine realm descended from the skies. Bang bang bang. The main battle fortresses that possessed the strength of quasi-sovereign of great perfection could no longer withstand the terrifying divine might. They were like dazzling fireworks that bloomed with their final rays of light. In an instant, the trillions of Red Scale God clan warriors in the vast yin-yang divine domain were reduced to ashes. Only the group of divine lords were still struggling to hold on. Ah, it's true, it's all true. High-ranked God King, he was really high-ranked God King. God Lord Yi Ma's pupils shrank. His eyes were filled with fear. He finally believed that frightening reality. There was really a heaven-defying monster in this small chaos. In just 2 short periods of time, it had broken through to the Great Tao Third Empyrean, and was even a high-ranked Great Tao Third Empyrean. Regret, boundless regret, was like a surging tide that was about to devour his soul. Initially, he thought that he was a pushover. In order to seize the position of the Expeditionary Forces commander, he had paid a hefty price for it. Who would have thought that it was actually a man-eating beast? If he had known that there was such a perverted monster in small chaos, he would have killed it. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never choose to be the person in charge of the expeditionary forces. Who the fuck wants to be the commander? I have bitterly cultivated for nearly 8 Yanji cycles and have gone through countless dangers. It wasn't easy for me to have today's cultivation base. Could it be that I'm going to fall at the hands of such a savage? Roar. Minghuo Blood Lotus, block it for me, boom. A bright fiery light rose from God Lord Yi Ma's head and turned into a blood-red lotus bed. Streams of black flames that represented death surrounded the surroundings and burned the surrounding voids. Minghuo's blood lotus was the strongest defensive divine artifact in God Lord Yi Ma's hand. It was a quasi-third Empyrean Great Tao divine artifact. In comparison to Great Tao Sovereign's cultivation base, the Great Tao divine artifact was also divided into 9 heavens. Every first layer was divided into top grade, intermediate, and lower grade. For example, the 5-star supreme grade Yang Fann's in Yang Fann's hands. They were the top grade first layer Great Tao divine artifacts. With Minghuo's blood lotus defense, even a low grade God King wouldn't be able to easily break through his defense. However, the one God Lord Yi Ma encountered was Yang Fann, the one who was more than 100 million times stronger than the low-level God King, high-rank God King. In less than an instant, bang, the dark death flames surrounding Minghuo's blood lotus were quickly extinguished. The entire lotus bed started to crumble at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah, no, I'm not willing surrender. It wasn't that God Lord Yi Ma hadn't thought of this before. It was just that this thought had just surfaced in his mind when it was snuffed out in his cradle. He couldn't afford to lose face when he, a dignified quasi-god king from the Red Scale God clan, surrendered to a lowly barbarian from the small chaos. Of course, the most important thing was that even if he surrendered, this barbarian would never let him go. These barbarians hated these invaders from the small chaos. They wished they could get rid of them as soon as possible. There were almost no survivors. Roar, even if you die, I will never let you live. All of a sudden, a ruthless look flashed across God Lord Yi Ma's eyes. The ferocity in his heart was completely ignited. Even if he had to die, he had to drag this barbarian down with him. Hong Long, a bloody light shot into the sky from God Lord Yi Ma's body. It was as bright as a pillar, piercing through the heaven-sheltering big hand that fell from the sky. At this moment, God Lord Yi Ma was like the legendary taboo existence that had transcended the time-long river and awakened in this era. The blood-red killing intent radiated out from all the pores and cells in his body, corroding the entire yin-yang divine domain. Puchi Puchi, Puchi. The weaker ordinary divine lords were instantly corroded by the killing aura, their bodies and souls extinguished. Only peak divine sovereigns that were comparable to 4-star sovereign and 5-star exalts remained. Quasi-God Lord was struggling to hold on. Even Yang Fann felt a faint sense of fear when he looked at God Lord Yi Ma. The strength that God Lord Yi Ma currently possessed was no less than his. In fact, it was even greater than his. This was definitely not God Lord Yi Ma's own strength. No matter how terrifying the forbidden divine ability was, there was a limit to it. It was rare to find someone who was a grade higher than him. Even if the foundation of the Red Scale God clan was far greater than their chaos, it would still be their limit if they could surpass 2 grades. It was absolutely impossible for someone to directly break through to the first layer by a few grades. Furthermore, the Great Tao of Slaughter was not God Lord Yi Ma's main cultivation. Right at this moment, boom, wind surged. The entire yin-yang divine realm turned into a stretch of purple thunder seas. A terrifying pressure that caused Yang Fann to tremble from the depths of the soul descended from the sky, sweeping through the world. Yang Fann was so shocked that he couldn't help but raise his head. Puchi. The thunder sea was torn apart, forming a gigantic crack that spanned for countless light years. Within the crack, a gigantic purple divine eye slowly opened. It looked down at God Lord Yi Ma from above, indifferent, impressive, disregarding all life. Almost at the instant the purple divine eye opened its eyes, a sense of oppression and trembling that penetrated deep into Yang Fann's soul swept through his heart, causing him to have the impulse to kneel down and worship it. It was an impulse that came from the depths of the soul. Hiss. This is the manifestation of the origin will of the chaotic Great Tao. C2970 Absolute Kill Yin-Yang Divine Palace, Yin-Yang God Domain. Yang Fann raised his head and looked at the purple divine eye in the endless thunder prison. A hint of enlightenment emerged in his heart. This purple divine eye was not something else. It was very likely the manifestation of the source will of their chaotic Great Tao. Other than the chaos Great Tao origin intent, he could not think of a second possibility that could make him submit and worship from the bottom of his heart in their chaos. However, the chaos Great Tao origin intent. Why did it suddenly appear? Yang Fann caught a glimpse of God Lord Yi Ma, who was struggling with his purple divine eyes. He seemed to have understood something. Woo woo woo. The backlash of the Great Tao. This is a backlash from the Great Tao number. Your Excellency God Lord, no, Your Excellency, stop. The group of peak divine lords who were lucky enough to survive let out mournful wails. Compared to Yang Fann, who only knew half of what had happened, they clearly knew what was happening. Unlike Yang Fann, who was a native of the primal chaos, before they could fully analyze the laws of the primal chaos, they would immediately suffer the backlash of the primal chaos Great Tao once they broke through the limits of the original will of the primal chaos Great Tao. However, under the analysis of the 8th layer chaotic law, the maximum power they could unleash was infinitely close to that of a third Empyrean Great Tao sovereign. However, the current God Lord Yi Ma's power had already exceeded that limit by hundreds of millions of times. He was simply challenging the original will of the chaotic Great Tao. God Lord Yi Ma didn't care about his life anymore if they wanted to fight against the source of the Great Tao of Chaos, not to mention a quasi-God king like God Lord Yi Ma. Even their Supreme His Majesty the God Emperor wouldn't be able to do it. In fact, it was unknown whether they could survive under the origin will of the chaotic Great Tao. Otherwise, conquering the other small chaos wouldn't require a lot of effort. As long as the God Emperors and His Majesty Divine Emperor made a move, it would be enough to suppress them. It was not that they were unwilling, but that they did not have the strength to do so. It was said that they wanted to suppress the origin will of a chaotic Great Tao. Even if it was a newly born Great Tao source of small chaos, it had to be at least a Great Tao 7th layer or higher, sovereign expert. In the void, God Lord Yi Ma's divine body kept trembling. Faintly, thin and dense cracks appeared on his body, as if he was enduring an indescribable pain. However, his eyes were filled with an unprecedented determination. Today, he was going to die for sure. However, before he died, he had to drag this barbarian along with him no matter what. This barbarian God King was definitely the biggest obstacle to Red Scale God Clan. With this barbarian here, the Red Scale God Clan would have 1,000 times or even 10,000 times longer time to annex small chaos. In order to completely suppress this savage God King, Quasi-God Emperor would have to be the one to do it. It was highly possible that there would be more than one or two Quasi-God Emperor. If he wanted Quasi-God Emperor to be unimpeded and step over the Chaos Fissure, wouldn't that be easier said than done? He had to analyze 95% of the rules of small chaos before he could do so. At this time, without tens of billions of eras, it would be impossible to even think about it. It had to be known that the further one analyzed the rules of small chaos, the more difficult it would be, especially when it came to more than 90% of the rules. Every minute of the rules would be analyzed by billions of eras. During this period of time, he had to ensure that God King's cultivation base and strength would not have any further breakthroughs. But was this possible? God Lord Yi Ma had a deep suspicion about this. This was the monster that defies the heavens who had broken through the double shackles in the newly born small chaos, which had only been born 2 times during the Yan period. The heaven-defying talent, even their Supreme His Majesty the God Emperor, was 1,000 times, 10,000 times worse than him. The consequences would be unimaginable once dozens of billions of eras were dragged on. This small chaos was nothing. There were still more than 7 eras left before the end of the chaotic era. Not to mention a billion eras, even 10 million eras were nothing to them. However, their red scale chaos couldn't afford to drag on for such a long period of time. 100 trillion eras. That was the best outcome. In fact, they were afraid that their red scale chaos would be destroyed in less than 50 trillion red scale chaos for the sake of the red scaled primal chaos, for the sake of the god race. Even if your soul is destroyed, I will still kill you, roar lowly savage, die for me, boom hong long. A terrifying blood-red sword light shot out from God Lord Yi Ma's head towards Yang Fann. This sword light was like blood, death, slaughter, and violence. Endless negative energies gathered together. With just a glance, it destroyed the soul and turned it into a killing demon that only knew how to kill. Poochie. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red sword light split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and 8 into a sea of blood. The endless blood-red sword chi killed everything in its path. Every single sword chi was no weaker than God Lord Yi Ma's ultimate attack. There were so many of them that it seemed like even the high and mighty God King could be killed without mercy. Buzz. An extremely dangerous aura enveloped Yang Fann's body, causing him to understand something. With his current strength, even if he didn't die from this strike, he would at least lose a layer of skin. This was the power of top-level God King, or even quasi-God Emperor. Roar mixed 9 forms, activate without any hesitation. Yang Fann pushed the mixed 9 forms to its limit. Not only that, he also unleashed another forbidden divine ability, the 10 rotations of the Dragon Sun. Hong Long. Boom. Yang Fann's chi was 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than before. The terrifying pressure seemed to be able to blow up the entire chaos. Poochie poochie, poochie. In all directions, countless blood-colored sword chi were crushed into pieces by the terrifying pressure. Break for me bang. A terrifying and invincible fist force swept across the god domain like a chaotic storm, colliding with the blood-colored sword chi si. A terrifying energy wave seemed to want to blow up the entire yin-yang divine realm. Bang, bang, bang. The group of peak divine lords had finally reached their limits. They were shredded to pieces by the violent energy waves, leaving only the 16 quasi-god lords struggling to hold on. However, each of them was bleeding from their 7 orifices, and their auras were in disorder. They were like a lone boat in the middle of a furious sea, in danger of being destroyed at any moment. Poochie poochie, poochie. Countless blood-colored sword chi passed through the chaotic storm and tore through Yang Fann's skin. They were like numerous blood-colored evil dragons, rushing into Yang Fann's body and destroying him. In just an instant, Yang Fann's body was covered with criss-crossing cracks that looked like spider webs. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique and great Tao sovereign's divine art were circulating crazily. The rolling power of devouring was rapidly absorbing the blood-colored sword chi. The dazzling divine power of the great Tao was like a warm current, crazily rushing towards Yang Fann's divine body, causing the terrifying wound on Yang Fann's body to heal at a visible speed. Ah, no, how is this possible? God Lord Yi Ma let out a hysterical wail. That sword strike was the sword chi that God King had given him to save his life. God King of Slaughter was one of the 12 God King of Red Scale God Clan. He was the ultimate expert of God King, just like how he was a divine master. His combat strength was infinitely close to Divine Emperor's. Although this life-saving sword chi wasn't the strongest attack of Slaughter God King, it wasn't any weaker than Quasi-God Emperor's ultimate attack. How could a mere high-ranked God King defend himself from this deadly strike? Especially the deadly strike, it contained the will to kill God King. Even if it was top-level God King, it would be extremely difficult to get rid of him after the sword chi of Slaughter entered his body. However, this savage God King, his injuries would be completely healed in a few breaths' time. No, this wasn't real. It couldn't be real. I don't believe it at this moment. Rumble. Within the Thunder Prison, the purple divine eye expanded and expanded. A purple divine lightning descended from the sky like a pillar and struck towards God Lord Yi Ma. At this moment, the original will of the chaotic great Tao seemed to have been infuriated by God Lord Yi Ma. The surging divine lightning destroyed the heaven and earth. Kai, 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 Kai. The vast blood-red sword chi si was like layers of thin paper, easily destroyed by the purple lightning, like a hot knife cutting through butter. 4. Yang Fann, who was circulating the 2 great divine skills with all his strength to heal his injuries, suddenly changed his expression. Ard not good. C2971. The great Tao was unfair. Yin-Yang divine palace, Yin-Yang god domain. Yang Fann's expression changed. Not good. The battle between him and God Lord Yi Ma had almost destroyed the entire Yin-Yang divine domain. Countless beehive fortresses of the Red Scale God Clan, along with hundreds of millions of soldiers of the Red Scale God Clan, had been destroyed into dust. Now, even the hundreds of Divine Lord Red Scale God Clans of the Red Scale God Clan were destroyed one after another, unable to withstand the violent pressure. One after another, their divine bodies collapsed and their bodies and spirits were destroyed. Only 16 Quasi-God Lord were left struggling. Many of them were seriously injured, and were on the verge of collapse. No one knew when they would explode and die. He had already suffered enough losses. If God Lord Yi Ma, a Quasi-God King, was killed by the great Tao Divine Thunder, he would surely die. He would really suffer a great loss. Furthermore, it would completely affect his future plans. Without God Lord Yi Ma, who was a Quasi-God King, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through to the high-level Chaos God King, even if he could wipe out the remaining Red Scale God Clan Divine Lords. Also, he would be able to plunder all the Chaos resources. He was afraid that it would be his limit to have Quasi-God Emperor's combat strength. Their small Chaos had only existed for less than 2 eras. They were far from reaching their peak state, and their resources were limited. Not to mention comparing with the Red Scale Chaos, even compared to the small Chaos, which had already given birth to 7 or 8 cycles and had entered the complete stage, the gap was thousands of times, tens of thousands of times. With quasi-god emperor's strength, it was virtually impossible for him to block the attack of the Red Scale God clan. The divine emperor and god emperors of the Red Scale God clan might not be able to enter the chaos ahead of time even if they had to pay any price. At that time, they would have to protect the primal chaos. He would have no choice but to enter the Red Scale chaos ahead of time and plunder resources. If it wasn't because he had no other choice, Yang Fann really didn't want to take this step. Although the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was incomparably profound, Yang Fann was very confident that he could hide it from those God King. Divine Emperor's eyes were sharp enough to disguise himself as a Red Scale God clan expert, but he wasn't afraid of 10,000, he was just afraid of what might happen. Once his identity was exposed, it would be a huge problem even if he wanted to run away from the headquarters of the Red Scale God clan. The Quasi-Great Tao, 4th layer, Great Tao 4th layer. That was a huge gap. The gap between them was more than 10 billion times, 100 billion times. Not to mention, there was also Divine Monarch Hong Lin who was comparable to a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He could probably kill a quasi-4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign with just a breath of air. No, he absolutely couldn't let God Lord Yi Ma die under the Great Tao Divine Thunder just like that. Buzz. In a split second, Yang Fann's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. Poochie. He couldn't be bothered to continue recovering from his injuries. With a move of his right arm, a huge hand crushed the void and grabbed onto God Lord Yi Ma, who was screaming hysterically, and kept him in the chaos. The killing of God King had only left God Lord Yi Ma with a life-saving sword. Now that the sword had been slashed out, God Lord Yi Ma was only a first quasi-God King warrior. Under the suppression of the Great Tao Divine Eye and the awe-inspiring power, his strength was suppressed to the lowest point. The power of 10 levels couldn't even be unleashed by a single level, and it was comparable to the power of a peak God Lord. None of them were strong enough to put up any resistance. Am I seeing things? That's savage. He saved His Excellency Yi Ma. What exactly is going on? How is it possible for him to? The 16 quasi-God Lords' eyes widened in disbelief. They were sworn enemies of the Savage God King. The Savage God King wished he could get rid of them as soon as possible, so how could he save God Lord Yi Ma? Was it their illusion, or did this Savage God King have something wrong with his mind? But soon, the group of quasi-God Lord was delighted. A glimmer of hope blossomed in their despairing hearts. Initially, they thought that they wouldn't be able to escape death after the death of His Excellency Yi Ma. To high-rank God King, they were just a bunch of lowly aphids. Not to mention a mere 16 people, even 100 or 1,000 times more wouldn't be enough for a single slap from high-rank God King. Never would they have thought that. Hong Long, ha ha ha, may His Majesty bless, there was hope, we are saved. Saving their mortal enemy of chaos in front of the quintessence will of the Grand Tao of Chaos. This action was not only challenging the origin will of the chaos, it was also betraying the chaos. Courting death, this Savage God King was courting death. In the void, the Great Tao Divine Eye stared at Yang Fann as if it was deep in thought. The terrifying pressure almost made Yang Fann unable to breathe. Unknowingly, Yang Fann's strength once again covered God Lord Yi Ma's entire body. If this Great Tao Divine Eye really did not let go of him, he would throw this God Lord Yi Ma out and let the Great Tao Divine Eye kill him. Although he didn't want to part with such a big fat piece of meat, it was nothing compared to his life. Not to mention God Lord Yi Ma, who was a quasi-God King. Even if it was the real God King, he wouldn't hesitate much even if it was Divine Emperor. In the future, he would talk about it in the future. At most, he would enter the Red Scale Chaos and take a risk. Those Divine Emperor and God Emperor might not be able to see through his disguise. The Great Tao Divine Eye was not something he could fight against at the moment. It was just a bolt of divine lightning, and it was so far away that it gave him an unprecedented sense of danger. It seemed like there was a voice in his heart telling him that even with the help of the 2 forbidden divine ability, his strength had increased by nearly 100,000 times. Under the attack of the Great Tao Divine Lightning, he would still have a slim chance of survival. If there was another bolt of Great Tao Divine Lightning, he would definitely be turned into ashes. There was no second possibility. This was a supreme power that could truly kill him. Attack! Do it quickly, kill this Savage God King bastard, what are you waiting for? Attack! 16 quasi-God Lord kept roaring in his heart, urging them to do it. They were not much better than Yang Fann. Their hearts were so nervous that they almost jumped out of their throats. If this barbaric God King didn't die, their lives wouldn't be guaranteed. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 5 breaths, 7 breaths. Bitch it, what the hell is that great Tao Divine I doing? The 16 quasi-god lords' faces were filled with unwillingness. 10 breaths had passed, and 10 breaths had already passed, but the great Tao Divine I still hadn't made a move. This didn't make sense at all. One should know that whenever the great Tao Divine I appeared, it would immediately make a move. Just like the great Tao Divine Thunder, God Lord Yi Ma only needed to use his killing sword to receive the great Tao Divine I's destructive strike. Not even an instant had passed during this period of time. But now, how long had it been? 0. Indistinctly, they felt a sense of unease in their hearts. It had been such a long time, yet they still hadn't made a move. Could it be that the principal will of the chaotic great Tao was? No, it couldn't be. The origin will of the chaotic great Tao didn't have any divine will. Everything was done according to the rules. This savage God King had obviously violated the rules, and the great Tao Divine I would never let this savage God King go. If I think too much, it must be because I think too much. Just wait and see. It will be the time of death for this savage God King. That's right, it would be the time of his death. 1 point, 3 points, 5 points, 10 points. Unknowingly, a quarter of an hour had passed. It's already been a quarter of an hour. The primal will of the chaos great Tao has yet to send down the great Tao Divine Lightning. Looks like I made the right bet. Yang Fann seemed to be lost in thought. His heart, which was still in his chest, was now mostly at ease. Even the energy that had enveloped God Lord Yi Ma's body had dissipated. He hadn't fought for such a long time. It seemed like the chaotic great Tao's origin will wouldn't be able to make another move after such a long period of time. It seemed to know what Yang Fann was thinking. Buzz. Within the endless thunder prison, the great Tao Divine Eye suddenly flashed with a purple glow. After which, it slowly closed its eyes. The next second, Kai, the endless thunder prison quickly dissipated. In the end, even the great Tao Divine Eye disappeared without a trace. The majestic pressure that made great Tao Sovereign unable to breathe disappeared in an instant. Disappeared. The great Tao Divine Eye disappeared just like that. No, how could this be? The great Tao was unfair. The great Tao is unfair. C-2972. First he would use the Yin-Yang Divine Palace, Yin-Yang God Domain. No, how could this be? The great Tao is unfair. The great Tao is unfair. The group of quasi-god lord let out heart-wrenching cries of unwillingness. How could this chaotic great Tao origin will be so biased? Clearly, that barbaric God King had already violated the rules of the chaotic world. Why didn't he kill this barbarian? He refused to accept it. I refuse to accept this. Within the void, Yang Fann let out a long breath. He felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Although 15 minutes had passed and the great Tao Divine I had yet to send out any great Tao Divine Thunder, he had already guessed that the chaotic great Tao's origin would not punish him. However, the great Tao Divine I did not retreat for even a second. He felt a little uneasy. Now, the great Tao Divine I had completely dispersed. This also meant that this matter had come to an end. In the next second, Yang Fann's heart was filled with wild joy. Taking down this God Lord Yi Ma meant that he shouldn't risk exposing his identity and enter the red scale chaos ahead of time. Next, it's them. Yang Fann shifted his gaze and his cold gaze fell upon the 16 quasi-god lord. Although these 16 quasi-god lord couldn't even match God Lord Yi Ma's combined strength, they were still meat no matter how small the mosquito was. Furthermore, these 16 quasi-god lord weren't mosquitoes, they were at least grasshoppers. Together, it was enough to raise his cultivation base by 2 or 3 grades, or even more. Among these 16 quasi-god lord, many of them had stronger strength of origin compared to Palatine, the number 1 person in the supreme rankings. It wasn't as simple as surpassing the first or second level, but several times, or even more than Palatine. Although Palatine was known as the number 1 person in supreme rankings and even had the title of the chaotic supreme being, the number of quasi-second Empyrean great Tao sovereign in the chaotic world didn't exceed 30. If Palatine was placed in the red scale chaos, not to mention the number 1 quasi-second Empyrean great Tao sovereign, even the top 10 or even the top 100 might not be able to squeeze into it. At most, he could be considered one of the best among the quasi-second Empyrean great Tao sovereign. He was invincible below second Empyrean great Tao sovereign. There was a huge gap between them. Not good. This savage God King has his eyes on us. No. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, flee, flee immediately. The 16 quasi-god lord quivered. They no longer cared about the injustice of the great Tao. Each of them used all of their skills, using all kinds of forbidden divine ability to escape in all directions. Although they knew that with their weak cultivation base, it was extremely likely that they would be able to escape from the hands of high-ranked God King. However, everyone had the intention of being lucky. These quasi-god lord were no exception. It would be better for them to fight with their lives on the line. What if they managed to escape with their lives? Roar. Fire Spirit Divine Escape Technique Forbidden Divine Ability, Dragon Blood Seething Godly Zumi Shuttle, Burn Your Source. You want to escape, is that possible? The corner of Yang Fann's mouth cracked open, revealing a hint of disdain. He was a second-layer warrior, nearly 10 levels lower than him, yet he still wanted to escape from his hands. These quasi-god lord were really whimsical. The gap between the two of them was even greater than the gap between Universe Lord and Great Tao Sovereign, who had just stepped out of the universe. If they were allowed to escape, what was the point of him cultivating his Tao? What was the point of trying to invade the red scale chaos? He would just find a rope and wipe his neck to prevent himself from making a fool of himself. Hong Long, a terrifying and invincible strength of soul swept out from Yang Fan's body. It turned into a soul net that covered the entire sky. Ah, no, let go of me, you bastard, let go of me, lowly savage, you dare. I am the son of God King Luo Mo. If you dare to harm me, my royal father will not divorce you. Ah. Lowly savage, what are you trying to do? Stop right there. Are you really going to fight to the death with my red scale god clan? You won't let me go. I won't let your red scale god clan go, Yang Fann sneered. There was only one outcome for your red scale god clan, including those divine emperor and god emperors, and that was to become the food for my growth. Lowly barbaric man, you won't have a good end. I will wait for you below, at the edge of the primal chaos. After nearly one era passed by, the Beulah primal chaos ring had completely disappeared and was devoured by the chaos fissure. And with the chaos fissure as the center, the surrounding area was huge. The chaotic starry sky was densely packed with honeycomb fortress the size of a low-level universe. The red scale god clan troops were wearing red scale armor and had red horns on their heads. Under the lead of the divine generals, they shuttled back and forth from time to time and patrolled the surroundings. The security was so tight that not even a mosquito could fly in and get close to the chaos fissure. Although God Lord Yi Ma didn't think that the natives of the small chaos had the strength to counterattack them, he still had a large number of chaos fissures guarding the vicinity of the chaos fissure. Putting aside everything else, just that quasi-god lord had left behind 36 chaos fissures. Adding on the other trump cards he left behind, even an ordinary middle and low-level divine lord would have a hard time dealing with these chaos fissures. This chaos fissure was the red scale god clan's only entrance to the small chaos. It was the mighty divine monarch Hong Lin. He had spent a lot of vital energies to barely break through the defense of the chaotic great Tao's origin will, opening up a gap. If something were to happen to this chaos fissure, it wouldn't take a short time for it to open up another chaos fissure and enter the small chaos. Furthermore, this was the expeditionary force's only way out. If they were to encounter any major changes in the small chaos, they would be able to use this chaos fissure to return to the red scale chaos. At this moment, near the chaos fissure, countless honeycomb fortress were in an orderly manner. There was no sign of panic, and everything was normal. The temporary headquarters had been destroyed, and the news of the expeditionary force's person in charge, God Lord Yi Ma, being suppressed by someone hadn't spread to this place. Unlike the previous battle with the divine sovereigns of Red Scale God Clan, Yang Fann didn't use his full strength. He even hoped that Red Scale God Clan would find out about his true strength. Yang Fann had no intention of sealing off the information, but after the battle with God Lord Yi Ma, his strength had firmly sealed off the entire Yin-Yang divine domain. He had cut off all the secret techniques of the Red Scale God Clan, including their soul sensing. It wasn't time for his true combat strength to be exposed. Otherwise, if he attracted the attention of the Red Scale God Clan, there might be some unexpected changes. Besides, the divine lords around the chaos fissure were not small pieces of fat meat. Once they found out that God Lord Yi Ma had been suppressed, as long as their heads were not clamped by the door, they would be able to return to red scale chaos through the chaos fissure. Buzz. Suddenly, the void distorted, and Yang Fann's figure appeared in the chaos fissure's billions of light years away. After suppressing the temporary headquarters of the Red Scale God clan in the Yin-Yang Divine Realm, Yang Fann didn't go and find trouble with the major branches of the expeditionary forces. Instead, he threw himself at the Chaos Fissure. As long as the Chaos Fissure was sealed and their escape route was cut off, those surviving disciples of the expeditionary forces would be like turtles in a jar. It was up to him to torture them as he wished. Boom! A divine light flashed in his eyes as he directly saw through countless space-time. He ignored the layers of seals. There was nothing Yang Fann could hide in the vicinity of the Chaos Fissure. Alright, I didn't waste my time very quickly. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. The number of experts behind him was even greater than his understanding. Apart from the 36 quasi-god lord, there were also 111 peak divine lords, 236 high divine lords, 373 intermediate divine lords, and 516 low divine lords. The number of Source of Chaos was no less than Great Tao Sovereigns when he was at the peak of the Source of Chaos. The quality of the Great Tao Sovereigns was even higher. If not for him, the 1,000 divine lords alone would have had the power to sweep away their chaos. The strength of Red Scale Chaos was indeed not something the small chaos could imagine. However, to him, this wasn't a bad thing. It was still a good thing. The stronger Red Scale God clan became, the more he could suppress them in the future. Only then would he have the chance to advance to Great Tao Sovereign. If the Red Scale God clan was as chaotic as them and didn't even have second Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he would be truly disappointed. At that time, he wouldn't even need to talk about atavism, he would be able to advance to the advanced Great Tao Sovereign. It's a big problem. Now, let's start with the expeditionary forces. 5C2973 10,000 swords / Divine Formation Chaos Fissure, billions of light years away. Wang. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent. The next second, boom, a terrifying pressure that was comparable to God Lord Yi Ma's radiated out with Yang Fann as the center. In an instant, it covered the entire Chaos Fissure. It was a huge area in the chaotic starry sky. A group of aphids whose cultivation base was lower than quasi-god lords wasn't qualified to make him use his full strength. Bang bang bang. In the blink of an eye, the huge Red Scale God clan's main battle fortress couldn't withstand the violent pressure. It turned into bright fireworks and exploded. Ah, not good, enemy attack, woo woo woo. Save me roar. Dark Flame Divine Dipper Formation, activate. Boom. Dark flames that could burn first layer Great Tao Sovereign rose from all around the Chaos Fissure, turning into a dark flame barrier that covered the four-direction starry sky. Dark Flame Divine Dipper Formation. This was a top-grade defensive divine formation that God Lord Yi Ma had personally set up. If God Lord Yi Ma was in charge of this formation, even quasi-God King warriors wouldn't be able to break through it if God King didn't come out. However, under the rolling divine might, cracks began to appear on the dark flame barrier. Furthermore, the cracks were still expanding in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah, no, the dark flame barrier is shattering. This pressure. God Lord Expert, this is the pressure of a God Lord Expert. No, it's not even an ordinary middle or low-level God Lord. A peak divine master, at the very least, is a peak divine master, or even a quasi-God king. Bitch it, how could this be? How could there be such an expert in small chaos? Endless panic and uneasiness spread in the hearts of the thousands of divine Lord Red Scale God clans in the Red Scale God clan. Without God Lord Yi Ma personally controlling the Dark Eye Divine Gang formation, even though its defense had dropped by a level, it was still an easy task to block the attack of an intermediate or even a high-level divine master. However, what they saw was that the dark flame barrier had collapsed at the first blow of the awe-inspiring power. Woo 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 woo, what should they do? What should we do? The divine lord experts were like ants on a hot pan, burning with anxiety. If it was a high-level divine lord, the combined strength of over 1,000 divine lords, the geographical advantage they had carefully crafted, and the trump cards that God Lord Yi Ma had left behind, it was not that they did not have the strength to fight. Even if they were not a match, it was very likely that they could hold on until God Lord Yi Ma returned to reinforce them. Several million eras passed. In the chaotic starry sky near the Chaos Fissure, it was almost assimilated by their Red Scale Chaos. Even the source will of the Chaos Great Tao. At this moment, the environment of the chaotic starry sky was not much different from the Red Scale Chaos. They were divine sovereigns. Their strength would not be greatly suppressed here. On the contrary, the strength of these natives of the small chaos would be greatly reduced. However, Their opponent was a peak divine master, or even a quasi-god king. This power was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than a high-level divine master. It was not something an ant like them, who was not even a divine master, could fight against. Once the dark flame barrier was completely shattered, it would be their end. Quickly inform His Excellency Yi Ma, quickly inform His Excellency Yi Ma, quasi-god lord shouted anxiously. Although the divine domain of Yin Yang was half a step away from the Chaos Fissure, even with God Lord Yi Ma's speed, it would take him at least a few days to return to the Chaos Fissure. With the speed at which the dark flame barrier collapsed, let alone a few days, it would be a big problem if he could hold on for a day. However, this was their only hope. What if His Excellency Yi Ma was not in the divine domain of Yin Yang and was near them instead? I wish to request assistance from God Lord Yi Ma. A playful smile flashed across Yang Fann's face. The entire chaotic starry sky was under his surveillance. The reactions of these divine lord experts were completely exposed, and he could clearly see them. However, Yang Fann didn't stop them. If they wanted to ask for help, they could just ask for help. As long as they did not send his information back to Red Scale Chaos, everything else was nothing. Besides, God Lord Yi Ma had already been suppressed by him. Their request for help would only be useless. Ah, no, what on earth is going on? Why was His Excellency the Divine Lord doing this? Why is he here? Very quickly, many of the quasi-god lords' expressions changed once more. Their secret signals were like stones sinking into the ocean, without any reaction. This shouldn't be the case. This shouldn't be the case. If it was any other time, God Lord Yi Ma would have been in secluded cultivation and wouldn't have replied to their secret message. But now, this was the critical moment of the Expeditionary Forces' expedition in small chaos. As the commander of the expeditionary forces, it was impossible for God Lord Yi Ma to go into secluded cultivation. Could it be that His Excellency Yi Ma? No, this is impossible. His Excellency Yi Ma is a supreme expert that is second only to God King. How can these lowly natives suppress His Excellency Yi Ma? Even if this wasn't the Red Scale Chaos and the enemy had a geographical advantage, the barbarian divine master could at most defeat God Lord Yi Ma. It wouldn't be a threat to God Lord Yi Ma's safety. Unless, this barbarian divine lord wasn't the strongest amongst the barbarians. There was also the true God King expert on it. But was that possible? This was a newly born small chaos with less than 2 Yan eras. Perhaps His Excellency Yi Ma received our request for help and rushed back to save us. Yes, that must be it. That must be it. Everyone, hold on. His Excellency Yi Ma will come to rescue us soon. These Red Scale God Clan divine lords really know how to make up their minds. Yang Fann found it funny, but he did not break their beautiful fantasies. He did not use any more strength either. He destroyed the dark flame barrier in one go. These aphids were like turtles in a jar, so he decided to play with them. He didn't need a day more. 1 minute, 15 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours later. Kai. The dark flame barrier was filled with criss-crossing cracks that spanned hundreds of thousands to tens of millions of light years. They were like glass filled with cracks. It seemed that with a light touch, it would completely shatter. Woo. Why hasn't His Excellency Mao come yet? 8 hours. It has been 8 hours. 2 hours. At most, there will be another 2 hours before the dark flame barrier completely collapses. Many divine lords cried out in grief. Their blood-red eyes were filled with despair. After 8 hours, not only was the dark flame barrier on the brink of collapse, they had also used up all the trump cards that God Lord Yi Ma had left them. However, it was useless. Not to mention forcing back the native divine lord, they had not even touched the 10,000 light years land of the native divine lord. Time slowly passed. Soon, another half an hour passed. Bang! The heavens and the earth split apart. The dark flame barrier had finally reached its limit. It shattered and completely collapsed, with one of the Tao collapsing. There were also the divine lord experts' minds. Ah, it's not. It's over, he was dead for sure, we're dead for sure, woo. Am I going to die in the hands of this lowly indigenous being today? No, I haven't taken that step and become a god lord, I'm not willing, roar. I'm the son of the God King of Heavenly Song, the future God King. How could I die under the hands of such a lowly barbarian? Woo. Someone save me, save me. A few breaths later, all of the whales stopped. In the huge chaotic starry sky, apart from the chaos fissure that had swallowed half of the Beulah chaotic ring, there was nothing else that could be found. A honeycomb fortress and an expert from the Red Scale God clan. If it wasn't for the fact that there were still traces of destruction left around the chaotic ring, it would have made people suspect that this was just a dream. Next is this chaos fissure. As long as we temporarily seal this chaos fissure, the Red Scale God clan won't be able to put our small chaos in danger for a short period of time. It's him 10,000 Swords God Slaying Formation. C2974, 100 billion Great Tao origins not far from the chaos fissure. Yang Fann pondered for a moment. After eliminating all the divine formations, he finally made up his mind. He set up a 10,000 Swords God Slaying Formation and temporarily sealed the chaos fissure. The Tao of formation was not Yang Fann's forte, even though he had absorbed so much of Great Tao Sovereign's soul memories. Comprehension of the Tao of formation, Yang Fann's attainments in the Tao of formation. They were all extremely limited. There was no need to even mention comparing them to his heaven-defying combat power. Even compared to some 5-star supreme beings who specialized in the Tao of formations, it was still quite lacking. They could only be compared to some 2-star and 3-star Great Tao Sovereign. However, this 10,000 Swords God Slaying Formation was one of the biggest exceptions among the myriad of divine formations. This wasn't a divine formation that was too profound. Not to mention Great Tao Sovereign, even some quasi-supreme beings could easily set up this formation. However, his power wasn't any weaker than the other peak-grade divine formations. In fact, it might even surpass them. The 10,000 Swords God Slaying Formation, all of its power was determined by the 10,000 divine swords that were placed in the formation. With 10,000 top-level Chaos Origin Divine Artifact grade divine swords, setting up this 10,000 Swords God Slaying Formation would barely be able to fight against first-layer Great Tao Sovereign. It was still the weaker intermediate and low-grade first-layer Great Tao Sovereign. Even if it was the lowest grade first-layer Great Tao Divine Artifact, its power would shock the heavens and earth. It could easily kill a quasi-god king like God Lord Yi Ma. Even if it was a real god king, if he was careless, he would lose a layer of skin or even be killed by it. However, it was easier said than done to use 10,000 Great Tao Divine Artifact grade divine swords to set up this formation. Even though Yang Fann had suppressed so many of Great Tao Sovereign's Great Tao Sovereigns, the amount of Great Tao Divine Artifacts in his hands was far from enough, let alone the Great Tao Divine Artifact Divine Swords and Divine Swords. If one were to really talk about it, one would have to thank God Lord Yi Ma and the others for their generous donations. The abundance of resources in Red Scale Chaos, this ancient chaos, was far from what a newborn chaos that could give birth to less than 2 eras could compare with. In the primal chaos, a 1-star supreme was equivalent to a low-grade first layer, Great Tao Sovereign. Many of them didn't even have the Great Tao Divine Artifact. Even Cymbidium and the other 5-star supreme experts didn't have it. There were very few that had over 100 Great Tao Divine Artifacts in their collection. However, none of these Red Scale God Clan Divine Lords had Great Tao Divine Artifacts that could be counted on one hand. For example, Quasi-God Lord had Great Tao Divine Artifacts in his hands. Were stably more than 3 digits, and not just a little bit. Especially God Lord Yi Ma, who was a quasi-God king. He had gathered nearly half of the 10,000 Swords God Slaying Formations needed for the 10,000 Swords God Slaying Formation. 10,000 Swords God Slaying Formation. Yang Fann's expression was serious, his body was surrounded by a bright divine light, and he looked solemn and dignified, causing people to feel deep respect for him. Boom 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 boom. Thousands of sword lights shot out from Yang Fann's body. The sword beams tore through the chaos like dragons, and countless sword intents flashed within them as they slashed through the void. It was incomparably sharp. All the profundities of the sword Tao were fully comprehended within it. At this moment, if there was a sword cultivator here, then he only needed to take a glance before he would be able to comprehend the supreme sword Tao immediately, and his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, not a single sword cultivator could see this scene. 2 hours later, a huge world of sword chi swept across the chaos, covering the entire Beulah chaotic ring and the nearby chaotic starry sky. Countless sword chi swept across the place. Each sword chi was no weaker than a full-powered strike from Quasi-God Lord. If an ordinary divine master entered, they would be minced into pieces in just a few breaths' time. Yang Fann let out a long breath. With the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation guarding the Chaos Fissure, small chaos would be safe for the time being. Among the 10,000 divine swords, not all of them were low-grade first-layer Great Dao divine artifacts. There were more than 1,000 intermediate first-layer Great Dao divine artifacts, over 300 high-grade first-layer Great Dao divine artifacts, and a total of 106 high-grade first-layer Great Dao divine artifacts. There were even 18 second-layer Great Dao divine artifacts among them. In order to increase the power of the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation as much as possible, Yang Fann took out the 10,000 best quality divine swords in his hand. Compared to the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation laid out by the 10,000 low-grade first-layer 10,000 Swords God-slaying formations, its power was 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger. Even a high-rank God King like Yang Fann would be in danger of dying if he ventured too deep into the pagoda. As for a quasi-God King like God Lord Yi Ma, it would be a big problem if he could survive for 2 hours. After setting up the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation, Yang Fann didn't leave. Boom! With a thought, a beam of light appeared 10,000 light-years away from the Sword Chi world. It expanded and expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a small world. Yang Fann was preparing to enter secluded cultivation here and guard this chaos fissure. Although he was confident in the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation, with the current scale of the chaos fissure, those divine masters, quasi-God King, would die if they came. However, he was not afraid of 10,000, just a little bit. If something really happened, he would be able to make up for it by staying here. Of course, the most important thing was that Yang Fann had his eyes on the Red Scale God Clan's experts. Those divine weapons, divine officers, and divine generals of the Red Scale God Clan would be dead, but if divine lords, divine masters, and even quasi-God King were killed by the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation, he would suffer a great loss. Especially those quasi-God King. Every single one of them was extremely rich, and they were the fat sheep among the fat sheep. For example, God Lord Yi Ma, not to mention the other divine herb divine weapons, just the source of the Great Tao alone, Yang Fann had looted hundreds of billions of units. He recalled how he had spent so much effort to collect 110s of millions of units of the Great Tao origin source. Sigh, just thinking about it made one's heart ache. Compared to the Red Scale Chaos, their chaos was a place where birds would not pull. If it wasn't for the fact that devouring their small chaos could increase the limit of the primal chaos in the Red Scale Chaos, they wouldn't have come here even if they took the initiative to open the door and ask God Lord Yi Ma and the others to come here. The Heavenly Devil Chaotic Ring, the Heavenly Devil Chaos Domain, and the Heavenly Devil Universe. Bang! The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, the guardian formation that the Red Scale God Clan had painstakingly built had finally reached its limit under the frenzied attacks of Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the other 10 to 500 quasi-supreme experts. It shattered. Ha 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 ha. Good, the guardian formation has been broken. Everyone, follow me and kill them all. Kill them all, beautiful girls, your death has come. Kekakekaki. Look at my divine ability. Great slaughter art, brother Star Luo. Are you interested in competing with me to see who kills more? Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the other 10 to great exalts, close to 500 quasi-exalts, all revealed ferocious glints. They were like vicious tigers that ate humans one after another, slaughtering their way into the flock of sheep. It was a complete one-sided slaughter during the Battle of the Dragon Ape Universe. The Red Scale God Clan's Heavenly Devil Universe branch had virtually already existed in name only. The strongest were no more than 1 or 2 intermediate divine sovereigns. There were only a handful of low-level divine sovereigns who were inferior to Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos, so how could they be a match for Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the rest? One had to know that under the suppression of the Chaos Great Tao's origins will, the strength of these divine lords was reduced by a grade, especially these lower-grade divine lords. They were not much stronger than some half-step martial saint divine lords. Ah, lowly natives, you will have your retribution. His Excellency Yi Ma will not let you go. Aborigines, I curse you to die a horrible death. One day later, the vast Heavenly Devil Universe was silent. All the Red Scale God Clans from the Red Scale God Clan, including the 4 divine lords, were slaughtered. The entire Heavenly Devil Universe had been set up by Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos. These Red Scale God Clans from the Red Scale God Clan would not be able to escape even if they had wings. This is a message from His Highness. Suddenly, Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos raised his eyebrows. He had just lost himself in the battle, and for a moment, he did not notice Yang Fann's message. Hiss. His Highness actually sent a message. He actually. Very quickly, Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos sucked in a breath of cold air, shivering and unable to speak. Dao Father, what happened to His Highness? Cave Mysterious Sovereign, who wasn't too far away, felt his heart tighten as he hurriedly asked. His Royal Highness Yang Fann was their only hope to resist the invasion of the Red Scale God clan. If anything bad happened to him, their chaos would truly be over. Dong Zan, you all can see for yourselves. Hiss. Destroy the headquarters of Red Scale God clan's Yin Yang God domain and seal off the Chaos Fissure. How long has it been? Am I seeing things? C-2975 sweeping through the Red Qilin Celestial Race Heavenly Devil Chaotic Ring, Heavenly Devil Chaos Domain, Heavenly Devil Universe. Cave Mysterious Sovereign, Parathion and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. What did they just see? His Royal Highness Yang Fann not only did he sweep across the Yin-Yang Divine Domain and suppress the Quasi-God King, God Lord Yi Ma, he even sealed the Chaos Fissure. How long had it been? Even if he calculated everything, it hadn't even been 3 days. No, that's not right. This was the information from a day ago. In other words, His Highness had used less than 2 days, or even less than a day to complete this shocking plan. Gulp, gulp. This is the power of a third Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Or is it His Highness? What else does he have to hide? Hiss. This shouldn't be possible, right? If there was still concealment. Then, would there be any way for the others to survive? Only, when they thought of Yang Fann's heaven-defying talent, the group of supreme beings, and quasi-supreme beings, they felt a bit uncertain. A third Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign who was not even 25 million eras old. This kind of monster, what couldn't happen to him? It was a miracle in itself. Phew. Thankfully luckily, His Royal Highness Yang Fann was a disciple of the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. If this was their enemy, they would not be able to sleep or eat in peace in the future. They might as well find a rope to wipe their necks, so that they wouldn't have to be afraid every day. They were deeply afraid that this monster would come knocking on their door and take their lives. At this moment, everyone, what do you think of His Highness's proposal? Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos asked. Not only did Yang Fann roughly report to Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos that God Lord Yi Ma and the others had been killed, he also told them that the Chaos Fissure had been sealed. At the same time, he also suggested that they take the initiative to attack the other major branches of Red Scale God Clan, and even eliminate the remaining survivors of Red Scale God Clan in the chaos. The Chaos Fissure had been completely sealed by him, and now was the best time to shut the door and beat the dog. Dao Father, what's there to consider? We are going to live with that bunch of women. Either you die, or I die. Right, we'll fight to the death with that bunch of girls. The 9 Supremes echoed in agreement, each and every one of them filled with killing intent. They wanted to fight to the death with the Red Scale God clan. That battle just now, however, they had tasted the sweetness of this battle. These beautiful girls of the Red Scale God clan. They were crazily plundering their chaos resources. No one knew how many God race forces there were. They had been destroyed by their hands, each and every one of them could be said to be extremely rich. After a day of plundering, most of the other families were. It had been more than doubled, even for Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos. His value had increased by more than a level. Furthermore, after a large-scale massacre of these Red Scale God clan's experts, they could clearly feel that there seemed to be an invisible force supporting them. Even their bottlenecks seemed to be weakened by a lot. Many invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection even had a feeling that if they were to massacre the Red Scale God clan on such a large scale, they wouldn't need to consume any great Dao Divine herb to take the final step, atavism's position. Everything was going according to plan. It was much more useful than consuming those great Dao Divine herbs. With their talent and potential, relying on those great Dao Divine herbs would give them a chance to advance to great Dao Sovereign. That was pretty good. It was truly a hopeless situation. Of course, the most important thing was that this operation was a win-win without any risk at all. Yang Fann had invited them to deal with the major branches of Red Scale God clan, not to send Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others to their deaths. The major branches of Red Scale God clan weren't any weaker than the Heavenly Devil branch. In fact, they were even more powerful. Every branch had a few quasi-God Lord, or even more than a handful of them. Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others alone would be like meat buns hitting a dog when facing any major branch. They wouldn't be able to return alive. The reason why Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others were called was to take care of them and let them follow behind him to pick up some benefits. Although Yang Fann wanted to stay in the Chaos Fissure and not leave without permission, it didn't mean that he didn't have the means to deal with those Red Scale God clan. Because of this, Yang Fann directly split out 10 soul duplicate. Apart from the destroyed Heavenly Devil branch and the temporary headquarters of the Yin-Yang Divine Domain, in this era, the Red Scale God clan had also established 10 major branches. As for Yang Fann's 10 Great Soul Duplicate, it was just right for the 10 major branches of the Red Scale God clan. Although each soul duplicate was less than 1/1000th of the combat strength of the other true bodies, what kind of cultivation base and strength did Yang Fann have? Each soul duplicate was no weaker than a quasi-god king like God Lord Yi Ma. He had to deal with those divine masters, divine lords and quasi-god lord. That would be a piece of cake. 1 month later, Wang, in the heavenly demon universe, the void distorted and formed a space wormhole. In the next second, 10 identical-looking and imposing black-clothed youths stepped out from within. They were the Yang Fann soul duplicate that had rushed over from the Chaos Fissure. Look, His Highness is here. Greetings, Your Highness. After a round of greetings, very quickly, each soul duplicate brought along a supreme being and dozens of quasi-supreme beings as they soared into the sky. With the strength of 10 soul duplicate, any one of them could easily sweep across all the major branches of Red Scale God clan. The operation of 10 soul duplicate was a complete waste of time. Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, Hunyuan Universe. At this moment, the Hunyuan Universe had changed greatly. It no longer had the appearance of a fairyland. Almost all the divine mountains had turned into ruins. What was left behind were only honeycomb fortress the size of a low-grade universe. There were hundreds of millions of them, covering the entire Hunyuan universe. Billions of years ago, the Heavenly Devil God Palace had fallen into the enemy's hands. How could the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, which was right next to them, survive? In less than 100 million years, the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace and many other subsidiary powers of the Tao Palace had fallen. Fortunately, the Dragon Sovereign and the others had predicted that such a day would come. They had led the elders and disciples of the Tao Palace away from the Hunyuan universe. Apart from the loss of territory, there weren't many casualties. Pucci, the cosmic crystal wall of Hunyuan universe was ripped apart like a curtain. Yang Fann brought Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the 50 quasi-supreme experts with him and took a step forward. Looking down at the Hunyuan universe that had been affected by the disaster, Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the other quasi-supreme experts' eyes turned red. They looked like the completely enraged wild beast that wanted to eat someone. Although they had already expected that the Red Scale God clan would never let the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace go after seeing the whereabouts of the Heavenly Devil universe, the fury in their hearts was still like billions of volcanoes erupting in their hearts, as if it was going to destroy their rationality. The Hunyuan universe of the past was so beautiful, it was like a fairyland. Now, it was just a ruin, and there were traces of destruction everywhere. No one knew how much time and energy it would take to restore the Hunyuan universe to its original state. Death, all these girls should be cut into thousands of pieces. These bunch of beautiful girls, they should be killed. Yang Fann's eyes turned cold, and a cold killing intent flashed across his eyes. There were hundreds of thousands of era living in Hunyuan universe. To him, Hunyuan universe could be considered half his home. To think that these girls would cause such a disaster to Hunyuan universe. They deserved to die 10,000 times over the next second. Boom. Yang Fann no longer suppressed his power, and his power was now on par with the terrifying power of a third Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. With Yang Fann as the center, he swept out with a mighty force. Ah, not good, it's an enemy attack. Quickly activate the Guardian Formation. Quickly activate the Guardian Formation. Ah, that wasn't the case. How could this indigenous being be so strong? All right, as expected of His Royal Highness Yang Fann, he was able to break through the barrier so easily. Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos's eyes lit up. This Guardian Formation was much stronger than the Heavenly Devil Universe's Guardian Formation. However, it couldn't even last a breath of time in Yang Fann's hands. Thinking about them, with so many people working together, it took them 2 days and 2 nights to break the Heavenly Devil Universe Guardian Formation. It was really embarrassing, but very quickly, Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos couldn't care about whether it was shameful or not. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he roared, "The barrier has been broken, kill 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 all of them, kill kill just this bunch of beautiful girls." 10,000 swords god slaying formation, 10,000 light years away, a newly created small world. Yang Fann sat cross-legged, quickly refining the source of the great Tao in his hand. He didn't pay too much attention to the matter of Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others wiping out the Red Scale God clan survivors in the chaos. With the help of his great soul duplicate, if these survivors of Red Scale God clan couldn't be eliminated, then they could really find a piece of tofu and kill themselves with a headbutt. 0. Nearly 110 billion units of Great Tao origin. I wonder if it will allow my divine body of Great Tao Sovereign to smoothly step into it. Small success stage, C2976. The divine body of the Great Tao is at the initial stage 10,000 swords god slaying formation, 10,000 light years away, in the newly created small world. Buzz. A look of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He didn't know if this nearly 10 billion units of Great Tao origin could help him break through to the small success stage. As a beginning warrior, his strength of divine body was no less powerful than a first-layer Great Tao Sovereign. With just the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign, he was able to fight second Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and he was even a quasi-third Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior like God Lord Yi Ma. Once a small completion divine body of Great Tao Sovereign was only a strength of divine body, it would be no weaker than most of the second Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. If he used all of his strength to unleash the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign, his combat strength wouldn't be any weaker than the current him. If he used the power of Chaos God, how much would his combat strength increase? Hiss. Just the thought of it was enough to make one's heart race. Small completion divine body, here I come. Very quickly, Yang Fann closed his eyes once more, and continued to devour and refine the Great Tao origin in his hand. After breaking through to the middle-level Chaos Divine King, the speed at which Yang Fann absorbed the Great Tao origin increased by leaps and bounds. Compared to before his advancement, it was 100 times, or even 1,000 times faster. Poochie. In less than a million years, a unit of the Great Tao origin was devoured and refined by Yang Fann. And in just a few 100,000 years, it was simply a nightmare for the expeditionary forces of the Red Scale God clan. With the help of Yang Fann's 10-soul duplicate, all the branches of the Red Scale God clan were wiped out in less than a year. During this period of time, they spent more time on their journey. Otherwise, the time they needed would be even shorter. After losing so many Divine Lord experts, just the divine weapons, divine officials, and divine generals, how could they be a match for all the races in the primal chaos? The once insufferably arrogant Red Scale God clan, which made countless races tremble in fear, had become a rat on the street that everyone wanted to beat. In this world, there had never been a lack of people who would beat a drowning dog. Furthermore, the Red Scale God clan had swept through countless forces along the way. The Celestials had been destroyed by their hands. In the primal chaos, there were billions of God race and countless experts. They wanted nothing more than to eat their flesh and drink their blood. Especially when they knew that by killing these Red Scale God clan, they would be able to obtain the blessing of the Great Tao's origin will and weaken their breakthroughs. All the major powers were going crazy for it. The quasi-supreme experts seemed to have seen Great Tao Sovereign waving at them once more. Kill if they didn't kill these beautiful girls, the heavens wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Don't fight with lousy over it. These flower students are all lousies. Every day, every year, a large number of Red Scale God clan disciples would fall. However, all of this had little to do with Yang Fann. After sending the 10 major branches of the Red Scale God clan, 96 top divine lords and 27 quasi-god lord back to the small world Yang Fann had created, Yang Fann no longer attacked with the 10 great soul duplicate. Unless quasi-god lord appeared again somewhere, even if he wanted to eat meat, he had to give Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others some soup. He couldn't just make the Red Scale God clan a pot of soup. If that was really the case, why would he inform Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others? He could just make a move in silence. It was better to leave those high, intermediate, and low-level divine sovereigns to Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others to deal with. With Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others' cultivation base, they were somewhat lacking when dealing with peak divine sovereigns and quasi-god lord. However, it was still an easy task to deal with these high and low divine lords who were only comparable to 3-star sovereign. Of course, To be honest, Yang Fann was also not interested in these high, intermediate, and low-level divine sovereigns. With his current cultivation level, high, intermediate, and low divine lords were not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Especially after he absorbed and refined the 110 billion units of Great Tao origin, the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign had improved tremendously, and even after he advanced to the small success stage, even 1,000 or 10,000 high-grade divine sovereigns might not be able to make much progress in his cultivation base. Perhaps even top-grade divine sovereigns could give up now. Boom boom boom. Heaven-devouring earth-devouring great technique. Yang Fann circulated the Great Tao Sovereign's divine art to its limit and continued to devour the Great Tao origin in his hand. 10 units, 100 units, 1,000 units, 10,000 units, 100,000 units, 1 million units, 10 million units, 100 million units, 1 billion units. Soon, an era had passed. The origin of chaos in Yang Fann's hand had shrunk by 10 billion units. However, what disappointed Yang Fann was that after absorbing 10 billion units of the Great Tao origin, not to mention advancing to the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign's small success stage, he did not even see the shadow of the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign's small completion. Luckily, the Red Scale God clan from Red Scale Chaos had arrived. Otherwise, they would have to rely on the small chaos. If he wanted the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign's small completion, he would have to wait a few times after the Yanji period. There are still 100 billion units of Great Tao origin. Can I really successfully obtain a divine body small completion? Yang Fann's heart was slightly perturbed. In this era, the Red Scale God clan had almost vanished under the crazy pursuit of the trillions of chaos gods. Apart from some remote hidden places, they might be able to find a few divine weapons, divine officers, and divine generals of the Red Scale God clan that were struggling to survive. Most of the chaotic circles could not find a single Red Scale God clan. The entire chaos had entered a period of great recovery. A large number of civilizations had been rebuilt. A large number of the chaotic circles that had been destroyed by the Red Scale God clan had been rebuilt, and the Chaos Domain had begun to be rebuilt. Although the expeditionary forces of the Red Scale God clan was no longer as powerful as before. However, the entire primal chaos had yet to enter a state of peace. In just a single era, the Red Scale God clan had swept across more than half of the primal chaos. During this period of time, countless god race, forces, and even the inheritance of a supreme being had been swept away by the Red Scale God clan. At this moment, a large piece of the primal chaos had been emptied out. This piece of fat meat was something that all the ambitious god race forces wanted to take a bite out of. A chaotic battle was going on everywhere in the chaos. A large number of experts caused the god race to fall. They did not die in the hands of the Red Scale God clan, but instead, they died in the internal strife. It had to be said that it was a great irony. Where there were people, there would be the Zhonghu. These words were not false at all. However, there was an exception. It was within the territory of primeval chaos Tao Palace. As the source of chaos integrated with the chaos, the propaganda of many supreme and quasi-supreme beings, as well as the deliberate propaganda of the primeval chaos Tao Palace, all the powerful divine clans knew that the primeval chaos Tao Palace had produced a monster. Monster like Yang Fann. Before the age of 25 million eras, they already had the strength to treat Great Tao Sovereign as an ant. Even the chaotic chaos. The invincible Red Scale God clan had been defeated by Yang Fann. If he hadn't turned the tide, a powerful force was suppressing the numerous top-grade Red Scale God clans of the Red Scale God clan. Their combat strength was at its peak, and they were still trembling under the ferocious might of the Red Scale God clan. Wherever the primeval chaos Tao Palace went, all the major powers either surrendered or retreated, heading to their own territory. Within a single era, not only did the primeval chaos Tao Palace reclaim their lost land, it also swallowed their old enemy, the Heavenly Devil God Palace. It had also expanded to more than 10 times its size compared to before. However, at this point, the expansion of the primeval chaos Tao Palace had stopped. This had eased the worries of many god race forces, especially Yin-Yang Divine Palace and the other 10 supreme powers. They were both one of the 10 supreme forces in the primal chaos, and the primeval chaos Tao Palace's ranking was even lower than theirs. They were unwilling to hand over their territory to the primeval chaos Tao Palace just like that. However, if they refused to give it up, they would never be a match for the primeval chaos Tao Palace with that monster, Yang Fann. Even if that monster, Yang Fann, didn't make a move, Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos wasn't someone they could fight against. Currently, Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos was second only to Yang Fann. Fortunately, the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace wasn't too greedy. Otherwise, they really wouldn't know what to do. Time flew by and another 5 eras passed. There were less than 30 billion units of the Great Dao Origin in Yang Fann's hands. Boom 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 boom. All of a sudden, the power of the Yang Fann's divine body was like a tsunami, causing its terrifying aura to increase exponentially. C2977 The battle prowess of a level 4 Great Dao Paragon 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation, 10,000 light-years away, in the newly created small world. Boom boom boom. Boundless light of chaos burst out from all the pores and cells in Yang Fann's body, soaring into the sky and illuminating the entire small world. It made Yang Fann look as if the chaotic devil god had come back to life. He was so sacred that people couldn't help but kneel on the ground and worship him. 6 era had gone into seclusion and devoured nearly 80 billion units of Great Dao Origin. Yang Fann's divine body of Great Dao Sovereign had finally stepped into that critical step, and he had successfully stepped into the small success stage. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A terrifying and invincible pressure swept across the surroundings, causing the 4-direction space to become extremely distorted. At this moment, if someone were to take a step into the small world. Boom boom boom. Fortunately, Yang Fann was prepared. He had already set up the Tiangong Earth Evil Spirit formation around the pocket dimension to suppress the world crystal wall. Otherwise, countless chaotic circles would have been crushed by the rising pressure from all directions. If that was all, it would be fine. After the massacre of the Red Scale God clan, there were almost no living creatures in this vast expanse of chaos. So, it wouldn't be a waste to commit such a sin. What they were truly afraid of was affecting the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation. If the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation was destroyed because of this, it would be a disaster for them. In order to lay down this 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation, he had emptied nearly all of his 8th layer Great Dao Divine Artifacts, nearly 9 levels of Great Dao Divine Artifact Grade Divine Swords. It was absolutely impossible for him to take out another 10,000 Great Dao Divine Artifact Grade Great Dao Divine Artifacts. In these 5 eras, within the myriad Sword God-slaying formation, Yang Fann had also obtained quite a number of Divine Lord level experts, including Quasi-God Lord. 28 of them had been captured. It could be said that, every once in a while, the Red Scale God clan would send a batch of experts into the Chaos Fissure. And the result was, without exception, below the Divine Lord realm. All of them would be turned into slag, with many Divine Lords present. They tragically became Yang Fann's captives, silently waiting for the day of death to arrive. Even so, there were less than 3,000 Great Dao Divine Artifact Grade Divine Swords combined. Compared to the 10,000 Great Dao Divine Swords required to set up the formation, the difference was not small. Poochie poochie, poochie. The Great Dao's source was quickly devoured and refined by Yang Fann. On average, in less than 1,000 years, a unit of Great Dao's source had turned into flying ashes. Ferocious. Even the Divine Emperor from the Red Scale God clan and even the Divine Capital could not guarantee that they would be able to absorb and refine 1 unit of the source within a short period of 3,000 years. That was the source energy of chaos, not the origin of chaos or the universe source. Billions of years later, Yang Fann had less than 10 billion units of the Great Path origin in his hands. Buzz. Yang Fann's explosive pressure gradually calmed down. After absorbing nearly 20 billion units of Great Dao origin, Yang Fann's divine body of Great Dao Sovereign finally stabilized at the small success stage. Soon, another million years passed. Boom. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. Divine radiance shone brilliantly, destroying the void. At this moment, even if Quasi-God Lord was standing in front of Yang Fann, his divine body would be instantly penetrated, and more than half of the soul would be destroyed. Powerful. It was even more powerful than what Yang Fann had expected. With just the strength of divine body alone, Yang Fann was confident that he could fight God Lord Yi Ma. Once he unleashed the full power of the divine body of Great Dao Sovereign, his strength would be more than 100,000, a million times greater than his strength before he went into seclusion. It was impossible for him to challenge a 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign with a higher cultivation base, but a quasi-4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was definitely not an extravagant hope. If he unleashed his full power, he would be able to step into the 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. As for whether he would be a low, intermediate, or a high 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he would need to fight a 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign before he could be sure. Whether it was God Lord Yi Ma or those divine lords, their strength was a little low. The strongest person they had come into contact with was a quasi-4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who had just stepped into the 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Their understanding of the 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was very limited. They only knew that 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign were two completely different levels. A 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could easily kill 1,000 quasi-4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In their red scale chaos, there were countless monsters. However, no one had ever heard of someone who could use quasi-God Emperor's body to fight against Divine Emperor. In just 6 eras, with just 6 eras, Yang Fann had broken through several major grades in a row, and possessed the strength to fight a 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe it? Who would dare believe it? Hiss. If this allowed him to cultivate for tens of billions of eras, what kind of realm would he reach? 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, or 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign? Of course, Yang Fann was just fantasizing. In fact, let alone billions of eras, time was 10 times faster. It wouldn't be easy to have the power to fight a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In the red-scaled divine race, the strongest divine monarch Hong Lin was only a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Furthermore, he wasn't a peak 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign expert. Even if he could wipe out the entire red-scale God clan, it would still be his limit to have the strength of a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Without a huge amount of resources for him to absorb and refine, if he wanted to break through to the Great Tao 7th layer with just his hard work, it was very likely that he would be able to complete the cycle of time. It could be said that when the end of the chaos in small chaos arrived, he would never have the strength to fight a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Yang Fann took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. Currently, he was still far too far away from thinking about all of this. It wouldn't be too late to think about these things after he had taken down the Red Scale God clan. Perhaps, at that time, he might have discovered the other small chaos. The next second, boom, with the heaven swallowing earth devouring great technique, the Great Tao Sovereign's divine art started circulating once more. Yang Fann continued to devour the remaining 10 billion units of Great Tao origin source. 18 trillion years later, Pucci, the last bit of the Great Tao origin, was absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. Buzz. Yang Fann's eyes widened, and a hint of disappointment climbed into his eyes. Nearly 10 billion units of Great Tao origin source was enough to allow his strength of divine body to increase by 100 times before he went into seclusion. But now, it had only allowed his divine body of Great Tao Sovereign to improve by a little. Sigh. If he wanted his divine body to reach grand completion, it was truly a long and arduous journey. The amount of Great Tao origin that he needed was probably in the hundreds of thousands, or even a million trillion. Hiss. That number, just thinking about it caused one to feel despair. I wonder, if I sweep away the red-scaled God race, will I be able to successfully complete my divine body of Great Tao Sovereign? Sigh. Forget it, there will always be a way when I reach the mountain. Su. A stream of light flashed and a low-level divine lord appeared in front of Yang Fann. Boom. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great spell was circulated to its limits as Yang Fann crazily devoured the low-level divine lord's strength of original life. Kai. The low-tier God Sovereign started to wither at a visible rate. An era later, looks like I can give up on even this level of divine lord. Yang Fann sighed faintly. After the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign broke through to the small completion, his origin root had increased by more than 100,000 times, a million times, nearly 2,000 low-grade divine lords, over 1,000 intermediate divine lords, nearly 300 high-grade divine lords, and over 100 top-grade divine lords. It had only increased his cultivation base by a tiny bit, not even a small realm. If he wanted to rely on these divine sovereigns to break through to the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God King realm, he would have to devour dozens, or even millions of them. Next, I'll just kill those divine lords that appeared in the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 103 eras. Pucci, the 348th Quasi-God Lord, was devoured and refined by Yang Fann. Finally, Yang Fann's cultivation base broke through the critical step and broke through to the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God King realm. Fortunately, With the fall of a large number of divine lords, the number of quasi-god lords sent into the chaos fissure in the red scale chaos had clearly increased. On average, there were 4 or 5 quasi-god lord captured and suppressed by Yang Fann in every era. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for those quasi-god lord in his hands to break through to a large rank. At this moment, he was afraid that he had already begun to devour and refine God Lord Yi Ma. Unlike now, there were 12 top-grade Primal Chaos Beast Emperors and 27 Primal Chaos Beast Emperor. The 3 5-star Supreme Beings didn't devour him. Not to mention, even Quasi-God Lord had yet to devour them. There were still 88 of them left. One Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 105 eras. His cultivation base gradually stabilized at the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God King realm. Ha 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 ha, powerful. Even if I am one of the many 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, I can still be considered an expert. C-2978A Big Fish has arrived. 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation, 10,000 light-years away, in the newly created small world. Ha ha ha, this is my current strength. Ha ha ha. Yang Fann couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart and burst into laughter. Sure enough, the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God King didn't let him down, even though it had used up a lot of resources. It was 1,000 times more than before the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign's advancement. 10,000 times. One must know, for the sake of this advancement, he had devoured hundreds of quasi-god lord. In addition, he had also devoured thousands of divine lords. If this was the foundation of Yang Fann before he went into seclusion. Not to mention middle-rank middle-level Chaos God King, he had even broken through to the peak middle-level Chaos Divine King in one go. It would be a piece of cake for him, unlike now. He had only broken through to the next level. However, the increase in his combat strength was also one in the sky and the other on the ground. If it was any other Chaos God King, his combat strength would increase by 100 times, 1,000 times, and 10,000 times. That was the limit. As for Yang Fann, his combat strength had increased by more than 1 million, 10 million times. Yang Fann was sure that his current overall strength was not any weaker than an intermediate 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It was not impossible for him to fight a high-ranked 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. This combat strength was probably qualified to fight for the top 30 positions in the Red Scale God clan. From God Lord Yi Ma's memory, there were less than 3 Divine Emperor in the Red Scale God clan. Most of them were intermediate, low-ranked God Emperor, high-grade, and top-ranked God Emperor. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Red Scale God clan, I'm going to take them all. Yang Fann smiled confidently. It had only been a few hundred eras, but he had already obtained the qualification to fight for the top 30 of Red Scale God clan. If the 2 great chaos were to meet and merge, it would be disastrous. The chaos wasn't fixed and immovable. It was like a huge god ship that sailed in Hung Meng heavenly void. Its whereabouts were vague. Otherwise, how could Red Scale Chaos run into the chaos? Although Yang Fann had used the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation to seal the chaos fissure, it had only delayed the collision between the Red Scale Chaos and the chaos, and not completely resolved the problem. In layman terms, as long as the chaos fissure was there, the Red Scale Chaos would be able to use it as a coordinate to capture the path of the chaos. At that time, it would only be a matter of time before they collided with the chaos. Unless, Yang Fann was willing to completely erase this chaos fissure. 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Yang Fann was willing to do so, but he lacked the strength to do so. Even if he wanted to erase the chaos fissure, there was nothing he could do about it. However, the current situation was different from the past. With Yang Fann's current cultivation base, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to eliminate the chaos fissure and cause their chaos to break free from the influence of the Red Scale Chaos. At most, it would take some time. The reason why he allowed the chaos fissure to exist was because he didn't want to remove the chaos fissure himself. Without the chaos fissure as a bait, how could he lure the Red Scale Chaos and suppress the Divine Emperor and God Emperors of the Red Scale God clan? The great primordial chaos was vast and boundless. The 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in it was no different from a universe god in a chaotic circle. It wasn't easy to find a universe in it. Without this chaos fissure, Yang Fann might not be able to find the Red Scale Chaos even if he spent his entire life searching for it. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Yang Fann circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring grape technique and continued to work on quasi-god Lord who was in the devouring black hole. Boom boom bang. Streams of pure strength of original life continuously flowed into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center and into the vast internal chaos. Fortunately, no outsider had entered the inner chaos. Otherwise, they would have fainted from fright. Was this really the inner chaos that Chaos God King could possess? One should know that the inner chaos of an ordinary middle-rank middle-level Chaos God King wasn't much bigger than a miniature chaos ring. Even Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and Great Dao Sovereign, when they were still in the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God King realm, the inner chaos was comparable to a medium-sized chaos circle, and it was still a beginner-level medium-sized chaos circle. However, Yang Fann was different. The inner chaos was so vast that it was 10 billion times bigger than a top-grade large-sized chaos circle like the Taiyu chaos circle. It was more than 100 billion times bigger, terrifying. Even the chaos in Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and Great Dao Sovereign's inner world was far greater than 100 billion. Monster, what a monster! Poochie Poochie, Poochie. Quasi-God Lord and the others quickly used up the last trace of strength of original life and turned into powder. After breaking through to the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God King realm, Yang Fann's devouring speed had once again increased by dozens of times. An ordinary quasi-God Lord wouldn't be able to last more than 10 billion years in Yang Fann's hands before being completely devoured by him. Even quasi-God Lord, who was 10 times stronger than Palatine and infinitely close to the Divine Master realm, rarely managed to last more than 1 era. 10 eras passed in the blink of an eye. Bang! Another quasi-God Lord had used up the last strength of original life and turned into ashes. On the other side of the Chaos Fissure, 4 terrifying God Lord Yi Mas with auras that were hundreds of millions of times more terrifying than God Lord Yi Mas stood within the Chaos Void. Boom 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 bang, bang, bang. A terrifying, invincible pressure swept out in all directions. Even a quasi-God King like God Lord Yi Ma wouldn't be able to get close to a place that was tens of thousands of light years away from them. Unknowingly, the 4 great experts began to furrow their brows. 567 quasi-God Lord, a total of 567 quasi-God Lord, had actually fallen in the small chaos. As for the other divine lords, they had suffered tens of thousands of casualties. And it was even in the short span of 100 eras. Something was not right, something was very wrong according to the information they had. The strongest person in the small chaos was quasi-God Lord. Furthermore, the number of experts was extremely limited. There were no more than 50 of them. Even with the geographical advantage and the help of the original will of the Great Tao, it was impossible for the Red Scale God clan to lose so many divine lords in such a short period of time. Quasi-God Lord. Furthermore, in the small chaos, and there's that I'm a little guy, he was one of the most powerful divine masters in the Red Scale God clan. Even if he were to fight God King, he would still have the strength to fight him. Some of the natives, quasi-God Lord, could easily kill a large number of them with just a wave of their hands. Logically speaking, the expeditionary forces should have easily swept away the native forces of small chaos and occupied the small chaos. Who would have thought that so many divine lords and quasi-God Lord would fall? Furthermore, there wasn't even a single piece of news from the small chaos. It was as if the Chaos Fissure was the Chaos Teoti that devoured everything and all living beings that entered. No way he couldn't continue like this. 6, the oldest of the 4, the expert of the Red Scale God clan, had a flash of divine light in his eyes, as if he had made a decision. 1, 2, or even 10, or even 100 divine lords. Quasi-God Lord was nothing. However, there were tens of thousands of divine lords and hundreds of quasi-God Lord. Even if there were as many expert as the clouds in the Red Scale God clan, it would still be a great loss. Thousands, billions of eras. There was no way they could hope to recover from this. The situation in the small chaos is unclear. Send ordinary divine sovereigns now. Quasi-God Lord, if you go in, you will most likely die. Crow, Phil, Lord, the 3 of you make a trip. Contact God Lord Yi Ma as soon as possible and find out what happened in the small chaos. There was no doubt about it. There was someone in the small chaos who could suppress them. God Lord Yi Ma was just a small chaos that had been born less than 2 Yan eras. There were only so many resources in it. No matter how powerful the hidden power was, the limit was how many divine masters it had. At most, it could suppress God Lord Yi Ma. It was absolutely impossible to completely suppress and kill him. Yes, His Majesty Gar. Yang Fann had just opened up a small world. Wang. Suddenly, Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. 3 quasi-god king warriors, the Red Scale God clan really thinks highly of me. C-2979 suppress the 3 quasi-god kings 10,000 swords god-slaying formation, 10,000 light-years away, in the newly created small world. Buzz. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes and sneered. The Red Scale God clan had really put in a lot of effort to deal with him. Under the suppression of the 10,000 swords god-slaying formation, the Chaos Fissure didn't have much growth. With the scale of the Chaos Fissure, being able to teleport an intermediate Divine Master was the limit. A high-level Divine Master would have to pay the price, not to mention a quasi-god king like God Lord Yi Ma. In order to teleport God Lord Yi Ma, the Red Scale God clan had to sacrifice a lot of their yuan energy to succeed. Now, the cost of teleporting 3 quasi-god king wasn't 1 + 1 = 2, but several times more. Not to mention quasi-god emperor, even the high and mighty divine emperor would have to pay a hefty price for this. But very quickly, the cold smile on Yang Fann's face was replaced by traces of excitement. 3 quasi-god king, that was a huge piece of fat meat. Although these 3 men gave him a feeling that they were weaker than God Lord Yi Ma, who was a 10th to great quasi-god king warrior, when the 3 of them joined forces, they would definitely surpass God Lord Yi Ma by more than a level. He was just worrying about not having enough resources to help him break through to the high-level Chaos God King. These 3 quasi-god king warriors had arrived at the right time. He was really dozing off. Someone had brought a pillow over. After the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign broke through to the small success stage, the amount of resources Yang Fann needed to break through to the small success stage increased by 1,000, 10,000 times. Even with God Lord Yi Ma's trump card, Yang Fann didn't have much confidence in breaking through to the high-level Chaos God King. Even a quasi-high-level Chaos God King, Hong Long, just thinking about how a few hundred quasi-god lord had helped him break through to the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God King realm was enough to make him feel despair. Within the 10,000 swords god-slaying formation, Buzz, Wang, Crow, Phil, and Lord, the 3 quasi-god king from the Red Scale God clan, turned into millions of light-years tall terrifying great gods. Their expressions were extremely solemn. A fiery red barrier covered their bodies. Boom boom boom. In all directions, the boundless sword chi formed numerous sword chi divine dragons, crazily attacking them. Kai. The barrier around the 3 quasi-god king was extremely twisted. There seemed to be some tiny and dense fissured traces. Bitchet, what is God Lord Yi Ma doing? Why did he let those barbarians set up such a deadly formation around the Chaos Fissure? The 3 quasi-god king scolded God Lord Yi Ma like a dog that was spitting blood. What the fuck, one of the 10 great quasi-god king of my race? Pooey, he's just a piece of trash. He even guarded the Chaos Fissure. If he couldn't hold it, what could this piece of trash do? At this moment, they finally understood why so many of them, including quasi-god lord, had lost one divine lord expert each. It would be strange if they didn't die with such a deadly sword formation waiting for them. One should know that the terrifying sword dragon gave them a deadly sense of crisis, let alone those first layer and divine lords who were weaker than them. Phil, Lord, let's go back. God Lord Crow pondered for a moment before speaking. Each of the sword dragons gave them a feeling that they were far more powerful than their ultimate skill. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn at most, it would take an incense stick of time for the barrier to completely collapse. At that time, even they would be in danger of dying. Alright, let's go back and report to His Majesty Divine Emperor. This was not the time for them to show off their dominance. They could not even resist the attack of this divine formation, much less break it in a short period of time. They even suspected that even the real God King might perish in this killing formation. It was better to leave all of this to the Supreme Divine Emperor. At this moment, everyone, since you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? A slightly mocking voice resounded by their ears. Who is it? The hearts of Crow, Phil, and Lord shook, and a hint of understanding quickly appeared in their hearts. Could it be the one who placed the killing formation? There were only 2 possibilities for them to appear silently by their side. One was that their strength far surpassed theirs, and that was the true God King expert. However, was that possible? This was merely a newborn chaos that had been born less than 2 nan-eras. How could such an ultimate expert be born? Apart from that, it was the controller of this killing formation. As the controller of the divine formation, in this divine formation, he was the heavens and the god. With the killing formation as a cover, he could hide from their eyes and ears and approach them without anyone knowing. That was a very normal thing. In the next second, Crow, Phil, and Lord all frowned. Whether or not the killing formation was personally controlled by the master of the killing formation, although its power could not be called a heaven and earth cloud and mud, a difference of 10 times, or even 100 times, was a simple matter. The surrounding barrier had been able to last for the time it takes an incense stick to burn within the killing formation, but now, it was very likely that it could not even last for 10 breaths of time. Don't get entangled with this indigenous being. Let's leave immediately. Once the defensive barrier was broken, even if they didn't die, they would definitely lose a layer of skin. Any one of the sword dragons was more than enough to tire them out. Around them, there were more than 1,000 sword dragons, more than 10,000. There were so many of them in any case. Thousands of divine lords and quasi-god lords. Fallen true prime minister had already been investigated, and could be considered to have attained great merit. There was no need for them to get entangled with this lowly native. At that time, there would naturally be people who would come and deal with this lowly native. Since you're already here, then all of you can stay behind. Before he finished his sentence, boom, a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky, completely sealing off the spacetime of Crow, Phil, and Lord, the 3 god lords. Bang bang bang. Before the heaven-sheltering big hand even landed, the protective barrier around the 3 of them could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure and exploded. Ah, no, this power. God King, this is the power of His Majesty God King. Furthermore, he is at least a top-level God King. No, how is this possible? How could a mere newborn primal chaos native give birth to such an expert? Crow, Phil, and Lord widened their eyes like fish eyes. They could not believe what they were seeing. The power of this heaven-sheltering big hand was so terrifying that it was more than 1,000,000,000,000 times stronger than a quasi-god king like them. Under this palm strike, they were like lowly aphids, so weak and tiny. Could it be that other than our red scale chaos, there is another chaos that has captured the path of this small chaos? Suddenly, a thought emerged in their sea of consciousness. It wasn't impossible. In the Hungmang heavenly void, there were as many stars as the stars in the sky in the small chaos. It wasn't as if they had never encountered 2 chaotic beings at the same time. Before the 6th Yanji era, they were only low-level divine sovereigns. Their red scale chaos was lucky enough to encounter 2 small chaos that were in the middle of a battle. In the end, they wiped out the 2 great chaos, directly increasing the limit of their red scale chaos's chaos by 3 Yanji era. Even the Supreme His Majesty the God Emperor broke through Emperor's shackles and advanced to the Great Tao 5th Empyrean at that time. As for the small chaos, which had only been reborn for less than 2 years, it was the limit for it to produce a few intermediate and low-grade divine masters. It was impossible for God King or top-level God King to attain the Tao. That's right, there must be a third party in the small chaos that discovered this small chaos. That's right, that must be it. This thought quickly rooted itself in the hearts of the 3 divine masters, growing strong and healthy. In an instant, the 3 god lords were overjoyed. Opportunity. This was a chance for their red scale chaos. The small chaos was no longer weak to be able to give birth to top-level God King. If it could devour him along with the newborn chaos, it would be a piece of cake. At least, it would allow the red scale chaos to increase the upper limit of the chaos by 3 times, freeing them from the threat of destruction. There was also the upper limit of their cultivation base, which could also be improved by a lot. Perhaps, they could also use this opportunity to advance to the true God King. The increase of the upper limit of the primal chaos would loosen the shackles of the bottleneck, and the difficulty of breaking through would drop exponentially. But soon, the smiles on the faces of the 3 god lords froze. The appearance of 2 small chaos was a great thing for their red scale chaos. However, they were now under top-level God King's ferocious might. If they could not escape today, no matter how glorious the red scale chaos would be in the future, it would be as insignificant as floating clouds to them. Ah, no, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. 1C2980 peak mid-grade chaos God King 10,000 swords God-slaying formation, 10,000 light-years away, in the newly created small world. A satisfied smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. His previous estimation was indeed correct. With just the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign alone, he was able to sweep away most of God King's experts. He didn't use a single power of Chaos God in that palm strike, and even the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign only released 5 layers of power. However, the feeling he gave these three divine masters was just like top-level God King's face. Once the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign erupted with its full strength, its strength would soar by a large margin. It was likely that it would not be much weaker than Quasi-God Emperor. Now, let me see what kind of surprises these three Quasi-God King bring me. Very quickly, a trace of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. A single God Lord Yi Ma had brought him hundreds of billions of units of Great Tao origin source. Although these three divine masters were weaker than God Lord Yi Ma, the change in quantity had caused a qualitative change. When the three of them combined, the family would definitely be more generous than God Lord Yi Ma. 120 billion units of Great Tao origin. 130 billion units of Great Tao origin source. Or even more. In the next moment, boom, the strength of soul was even more terrifying than many Fourth Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Quasi-God Lords. It violently ripped apart a Quasi-God Lord's chaotic crystal wall, crazily sweeping away all the treasures and divine fruit and divine medicines within it. Boom 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 bang. A huge amount of natural treasures turned into a torrent of precious treasures and rushed into Yang Fann's inner chaos. They turned into streams of light and scattered in all directions. Finally, they formed a mysterious treasure land. Apart from those top-grade divine herbs and treasures, Yang Fann didn't keep most of the ordinary treasures. These treasures weren't only useless to him, they were also of little use to his parents. And the others, he might as well use them to increase the strength of his family and friends. Not only were there many treasures in the chaos of the three Quasi-God King, but even the divine lords, Quasi-God Lord, and even God Lord Yi Ma's family were the same. There were only a few hundred Yang Fanns. In the chaos inside his body, there were countless new treasures and forbidden lands. The rich resources inside could easily nurture thousands of Great Tao Sovereign. Of course, if he wanted to obtain these treasures, he would have to take a risk or even pay a price. Around every treasure ground, Yang Fann would teleport a group of chaos beasts to act as guardian beasts to protect the safety of the treasures. Things that were too easy to obtain would not be treasured, and one would not know how to be grateful. It would only slowly become a habit and become a matter of course. If Yang Fann did not provide them with resources one day, perhaps he would turn around and hate Yang Fann instead. Fight rice, rise rice, revenge. These words were not only applicable in the mortal world, but also applicable in the world of cultivators. He wanted divine herbs and treasures. Then work hard this time. Yang Fann did not restrict acquired life, who was in the chaos. Everyone had the right to compete for the treasures and divine herbs. Compared to the acquired life in the chaos, the Holy Ji Sect, Seven Stars Sect, Yang family and Luo family were the closest forces to Yang Fann. Due to the limitation of his cultivation base, even though many of the acquired life had talent and potential comparable to the primeval Chaos Tao Palace's Tao Child monster, their cultivation base was stuck at the quasi-middle level Chaos God King realm, making it difficult for them to break through. Not to mention exploring the precious lands, even getting close to them would be extremely difficult. It was hard to say whether it was their luck or misfortune to have a god like Yang Fann. If they had such a huge advantage, his family and friends wouldn't be able to compete with those acquired life. He could only blame them for being too useless and could not blame others. 3 days later, the three quasi-god king and all the resources in the chaos had been plundered by Yang Fann. Buzz. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. A look of surprise flashed across his face. As he had expected, these three quasi-god king families were indeed much weaker than God Lord Yi Ma by themselves, but with the three of them combined, they would definitely surpass God Lord Yi Ma. Like the great Tao divine artifact, even if the 10,000 swords god-slaying formation was destroyed, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to build another one. Also, the source of the great Tao that he needed the most was 170 billion units, which was enough to increase his strength of divine body by another level. Puff Pucci. The source of the great Tao quickly shattered into pieces, and he became the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God King. The speed at which Yang Fann absorbed the source of the great Tao had increased by more than 10 times. In less than 200 years, a unit of the source of the great Tao had been completely absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. With 170 billion units of great Tao origin in his hands, Yang Fann was confident that he could completely refine them in less than 30 trillion years. Fortunately, no one knew what Yang Fann was thinking. That was 170 billion units of great Tao origin, not 17 million units, much less 1700 units. Not to mention 30 trillion years, even if there was an additional era, many Third Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would find it very difficult to completely absorb and refine it. 276,358 billion years later, Pucci, the last bit of the Great Tao origin turned into powder. Boom! A terrifying pressure flashed across Yang Fann's body. Even a quasi-Fourth Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would feel their hearts palpitating. After absorbing 170 billion units of Great Tao origin, the Yang Fann's divine body's power had doubled. However, what disappointed Yang Fann was that during the 7,635 8 billion years, no one had been transported to the Chaos Fissure. Not to mention divine lords, even quasi-god lord had not appeared, not even an ordinary divine weapon. The 10,000 swords god-slaying formation had practically become a decoration. Looks like the Red Scale God clan has learned their lesson. Yang Fann faintly sighed, a hint of understanding in his heart. Before God Lord Crow and the others returned, the Red Scale God clan would not send anyone else over. That was true. Those divine weapons and priests were fine. However, Quasi-God Lord was a divine lord. He was the backbone of the Red Scale God clan. In the entire chaos, there were only a few dozen million divine lords and Quasi-God Lord. How could he allow him to continue slaughtering? But very quickly, Yang Fann's brows relaxed. Among these divine weapons, divine officers, divine generals, divine lords and Quasi-God Lord, only Quasi-God Lord was slightly useful to him. No matter how many others there were, they were all mercilessly killed by the 10,000 swords god-slaying formation. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 113 eras. All the Quasi-God Lords, that Quasi-God Lord, the 5-star Supreme, Primal Chaos Beast Emperor, and the other 12 top-grade Yang Fanns in his hands were all devoured by Yang Fann. However, compared to the current Yang Fann, this amount of resources was just a drop in the bucket. Not to mention making a big breakthrough in his cultivation base, it was still a long way to go for him to break through a small realm and break through to the mid-stage of the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God King. It seems like Quasi-God Lord will be able to give up on these things in the future. Swoosh! With a flash of red light, God Lord Phil, the weakest of the 4 Quasi-God King, appeared within the devouring black hole. Quasi-God King, don't disappoint me. A hint of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Hong Long, the heaven-devouring earth-devouring great technique circulated with all its might, crazily devouring God Lord Phil's strength of original life. Several breaths later, Wang, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. No wonder he was a Quasi-God King, he was incomparable to those Quasi-God Lord. The purity of the strength of origin was 100,000, a million times purer than the strength of origin. It was more than enough to devour a Quasi-God King for a year. It could be said that devouring a Quasi-God King for a year was at least equivalent to absorbing those Quasi-God Lord for hundreds of thousands of years. The efficiency of absorbing them was increased by several 100,000 times. Yang Fann's cultivation base was advancing towards King high-rank middle-level Chaos God at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 eras had passed. Within the devouring black hole, God Lord Phil's strength of original life had been depleted by less than half a level. In fact, not even a minute had passed, and Yang Fann had successfully advanced to high-rank middle-level Chaos God King. As expected, he still had to devour and refine these Quasi-God King warriors. Just one God Lord Phil alone was very likely to help him break through to the peak middle-level Chaos Divine King in one go. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 2,363 eras. God Lord Phil was as thin as a bag of bones. It was as if he had stepped into the gates of hell. A casual gust of wind could make him collapse to the ground. Boom boom boom. A terrifying hurricane erupted from the pores of Yang Fann's body like a chaotic storm, sweeping across the land. He had advanced after devouring God Lord Phil's 9th and 5th levels of life force. Yang Fann's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the peak middle-level Chaos Divine King realm. Kai. God Lord Phil, who didn't even weigh 70 kilograms, began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. For he no longer had the appearance of a human. It was just a layer of skin. An era later, bang! God Lord Phil used up the last sliver of his strength of origin, completely transforming it into a flying ash. Not good. It's God Lord Phil. God Lord Phil has fallen. Bitch, it just what in the world happened in the small chaos? C2981. It alarmed God Emperor Hong Lin. Red Scale Chaos Fissure. Ah, no. How is this possible? The four great red scale god clan's divine emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. He had fallen 2,634 centuries ago. Divine Master Phil, one of the three quasi-god king experts they had sent to small chaos, had fallen just like that. Just what had happened. All of them were confused. It was merely the small chaos that had produced less than 2 Yanji cycles. It wasn't like it was a dragon's pond or a tiger's den. In the small chaos, whether or not there were any natives who could successfully advance to the Second Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Realm was a huge problem. How could there be someone who could kill God Lord Phil? However, that chaotic and sorrowful phenomenon couldn't be faked. This was a projection of a God Lord's fall, a projection that enveloped a small part of the primal chaos. The other divine lords, even quasi-God Lord, the phenomenon of the primal chaos and sorrow could not even cover a 10,000th of their red scale chaos. Furthermore, just a moment ago, the statues of God Lord Phil in the chaos crumbled at almost the same time. All of this indicated that God Lord Phil had completely perished. What should he do? What should he do now? The four great divine emperor supreme beings looked at each other and saw a trace of hesitation in each other's eyes. God Lord Phil was a quasi-god king who had stepped into the god king realm, even in the small chaos. Due to the suppression of the chaotic great Tao's origin will, his combat strength had dropped dramatically. He wouldn't be any weaker than some peak divine masters, even if he were to fight an invincible existence like God Lord Yi Ma. If he couldn't defeat him, he would rather leave. It wouldn't be a problem for him, as he wouldn't be able to run away even if he wanted to. Only the real God King could do it, or some kind of first-grade God King's strength. The latter was still alright. That kind of power had already far exceeded the limit of a new small chaos. There must be a limit to it. There were many harsh conditions that couldn't be moved lightly. However, if it was the former, it would be very troublesome. It would be very difficult for them to change anything even if they sent the other 9 quasi-god king, who were on par with God Lord Yi Ma, to the small chaos. With the suppression of the origin will of the chaotic great Tao, the power that these quasi-god king could unleash was. It wouldn't be much stronger than a peak divine master. Compared to a god king expert, a peak divine master was nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. With a wave of his hand, he could blow up hundreds of people. Even if all the peak divine masters of the red scale chaos were to join forces, they might not even be a match for God King's expert. In order to break the deadlock, only God King's expert could enter the small chaos. Furthermore, it was not a low-grade God King. At least, it had to be middle-rank God King. If he wanted to completely suppress that barbaric God King, it would be best if top-level God King or even quasi-God Emperor attacked. Otherwise, if a God King wanted to escape and had a geographical advantage, even high-ranked God King wouldn't have a higher chance of keeping him alive. However, when they thought of the difficulty, the 4 Divine Emperor Supreme Masters smiled bitterly in their hearts. After all, sending a quasi-God King over, they had all used up some of their vital energies, and none of them had cultivated for hundreds, or even tens of thousands of eras. Basically, they shouldn't even dream of recovering. If it was the real God King expert, their Yuan Qi would definitely be greatly damaged, let alone top-level God King and quasi-God Emperor. The consequences would be severe. If they were not careful, it might even hurt their source. It would shake their foundation. They wanted to take down the small chaos immediately so that the red scale chaos could devour him as soon as possible and increase the limit of the primal chaos. It was less than 1 trillion eras away from the end of the primal chaos. This short period of time made them feel somewhat uneasy. If there were any more unforeseen events during this period of time, time would still plummet. The Hungmeng heavenly void was filled with danger. The small chaos was like a small boat on a vast ocean. If they were unlucky enough to encounter the primordial storm, the red scale chaos, which was close to being destroyed, would not be able to withstand the baptism of the primordial storm. However, if they were to suffer heavy injuries or even shake their foundations as the price, how could they be willing to accept it? When a person does not do things for himself, the heavens will punish and destroy the earth. As long as it was an intelligent life, it would have selfish motives. Divine Emperor was no exception. Besides, there were not only the 4 great Divine Emperor in red scale chaos. In the open and in the dark, when all the Divine Emperor joined together, it would definitely exceed 3 digits. Even if their cultivation base was higher than theirs, even if it was not 50, there would still be 30. Why did they have to pay such a huge price? With their cultivation base, Once their foundation was shaken, it would be extremely difficult for them to recover. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there was no hope for them to recover. Three of you, if it is difficult for us to make a decision, it will be up to His Majesty to make the decision. Among the four Divine Emperor, who had the oldest face, suggested. If they wanted to send top-level God King and quasi-God Emperor into the small chaos, they would have to pay a heavy price. However, with their Majesty's divine ability, the most he could do was to injure some vital energies. Not to mention shaking their foundation. Even if they were seriously injured, it was impossible. The divine ability of a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was not something that 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like them could imagine. The gap between them was more than trillions of times. Even if His Majesty didn't help them, he would gather more Divine Emperor to share the burden with them. It was also good. If there were 10 Divine Emperor attacking at the same time, they would at most be severely injured, and their foundation wouldn't be shaken. If there were 100 Divine Emperor attacking them, perhaps they wouldn't be injured. They would only be able to injure some of the vital energies. All right, His Majesty will make the decision himself. After a slight pause, the other 3 Divine Emperor nodded in agreement. In this way, although His Majesty the God Emperor would think that they were incompetent and could not even take down the newly born small chaos, which had less than 2 Yanji cycles, it was still better than them shaking the origin root. They wanted to take another step forward, and this was a great opportunity. As long as they could completely devour this newly born small chaos, the limit of their red scale chaos would increase, and they would have a high chance of breaking through. 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation, a small world opened up by Yang Fann 10,000 light years away. Su, a stream of light flashed, and God Lord, who was 1,000,000 light years tall, appeared within the devouring black hole. Yang Fann had no idea that God Lord Phil's death had alarmed the Supreme His Majesty the God Emperor of the Red Scale God clan. Of course, even if he knew, Yang Fann wouldn't take it to heart. In fact, he couldn't wait for it to happen. A quasi-God King had broken through 2 major grades in a row. If this was the real God King, it would be top-level God King. That would be terrible. The strength of a top-level God King's strength of origin was roughly 10 billion times stronger than a quasi-God King's. It was like one was in the sky and the other was on the ground. At that time, not to mention breaking through to the high-level Chaos God King, even a middle-ranked top-level Chaos God King wouldn't be difficult to break through. And with his current cultivation base and his geographical advantage, even if he were to fight some of them, it wouldn't be difficult. A low-ranked God Emperor warrior, he had to be confident that he would be able to completely suppress them, let alone top-level God King and quasi-God Emperor. His cultivation base had broken through 2 major realms in a row. Yang Fann's combat strength had increased by more than 100 million times. With his current overall strength, he was confident that he wouldn't be any weaker than some top-ranked God Emperor warriors. If he were to fight with his life on the line, who would be the winner? There was still no telling. In terms of foundation, he was inferior to those who had lived several lives. Even the best God equipment in the hands of a dozen or so Yanji monsters. It was just a low-grade 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Divine Artifact. Compared to Yang Fann, it was just a low-grade 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Divine Artifact. After the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign broke through to the small success stage, with just the divine body alone, the defensive power of the Yang Fann's divine body had increased by a lot. It was no less than some high-grade 2nd layer Great Tao Divine Artifacts. With all of their strength, they could unleash the full power of the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign. That was a Great Tao Divine Artifact that was definitely stronger than a low-grade 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Divine Artifact, but it was still comparable to a 4th layer Great Tao Divine Artifact. It was much worse, even when compared to a high-grade 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Divine Artifact. Yang Fann wasn't very confident about it, but those Divine Emperor. Basically, they all had 4th layer Great Tao Divine Artifacts in their hands, but it wasn't like he didn't have the advantage. The divine body of Great Tao Sovereign's heaven-defying recovery ability and its unrestrained nature. The forbidden divine ability that could be unleashed so easily was enough to make up for the gap in their foundation. One in addition to the geographical advantage, apart from Divine Monarch Hong Lin's personal arrival, Yang Fann was not afraid of any of the red-scaled Divine Clan's Divine Emperor's experts in the chaos. At least, if he couldn't defeat Divine Emperor, no Divine Emperor would be able to stop him even if he wanted to leave. Hong, boundless power of devourings, like chaotic turbulences, surged out of the black hole center and enveloped God Lord Longda's body, crazily devouring God Lord Longda's strength of original life. Swish swish kai. God Lord began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. After advancing to the peak middle-level Chaos Divine King, Yang Fann's Devour Dao had also improved by leaps and bounds. He probably wouldn't even need 100 eras to completely devour and refine God Lord. Soon, another 36 eras had passed. God Lord was much shorter, less than 500,000 light-years tall. The strength of origin on his body was less than half of his peak. Yang Fann's cultivation had steadily entered the peak middle-level Chaos Divine King mid-stage. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened and a trace of cold light flashed past. This bunch of aphids, how dare they see 2982 the remnants of Hong Lin Jiu Kang Chaos Circle. Millions of eras had passed. The huge Jiu Kang Chaos Circle had completely changed. The center of the chaotic circle, Gu Kang Chaos Domain, had become a thing of the past. Thousands of years ago, Morning Star Chaos Domain had become the true core of Jiu Kang Chaos Circle. With the existence of the intermediate and top-grade origin universe in spiritual martial universe, Morning Star Chaos Domain was like a freak in a miniature chaotic circle. One should know that even among the many high-grade medium-sized chaos circle, there might not be a single top-grade origin universe, let alone a medium-grade top-grade origin universe. Under the nourishment of the spiritual martial universe, the Morning Star Chaos Domain was constantly growing. Compared to the time when it had just advanced, the size of the Morning Star Chaos Domain was more than double. The resources in the Morning Star Chaos Domain had also increased by several folds. The abundance of resources was so great that even some top-level Chaos God warriors would go crazy for it. In just a few million eras, the Chaos God of Morning Star Chaos Domain had grown exponentially. Currently, the number of Chaos Gods in the entire Morning Star Chaos Domain had far exceeded the number in Gukang Chaos Domain. It was more than 10 times more than the number in Gukang Chaos Domain. It had reached 4 digits, and even the middle-level Chaos God had exceeded 20 digits. The two strongest universe gods, Dawn and Star Wei, no, they should be called Dawn and Star Wei Chaos Gods now, and they had even stepped into the advanced Chaos God stage. Furthermore, they had vaguely touched upon the bottleneck of the advanced Chaos God, and the last step they were about to take was within these million eras. As for the spiritual martial universe, it had become the holy land in the hearts of countless Jiu Kang Chaos circles in the Jiu Kang Chaos Circle. The greatest wish of countless experts was to have permanent residence in the spiritual martial universe and become a member of the spiritual martial universe. As the core of the Morning Star Chaos Domain, there were 9 levels in the Morning Star Chaos Domain, and even more resources were found in the spiritual martial universe. It was imaginable how abundant the resources were. If a top-level Chaos God could occupy the spiritual martial universe, it wouldn't be impossible for him to advance to Chaos God King in one fell swoop. Wealth moved one's heart. During this period of time, it wasn't that there weren't any expert who had designs on the spiritual martial universe. Along with the expansion and development of the Jiu Kang Chaos Circle, it was inevitable that they would come into contact with the other chaotic circles. Many Chaos Gods wanted to occupy the blessed land of the spiritual martial universe by relying on their tyrannical strength. There was even a high-level Chaos God among them. He wanted to take down the spiritual martial universe, but without exception, all of them died in the spiritual martial universe. No one was spared. After repeated bloody lessons, the Chaos Gods in the outer circle finally became obedient and followed the rules of the spiritual martial universe. Even in the huge Morning Star Chaos Domain, they didn't dare to do anything. The range of Yang Fann's soul imprint was not limited to the spiritual martial universe, but the entire Morning Star Chaos Domain. Along with the continuous growth of the Morning Star Chaos Domain, the range of Yang Fann's soul imprint was still expanding. As for that soul imprint, even if it was outside the spiritual martial universe, it could still unleash the power of a low-ranked Chaos God King, let alone in the spiritual martial universe. With the help of the spiritual martial universe, even some quasi-middle-level Chaos God Kings would be able to fight it. In this remote place, there were only a few high-grade Chaos Gods. Yang Fann's wisp of soul imprint was a synonym of invincibility. With their meager strength, they actually wanted to attack the Morning Star Chaos Domain and spiritual martial universe. They were simply courting death. Morning Star Chaos Domain, under a certain starry sky. A large number of Morning Star Chaos domains were gathered in the Morning Star Chaos domain. Although there were only a few tens of thousands of people, none of them were weak. The weakest of them were quasi-Chaos God warriors who had broken through to the Chaos God stage with a single step, and there were even more than 1,500 Chaos Gods. It could be said that most of the quasi-Chaos God and Chaos Gods in Morning Star Chaos domain had gathered here. However, at this moment, whether it was the Morning Light Chaos God, the Starway Chaos God, or the ordinary quasi-Chaos God, all of their faces were extremely solemn, as if they were facing a great enemy. Buzz. Suddenly, the chaotic starry sky distorted and formed a space wormhole with a diameter of nearly 1 light-year. The next second, 7749 chaotic fortresses the size of a beehive passed through the space wormhole. It's here that devil accomplice is here. In an instant, all the experts, including Morning Light Chaos God, felt their hearts jump to their throats. They had no idea what the background of this group of vicious devils was. A year ago, they suddenly appeared in Gu Kang Chaos Circle. In just a year, the entire Gu Kang Chaos Circle had fallen to the 9th level. Among them was the Gukang Chaos Domain, one of the 2 great large-sized Chaos Domain. Apart from a small portion of the expert that had escaped to the heavens, there were almost no living people in the entire Gukang Chaos Domain. Even the once strongest person in the ancient blue primal chaos had been killed by that devil accomplice, Ching Song. Now, it was the Morning Star Chaos Domain's turn. What should we do? What should we do? Can His Highness really stop those demons? Now, what they could rely on was. However, none of them had much confidence in the soul imprint, including Chen Wei and the others. The accomplice of the devil was truly too terrifying. None of the weirdos were wearing red scales and had red horns on their heads. Their cultivation base was below the Chaos God, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. The number of Chaos Gods they had was less than 1,600. Furthermore, among the red-scaled weirdos, there was obviously Chaos God King who surpassed the Chaos God, and there were more than one of them. No matter how powerful His Royal Highness Yang Fann's soul imprint was, it would be very difficult for him to be a match for them. If it was His Royal Highness Yang Fann himself, it would be more accurate. Unfortunately, they couldn't contact Yang Fann at all. Furthermore, even if they could contact him, it would be impossible for them to get close to him. By the time Yang Fann arrived, their Morning Star Chaos Domain would have already become a land of death, just like the Gukang Chaos Domain. Buzz, buzz, wang, streams of dazzling red light, with the 49 Honeycomb Fortress as the center. It spread out and covered the entire Morning Star Chaos Domain in an instant. Ah, not good, they have sealed the entire Chaos Domain. Soon, the expression of the Morning Light Chaos God changed. What? Chaos Domain has been sealed? Bitch it, how could this be? An extreme sense of unease spread across the group of quasi-Chaos God. The primal Chaos God had spread and the entire Chaos Domain had been sealed. All of them were like turtles in a jar. Even if they wanted to escape, they had nowhere to run. Right at this moment, boom 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 boom, a fiery red divine light of destruction erupted from the 49 Honeycomb Fortress. Each beam of light was no less than the full force strike of a low-level Chaos God King. A lean camel was still bigger than a horse. Even though the expeditionary forces had fallen apart under the frenzied pursuit of thousands of major powers, leaving only a small portion of the survivors, who were still in their dog eyes, trying their best to escape from the pursuit of the various divine races in the chaos, it was still an unimaginable power to a small chaos circle. Even if it was just an insignificant small team, with only a few intermediate divine officials, it was still the same. Not good. This power. Hiss, we can't block it, we can't block it. At that moment 10,000 stars array, activate boom boom. Boom. Billions of starlight rose from the Gukang Chaos Domain. It was as bright as a pillar, piercing through the chaos. This was a defensive divine formation that Yang Fann had once comprehended. Although Yang Fann wasn't an expert in formations, he was still a million times stronger than the Morning Light Chaos God and the others. It was more than 10 million light years. The 10,000 stars Great Formation used the 10,000 stars flag as the eye of the formation. Adding Yang Fann's soul imprint as the eye of the formation, even a middle-level Chaos Divine King would find it hard to break through the protection of the formation. However, there was more than one middle-level Chaos Divine King attacking the Gukang Chaos Domain this time. The intermediate divine officers of the Red Scale God clan were all comparable to middle-level Chaos Divine King, and there were more than 50 low-level divine officers. There were also Honeycomb Fortress, each of which had the power to fight against the low-level Chaos God King. Those were the 6 middle-level Chaos Divine King warriors. Together with over 100 low-level Chaos God Kings, they attacked together. With just a single round of attack, the entire Starlight Barrier had already started to distort and crack. It was filled with criss-crossing cracks that looked like spider webs. In 10 breaths of time, at most 10 breaths of time, the 10,000 stars formation would completely collapse. Ah, no. What should we do? What should we do? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. C 2983 Returning to the Morning Star Chaos Realm. Morning Star Chaos Domain. Kai. Pissed. The Myriad Star Barrier was bombarded by the 49 Red Scale God clans of the Red Scale God clan. The crisscrossing cracks were expanding rapidly in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Myriad Star Divine formation that was set up by just 10,000 top-level Chaos Divine artifacts was still a little weak. If it was 10,000 origin of Chaos Divine tools, even the lowest grade of origin of Chaos Divine tools would not be so easily broken. Now, 10 breaths at most 10 breaths of time, the Myriad Star Barrier would completely collapse in an instant. All the expert in Morning Star Chaos Domain, including Chen Wei, the Chaos God, and the other middle-level Chaos God warriors all revealed terrified expressions. They were like ants on a hot pan, burning with anxiety. Once the Myriad Star Barrier broke, they would know what was waiting for them, even if they thought about it with their toes. The strength of Fiendish Demon was not something they could resist. A single ray of destructive devil light had made them despair. That power was far beyond their imagination. Even the strongest of them, the Dawn Chaos God, was nothing more than a lowly ant before that destructive demonic light. He had no power to resist at all. Not to mention a direct hit, even a trace of power was enough to kill him 1,000,000 times over. The difference between them was not just a tiny bit. It was completely a heaven and earth, cloud and mud. What should he do? What should we do? 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. At this moment, it was truly like a year. The invisible pressure continued to accumulate, almost causing people to collapse. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of escaping, but where could they run to? The entire Morning Star Chaos Domain had already been sealed by the accomplice devil. They were like turtles in a jar. Besides, so what if they were lucky enough to escape from the Morning Star Chaos Domain? Currently, it wasn't just their Morning Star Chaos Domain that was attacked by Fiendish Demon. Fiendish Demon was wreaking havoc in the entire Gu Kang Chaos Circle and even the hundreds of chaotic circles around the Chaotic Star Domain. 8 breaths later, Kai. The Myriad Star Barrier was already densely covered with cracks, like glass filled with cracks. As long as one lightly touched it with one's finger, it would completely shatter. No, I don't want to die. I finally attained the Chaos God realm with great difficulty. How could I die here just like that? No way, I can't stay here any longer. Run immediately. Collapse. A portion of the quasi-Chaos God and Chaos Gods had finally reached the limit of what they could bear, causing them to completely collapse. Boom. Without saying another word, they turned into streams of light and fled into the distance. Each and every one of them exerted their strength to eat milk, and even used the forbidden divine ability to forcefully increase their speed. If they were to escape now, they might still have a chance to live. Although the Morning Star Chaos Domain had been completely sealed, the Morning Star Chaos Domain. It wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Even the high and mighty Chaos God King couldn't wipe out the entire Chaos Domain with a single thought. Find a concealed low-level universe and hide. These red-scaled Fiendish Demon might not be able to find them. Better die than live a rotten life, and stay here. There was only one path waiting for them, and that was death. However, they did not notice that the corner of Yang Fann's mouth was slightly lifted on the void. His eyes were somewhat cold as he looked at them. Did all of them jump out? Very good. Another breath passed. Bang. The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, the Myriad Star Barrier had finally reached its limit, and it completely exploded almost at the same time. The 10,000 star flags directly shattered into pieces, turning into bits and pieces, scattering down into the chaos. Ah, no. It's over, we're finished. Woo. I'm not willing. Desperation. Wails of unwillingness kept sounding out from the mouths of the Chaos Gods and Quasi-Chaos God. They had finally broken through to the realm of Chaos God, and with the resources of Morning Star Chaos Domain, they were far from reaching their limit. In the future, it was possible for them to break through to the middle-level Chaos God, or even higher-grade Chaos Gods. They didn't want to die. I really don't want to die. Your Highness, what should we do? The Chaos God of Dawn's gaze landed on Yang Fann's soul imprint. In an instant, the gazes of the others turned over in unison, and their eyes revealed a trace of hope. At this moment, there was no one but Yang Fann who had a glimmer of hope in saving them. Woo. Your Highness, you must have a way. Our lives are all in your hands. Everyone, just watch carefully. The death of these aphids is about to arrive. Yang Fann's wisp of soul imprint let out a cold laugh. His voice was filled with disdain, as if he did not put the group of red-scaled fiendish demon in his eyes. It was as if they were not the Chaos God, or even the ultimate expert that surpassed the Chaos God. They were just a bunch of lowly ants. I didn't hear wrongly, right? The God of Dawn and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Those were hundreds of thousands of Chaos Gods, dozens of Chaos God King who had surpassed the Chaos God. If it were your real body, then, you still have some confidence. It was just a soul imprint, and it couldn't even be considered a soul duplicate. How could it be a match for them? Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for them to break through the Guardian formation. Right at this moment, the void twisted, and a person appeared out of thin air. It was no different from Yang Fann's soul imprint. It did not matter if it was his temperament or aura, or dressed all the same, as if they were carved out of a mold. If it wasn't Yang Fann, then who was it? One to be precise, it was Yang Fann's soul duplicate. Before Yang Fann entered the source of chaos, he was separated by countless chaos circles. Yang Fann absolutely couldn't contact this soul imprint, but today was different from the past. Strength of soul compared to the 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, the huge chaos was not much different from Yang Fann. When he was only a small completion divine body, Yang Fann had already sensed this wisp of soul imprint. When the Red Scale God clan sealed the Morning Star Chaos Domain, Yang Fann had already sent a soul duplicate to the Morning Star Chaos Domain, but he didn't attack it immediately. Over the past millions of eras, the Morning Star Alliance had been expanding continuously. Their power had grown rapidly like a snowball. Their members had grown 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and it was inevitable that there would be some ungrateful ingrates among them. It was a good opportunity to clean up the mess. He, Yang Chao, had used the vital energy to increase the energy level of the Morning Star Chaos Domain. He didn't want these parasites to bring disaster to the Morning Star Chaos Domain. It's His Highness Woo. His Highness is here. He has clicked it. We are saved. In an instant, the joy of surviving a disaster erupted from the God of Dawn and the others. They had never expected that His Highness's soul imprint would connect to His Highness, True Body. With His Highness, True Body's help, he would definitely be able to protect them. His Royal Highness Yang Fann was synonymous with miracles. In just a few million eras, their cultivation base and strength had far exceeded their imagination. Just by relying on their own strength, they were able to upgrade their Morning Star Chaos Domain from a small-sized chaos region to the large-sized chaos domain. Their resources were so abundant that it even exceeded the many large-sized chaos domain and large-sized chaos domain. This divine ability, this method, was definitely not something that the low-level Chaos God King could possess. Furthermore, with the passing of millions and millions of eras, how could His Royal Highness Yang Fann's cultivation base and strength not advance? Even their cultivation base had jumped by 3 levels. His Royal Highness Yang Fann's improvement would only be greater. High-level Chaos God King, or even the legendary top-level Chaos God King, was not impossible. Thinking back to the words of His Highness, Soul Imprint, the Morning Light Chaos God and the others felt even more at ease. If they didn't have absolute confidence, they wouldn't have dared to speak such arrogant words. No, it's His Royal Highness Yang Fann. How could this be? Woo. C2984 time flowed backward. Gu Kang Chaos Circle, Morning Star Chaos Domain. No, how could this be? His mind had collapsed a moment ago. The faces of the fleeing quasi-chaos god changed, and they let out hysterical howls. Did he really have to cheat them like this? One breath, just a breath's time was needed. Yang Fann, oh Yang Fann, if you appeared earlier, would you have died or what? They could imagine that these fleeing quasi-chaos god were not bad either. With Yang Fann around, those red-scaled fiendish demon would no longer be able to survive. It was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent death came out of Yang Fann's mouth. He was like a supreme god that had sentenced the survivors of the Red Scale God clan to death. The next second, bang, bang, the 49 beehive fortresses, along with all the surviving members of the Red Scale God clan, exploded like dazzling fireworks, emitting their last rays of light. Ah, die, dead, that group of fiendish demon died just like that. This isn't a dream, is it? Gulp. This is His Royal Highness Yang Fann's power, fierce, brutal. In an instant, Chen Wei and the others widened their eyes. They were like fish eyes that were about to fall out of their sockets. Although they had expected that these red-scaled fiendish demon would not be a match for His Royal Highness Yang Fann, they never expected that. This was the outcome. A cold shout was heard. He had actually killed those red-scaled fiendish demon in an instant. This power was far beyond their imagination. Even the legendary top-level Chaos God King was inferior to them. His Highness. What kind of cultivation base is His Highness at now? Before Yang Fann left, he had left behind some inheritance, but it was only at the Chaos God King stage. As far as Chen Wei and the others were concerned, a quasi-supreme expert or even a true great Tao sovereign was too far away. There was no need to tell them so early. Sometimes, it was not a good thing to know too much. Insta-kill. Yang Fann had instantly killed those devils. The group of fleeing quasi-chaos god warriors. Chaos gods were even worse. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Last time, when Yang Fann returned, he had directly upgraded the Morning Star Chaos Domain from small-sized Chaos Region to large-sized Chaos Domain. The amount of resources he had increased by 100 billion, trillions of times. All of them had also followed him, and their cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, advancing to the legendary quasi-Chaos God and Chaos God stage. In the past, none of them had ever dared to think about such a thing. With their talent and potential, without Yang Fann, breaking through to the Universe God realm was their limit. When they returned this time, Yang Fann's cultivation base and strength had become even more abnormal. Perhaps he had already surpassed the legendary top-level Chaos God King. The benefits he would bring to the Morning Star Chaos Domain would only be greater. Perhaps, they would also have a chance to peek into the secrets of Chaos God King. However, at that critical moment, they didn't manage to persist until the end and escaped from the battlefield. The Morning Star Alliance wouldn't hold them accountable. Even if they were lucky, it was impossible for them to obtain benefits from Chaos God King. Woo, I hate it. Why did he choose to escape? One breath, as long as he could hold on for another breath, it would be another situation. HMPH, a bunch of ingrate, now you know. Regret, it's too late. The Morning Light Chaos God and the others looked at the group of quasi-Chaos God and Chaos Gods and sneered. There was still such a thing, they wouldn't let it go just like that. The Morning Star Alliance had expended a huge amount of resources to nurture them into quasi-Chaos God, and even the true Chaos Gods. This was not to let them escape at the critical moment. They would always remember this dead in their hearts. At that time, even if they didn't want their lives, they would have to spit out all the resources that they had eaten into their stomachs. Without rules, nothing could be done. Everyone had to be like them. When distributing resources, they had to be more proactive than anyone else. Once they encountered danger, they would run away faster than anyone else. No matter how the Morning Star Alliance developed, they were just a bunch of loose sand that could be easily broken with just a poke. At the same time, there were also many experts that felt lucky. To be honest, it wasn't that they didn't have the thought of running away. Even ants were greedy for life, let alone quasi-Chaos God and Chaos Gods who controlled the lives and deaths of thousands of universes. It was just that they hadn't had the time to take action yet. If His Royal Highness Yang Fann appeared a step later, perhaps they would turn around and flee just like those people. If that was the case, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. In the sky, Yang Fann did not pay too much attention to those cowards who were afraid of death. All of this was left to the Morning Light Chaos God and the others to deal with them. Boom! The spiritual consciousness moved and covered the nearby chaotic starry sky, hundreds of chaotic rings. In the next second, Poochie Poochie, Poochie, in the hundreds of chaos circles, all the divine weapons and officials of the Red Scale God clan were destroyed at almost the same time, turning into dust. Since they had already attacked, they would take care of all the survivors of the Red Scale God clan. Otherwise, even if he saved the God of Dawn and the others today, it wouldn't take long for the Morning Star Chaos Domain to be in danger of those survivors of the Red Scale God clan. In this barren chaotic starry sky, the high-grade Chaos God was almost the strongest amongst them. Not to mention Chaos God King, not even a quasi-God King or top-level Chaos God could be found. If they wanted to rely on their strength to fight those survivors of the Red Scale God clan, it would be no different than throwing an egg at a rock. Among the hundreds of Chaos Circles and the hundreds of millions of survivors from the Red Scale God clan, there were more than 5 low-level officials comparable to low-level Chaos God King, not to mention intermediate, high-level, and even top-level officials. Ah, die, dead, that devil accomplice is dead, gulp, gulp, I'm not here, dream on die dead, are they really dead, woo woo woo, we're saved, we're saved. Within the hundreds of chaotic circles, countless experts erupted with cheers of surviving a disaster. At this moment, the great Tao of time reversal, a sound of great Tao that seemed to come from the underworld rang in their ears. The next second, an invisible force enveloped the entire chaotic starry sky. Time flowed in reverse, countless destroyed universes. The chaos domain was reconstructed and restored at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the dead creatures, experts, were revived. Apart from the beehive battle forts, there were also those terrifying red-scaled men. The hundreds of chaos rings had almost no changes compared to a year ago. Ah, didn't I die in fiendish demons' hands? What is going on? Gulp, gulp, dream on, could all of this be a dream? Gu Kang Chaos Circle, Morning Star Chaos Domain. Hiss, time, the great Tao of time, it's the great Tao of time. As expected of His Royal Highness Yang Fann, he's also proficient in the great Tao of time. Looking at the chaotic starry sky that had recovered to its original state, the Morning Light Chaos God and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. The great Tao of time was one of the 3,000 great Taos. The most profound great Tao, even with their current intermediate and low-level Chaos God cultivation base. Their understanding of the great Tao of time was extremely limited. Even the weak Universe Lord might not be able to make use of that little bit of time great Tao. The chaos was destroyed by those red-scaled fiendish demon. The power that involved Chaos God King was the top-level Chaos God King. It was very difficult to use the great Tao of time to restore it to its original state. Fortunately, the Morning Light Chaos God and the others didn't know that this area wasn't covered by the great Tao of time. Instead, it was hundreds of chaotic circles. They would probably be scared to the point of pissing their pants. 10,000 years later, the Hunyuan universe was restored to its original state, Star Temple. Boom, a burst of bright divine light burst out from a star door. The next second, a dozen or so people stepped out of the star door. Ah, this is the Hunyuan universe. Hiss, okay, such a strong strength of origin. If he could cultivate here for a period of time, it wouldn't take long. As long as he had it, he would be able to cultivate it for a period of time. With just 1 million top-level Chaos Gods, I'm afraid I'll be able to break through to the top-level Chaos God. C-2985 The Descent of the God King Hunyuan Universe, Star Temple. What a good Hunyuan universe, no wonder it's the headquarters of Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, the largest power in the Primal Chaos, this strength of origin. SSS's. The Morning Light Chaos God and the others were like country bumpkins entering a city. They kept looking around with shock in their eyes. Initially, they thought that the strength of origin in the Taiyu division was more than enough to fill up the entire spiritual martial universe. Compared to the spiritual martial universe, it was more than 10 times, or even 100 times richer. However, compared to the Hunyuan universe, it was nothing. They were not on the same level. The gap between them was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times. This time, Yang Fann didn't intend to feed the spiritual martial universe with his own strength. Instead, he chose to bring the Morning Light Chaos God and the others to the Hunyuan universe. He wanted the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace to contribute to the advancement of the Gu Kang Chaos Circle. With the strength of the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, there wasn't much hope for the Gu Kang Chaos Circle to advance to the top Taiyu Chaos Circle like the large-sized Chaos Circle. However, it was only a high-grade large-sized Chaos Circle. It wasn't a big problem. At most, it would just take a little more time. As for whether or not he would expose his true identity, it wasn't a big deal to Yang Fann. A man who was innocent was carrying a wall. It was a crime. These words were only suitable for the weak. To the true ultimate expert, it was merely a sentence. He had the ability to instantly kill a 5-star supreme force before reaching 25 million eras. Currently, there were millions of gods in the primal chaos. Everyone knew that Yang Fann had great fortune and secrets, but who would dare to have any ideas about him? The bloody lesson of those great Tao sovereign was right in front of them. It was too late to curry favor with Yang Fann. What kind of joke was this to deal with this monster? Their lives were so beautiful, they did not want to die. Seeing the God of Dawn and the others, who seemed to have never seen the world, touching the star pillars, Yang Fann's eyes showed a hint of regret. Was he wrong to bring the Chaos God of Dawn and the others back to Hunyuan Universe? This performance was truly a disgrace. In fact, letting Primeval Chaos Tao Palace assist Jiyu Kang Chaos Circle in breaking through to the large-sized Chaos Circle was just a matter of a few words from him. It wouldn't be a problem for him to bring the Morning Light Chaos God and the others to Hunyuan Universe. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone, follow me. A few breaths later, Yang Fann let out a light cough. He couldn't stand it any longer. If he allowed them to stay in Star Temple any longer, they might end up making a joke out of themselves. Oh, alright, Your Highness, we'll be right there. Alright, stop looking, quickly catch up. Paying respects to Your Highness. Paying respects to Your Highness. Paying respects to Your Highness. Once they left the Star Temple, everywhere they passed, everyone knelt down and kowtowed to Yang Fann. The way they looked at Yang Fann was filled with respect and worship. If it wasn't for Yang Fann, their Primeval Chaos Tao Palace wouldn't have today's glory. They had the power of a chaotic crownless king. Right now, they were afraid that they were still hiding in those hidden universes and worlds, not daring to expose their whereabouts. They were in a constant state of anxiety, afraid that the expert of the Red Scale God clan would come knocking on their door at any time. In just a few thousand eras, Yang Fann's prestige in the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace had completely surpassed Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaoses, and he had become the god in the hearts of countless disciples and elders. Rumble, kneel, kneel, all of you, kneel down. Hiss, His Highness, what exactly is his identity? Although they had witnessed it once in the Taiyu division, at this moment, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. One should know that none of these kneeling people had a cultivation base that they could see through. The vast majority of them gave them a feeling that they were much more terrifying than those Chaos God King who had invaded Morning Star Chaos Domain. It seemed as if a single strand of chi was enough to annihilate all of them. They were definitely Chaos God King, or even a quasi-supreme expert. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Fann brought the God of Dawn and the others back to Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain. Of course, apart from the name, this Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain did not have any similarities with the previous Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain. This was a peak-grade divine mountain that Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos had spent a huge amount of resources to build for Yang Fann. In the vast Hunyuan universe, there were countless divine mountains. No divine mountain in the Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain would dare to claim first place. Even Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos's own dojo was slightly inferior. Hiss, this strength of origin. Gulp, I'm not here. Dream on. The dozen or so people in the group of the God of Dawn were all stunned. Even their saliva was about to drip out of their mouths. With just a single breath, they could faintly feel that their cultivation bases had improved a little. If they could stay here and cultivate, there would be no need for them to do so. 10,000 eras, they could already verify God King's Tao. He was still not at the initial Divine King realm. Tang Wai, I'll leave these people to you. Arrange a place for them to stay, then bring them to the Heavenly Records Pavilion and give them a high-grade disciple nameplate. As for the others, even if they were great Tao sovereigns' descendants, if they wanted to become a high-grade disciple of the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, they would have to undergo certain tests and trials. At the very least, they would have to pretend to walk around. However, Yang Fann was obviously not one of them. With Yang Fann's current prestige, let alone arranging a few senior disciples, even direct disciples, and even Tao children, it was only a matter of a few words. Yes, my lord, Tang Wai answered respectfully, then turned to the Morning Light Chaos God and the others and said gently, guests, please follow me. Although these people were not strong enough, their cultivation base was not high enough. The strongest one among them was merely a step into the realm of advanced Chaos God. With just a breath of his breath, he could easily kill millions of people. However, they were personally brought here by his master, and he had even assigned them the identity of a senior disciple. It was obvious that these people had a deep relationship with his master. To dare to put on airs with them, they would definitely not have any good results if they reported it to his master afterwards. Sir, may I know what His Highness's status in the Tao Palace is? Along the way, the Dawn Chaos God could not suppress the curiosity in her heart. She asked, could it be that he's a direct disciple of the Tao Palace? Personal disciple? Tang Wei narrowed his eyes and revealed a wisp of disdain. A mere personal disciple isn't even worthy of carrying my lord's shoes. The number one man of primeval chaos Tao Palace and the number one man in the primal chaos. He views a supreme being as an ant. Gulp. We're not dreaming, are we? Is this really His Royal Highness Yang Fann? As Tang Wei spoke slowly, the morning light chaos god and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. 10,000 years had passed. They were no longer ignorant fools. Supreme beings, that was a peak-level expert of primal chaos, a small group of people who truly stood at the peak of all life. As for Yang Fann, how old was he? How could he possibly treat a supreme being as an ant? The 10,000 swords god-slaying formation, 10,000 light-years away, within the small world that Yang Fann had created. Rumble. Yang Fann sat down cross-legged and continued to devour and refine God Lord Longda's strength of original life. With his mighty energy, he opened up a spatial tunnel and sent a soul duplicate back to Morning Star Chaos Domain. After that, Yang Fann no longer paid attention to the future developments. It was just a group of surviving disciples from the expeditionary forces of the Red Scale God clan. The soul duplicate was more than enough to deal with them. One should know that as Yang Fann's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, the soul duplicate's strength was also increasing rapidly. Currently, any clone that Yang Fann sent out wouldn't be any weaker than high-ranked God King. Not to mention a small group of surviving disciples, even if the expeditionary forces was at its peak, it wouldn't be enough to kill a clone of Yang Fann. Time flew by and another 30 eras passed. God Lord was less than a light year tall, and the strength of origin in his body could easily destroy 7 to 8 times of his original size with at most 20 more eras. God Lord would become the second quasi-God King to fall at Yang Fann's hands. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Fann opened his eyes, and an unconcealable surprise climbed into his eyes. Its God King Sen Luo Red Scale God Clan has prepared a generous gift for me. C-2986A Formidable enemy. The 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation was a small world created by Yang Fann thousands of light years away. Buzz. A divine light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. Greed and heat flashed across his eyes. This Red Scale God Clan really thought highly of him. They actually sent God King Sen Luo. In God Lord Yi Ma and the others' memories, this God King Sen Luo wasn't an ordinary God King. That was one of the top-grade God Kings in God King. He had stepped into Divine Emperor's realm with just one step. He couldn't be said to be invincible or weaker than Divine Emperor. In the entire Red Scale God Clan, there wouldn't be more than 30 people who could be compared to him. He never thought that the Red Scale God Clan would send him out. That terrifying backlash was enough to kill a Divine Emperor expert. This time, the Red Scale God Clan had really put in a lot of effort. Cruel, the Red Scale God Clan had given me such a sincere gift, how could I not accept it? A ferocious smile flashed across Yang Fann's face. I wonder what realm my cultivation base will break through after absorbing this God King Sen Luo. The strength of a quasi-God Emperor's strength of origin was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than top-level God Kings. A middle-ranked top-level Chaos God King was almost guaranteed to succeed, and there was even a chance for him to peak at the high-ranked high-level Chaos God King. Also, God King Sen Luo's family was far more powerful than God Lord Yi Ma and the other quasi-God King warriors. It was more than 100,000 times stronger than God Lord Yi Ma's family. Even if those great Tao origins couldn't help him break through to the mastery, it was still enough to make his strength of divine body grow exponentially. At that time, his overall combat strength would increase by countless times. Even if he couldn't fight 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors who were stronger than him, there wouldn't be many 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors who could be his match. Adding the geographical advantage, even if he were to fight Divine Monarch Hong Lin, he would have to fight him first. Within the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation, a man stood proudly. He was wearing a blood-red scale armor, and his aura was chaotic. Just by standing there casually, he caused the entire 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation to become unstable. Faintly, there seemed to be traces of cracks appearing on the surface of the armor. Every single move he made caused people to feel an instinctive fear. And around his body, there seemed to be a mysterious aura. It was precisely because of this aura that his appearance did not immediately startle the origin of Chaos's great Tao and stimulate the great Tao Divine Eye. It wasn't a difficult task to send a quasi-god emperor to the small chaos where Yang Fann was. Not to mention a quasi-god emperor like God King Sen Luo, even the real divine emperor could enter the small chaos where Yang Fann was. It was rare for him to unleash his true strength in the chaos. Otherwise, if he could only use the quasi-power of God King, then quasi-god emperor would be no different than those quasi-god king warriors. At most, he would have a stronger power of the great Tao and a stronger endurance in battle. Kai, 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 Kai. Numerous sword dragons whizzed past like chaotic storms, slashing at God King Sen Luo. However, before they could get close to God King Sen Luo, the terrifying sword dragons that could severely injure quasi-god king experts began to fall apart. Although the 10,000 swords god-slaying formation was powerful and could even destroy a low-grade god king, it was still far from being able to defeat a quasi-god emperor like God King Sen Luo. I never thought that such a killing formation would appear at the exit of this chaos fissure. It seems like God Lord Phil's death was most likely because of this killing formation. Soon, a hint of understanding appeared in God King Sen Luo's mind. This sword formation was nothing compared to quasi-god emperor. It could be easily broken, but to Phil, God King, and the others who weren't even God King, it was a peerless and ferocious formation that could take their lives. Any sword dragon could exhaust them. With the strength of Phil, God King, and the other two, even if they were lucky enough to escape this formation, they would have to pay a heavy price. Their combat strength might not be at its peak or even lower. If a few low-grade divine lords were born in the small chaos, they might be able to kill Phil, God King, with their geographical advantage. Whether it is the truth or not, I will know when I find God Lord and the others a mere sword formation. Break it for me. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Boom! A terrifying fiendish chi burst out from God King Sen Luo's body. It was so powerful that it could corrode anything. Kai, 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 Kai. Wherever he went, everything, including the sword dragon, sword chi and space. Boom! Buzz, buzz, hum. The 10,000 swords howled in grief, as though they were enduring a tremendous amount of pain. Those low-grade first-layer Great Tao Divine swords were even faintly cracked. Right at this moment, 10,000 swords god-slaying formation, I still have a great use for it. I can't let you break it just like that. An illusory voice descended from the sky. Before the voice faded away, the rapidly expanding baleful aura seemed to have met its nemesis as it quickly retreated. God King Sen Luo frowned. This newcomer wasn't simple. Although this surging murderous aura was just a casual action of his, it wasn't his full strength. However, this wasn't something an ordinary middle-ranked god king could withstand. To be able to break his attack so easily, this newcomer must be at least a high-ranked god king, or perhaps even top-level god king. If it was the former, it would be fine, but if it was the latter, things would become very serious. Currently, he could only exert the combat strength of a 8th layer at most. He wouldn't be much stronger than top-level God King. Otherwise, once he attacked with all his strength, he would surely trigger the origin will of the chaotic Great Tao. At that time, not to mention quasi-God Emperor, even the true Supreme Divine Emperor wouldn't be able to escape death. One Pucci. The void twisted, and a person appeared out of thin air. It was Yang Fann. He looked at God King Sen Luo with a burning gaze, like a hunter looking at the fattest and most beautiful prey. A trace of seriousness flashed across God King Sen Luo's eyes. He couldn't see how this human appeared. This matter was going to be a big deal. It was very likely that this man was top-level God King. Damn it, this was just a newborn small chaos. How could such a monster appear in this place? Or could it be that this person was the same as me, he came from another small chaos? Very quickly, just like Phil, God King and the others, a thought appeared in his sea of consciousness. The emergence of a top-level God King in a small chaos that had less than 2 cycles of life and death was truly inconceivable. Compared to the other chaotic experts, it was much easier to believe. No, he had to send this news back to the God race. The chaos could send a top-level God King into the small chaos without much suppression. It was definitely not a simple matter. One should know that there were no traces of other chaotic small chaos in the small chaos a few million eras ago. There were at least 8 to 9 of them, and the other party had appeared after them. Behind them, Divine Emperor's expert was definitely not a small number. Just like the Red Scale Chaos, they might not even have a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign guarding the place. He was definitely a formidable opponent for the Red Scale God Clan. I am Senluo from the Red Scale God Clan of Red Scale Chaos. May I know your name? Which chaos are you from? C-2987 suppressing the Concourse God King within the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation. God King Senluo didn't attack immediately. The man in front of him wasn't weak, he was at least a peak 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, or even a quasi-4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like him. If he really wanted to fight, even if he could defeat this man, it wouldn't be an easy task. If he wasn't careful, he might have to pay some price. Most importantly, even if he could win, so what? If this man wanted to leave, he would never be able to stop him. If he really wanted to fight, there was no benefit to him at all. It was better to take this opportunity to investigate his identity and background. He wanted to see if it was one of the primal chaos they were familiar with. Their Red Scale Chaos had lasted for nearly 22 eras. In this Hungmeng Heavenly Void, they were considered to be old and qualified. There were also many people in the small chaos that they were familiar with. Of course, these small chaos were basically on the same level as their Red Scale Chaos. Even if they weren't as good as their Red Scale Chaos, they wouldn't be much inferior. Without the protection of a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, there were at least a few 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. Otherwise, those weak small chaos would have been devoured by the Red Scale Chaos or some other powerful chaos long ago. The Hungmeng Heavenly Void was a cruel place. The small chaos either had enough strength to protect itself, or it had hidden itself deep enough that it had never been discovered by the other small chaos. Otherwise, there would only be one outcome. They could only become the resources for the growth of the other small chaos. It could be said that the law of the jungle was pushed to the extreme. I don't mind asking you about my origin. I was born in this small chaos. Yang Fann didn't hide anything and spoke frankly. In this 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation, everything was under his control. It was impossible for this God King Senluo to send his information back to the Red Scale Chaos. Today, he showed mercy and let God King Senluo know what was going on. What? You are a native of this small chaos? God King Senluo's pupils constricted, and a wisp of disbelief appeared on his face. In the next second, the corner of his mouth curled up as a hint of ridicule flashed past. Sir, I treat you with sincerity, but you are hiding from me. You are not a hero. Regarding Yang Fann's words, he did not believe it 1,000 times. What kind of joke was this? This was just a new chaos that had been born less than 2 times. Whether 2nd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could be born or not, it was a huge mystery. 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and also a top-grade 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Unless his head was squeezed by the door, he wouldn't believe such nonsense. Even in the small chaos where 7 or 8 cycles were born, a peak 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign might not be born. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. I've said everything I need to say. If you don't have any last words, I'll send you on your way. Send me on my way. Sir, aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue? The cold shine in God King Senluo's eyes flashed, and he sneered. The only way to take him down was if he was a 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. But was this possible? Even if he was a quasi-4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, His Majesty the God Emperor would be the one to personally send him to this small chaos. He had even paid some vital energies to send a 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign to this small chaos. Even a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like His Majesty the God Emperor would have to pay a hefty price, or even suffer a serious injury. Only a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was confident enough to send a 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign into small chaos at a very small price. However, it was easier said than done to break through to the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Like His Majesty the God Emperor, the monster had only just broken through to the intermediate 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It was still a long way from breaking through to the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, let alone the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He didn't believe that there was a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign standing behind the opponent. In this Hungmeng Heavenly Void, the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was the peak expert. Very soon, you will know whether I am lying or not. Yang Fann smiled coldly. Without waiting for God King Senluo to speak, he thrust his palm towards God King Senluo. Rumble. The power of chaos god within his body exploded to its limit. Yang Fann had no intention of holding back from this palm strike. It could be said that other than the forbidden divine ability, this was an all-out attack. He did not want to give God King Sen Luo any chance to catch his breath. Although he didn't think that God King Sen Luo would be able to escape from his grip, he wasn't afraid of 10,000. He was just afraid that it might not be the case. If something bad happened, Yang Fann would definitely regret it if he really escaped from this God King Sen Luo. A fat sheep like this could only be found by luck. If God King Sen Luo really escaped back to Red Scale Chaos and exposed his true strength, Red Scale God Clan would never send another expert to his death. They would only wait silently for the day of the collision between the two great chaos. Perhaps, this God King Sen Luo was his last harvest. No matter what, he couldn't escape from this God King Sen Luo. Ah, this power, no, this is impossible. God King Sen Luo's pupils contracted, and he let out a heart-wrenching wail. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. This power gave him a feeling that it was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more terrifying than the strength of a middle-ranked God Emperor he had seen before. Even if it wasn't high-ranked God Emperor, it wouldn't be much different. A low-ranked God Emperor was enough to injure the Yuan Qi of a 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, let alone high-ranked God Emperor. That was equivalent to taking the life of a 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warrior. Fake. This must be fake. Pretending to be mysterious, this human must be deliberately mystifying. Senluo blade buzz. A bright blade light cut through the void. A devil chi appeared in God King Sen Luo's hand, and it looked like countless evil ghosts and devils were roaring. The shrill ghost howl made people's hair stand on end. The limitless blade was God King Sen Luo's lifeblood divine artifact, and it was also the only 4th layer Great Dao divine artifact in his hand. With the help of the Senluo blade, he was confident that he could save his life in the hands of a 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warrior. Roar. Senluo blade, let me break it. Boom. A terrifying saber light that looked like the blade of death slashed out of the blade. It was like the call of the god of death, harvesting the lives of countless worlds. Zero. Ah, give me back my life. Die. Everyone deserves to die. Wails and howls resounded throughout the entire space of the divine formation. It was a terrifying soul. In a fraction of a second. Pucci. Before the saber beam could even get close to the heaven-sheltering big hand, it could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure and shattered into pieces. Ah, no, how could this be? Really, everything is real. God King Sen Luo was scared out of his wits. He finally believed the cruel reality. This was his natal divine ability, and that was the reason why his name was named God King Sen Luo. Adding the 4th layer Great Dao divine artifact, the limitless blade, no one except for the true 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign would be able to take this life divine ability of his easily, let alone the fact that it had been completely destroyed before it even got close to him. In an instant, an indescribable feeling of fear welled up in God King Sen Luo's heart. To be able to send a high-ranked God Emperor into a small chaos in just a few million eras. That power was definitely not something a 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign could produce. Not a single 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign could be as great as that. As long as it was an intelligent life, it had its own selfish motives. Especially for Great Dao Sovereign, most of them were people with a cold nature. In their hearts, the most important thing had always been themselves. 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. This man had 8 to 9 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign behind him. This won't do. I have to return immediately and report all of this to His Majesty the God Emperor. Once the path of Red Scale Chaos was captured by the powers behind this man. Their Red Scale Chaos is completely finished. If they wanted to protect themselves in the hands of a 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, at the very least, the chaos in that area was at least. He also needed to have the strength of a peak 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warrior to prevent the opponent from attacking him. In Red Scale Chaos, besides His Majesty the God Emperor, who was an intermediate 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, there was no other 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign that could be found. You want to leave? Be good and stay behind. C-2988 High-Grade Chaos God King within the 10,000 Swords God-Slaying Formation. Yang Fann smiled coldly. At this point of time, it was impossible for God King Sen Luo to escape. Be good and stay here. Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand was crushing everything in its path. It could even suppress a top-ranked God Emperor warrior with its terrifying power. Ah, no. A tragic wail resounded throughout the sword formation. Bang. Countless layers of defensive barriers were easily crushed like bubbles. God King Sen Luo was grabbed by Yang Fann. This 10,000 swords god-slaying formation is still a bit lacking. Yang Fann surveyed his surroundings and frowned slightly. This 10,000 swords god-slaying formation was barely able to withstand the attack of quasi-god emperor, let alone his terrifying strength that was comparable to a peak 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. With just a single palm strike, the remaining force of the attack was enough to shatter the entire 10,000 swords god-slaying formation. Thousands of low-grade first-layer Great Dao first layers were covered with cracks, as if they were going to be completely shattered in the next second. God King Sen Luo only needed to hold on for a second longer. Thousands of low-grade first-layer Great Dao Divine Swords had already been destroyed, but soon, Yang Fann's brows furrowed. This 10,000 swords god-slaying formation would be destroyed if it was destroyed. He just needed to arrange another 10,000 swords god-slaying formation. He thought that God King Sen Luo wouldn't let him down. A mere quasi-god king had thousands of Great Dao Divine Swords in his hands, let alone a quasi-god emperor like God King Sen Luo. There were more than a few thousand Great Dao Divine Swords in his hands, and the grade was so high that God Lord Yi Ma, a quasi-god king, couldn't compare with it. Even 3rd Empyrean Great Dao Divine Swords were not few in the next second. Boom! A terrifying strength of soul that was comparable to a 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign swept out from Yang Fanshihai's body, forcefully tearing apart God King Sen Luo's chaotic crystal wall and counting all the rewards he had obtained this time. Hong Long, countless natural treasures, divine weapons, and divine herbs turned into a torrent of precious treasures, and were quickly absorbed into Yang Fann's chaos. 1 year later, Wang, Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Good, this God King Sen Luo is indeed worthy of being a quasi-4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. His wealth was more than 100,000 times greater than God Lord Yi Ma's. For example, there were tens of thousands of Great Dao Divine Artifacts. He could easily set up a few 10,000 swords god-slaying formation. The Great Dao origin Yang Fann needed the most had exceeded 1,000 trillion, nearly 3,000 trillion. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have seen the large success divine body of Great Dao Sovereign waving at him. Once the divine body of Great Dao Sovereign reached the large success stage, with just the strength of divine body alone, he would be able to kill a quasi-4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign like God King Sen Luo. A mere red-scale god clan was nothing to him. With all their combat strength, it was as if they were chopping melons and vegetables, sweeping away all of them. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Boom boom boom. Numerous dazzling sword lights erupted from Yang Fann's body, and the supreme sword Dao was deduced and explained within it. It was dazzling, and dreamlike. It made one unable to extricate themselves from it. Very quickly, a new 10,000 swords god-slaying formation replaced the old 10,000 swords god-slaying formation and sealed the chaos fissure. Compared to the previous 10,000 swords god-slaying formation, this new 10,000 swords god-slaying formation was more than 10 million times stronger. Of the 10,000 Great Dao Divine Swords, none of them were below my second layer Great Dao Divine Artifact. There were even 36 third-grade Great Dao Divine Swords. If a 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign didn't appear, it would be God King Sen Luo, who was a quasi-4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. If he didn't have the defense of a 3rd Empyrean Great Dao Defensive Divine Artifact, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He would be severely injured or even destroyed by the 10,000 Divine Swords. If there was this 10,000 swords god-slaying formation before, Yang Fann wouldn't have to worry about the damage caused to the divine formation with his full strength. With a satisfied smile on his face, Yang Fann moved his body and returned to the small world where he was in seclusion, continuing to cultivate in seclusion. God King Sen Luo, this quasi-god emperor, was different from God Lord Yi Ma and the other quasi-god king. He was one of the higher-ups in the red-scale god clan. The inside information he knew was far beyond what God Lord Yi Ma and the others could compare with. The distance between the red-scale chaos and the small chaos was less than 100 million era. If the red-scale god clan was willing to pay some price, the time it would take would be greatly shortened. Once the two great chaos started to collide and fuse, it would be the time for their final battle. With his current strength, he was far from being a match for the red-scale god clan. Putting divine monarch Hong Lin aside, those few quasi-divine emperor alone were not a match for him. Those were all old monsters who had broken through to the 5th Empyrean Great Tao with a single step. Some of them were only a step away from breaking through to the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. If it wasn't for Divine Monarch Hong Lin deliberately suppressing them, perhaps a second 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would have been born. Not many people were willing to, as there was someone who could threaten their position. Divine Monarch Hong Lin also had his own selfish motives. A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. If a second 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign really appeared, it might be the time when the Red Scale God clan split up. Poochie Poochie, Poochie. Balls of Great Tao origin were quickly devoured and refined by Yang Fann. 1 unit of Great Tao origin could not last for 100 years before it was completely turned into dust. Terrifying, this nearly 3,000 trillion units of Great Tao origin could not even use 500 eras before being devoured and refined by him. An era, 10 eras, 100 eras. The source of the Great Tao in Yang Fann's hand started shrinking rapidly, and it was replaced by Yang Fann's strength of divine body. It was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. 378 eras passed. Poochie. The last unit of the Great Tao origin was completely refined by Yang Fann. Buzz. Yang Fann's eyes opened, and a bright divine light shone from his eyes, sweeping away everything in its path. At this moment, even a low-grade 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who stood in front of Yang Fann would have his divine body pierced through in an instant, and the soul would be severely injured. Powerful with just the strength of divine body alone, he was able to fight an intermediate 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, in the depths of Yang Fann's eyes, there was a hint of disappointment. Nearly 3 trillion Great Tao origins still hadn't allowed him to successfully break through to the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign Mastery. He didn't even see the shadow of a mastery. According to Yang Fann's estimation, the current him was at most at the peak of the divine body small completion. He was still far from reaching the true divine body. If he wanted to reach the divine body realm, he would need to plunder at least a few quasi-god emperor like God King Sen Luo. Fortunately, there was a bunch of fat sheep like the Red Scale God clan. Not to mention quasi-god emperor, even the real divine emperor was not a small number. Otherwise, just by relying on their chaos, even if the chaos was destroyed, he wouldn't be able to dream of attaining the great perfection divine body. Su. A stream of light flashed. And God Lord, who had only a layer of the strength of original life left, appeared within the devouring black hole. Boom! Boundless power of devouring surged out from the black hole, crazily devouring God Lord's strength of original life. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 421 eras. Poochie. The last divine master, God Lord Yi Ma, was devoured and refined by Yang Fann. However, what disappointed Yang Fann was that there was still a huge gap between him and the extreme middle-level Chaos God King, let alone the 3 quasi-God King. The divine body of Great Tao Sovereign broke through a few small realms in a row, and the Yang Fann's divine body's origin energy once again increased by 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and 1,000 times. More than that, 3. It was like a bottomless pit, bottomless. If he wanted to advance, he still had to rely on quasi-God Emperor, God King Sen Luo. Even if God Lord Yi Ma could absorb and refine all the quasi-God King in the Red Scale God clan, he might not be able to break through to the high-level Chaos God King smoothly. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Quasi-God Emperor was quasi-God Emperor. The purity of the strength of origin was 1,000,000 times greater than God Lord Yi Ma's. His cultivation base was advancing towards the extreme middle-level Chaos God King at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 3,348 eras. His cultivation base had steadily stepped into the quasi-high-level Chaos God King realm. As for God King Sen Luo, he had only used less than a fraction of his strength of origin. As expected of quasi-God Emperor, the strength of origin was not something that an ordinary God King could compare with. It was only a matter of time before he broke through to the high-level Chaos God King, and it wasn't impossible for him to break through to the middle-rank top-level Chaos God in one go. I wonder what kind of combat strength I will have when the time comes. Quasi-5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Or do I really have the strength to fight a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior? C-2989 Death Blood Sacrifice. The 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation was a small world created by Yang Fann thousands of light years away. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann's aura rose at a terrifying speed, increasing infinitely in the blink of an eye. 30,000 eras had passed. God King Sen Luo had obviously lost a lot of weight, and he had used up half of his strength of origin. Finally, Yang Fann took that step and broke through to the high-level Chaos God King. A terrifying pressure was rolling and boiling like a tidal wave, swallowing everything in its path. It was enough to make a low-grade 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign tremble. Kai, 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 Kai. In all directions, it was huge. The space was extremely distorted. Luckily, Yang Fann was prepared for this. The formation of evil spirit around the small world had changed from a bird spear to a cannon, to a supreme grade 2nd layer Great Tao Divine Artifact, and even a 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Divine Artifact. Its power had increased by more than 1,000,000 times. Otherwise, with the help of the formation, it might not be able to withstand the sudden increase in Yang Fann's pressure. Very quickly, another 100 eras passed by. The strength of origin on God King Sen Luo's body shrunk by half a level once again, and Yang Fann's cultivation finally stabilized at the high-level Chaos God King. Ha 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 ha, high-level Chaos God King. This is the power of a high-level Chaos God King. The difference between a middle-level Chaos Divine King and a high-level Chaos God King is just like the difference in quality. Ha ha ha. He felt the insides of his body. Ha ha ha. After breaking through to the high-level Chaos God King, the chaos in his body had expanded by 1,000 times, more than 10,000 times. It was so vast that it was almost 1 in 1,000,000 times bigger than their chaos. It was terrifying. Even the internal chaos of many 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors couldn't compare to 1,000,000 times bigger than a newborn small chaos. In other words, Yang Fann could sweep away most of the 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign with just the chaos within his body. Once he unleashed his full strength, Yang Fann couldn't believe what kind of realm his overall combat strength had reached. Yang Fann couldn't guarantee that he would be able to fight a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, but there shouldn't be many people below the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who could be his match. In the end, God King Sen Luo's horizons were still a little too low. In his life, he hadn't even seen Divine Monarch Hong Lin a few times, let alone witness Divine Monarch Hong Lin's attack. Furthermore, to put it bluntly, just the aftermath of a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like Divine Monarch Hong Lin's attack was not something that a quasi-god emperor like God King Sen Luo could withstand. Without the protection of the expert, even the qualification to watch the battle was far from enough. He would only be able to witness the attack of a few middle-ranked God Emperor warriors. It was easier said than done to use a middle-ranked God Emperor warrior as a base to calculate the means of a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior. Great Tao Sovereign was a 9 heavens, and every time he broke through to the 1st layer, his speed would be much greater than that of a former 1st layer. The weakest 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had a combat strength that was more than 10,000,000 times stronger than a quasi-4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. A 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was at least 100,000,000 times stronger than a quasi-5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. With my current strength, there is still a big gap between me and that Divine Monarch Hong Lin. Yang Fann frowned slightly. That Divine Monarch Hong Lin was no ordinary 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He was an intermediate 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, or even a high-ranked 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. God King Sen Luo's memory wasn't necessarily accurate. As for Divine Monarch Hong Lin's exact cultivation base, it was mostly hearsay. Also, he knew very little about Divine Monarch Hong Lin's trump cards and precious treasures. As the master of small chaos, Yang Fann would never believe that Divine Monarch Hong Lin didn't have any trump cards or trump cards. Compared to Divine Monarch Hong Lin, his foundation was much weaker. The numerous Great Tao Divine Artifacts in his hands, including God King Sen Luo's Lifeblood Divine Artifact, the only 4th layer Great Tao Divine Artifact in his hand, the Limitless Blade, were all of little value. It wouldn't increase his combat strength by much. A Great Tao Divine body he had broken through several small realms in a row. The defense of the Yang Fann's divine body also had a qualitative breakthrough. It urged the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign with all its strength. Compared to the Senluo blade, it was not weak at all. What he could truly rely on was his divine body and the forbidden divine ability, which didn't have too many restrictions. However, there was still a limit. Yang Fann didn't have much confidence in making up for the huge gap between him and Divine Monarch Hong Lin. In order to deal with the upcoming serious test, he needed to be even stronger. Once the two great chaotic forces collided and merged, it wouldn't take long for Divine Monarch Hong Lin to arrive in their chaos. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann retracted his spirit. Boom. He circulated the heaven, swallowing earth, devouring great technique to its limit, crazily devouring God King Sen Luo's strength of original life. I wonder if the remaining 8th layer strength of origin can help me break through to the middle rank top level Chaos God King realm. If I can break through to another level, even if I'm still no match for Divine Monarch Hong Lin, it shouldn't be a problem for me to stay alive. 120 eras later. Pucci. God King Sen Luo had used up the last trace of strength of original life, turning into ashes. After breaking through to the high-level Chaos God King, Yang Fann's devouring speed had increased by more than 100 times. Red Scale Chaos, with the Red Qilin sovereign domain where Divine Monarch Hong Lin was located as the center, was divided into many large and small sovereign domains, king domains, and main domains. The Senluo King domain was God King Sen Luo's territory, the place where the Senluo clan had lived for generations. Rumble. Suddenly, the weather changed, and the sun and moon dimmed. A terrifying rain of blood poured down from the sky, with the Senluo King domain as the center. It rapidly spread to the surrounding main domains. Bang bang bang. At almost the same time, the huge statues of God King Sen Luo collapsed. An inexplicable feeling of grief swept through all the Senluo royal family. Ah, no, how could this be? His Majesty God King. His Majesty God King. No, this is impossible. How is it possible for His Majesty God King to do this? Very quickly, Senluo, a heart-wrenching cry burst out from the king's territory. It was as if he had lost his parents. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Countless Senluo royal family members were hysterical. God King Sen Luo was their king, their spiritual pillar. Without God King Sen Luo, the Senluo royal family was like a rootless duckweed. No one knew when it was going to be destroyed. Wherever there were people, there would be fights. This was the common problem of the intelligent life. The Red Scale God clan was no exception. Their Senluo royal family had nearly 10 Yanji inheritances. Their enemies were no small number. However, God King Sen Luo had suppressed them before. In the king's domain, those bugs just didn't dare to show their faces. Now that God King Sen Luo had fallen, those powers would never let go of such a rare opportunity given to them by the heavens. Ha ha ha, good that old thing God King Sen Luo finally died. The great Tao has eyes, the great Tao has eyes. Woo woo woo, Senluo old dog is finally dead. Ancestor, your souls in heaven can rest in peace. Opportunity, this is my clan's opportunity, the Senluo royal clan, I want you to pay with your blood. Chaos Fisher. What, even God King Sen Luo has fallen? The 4 great divine emperor were dumbfounded. They were very confident in God King Sen Luo. He was one of the best among quasi-god emperors group. It would be a piece of cake for him to sweep across the newly born small chaos. Never would they have thought that he would fall in the small chaos just like God Lord Phil and the others. Bitch, is that really a new small chaos? Even those small chaos who had already devoured 1 or 2 small chaos might not have the confidence to keep God King Sen Luo alive. The development of this matter has already exceeded our control. It seems like we still need Bing His Majesty the God Emperor. Even God King Sen Luo had fallen in the small chaos. Even if they, Divine Emperor, had the chance to enter the small chaos with their true bodies, they might not be able to suppress the small chaos. Your Majesty, Yaoguang God, transform, road requests an audience. An era later, 0 mysterious blood-colored altars were being built all over Red Scale Chaos. A large number of slave clan were driven into the blood-red altars. Hurry up, you lowly peasants, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and catch up, do you want to die? This group of lowly peasants really need to be dealt with, all of you better behave pa. His Majesty the God Emperor's Oracle, /C 2990. The lone army went deep Red Scale Chaos. In just a single era, hundreds of millions of blood-red altars were built in different regions of the primal chaos. The entire altar was engraved with countless strange and profound runes, as if it had been soaked in a sea of blood, causing people to shiver in fear. Follow him, you bunch of lowly peasants, be honest with me, how dare you mess with me? All 9 generations of your family have been killed. The outer chaos slave clan that they had conquered were lined up in a long line. They were continuously chased into the blood-red Red Scale God clans by the experts of the Red Scale God clan. Bang, bang, bang. Following the sound of the word, behead, heads flew up into the sky one after another. Blood gushed out like a fountain towards the blood-colored altars. In the next moment, Boom 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 boom. The countless strange blood-red divine characters seemed to come to life as rays of demonic blood-red light rose from the blood-colored altars. It was densely packed and gathered into a profound formation. In an instant, it covered the entire red-scale chaos. In the next second, whoosh, as if there was a huge booster pushing the red-scale chaos, the speed of the red-scale chaos's movement increased by more than 10 times. Originally, it would take hundreds of millions of eras for them to catch up to the small chaos where Yang Fann was. Now, there were at most a few million eras. The two chaos would meet, and there wasn't much time left for Yang Fann and the others in the small chaos. To be precise, there wasn't much time left for Yang Fann. In small chaos, other than Yang Fann, the rest of them, including Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the other quasi-second Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, were just a bunch of salted fish that only knew how to cheer. They couldn't help him at all. Without Yang Fann, any intermediate divine lord could have swept across the entire small chaos. The 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation was a small world created by Yang Fann 10,000 light-years away. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and a trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes. He had really thought too much. God King Sen Luo only had a near 8th layer strength of original life left. Not to mention allowing him to break through to the middle-rank top-level Chaos God, he didn't even see the shadow of a middle-rank top-level Chaos God King. He could only barely step into the late stage of low-rank high-level Chaos God. His overall strength had only increased by a few times. This was nothing compared to Yang Fann. The gap between him and Divine Monarch Hong Lin was just like a natural chasm. Not to mention defeating Divine Monarch Hong Lin, Yang Fann wasn't even sure if he could save his life in Divine Monarch Hong Lin's hands. What should I do next? Yang Fann frowned. With his current strength, it was virtually impossible for him to defeat the Red Scale God clan. In order to turn the situation around and obtain the final victory, he needed to improve his strength as much as possible. It would be best if he could advance to the late stage of the divine body of Great Dao Sovereign, or even King top-rank high-level Chaos God. What Yang Fann wanted was not to protect his life from Divine Monarch Hong Lin, but to completely suppress Divine Monarch Hong Lin and make him his food for growth. However, it was hard for a clever woman to cook without rice. The small chaos only had this little amount of resources. If he continued to stay here, not to mention 100 million eras, even if he cultivated for 100 billion eras, his cultivation base might not be able to break through to the middle-rank top-level Chaos God King smoothly. As for the completion of the divine body of Great Dao Sovereign, that was something that he couldn't even dream about. Could it be that we're going to the Red Scale Chaos? A trace of hesitation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. There was nothing much about those Divine Emperor. He was confident that he could defeat those few quasi-5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors. He was afraid that he would run into Divine Monarch Hong Lin, who was weaker than him in terms of strength. Plus, he was still in the opponent's territory. As such, he wanted to run away. It would be a big problem. It would be great if there was another small chaos. If he snuck into the small chaos and developed himself, he might have the power to suppress Divine Monarch Hong Lin. Unfortunately, although God King Sen Luo knew a lot about the small chaos, he only heard of its name, and no one knew where it was. Without an accurate mark of the Great Dao, finding them in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void was no different than finding a needle in a haystack. There was no hope at all. Let's wait a little longer. There is still time. Perhaps there will be other quasi-God King from the Red Scale God clan coming to our doorstep soon. Even the real Divine Emperor might not be able to find them. A hint of anticipation appeared in Yang Fann's eyes. Divine Master Phil and God King Sen Luo were a good example. It was a blessing that came from the heavens when one was at home. He wasn't greedy. As long as he could get another low-ranked God Emperor, it would be enough with Divine Monarch Hong Lin's strength. If he was willing to waste some vital energies, it wouldn't be a problem for him to teleport another low-ranked God Emperor. In the next moment, buzz. With a flash of the dark shine, a figure appeared in front of Yang Fann. Leaving behind a soul duplicate to guard the Chaos Fissure, Yang Fann waited for the arrival of the Red Scale God clan's expert. With a flash, he tore open the spatial zone and appeared in the Hunyuan universe. After breaking through to the high-level Chaos God King, the strength of the soul duplicate had increased infinitely. It was much stronger than the few middle-ranked God Emperor in God King Sen Luo's memory. Even if he were to fight those high-grade and top-ranked God Emperor warriors, he would be able to hold on for a few breaths of time with his geographical advantage. At that time, it would be enough for Yang Fann to rush back from all over the primal chaos. Over 30,000 eras had passed, and the Morning Star Alliance had finally established their roots in the primeval Chaos Dao Palace. With Yang Fann's relationship with them, even if the Morning Light Chaos God and the rest had low cultivation base, and the strongest amongst them were merely two quasi-high-level Chaos God warriors, no one would dare to underestimate the Morning Star Alliance. Behind them, there was a connection between the heavens and the earth. Even some quasi-supreme experts had to give them some face, and they wouldn't dare offend them. In just a short period of 30,000 eras, many elders and disciples of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace were trying to curry favor with them. The Morning Star Alliance was developing rapidly like a snowball. Now, the Morning Star Alliance had successfully occupied the chaotic region where they were located, and had become a small overlord that controlled hundreds of chaotic circles. Within the Alliance, middle-level Chaos God warriors were everywhere, and low-level Chaos God warriors were as numerous as dogs. For example, the higher-ups of the Alliance, such as the Chaotic God of Dawn and the Chaotic God of Xingwei, were all at least at the top-level Chaos God. Many of them were only a step away from advancing to Chaos God King. In the past, they didn't even dare to think about it. They didn't even know that there was still Chaos God King above the Chaos God. To be honest, many of them still felt as if they had fallen into a dream. They were deeply afraid that they would suddenly wake up one day and realize that it was just a dream. After being supported by the primeval Chaos Dao Palace for more than 30,000 eras, Jiyu Kang Chaos Circle. No, it had changed its name to the Morning Star Chaos Circle, and it had successfully advanced to the medium-sized Chaos Circle. It was still not the elementary medium-sized Chaos Circle. With 58 large-sized Chaos Domain, he was already very close to the level of the advanced level of the medium-sized Chaos Circle. In at most 1,000 more eras, he would be able to smoothly advance to the advanced level of the medium-sized Chaos Circle. Ah, it's the Lord. The Lord has returned. The Lord has returned. Greetings, Lord. Soon, the entire sacred extreme miracle mountain boiled up. The news of Yang Fann's return to the Hunyuan universe spread across the entire Hunyuan universe at lightning speed. Ah, His Royal Highness Yang Fann is back. Quick, follow me to Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain. Quick, I want to pay a visit to His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The quasi-supreme experts and even Great Tao Sovereign broke through the void and rushed towards the Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain. Last time, His Royal Highness Yang Fann had returned in a hurry and disappeared without a trace. They could only take a step back and build a good rapport with the Morning Star Alliance. This time, no matter what, they had to meet His Royal Highness Yang Fann. As long as they could establish a good rapport with His Royal Highness Yang Fann, they would be rich. It wasn't impossible for them to advance to Great Tao Sovereign or even Second Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in the future. His Royal Highness Yang Fann was a synonym for miracles. Soon, 100,000 eras had passed. Somewhere in the primal chaos, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. Like an ancient god, he had crossed the time-long river and returned to this era. Yang Fann did not stay in the Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain for long. He was really afraid of those supreme and quasi-supreme beings. Dealing with them was much more tiring than fighting an expert of the same level. But they were all from the same sect. Furthermore, if he stretched out his hand and didn't hit a smiling person, Yang Fann wouldn't be so unreasonable as to drive them away. After hanging on for half a month, Yang Fann couldn't bear the torture anymore. In the end, it was a good thing that he couldn't see or feel annoyed, so he left Hunyuan Universe and went to a remote place in the primal chaos. Sai God King was still nowhere to be seen. Looks like I really have to make a trip to the Red Scale Chaos. 3C2991. He was going to meet the Divine Emperor below the chaotic starry sky. Wang. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled with a divine light, and he made a decision in his heart. 100,000 eras had passed. No one could wait for God King or Divine Emperor from the Red Scale God clan to enter the chaos through the Chaos Fissure. He could basically conclude that the Red Scale God clan would never send anyone else here. God King Sen Luo's death seemed to have completely frightened the Red Scale God clan. At this moment, there was a hint of regret in Yang Fann's heart. He shouldn't have devoured and refined God King Sen Luo completely, leaving only a wisp of his soul to temporarily stabilize the Red Scale God clan. Perhaps, When the Red Scale God clan saw that God King Sen Luo hadn't received any news for a long time, they would send another God King to search for his whereabouts. Now that things had come to this point, it was pointless to think about these things anymore. Now, he was afraid that he had no choice but to take the risk and make a trip to the Red Scale Chaos. 100,000 eras, waiting for the Red Scale God clan's God King. Besides Divine Emperor, Yang Fann also didn't forget to train hard. Every breath, every second, a large amount of chaos was devoured and refined by him. The surrounding billions of light years of chaos. The chaotic energy had become thinner by more than a level. There was nothing he could do about it. Without God King's expert to absorb and refine, he could only rely on absorbing the chaotic energy to cultivate. The result was just as he had expected. It was simply like the speed of a turtle. It was so slow that it almost caused him to collapse. After 100,000 eras, his cultivation had only improved by a tiny bit. Not to mention leveling up, he had not even broken through a small realm. Up until now, he was still at the late stage of low-rank high-level Chaos God King, which was still a long way from the peak of low-rank high-level Chaos God Emperor realm. At this rate, not to mention 100,000 eras, even if he was given 10 billion or 100 billion eras, he wouldn't even dream of breaking through to the middle-rank top-level Chaos God. However, how could there be so much time for him to cultivate bitterly? 10 billion, 100 billion eras. Even if it was a billion eras, their small chaos would have been devoured by the Red Scale Chaos long ago, becoming the resources for the growth of the Red Scale Chaos. This won't do. We can't continue to wait like this. The Red Scale God clan can afford to waste time, but he doesn't have that much time. The longer we delay, the more unfavorable it will be for the chaos. 100 million eras was a conservative estimate. During this period, the Red Scale God clan would use some special means. It was hard to say that they wouldn't even need 10 million eras to catch up to the chaos. Furthermore, he also needed time to devour and break through. It wasn't that he could suppress those God King and Divine Emperor, and his cultivation base would improve by leaps and bounds. A low-rank God Emperor. If he were to completely devour and refine it, he would need at least a few 100,000 eras. And this was even after he first absorbed and refined a large amount of Great Tao origins. The divine body of Great Tao Sovereign had improved by leaps and bounds, and its devouring speed had a qualitative breakthrough. Otherwise, even if he was given millions of eras, he might not be able to devour a low-ranked God Emperor completely. Divine Emperor, Quasi-God Emperor. The difference of one word, but the gap between them was more than 10 million times. The next moment, a red light flashed around Yang Fann's body. His face was extremely distorted. Red scales suddenly appeared and covered his entire body. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a Red Scale God Clan Divine Lord. It took Yang Fann a lot of time to find this Red Scale God Clan Divine Lord. He had killed two fiercely just now. These Divine Lords were mercilessly killed the moment they entered the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation. Back then, if he had known that such a day would come, he would have left a few Divine Lords behind as backup. Unlike now, in order to find the fish that slipped through the net, he had practically turned the entire primal chaos upside down. There were many other divine weapons, divine officers, and divine generals, but these ants, including Great Tao Sovereign, wouldn't be able to come into contact with God King and Divine Emperor so easily. Poochie. Yang Fann's body moved, tearing apart the space and reappearing in the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation. I hope my disguise can deceive the Red Scale God clan. Looking at the chaos fissure with a diameter of tens of thousands of light years, which seemed to be able to devour everything, Yang Fann felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Although the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was incomparably profound, the disguise was like something. After devouring more than half of the strength of origin, whether it was his aura or origin, he was no different from the Divine Lord. However, whether or not he could completely muddle his way through, Yang Fann still felt a little uneasy in his heart. It was the first time a young lady had disguised herself as a chaotic creature like this, but it was still the first time she was in a sedan chair. As for the other Red Scale God clans from the Red Scale God clan, it was fine. He was afraid that he would run into that divine monarch Hong Lin, and he would be able to see through them. 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, especially 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. What kind of means did he have in the small chaos? It was not something he could casually guess. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't have any resources for him to grow, Yang Fann really wouldn't want to take such a risk. He wasn't like Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others, whose cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. There was no way he could advance further. If he wanted to break through, he could only use some special methods. As long as he had enough resources, he would be able to advance quickly. Why would he be willing to take such a risk to explore the other chaos? This wasn't courage, but rather irresponsible towards his own life. In world of cultivators, only by surviving until the end would he be the true trainer. He would fall midway. No matter how many monster geniuses there were, they would only end up as worthless corpses in the end. If one's luck was good, there would be some descendants who would occasionally mutter a few words. If one's luck was bad, he might even be completely wiped out in the time-long river. Yang Fann did not want to be the forgotten member. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann's eyes flashed with determination. Since he had made up his mind, there was no need to hesitate anymore. Poochie. With a single step, he tore open the space and stepped into the chaos fissure. Space changed, time passed. After an unknown period of time, perhaps 100 million years, or perhaps an era. Rumble. With a flash of light, Yang Fann found himself in a strange yet familiar starry sky. Not far away, a chaos fissure with a diameter of more than 1,000,000 light-years crossed the starry sky. It was said to be unfamiliar because he had never been to this place before. Through God King Sen Luo and the others' memories, he found it familiar. He had seen this starry sky more than 1,000 times. Is this the red scale chaos? As expected of the ancient chaos that has existed for nearly 22 eras. Yang Fann looked around and sighed. In this red scale chaos, the activity of strength of origin and the clarity of the great Tao law were far from what the small chaos could compare with. No wonder so many experts could be produced. There were as many divine lords as dogs, and all of them were divine lords. If Tao ancestor of primeval chaos, and the others were born in this red scale chaos, with their talent and potential, they would have broken through their shackles a long time ago. It was not impossible for them to break through and become second Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It was even possible for them to peek into the secrets of the Great Tao Third Empyrean. 6 as the Chaos God and Devil who had been born since the beginning of the chaos, the potential of Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the other 5 stars supreme beings was definitely not low. At least, they wouldn't be inferior to God Lord Yi Ma. The reason why they were unable to break through was because of the suppression of the original will of the Chaos Great Tao, as well as the lack of sufficient resources. Alright, in this red scale chaos, my strength is not suppressed at all. It seems like the heaven-devouring earth-devouring great law has successfully concealed itself from the origin will of the great Tao in this red-scale chaos. Soon, a hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. If he couldn't hide the great Tao origin will of red-scale chaos, it would be extremely difficult to hide it from Divine Monarch Hong Lin. In fact, he might not even be able to hide it from Divine Emperor's expert. Furthermore, red-scale chaos wasn't their small chaos. The strength of the origin of the great Tao of chaos was far greater than theirs. Once he was suppressed by it, his overall combat strength would definitely drop by more than a grade. Perhaps, he might not even have the combat strength of a top-ranked God Emperor. Fortunately, the worst outcome did not happen. Right at this moment, who is it? Su whoosh. Streams of light descended from the sky and surrounded Yang Fann. There were a total of 18 people. The leader was an intermediate divine lord with a powerful aura. The remaining 17 were divine generals, peak divine generals comparable to invincible quasi-sovereign of great perfection divine generals. The chaos fissure was a matter of life and death for the red-scale chaos. It was a matter of great importance, and it was strictly guarded. It was not much different from the Red Qilin Palace where divine monarch Hong Lin was. Not to mention those vassal gods, even if it was the expert of the red-scale god clan, they would not be able to get close to the chaos fissure without Yu's order, let alone those vassal gods. Brother Mo Qian, it's me the divine lord leading the group was an acquaintance of Yang Fann. To be precise, he was familiar with the divine lord of the red-scale god clan that Yang Fann had transformed into. Ah, divine lord Suan, it's you've returned from the small chaos. Mo Qian divine lord glared in disbelief. Although there were no signs of divine lord Suan's death, in his point of view, this old friend of his was already in dire straits. One should know that even God King Sen Luo had died in the small chaos, let alone this old friend of his. A tiny intermediate divine lord like divine lord Suan. Falling was only a matter of time. Never would he have thought that. I never thought I'd see this old friend again. Brother Mo Qian, where is His Majesty Divine Emperor? I have important matters to attend to. Report to His Majesty Divine Emperor. C-2992 Ambush Red Scale Chaos, Chaos Fissure. The four magnificent divine palace were like four huge stars, blooming with endless divine light, illuminating the space within billions of light years around the Chaos Fissure. Wang, wang, wang. Numerous vast and mighty auras of civilization radiated out from within, and they seemed to be explaining the ultimate principles of the heavens and the earth, as well as the culmination of civilization. It made people feel deep veneration and heartfelt admiration. These four great divine palaces were none other than the four great divine emperors' palaces. Rhodes' divine palace was God Emperor Luoda's palace. Among the four great divine emperor, God Emperor Luoda wasn't the strongest, but he was one of the most ancient divine emperor. Up until now, he had lived for nearly 20 eras. Among the many divine emperor, he could be considered one of them. An old monster, an old antique. Those who could be older than him would definitely not exceed the number of hands he had. One should know that most of the divine emperor had only lived for 15 or 16 cycles. Some of the young divine emperor's age might not even be 10 cycles. In a luxuriously decorated hall in the divine palace of Rhodes, God Emperor Luoda sat on the throne with a faint smile on his face. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His face was very gentle and had a kind of warmth like that of an uncle next door. He did not have the majesty that experts should have. However, every movement he made emitted a magical charm that could suck one's soul away. It was as if anyone who came in front of him had to bow their heads in submission. In the center of the hall, the Suan Divine Lord, who had transformed into Yang Fann, was kneeling on the ground. His head was lowered, almost touching the floor. It was as if he did not dare to look at God Emperor Luoda directly, as if that was the greatest disrespect. However, deep within his pupils, there was a faint burning sensation that could not be described with words. Middle-rank God Emperor. This was a low-rank God Emperor. It was 1,000 times stronger, a middle-rank God Emperor that was more than 10,000 times stronger. A single man could fight over 100 low-rank God Emperor warriors. If God Emperor Luoda could be completely devoured and refined, not to mention breaking through to the intermediate or high-rank high-level Chaos God King, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the peak or extreme advanced God King. At that time, the dangers of the Red Scale God clan would no longer be a problem. Bear with it a little longer. This isn't the best time to strike yet. Yang Fann bitterly suppressed the urge to strike. If he really aroused God Emperor Luoda's vigilance, would he be able to take God Emperor Luoda down? It was hard to say. A middle-rank God Emperor wanted to leave, but Yang Fann wasn't confident that he would be able to keep him here. Especially God Emperor Luoda, who was an old monster who had lived nearly 20 times. No one except himself knew what kind of trump card he had in his hand that could save his life. Suan, you're saying that there are other chaotic small chaos in the small chaos? God Emperor Luoda swept a glance at Yang Fann and asked once more. His voice carried a trace of heaviness. Your Majesty, everything I said is true. Master Senluo and the others died in the hands of those chaotic experts. Yang Fann's voice was sincere and almost swore an oath. This was also the important information that Yang Fann had brought to God Emperor Luoda. Furthermore, he believed that God Emperor Luoda would definitely believe what he said. It was just like what God King Senluo and the others had thought when they were suppressed by him. Compared to the appearance of the other chaotic experts, the emergence of a fourth Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in small chaos, which had less than 2 cycles of birth, was much more absurd. At least, in the Red Scale Chaos, no one had heard of any small chaos that could produce a fourth Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in just 2 cycles. With the interference of the other chaotic experts, this matter is going to be troublesome. A trace of seriousness flashed across God Emperor Luoda's eyes. Actually, they had some doubts regarding this matter before this. Otherwise, it would be a miracle for a mere small chaos with less than 2 Yanji cycles to cause God Lord Yi Ma and the other quasi-God King warriors to fall. It was absolutely impossible for even God King Senluo to fall into it. And to be able to suppress God King Senluo, he must at least be a low-grade 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Furthermore, he was able to send a 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign into the small chaos in such a short period of time. The strength of that small chaos was definitely not weak. It was very likely that the Red Scale Chaos had a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign guarding it. The price of sending a fourth Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign into the small chaos with just the strength of a fourth Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was too great. It was enough to make a quasi-fifth Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign collapse. It was a mysterious chaos of unknown origin. It was absolutely the same. Hong Long. More importantly, the enemy had taken the lead in the small chaos. With that fourth Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, there were at least 8 to 9 barbarians in the small chaos. They had long been conquered by the enemy. It could be said that the enemy had already made the final preparations to harvest the small chaos. They wanted to seize the small chaos from their hands. It was going to be very difficult, however. The red scale chaos couldn't hold on for much longer. Once they missed this new small chaos, it would be extremely difficult for them to encounter such a good prey. It was very likely that it would be difficult for them to encounter such a prey when their red scale chaos entered its final stage of destruction. It seemed like this battle was inevitable. At that time, no one knew how many experts would fall from the sky. The difference between the two great chaotic forces was like the difference between their forces. Once a war broke out, it was very likely that both sides would suffer heavy losses. Let alone divine lords, even Divine Emperor himself would be in danger of dying if he was not careful. Unknowingly, God Emperor Luoda began to let his imagination run wild. He thought back to the time when they, His Majesty the God Emperor, broke through the shackles and broke through to the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign not long ago. Due to the fight for the small chaos, the Red Scale God clan had once fought with a powerful chaotic force that was guarded by a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. During that battle, countless experts, divine lords, and divine lords had fallen, numbering in the tens of thousands. Even Emperor, who had fallen, had more than a handful of them. Among them, there was no lack of high-ranked God Emperor, whose cultivation base was even higher than his. Thinking about it now, he still felt a lingering fear. Although he managed to survive, he was still barely alive. There were several times when he stepped into the gates of hell. After that battle, he had rested for nearly a full period of time in the Yanji period before he managed to barely recover. It was also during that battle that he was left with a hidden danger, causing him to be stuck at the middle-ranked God Emperor, unable to break through. One had to know that he had already reached the middle-ranked God Emperor before the 8th Yanji era. With his talent and potential, under normal circumstances, even if he wasn't a top-ranked God Emperor, he would still be an outstanding genius amongst high-ranked God Emperor. 412 Yanji had broken through to Divine Emperor. This talent was considered above average among Divine Emperor. Boom! Suddenly, an ominous sign of collapsing enveloped his entire body, causing his expression to change. Rumble! A huge hand swelled and expanded in his vision, instantly attracting all of his attention. Ah, what's going on? God Emperor Luoda was stunned and confused. This power gave him the feeling that it was even more powerful than Quasi-Divine Emperor, who was only a step away from reaching the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. This was because Quasi-Divine Emperor was attacking him. But was this possible? He had always been kind to others. Not to mention the high and mighty Quasi-Divine Emperor, even a low-ranked God Emperor weaker than him wouldn't offend him. How could Quasi-Divine Emperor attack him for no reason? One should know that these Divine Emperor were the top combat strength of Red Scale God clan, second only to His Majesty the God Emperor. Every one of them was the mainstay of the God race. Without sufficient reason, even Quasi-Divine Emperor would be severely punished by His Majesty the God Emperor if he dared to attack him. At that time, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. As for the Yang Fann underneath his feet, God Emperor Luoda didn't even think about it. A mere divine lord, an ant, he could easily kill millions of venerable with just a breath of air. How could it be the Quasi-Divine Emperor who launched a sneak attack on him? Poochie. God Emperor Luoda's last chance of survival was completely cut off just like that. The heaven-sheltering big hand instantly shattered the layers of protective barrier, and grabbed God Emperor Luoda in the palm of his hand. Boom! The terrifying force that was chasing after the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign surged into God Emperor Luoda's body. With a crushing force, it shattered all of God Emperor Luoda's defenses and completely sealed all of his energy. Ah, it's you. No, you aren't Su and Divine Lord. Who exactly are you? C-2993 Suppress the Divine Emperor Red Scale Chaos, God Emperor Luoda's palace. God Emperor Luoda's eyes bulged like the eyes of a fish, his face full of disbelief. Only now did he truly see that the person who attacked was not the Quasi-Divine Emperor he had imagined, but the Suan divine sovereign whom he had overlooked from the very beginning. No, that's not right. This person was definitely not divine sovereign Suan, definitely not divine sovereign Suan. Very quickly, God Emperor Luoda reacted. Divine Lord was an ant. With a wave of his hand, he could kill tens of millions of people. How could he possess such mighty strength? Ah, you. Who are you? Who are you? Once we enter hell, Pluto will tell you. Yang Fann sneered and did not answer God King's question. He could not tell God Emperor Luoda his true origin. If he really attracted the attention of the origin will of the great Tao in red scale chaos, it was not something he wanted to see. At that time, he wouldn't be stopped by divine monarch Hong Lin, and he would have no choice but to flee back to the primal chaos with his tail between his legs. Although God Emperor Luoda, who was a middle-rank God Emperor, was able to increase his cultivation base by a large margin, and it was very likely that he would be able to surpass divine monarch Hong Lin in one fell swoop, he had finally arrived in red-scale chaos. Yang Fann's ambition wasn't limited to this. There were a total of 4 divine emperor in charge of the Chaos Fisher, especially divine emperor from the Yaoguang. He was a high-rank God Emperor who was more than 10,000 times stronger than God Emperor Luoda. The other gods, Divine Emperor, and Divine Emperor, were all middle-rank God Emperor like God Emperor Luoda. Although they weren't as strong as God Emperor Luoda, they weren't much weaker than him. If they could capture all 3 of them in one fell swoop, then the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign would be able to break through to the mastery in one fell swoop. Each of these divine emperor antiques had a fortune of 1,000 times, 10,000 times more than a quasi-god emperor like God King Sen Luo. One could imagine the amount of great Tao origin accumulated. It was 1,000,000, 10,000,000 trillion. Also, it wasn't impossible for him to break through to the top-level Chaos God King realm in one go. At that time, a mere divine monarch Hong Lin would be nothing. Even if he was a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior, he would still have to fight a battle to decide who would win. The fusion of the 2 great chaos would be the day of divine monarch Hong Lin's death, the day of Red Scale God Clan's destruction. Could it be that this person came from the mysterious chaos? Although it was a question, he spoke with a certain tone. Clearly, God Emperor Luoda had already confirmed this guess in his heart. That was true. Apart from the mysterious chaos, who else would spend so much effort to scheme against him? Furthermore, thinking about it carefully, this person's strength was so unfamiliar. There wasn't a single quasi-divine emperor in Red Scale God Clan that matched his strength. As for the absurd fact that Yang Fann came from the primal chaos, God Emperor Luoda had never even thought about it. That was quasi-divine emperor, the ultimate expert that was second only to them, His Majesty the God Emperor. Even their Red Scale chaos had only stepped into the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign after devouring and integrating the 8 small chaos. What kind of joke was this, a mere newborn small chaos? Without 2 quasi-5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign from the Yanji period, let alone their small chaos, it was likely that not even one person could be found in the legendary 3,000 Great Chaotic Worlds. He had disguised himself as Suan Divine Lord, and it was truly flawless. Up until now, he had yet to notice anything different about this person from the Red Scale God Clan. He was like a native of the Red Scale God Clan, unable to find any flaws. A quasi-divine emperor was openly lurking in their chaos. They had to wait for an opportunity to strike. Apart from His Majesty the God Emperor, how many of them in the Red Scale God Clan could escape from his sneak attack? The thought of it made one's hair stand on end. At this moment, God Emperor Luoda seemed to have seen a large number of experts fall under this man's sneak attack. Trouble. This man was definitely the biggest disaster for the Red Scale God Clan. Helpless, he was now the prisoner. Even if he wanted to inform the God Emperor and the other Divine Emperor, there was nothing he could do. Kai. Yang Fann pointed at God Emperor Luoda's right arm and tore his skin apart. A drop of dark red blood essence appeared in his hand. Hong Long. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique circulated to its limit, quickly swallowing that drop of God Emperor Luoda's blood essence. 15 minutes later, Wang. Yang Fann transformed into God Emperor Luoda in a flash. No matter if it was his appearance or the aura of the soul, they were all the same. Even God Emperor Luoda himself couldn't see any flaws. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he was afraid that no one would think that they were 2 people. Bitch it, this bastard, he wants to. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he wants to? Suddenly, God Emperor Luoda's expression changed, as if he had thought of something. Right at this moment, Yang Fann said, "Someone, please come to my divine palace. I have something to discuss with them." Both his voice and tone were the same as God Emperor Luoda's, without any abnormalities. "Bitch it, this bastard really wants it. Not good, Yaoguang, many gods, thousands of transformations. You all better not fall into this bastard's trap. Alright, now, as the main character, you can also withdraw." As he spoke, Yang Fann waved his hand and kept God Emperor Luoda in the chaos. A few breaths later, da 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 da. Heavy footsteps could be heard from outside the hall. In the next second, 3 great divine emperors strode into the hall. "Brother Luoda, I wonder why you are in such a hurry to call us here. What is the matter?" Among the 3 divine emperor, the most impatient of them all, the 1,000 transformations divine emperor, asked loudly as soon as he stepped into the hall. "3 of you, this is the information I just obtained. Take a look at it." His voice faded. Yang Fann waved his hand and an image appeared in front of them. It was the conversation between God Emperor Luoda and the Su and Divine Lord he had transformed into. Bitch it, a third party, chaos, really interfered. Sigh, the thing that this emperor is least willing to see happened. Troublesome. Looks like this is not an ordinary problem. The 3 great divine emperor were silent for a while. Both of their eyes were filled with seriousness. What God Emperor Luoda could think of, how could they not think of it? To be able to send a 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign into the small chaos. There was a total of 8 to 9 mysterious chaotic places, and there was also a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign guarding them. No one would give away the fat meat that they had obtained. If it was them, they would never give up the newborn chaotic world. As long as the Red Scale God clan was unwilling to give up the small chaos, there would be a battle between them. However, could they give up the small chaos? If it was 1 or 2 times earlier, there was still a possibility. However, they were now less than 1 trillion eras away from the end of the primal chaos. How could they be qualified to be picky? No matter how difficult it was, it would be impossible. They had to brace themselves and attack. They hoped that the other party would back out. Who knows how many of us old fellows will become memories after this battle? Especially the 1,000 Changes Divine Emperor and the Multi-God Divine Emperor, they were even more worried. If a Divine Emperor really fell, it was very likely that they were all middle-low rank God Emperor. Right at this moment, rumble, 0 heaven sheltering big hand covered the entire divine hall, and it pressed down on the 3 great divine emperor who were having wild thoughts. Yang Fann didn't hold anything back in this palm strike. He didn't hesitate to use the forbidden divine ability to forcefully increase his strength. He wanted to suppress the 3 divine emperor with a single strike. The power of this strike had already exceeded the realm of 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It wasn't any weaker than a low-grade 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Ah, no, God Emperor Luoda, are you crazy? No, you're not God Emperor Luoda, who are you? Roar. 1,000 Extreme Divine Emperor has turned into a divine bead, the Yaoguang Divine Bell. Block it for me. C 2994. He swept across the world. Red Scale Chaos, Rhodes Palace. The faces of the Yaoguang, 1,000 Changes, and Multi-God Divine Emperor changed dramatically. They had never thought that God Emperor Luoda would suddenly attack them. They were totally unprepared for this. No, that's not right. That man wasn't God Emperor Luoda at all. All of a sudden, the expressions of the 3 great divine emperor changed dramatically. The 3 of them had been friends with God Emperor Luoda for several periods of time. They knew very well what kind of person God Emperor Luoda was and what kind of abilities he had. Due to the severe damage to their origin during the great battle back then, the cultivation base of God Emperor Luoda and the other 2 cycles hadn't made much progress. They absolutely didn't have such terrifying strength. However, the feeling that Palm Strike gave them, even Quasi-Divine Emperor, who had just stepped into the God Emperor realm, was far from being able to withstand it. This strength had already far exceeded the scope of Divine Emperor. Even if God Emperor Luoda risked his life to burn his soul and bet everything, he would never be able to unleash such a terrifying power. An imposter. This was definitely an imposter. Bitch it, which shameless Quasi-Divine Emperor was pretending to be God Emperor Luoda to ambush them. At that moment, boom boom boom. Layers of divine light and 4th layer Great Tao defensive divine artifacts rose from their bodies, turning into layers of protective barriers that protected their bodies. At this moment, the 3 great divine emperor from the Yaoguang, thousand changes, and multi-god didn't hold back at all. All of them had unleashed all of their trump cards, and even used the forbidden divine ability to forcefully increase their strength. If they couldn't withstand this palm strike, there was only one possibility left for them: to be suppressed by relentless, and never be able to turn the tables. This matter concerned their own lives. No one dared to be careless. One high-ranked God Emperor and two middle-ranked God Emperor had combined all of their life-saving skills, and they had even used the forbidden divine ability at all costs. The defensive power of the forbidden divine ability wasn't 1 + 1 = 2. Even a top-ranked God Emperor warrior wouldn't be able to break through their defense easily. However, under the terrifying power of Yang Fann, which was comparable to a 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign Warrior, they were powerless. In less than an instant, bang, bang, bam, all of the defensive barriers were destroyed. The defensive divine artifacts were filled with crisscrossing cracks, like broken tiles that could break at any moment. PFF'd, PFF'd. The faces of the Yaoguang, thousand changes, and multi-god divine emperor changed. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His chi had become extremely weak. Looking at the heaven-sheltering big hand that fell from the sky, there was only fear in his eyes. No, who the hell are you? Who on earth are you? Stop, no, I have yet to break through to the top-ranked God Emperor, and I have yet to break through to the God Emperor realm. I am not willing to accept this, I am not willing to accept this. Hua Sheng, you will die a horrible death. His Majesty the God Emperor will not let you go. He will definitely avenge us. Amidst the cries of despair and unwillingness, the three great divine emperor followed God Emperor Luoda's footsteps and became Yang Fann's new captives. Alright, it's a success, I can go back now. Yang Fann said. Good. The four great divine emperor had been completely wiped out by him. Not a single one of them had escaped from the net. Immediately, a thought of retreating emerged in his mind. Although the entire divine hall was sealed by his power, there was nothing the Yaoguang divine emperor and the others could do about it. If Yang Fann was willing to, he could still use their identities to lure the other divine emperor of the Red Scale God clan to ambush them. However, after thinking for a while, Yang Fann gave up on this tempting idea. It was better to be content with what he had done. 4 divine emperor were enough for him to devour and refine them for a period of time. According to his calculation, a low-ranked God Emperor would require him to consume more than 100,000 eras, or even hundreds of thousands of middle-ranked God Emperors. A middle-ranked God Emperor would need at least dozens of times more time, let alone a high-ranked God Emperor like Divine Emperor from the Yaoguang. He wanted to completely devour and refine these 4 Divine Emperor. Without hundreds of millions of eras, or even billions of eras, it would be impossible. As for the Red Scale Chaos, it would only take 100 million eras at most to catch up to their chaos. No matter how much Divine Emperor suppressed, there was no time for him to digest what he had obtained. He might as well let these Red Scale God Clan's Divine Emperor stay in the Red Scale Chaos for the time being. After all, they wouldn't be able to escape. It wouldn't be too late to deal with them after the 2 of them had merged. There was no need for him to take such a risk now. Once he ventured too far into Red Scale Chaos and was discovered by Divine Monarch Hong Lin, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. However, before leaving, I still have to collect a sum of money. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. Although Divine Emperor only had the 4 of them guarding the Red Scale God clans, God King, who was a level lower than him, was not a small number. There were more than 100 of them. Even Quasi-God Emperor, who had just stepped into Divine Emperor's realm, had 18 of them. As for Divine Masters and Divine Lords, they had more than 10,000 of them. When he returned to the chaos, the news of the 4 great Divine Emperor being suppressed by him would not last for long. He might as well take this opportunity to fish for the greatest benefits. 18 Quasi-God Emperor and over 100 God King, this was also a piece of fat meat. It was enough to increase his cultivation and strength by 1 or even 2 great grades. Rumble. Yang Fann did what he wanted to do without hesitation. A heaven-sheltering big hand shattered the void, and the entire starry sky base was engulfed within it. The terrifying power caused 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign to feel despair. Since he had already used the mixed 9 forms, Yang Fann didn't mind holding on for another breath of time. At worst, he would just devour 1 more low-grade God King. Soon, another 100 God King and 18 Quasi-God Emperor would enter his account. This little bit of loss was nothing. It was just a drop in the ocean. Bang bang bang. The heaven-sheltering big hand had yet to fully descend when the divine generals and even some of the mid-tier and low-tier divine lords could no longer withstand the invincible power and collapsed into dust. After that was a high-rank divine lord, a top-grade divine lord, and then a high-rank divine lord. Ah, no, I don't want to die. Save me, save me. In less than a breath, all those below the level of divine masters were turned to dust, their bodies and souls extinguished. Ah, no. Enemy attack this power. This is the power of His Majesty Divine Emperor. This is the power of His Majesty Divine Emperor. Quickly open the Guardian Formation. Quickly open the Guardian Formation. Endless panic spread across the entire campsite in the hearts of all the Red Scale God Clan expert. Boom. A fiery cloud rose up, and it was unknown how many tens of thousands of light years had passed. Layers upon layers of fire covered the entire base. The Red Qilin Fire Cloud Formation was set up by the four Great Divine Emperor. Under the control of the four Great Divine Emperor, it would take Quasi-Divine Emperors some time to break through the Red Qilin Fire Cloud Formation. At that time, it would be enough for the other Divine Emperor from the Red Scale God Clan to rush over. However, at this moment, after losing the control of the four Great Divine Emperor, God King and the Divine Masters couldn't even exert 1/10,000th of the power of the Red Qilin Fire Cloud Formation. Any high-rank God Emperor could easily break through the Red Qilin Fire Cloud Formation, let alone Yang Fann, who was as strong as a 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, with the help of the forbidden divine ability. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. The heaven-sheltering big hand was like a hot knife cutting through butter as it destroyed countless fire clouds, smashing them all to the end. No, how could this be? It's broken. The Guardian Formation is broken just like that. No, I don't believe it. How is this possible? How is this possible? The eyes of the Red Scale God Clan's God King and Divine Masters widened. They couldn't believe their own eyes. The Red Qilin Fire Cloud Formation was said to be able to withstand Quasi-Divine Emperor's attack. How could it be destroyed in such a short period of time? No matter how strong the mysterious expert was, could it still defeat Quasi-Divine Emperor? He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it at all. Ah, no, that's not right. His Majesty from the Yaoguang, His Majesty rode. Your Majesty, where are they? Where are they? All of a sudden, many of the God King's facial expressions changed and they finally reacted. Until now, the four of them had yet to show their faces. This was completely abnormal. Putting aside the fact that the four of them had yet to enter secluded cultivation, even if they were in death seclusion, they should have broken out of their seclusion after receiving such gratitude from their base. However, they still hadn't seen a single divine emperor until now. In an instant, an extremely ominous omen swept across their hearts. The Chaos Fissure was of utmost importance to the Red Scale God Clan. It was related to the continuation of Red Scale Chaos and the inheritance of the Red Scale God Clan. God Emperor Luoda and the others didn't dare to slack off. Otherwise, if something were to happen to the Chaos Fissure because of this, even the high and mighty Divine Emperor wouldn't be able to escape death. The Supreme His Majesty the God Emperor would never spare them. Gulp, gulp. Could it be that His Majesty Divine Emperor and the others had already arrived? Woo woo woo. We're dead, we're really dead this time. C 2995 His value skyrocketed. Red Scale Chaos, near the Chaos Fissure. A group of Divine Masters, God King's face was filled with despair. If he wanted Divine Emperor to fight him, only the other Divine Emperor had a chance. The four Great Divine Emperor of Yaoguang was their hope. Without their help, even if they doubled their numbers, they still wouldn't be a match for Divine Emperor. In particular, the enemy wasn't as simple as a low-rank God Emperor. Even if the Red Qilin Fire Cloud Divine Formation lost the control of the four Great Divine Emperor, its power wouldn't be as great as 1 in 10,000. It was not something that an ordinary middle-low-rank God Emperor could break through in a short period of time. At least, it would be a high-rank God Emperor, or perhaps even a top-rank God Emperor. He was dead for sure this time. They were really dead for sure. Despair and endless despair spread through the base like a tidal wave. Many God Lords and God King felt their minds collapse. Woo 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 woo. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Emperor, Divine Emperor, where are you? Save us, ah. Your Majesty. No, don't kill me. Please let me go. Please let me go. Wails and cries for mercy swept across the chaotic starry sky. One breath later, The entire base surrounding the Chaos Fissure disappeared without a trace, turning into nothingness. It's time to go back. A satisfied smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. This time, although the trip to Red Scale Chaos only lasted for less than a day, he had earned a bowl full of alms bowl. Putting aside the 4 great Divine Emperor from the Yaoguang and Quasi-God Emperor who was only a level lower, he had taken down 18 of them, including God King. There were a total of 136 of them, and there were more than 1,000 Divine Masters. There were nearly 3,000 of them. It was truly unimaginable. Thinking back to the past, God Lord Yi Ma alone had made him wild with joy. Now that he thought about it again, he felt as if he had fallen into a dream. It was surreal. Furthermore, just how much time had passed. Even if he calculated everything, there were still less than 150,000 eras. Compared to those great Tao sovereign, a mere 100,000 eras was just a matter of a blink of an eye. It was not even enough to make them doze off. However, Yang Fann was a monster. From suppressing a quasi-god king to suppressing a quasi-god king, he had to use all his strength to suppress a quasi-god king. It was a piece of cake for him to suppress Divine Emperor. If this was spread out, who would dare believe it? This speed of growth was not even 1 in 10,000 of the highest grade Chaos God ships. In the next moment, Pucci, Yang Fann's body moved, and he took a step into the Chaos Fissure. Today, he had gained a lot. Without hundreds of millions or billions of eras, it would be difficult for him to completely digest what he had gained today. There was no need for him to stay in the Red Scale Chaos. If he really encountered any danger, at that time, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. 1 month later, boom boom boom, streams of light tore apart the void and descended from the sky. Every beam of divine light seemed to be the manifestation of a great Tao. It was profound, and any ordinary divine lord or divine master who took a glance at it would gain considerable insight. Finally, the beams of divine light stopped not far away from the Chaos Fissure. They revealed terrifying auras, like the Red Scale God clans of the Red Scale God clan in the chaotic galaxy. The weakest of them all had an aura that was not much weaker than Divine Emperor and the others. Among them, even the most outstanding ones were thousands of times stronger than Divine Emperor of the Yaoguang. Divine Emperor, all of them were the supreme beings of the Red Scale God clan, Divine Emperor. Looking at the empty starry sky, the group of Divine Emperors expert furrowed their brows. Bitch it, we were a step too late. I'm afraid that Divine Emperor and the others from the Yaoguang are already in trouble. This Qi, the one who attacked us, is our quasi-Divine Emperor. This, could it be them? Divine Emperor seemed to be deep in thought, as if he had thought of something. His Majesty is too merciful. According to what I said, those rats in the sewer should all die. But this time, His Majesty will not show mercy to those stinky rats anymore. Humph, they actually dare to have designs on the Chaos Fissure. Those stinky bugs, they are courting death. Wherever there were people, there would be conflicts. The Red Scale God clan was also not an iron board. Although most of the Red Scale God clan obeyed Divine Monarch Hong Lin's rule and respected him like a god, there were still some Divine Monarch Hong Lins that refused to listen to Divine Monarch Hong Lin's control. And among those people, there was no lack of quasi-Divine Emperor. Stopping others from achieving their Tao was no different from killing one's parents. They were irreconcilable enemies, and quasi-Divine Emperor's greatest wish was to take that step and become a true God Emperor. However, in order to not affect his ruling position, Divine Monarch Hong Lin had been suppressing these quasi-Divine Emperor and taking that final step before his cultivation base broke through. In order to become a God Emperor, many quasi-Divine Emperor naturally joined forces and formed an organization to resist the oppression of the Red Scale God clan. It had to be said that they had no intention to interfere in this matter. By chance, those rebel organizations took the blame for Yang Fann. Of course, it was no wonder that these Divine Emperor had misunderstood. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was too heaven-defying. The remaining Qi was the Qi of their Red Qilin race. There was not a trace of the Qi of a different race. They couldn't be wrong about this. No matter how exquisite the art of disguise was, it would always leave behind a trace of flaw. It was all right to hide from ordinary divine lords and divine masters, but it was impossible to hide from them, not even 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, unless the attacker was the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, if he was really a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, there was no need for him to disguise himself. With just his strength alone, he could easily sweep across the Red Scale God clan and attack them openly. 10,000 Swords God Slaying Formation. Wang. Ripples appeared on the Chaos Fissure. The next second, Yang Fann took a step forward. Phew, I'm back. After letting out a long breath, Yang Fann was filled with emotion. Things had gone so smoothly that it had exceeded his expectations. He had thought that it would not be easy for him to enter the enemy's formation alone this time. If he was not careful, he might even be seriously injured. Who would have thought that he could achieve his goal so easily? No, to be precise, he had completed the mission beyond his expectations. Let me see how much I have gained from this trip. Very quickly, a trace of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He couldn't afford to make a single mistake in the chaotic teleportation. If he was sent to another place, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Hung Meng Heavenly Void was vast and boundless. No one knew which corner he would be sent to. At that time, it would be very difficult for them to return to the small chaos. Even if he was lucky enough to find the way back, it was already too late. It was very likely that their chaos had already been completely devoured by the Red Scale Chaos. Without him, Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others alone would never be able to stop the ferocious Red Scale Chaos. Although the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was heaven-defying, Yang Fann wasn't absolutely confident that it would allow his cultivation base to continue improving after losing the small chaos. If he really had to guess. No, that's not right. The consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Fann did not want to be a Chaos God King from now on. Furthermore, the Hung Meng Heavenly Void was filled with danger. There were some forbidden areas where even Nine Heaven's great Dao Sovereign was in danger of dying. Although the current Yang Fann was very powerful, and his combat strength was comparable to a 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, compared to a 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, his combat strength was like a heaven and earth, cloud and mud. Not to mention a 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, even a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warrior could easily destroy him with just a breath of air. If the God of Decay really fell into the ultimate land of Hongmeng, Yang Fann would definitely die without a doubt. For the sake of his own life, Yang Fann didn't dare to act recklessly during the teleportation. One must have a respectful heart, even if it was Great Dao Sovereign who could control the fate of trillions of lives with just a word. Although Great Dao Sovereign was strong, he wasn't invincible. Even a 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign had places that could endanger them. It was even rumored that above a 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, there was an expert. In the next moment, boom! For the terrifying soul power that was chasing after the 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was unleashed from Yang Fanshihai's body. It was like a surging tide that swallowed everything. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. The Divine Masters and God King's chaotic crystal walls were violently ripped apart. Massive amounts of natural treasures and divine artifacts, divine herbs, and divine artifacts were turned into waves that continuously surged into Yang Fann's body. This caused Yang Fann's value to rise at a terrifying rate. C2996 He had mastered the Great Dao Paragon Divine Body, the 10,000 Swords God Slaying Formation. Time flashed. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. These Red Scale God clans from the Red Scale God clan did not disappoint him, especially the 4 Great Divine Emperor. Each of them was worth more than 10,000 times more than God King Sen Luo. For example, Yang Fann needed the source of the Great Dao the most. The least amount of Divine Emperor was able to obtain was nearly 1 billion trillion. The most wealthy Divine Emperor from the Yaoguang had even exceeded 1 billion, nearly 2 billion. The 4 Great Divine Emperor, the hundreds of God King and thousands of Divine Masters had increased Yang Fann's Great Dao source by nearly 8 billion. Terrifying. Even if the Primal Chaos was given another 6 or 7 cycles of development, it would still be very difficult for it to produce so many Great Dao Origin Stones. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have seen the divine body of Great Dao Sovereign, Mastery, right in front of him. As for the other natural treasures and divine fruit and divine medicines, there were even more of them. As a result, a large number of precious lands and blessed lands were born in the chaos inside Yang Fann's body. Fortunately, the chaos in Yang Fann's inner chaos was huge enough, and it was even bigger than the chaos in the 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Otherwise, if it was a first-layer Great Dao Sovereign, he might not be able to collect so many natural treasures. Yang Fann's family and friends were blessed. With so many resources, even if all the top treasures had been plundered by Yang Fann, the remaining resources would be enough to nurture over 10,000 first-layer Great Dao Sovereign and over 100 second Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. If one's luck was good, it wouldn't be impossible to break through to the third Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Of course, for now, it was still too early for Yang Fann's family and friends to say anything about breaking through to the third Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Even Yang Yunfeng and his wife and the others would need a lot of time to verify Great Dao Sovereign's Dao, let alone them. Without a dozen or 2 billion eras, it was basically an extravagant hope to break through to the Supreme Being realm. Boom boom boom. Very quickly, bright sword lights burst out from Yang Fann's body. Replacing it directly, the vast majority of the Great Dao Divine Swords in the Myriad Sword God-slaying formation had done a great job in the Red Scale Chaos. They had mixed together the defensive power of the Chaos Fissure. No one knew when the revenge of the Red Scale God clan would come. Although the Myriad Sword God-slaying formation was powerful, it could only barely put God King Sen Luo in danger. To the true Divine Emperor of the Red Scale God clan, it was still a little weak. Any low-ranked God Emperor would only need a little bit of time to break the formation. If Red Scale God clan really wanted to take revenge on him, it would be impossible for them to send out a middle-low-ranked God Emperor. At least, it would be the top-ranked God Emperor, and most likely quasi-God Emperor. A casual strike would probably be able to break the Myriad Sword God-slaying formation. It wasn't that Yang Fann didn't have the Myriad Sword God-slaying formation. He didn't have the confidence to deal with them. In the Red Scale Chaos, even Yang Fann wouldn't be afraid of them, let alone in his own chaos. What Yang Fann was truly worried about was that he wouldn't be able to take them down in a short period of time, bringing a great disaster to his chaos. Their primal chaos was different from the Red Scale Chaos, it was just a newborn primal chaos. The chaotic crystal wall was very weak. It was far less than 1/10,000th of the Red Scale Chaos, and it was unable to withstand a full-force fight between 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors. If they didn't put restrictions on it, who knew how many Chaos Rings would be destroyed in their hands after this war? Now, all the second-layer Great Dao Divine Artifacts had been upgraded to 3rd Empyrean Great Dao Divine Artifacts. As long as it wasn't a 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign like Divine Monarch Hong Lin, or even Quasi-Divine Emperor, under the suppression of the Great Dao Origin Wall, it would take them a few breaths or even longer to destroy the sword formation. With this little bit of time as a buffer, Yang Fann would be able to minimize his losses. However, this time, Yang Fann's efforts were in vain. Someone had already become the scapegoat. This time, Divine Monarch Hong Lin was truly furious. He never thought that those aphids would be so bold as to have designs on the Chaos Fissure. Fortunately, they had only lost Divine Emperor and the other guardians of the Yaoguang. If they were to destroy the Chaos Fissure, it would be disastrous. That Chaos Fissure was a matter of life and death for the Red Scale Chaos. Once something happened to the Chaos Fissure, the Red Scale Chaos would be finished. Including Divine Monarch Hong Lin, almost no one had the confidence to find another small chaos in just a few 100 trillion eras. As the Red Scale Chaos was truly destroyed, although Divine Emperor and the God Emperors were very confident that they could survive the catastrophe, their path of the Great Dao had basically come to an end. Unless they had a great fortuitous encounter, they wouldn't be able to make any progress. For cultivators, it was better to die than to lose the path of the Great Dao and their cultivation-based death. These aphids who were unaware of the situation all deserved to die. Any uncertain factor should be eliminated as soon as possible. Not only that, Divine Monarch Hong Lin also increased the defensive power of the Chaos Fissure. By sending 2 Quasi-Divine Emperor to guard the Chaos Fissure, Divine Emperor, who was a level lower than him, had more than 20 of them. With the addition of the numerous divine formations, he could even defend against a few low-grade 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. If Yang Fann were to appear in Red Scale Chaos at this time, not only would he not gain anything, he would also suffer some losses instead. If he couldn't escape in time, he might even die when Divine Monarch Hong Lin arrived. After setting up the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation once more, Yang Fann didn't leave it. Instead, he opened up a new world of cultivation. Instead, he went into secluded cultivation within the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation. As the main formation of the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation, he wasn't afraid that the sword chi would affect him. Furthermore, with the barrier of the Myriad Sword Divine Sword formation, he didn't need to set up another divine formation to suppress the divine might that erupted when he broke through. Swoosh! A divine light flashed, and Yang Fann's surroundings were completely filled up by the chaotic Great Tao origin. Boom! The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring Great Law was circulated to its limit as Yang Fann crazily devoured the surrounding Great Tao origin. He had nearly 1.8 trillion Great Tao origins. The wealthy Yang Fann didn't even bother to use those God Lords. God King was using them to recover his damaged Great Tao origin, and he was using them to recover the damage to the mixed 9 forms. At most, he could use 1 or 2 trillion Great Tao source, but he might not even use them. Compared to the current Yang Fann, this was nothing. Poochie. After breaking through to the high-level Chaos God King, the speed at which Yang Fann absorbed the source of the Great Tao had increased by 10,000 times more than that. In just a day's time, a single unit of the source of the Great Tao had been completely absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. Ferocious, truly savage to the point of making one's hair stand on end. 6. Not to mention a 5th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign like Divine Monarch Hong Lin. Even those 6th Empyrean and 7th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign warriors would be terrified when they saw him. 3 billion years had passed. Yang Fann's prediction was right. After spending nearly 1 trillion units of Great Tao origin, his damaged origin finally recovered to its original state. Strange. It has been so long, but no expert has come to red scale chaos yet. Don't tell me they aren't planning to take revenge on me. A trace of doubt flashed across his eyes, but soon, Yang Fann couldn't be bothered to think about it. It was good that he didn't come over. It would save him the trouble of disturbing his seclusion and converting all the resources in his hands into his own strength. Right now, he didn't lack resources. What he lacked was the time to convert resources into strength. Bang, bang, bang. The Great Tao essence around Yang Fann continued to crumble at a speed visible to the naked eye. An era, 10 eras, 100 eras, 1,000 eras. Time flew by and 4,848 eras passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Fann had nearly 1.8 billion units of the Great Tao origin source in his hands. That was less than 800 billion units. Yang Fann's divine body of Great Tao sovereign had reached the bottleneck of the mastery, and the breakthrough was just in front of him. Another 800 eras passed. The Great Tao origin in Yang Fann's hands shrunk by another 200 million trillion. Roar. Divine body at the Great Perfection stage, break it for me. C 2997 Devouring Divine Emperor 10,000 Swords God Slaying Formation. Boom boom bang. Yang Fann's body expanded and swelled. The strength of divine body was like a tsunami, growing crazily. It was 10 times bigger than before. It was rising rapidly. He had made a breakthrough. After absorbing and refining nearly 12 trillion units of Great Tao origin, Yang Fann's divine body of Great Tao sovereign had finally broken through to the small success stage, and his divine body had reached the Great Perfection stage. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless dazzling sword beams burst out from the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation, illuminating billions of light-years of chaos. Luckily, in order to deal with the possible revenge of the Red Scale God clan, Yang Fann had given the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation a new generation. All the Great Tao Divine Swords had been replaced by 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Divine Swords, and even 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Divine Swords. There were also 38 4th layer Great Tao Divine Swords. If this was still the previous 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation, it would have been completely shattered by now. A terrifying pressure swept across the surroundings, wreaking havoc in the chaos. Countless chaotic rings were destroyed by Yang Fann's mighty pressure. Poochie. The Great Tao origins began to crumble rapidly. In less than a minute, 1 unit of Great Tao origins would be completely shattered. Luckily, within the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation, there was 1 unit of Great Tao origins. Hong Long. Otherwise, even a 5th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign like Divine Monarch Hong Lin would be scared to death. In less than a minute, he had absorbed and refined a single unit of the Great Tao origin. Even amongst those 7th layer and 8th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign warriors, there were very few who could do it. As for Yang Fann, his true cultivation base was merely at the high-level Chaos God King. He was tens of thousands of light-years away from 1st layer Great Tao sovereign, let alone 7th layer and 8th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign. Was there anything more terrifying than this in this world? Very quickly, an era passed. The 600 million Great Tao origin stones in Yang Fann's hands had shrunk by half once more, leaving him with less than 300 million units. His divine body of Great Tao sovereign had finally stabilized at the mastery. A million years later, Wang. Yang Fann's aura gradually withdrew, and he once again returned to his ordinary appearance. At a glance, he seemed like an ordinary youth that didn't understand any cultivation path. In the next moment, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. A divine body at the large success stage was a divine body at the large success stage, and it was far from what a small completion divine body could compare with. Compared to before he went into seclusion, his strength of divine body had increased by more than 100 billion times, trillions of times. With just the strength of divine body alone, Yang Fann was confident that he could fight an intermediate 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like God Emperor Luoda. He was even confident that he could win this battle. With all of his strength, he circulated the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign, causing his combat strength to soar to the first layer. Even if he wasn't as strong as Divine Monarch Hong Lin, he wouldn't be much weaker. Once he unleashed all of his combat strength, Divine Monarch Hong Lin wouldn't be a match for him. However, defeating the Divine Monarch Hong Lin was easy, but Yang Fann wasn't confident that he could defeat him with his current cultivation base. Compared to his current divine body, low-rank high-level Chaos God's cultivation base was still a little weaker, and his enhancement was limited. Not to mention the fact that it had almost increased his first layer combat strength, it would also increase his combat strength by 2 grades. It was an unknown factor. As for an old monster like Divine Monarch Hong Lin, who had lived for 22 eras, the ancient Lord of Chaos, apart from the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, no one could guarantee that he would be able to defeat Divine Monarch Hong Lin, not even the quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who had just broken through to the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. This wasn't something Yang Fann wanted to see. He was determined to get Divine Monarch Hong Lin. The strength of Divine Monarch Hong Lin's strength of origin was even greater than the total strength of Great Tao Sovereign in the Red Scale God clan. Furthermore, if Divine Monarch Hong Lin really escaped alive, he would certainly become a huge threat to the primal chaos. It was impossible for him to stay in the small chaos forever. His big stage was the legendary 3000 Great Primal Chaos, not the entire Hung Meng Heavenly Void. If there was a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign that was secretly spying on the small chaos, Yang Fann would never be able to leave in peace in the future. Without him, Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others wouldn't be able to stop the invasion of a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Less than 10,000 eras have passed, and I still have time. Very quickly, Yang Fann's heart settled down. There was still a big gap between him and a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, once he absorbed all the resources in his possession and broke through to the top-level Chaos God, his combat strength wouldn't be any weaker than a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. One should know that the current him was only a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign King. In the next moment, Yang Fann closed his eyes and used the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique. He circulated the Great Tao Sovereign's divine art to its limit and continued to devour the remaining 300 million trillion Great Tao origins. 13 eras later, Puchi, the last unit of the Great Tao origin, turned into nothingness. Although it wasn't as good as when he was advancing, and he could absorb and refine a unit of the Great Tao origin in less than a minute, he could still do it for less than a quarter of an hour, and he would be able to absorb and refine a unit of the Great Tao origin. This speed was enough to leave most 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in the dust. However, what made Yang Fann somewhat helpless was that nearly 300 million trillion Great Tao origin stones had only allowed his divine body of Great Tao Sovereign to improve by a tiny bit. If he wanted a true great perfection of the body of the god, he would still need a lot more. If he didn't have a trillion, or even more Great Tao origins, he wouldn't even be able to think about it. If he really had a heavy responsibility and a long road ahead of him, he would be able to wipe out the entire Red Scale God clan in one fell swoop. He was afraid that it would be a long way to go. Forget it, there would always be a path ahead of him. In the past, he had never thought that he would be able to master his divine body in a short period of 100,000 eras. In the end, he still succeeded. As long as his cultivation base and strength were strong enough, the source of the Great Tao was nothing to him. One day, he would be able to gather the source of the Great Tao required for the huge perfection divine body. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann didn't think too much about it. The most important thing right now was to absorb the expert of the Red Scale God clan as soon as possible and improve his cultivation base. After forcefully reading the memories of God Emperor Luoda and the other 4 Divine Emperor, Yang Fann knew that the Red Scale God clan had started to promote the Red Scale Chaos through the blood sacrifice ceremony. If they were a bit more ruthless, they would have even sacrificed the blood sacrifice ceremony of those foreign experts, Great Tao Sovereign. The speed of the Red Scale Chaos's movement would be several times faster than before. At that time, they wouldn't even need a million eras to catch up to Hun Dun. There wasn't much time left for him. With a flash of light, over 10,000 god lords appeared within the devouring black hole. Boom! Boundless power of devourings exploded out, crazily devouring the strength of original life of the tens of thousands of god lords. Soon, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. After the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign broke through to the mastery, the speed at which he absorbed and refined it was 100 times, or even 1,000 times faster than he had expected. Initially, he thought that he would need a dozen or 20 eras to completely convert all the resources in his hands into his own strength. But now, it seemed like it wouldn't take that long. Perhaps, he wouldn't even need a few million eras to devour and refine those 10,000 divine masters, hundreds of God King, and 4 great divine emperor. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann suppressed the excitement in his heart. He would continue to refine the tens of thousands of god lords within the devouring black hole. Swish swish swish, the god lords started to wither at a visible rate, turning into dried corpses before finally collapsing. Low-level god lords, intermediate divine master, high-grade divine lords, a peak divine master. 10 eras later, Pucci, the last divine master, turned into ashes. A hint of disappointment flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. It seemed like these divine masters could really be abandoned. In the future, they would be treated like divine sovereigns. He would just kill them all. Out of the tens of thousands of divine masters, over 100 of them were at the quasi-god king. However, the result only made his cultivation base rise by a tiny bit, and he hadn't even broken through a minor realm. 300 eras passed. Out of all the Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hand, only the 4 great divine emperor were left. As for his cultivation base, he had only just broken through to the middle-rank top-level chaos god, and this was because he was close to the peak of low-rank high-level chaos god. If he had just broken through to the high-level chaos god king, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to break through normally. Terrifying. Those were the 18 quasi-god emperor, over 100 different grades of god king, over 10,000 divine masters, and the strength of origin. They were definitely not inferior to a low-rank god emperor. Fortunately, none of the 4 divine emperor in his hands were low-rank god emperor warriors. Otherwise, let alone Tao verification top-level chaos god king, he would have just broken through another grade and become a high-rank high-level chaos god king. It would be a big problem. 4 great divine emperor, please don't disappoint me. 6C2998 quasi-pinnacle chaos god king 10,000 swords god slaying formation. Buzz. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled with a divine light, and a hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes. Divine Emperor was a supreme being, and he was also a middle-rank god emperor. The strength of origin was 100 times stronger than a low-rank god emperor warrior. Not only that, he wouldn't be disappointed. Whether he could successfully advance to quasi-top-level god king, or even the true top-level chaos god king, would depend on these 4 great divine emperor. In the next second, whoosh, with a flash of light, the weakest of the 4 divine emperor, the 1,000 changes divine emperor, appeared within the devouring black hole. Boom! Boundless power of devouring surged, crazily devouring the 1,000 changes divine emperor's strength of original life. One had to admit that middle-rank god emperor was a middle-rank god emperor. The purity of the strength of origin was 100,000, a million times stronger than those quasi-god emperor. Yang Fann's cultivation base was advancing towards high-rank high-level chaos god king at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 100 eras, Yang Fann had successfully broken through a small realm. Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 9,368 eras. The 1,000 changes divine emperor had lost a layer of his strength of origin. Yang Fann's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had successfully stepped into the high-rank high-level chaos god king realm. Boom boom boom. A terrifying pressure erupted with Yang Fann at the center. It was overwhelming and overwhelming. At this moment, even those top 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who dared to step into the myriad sword god-slaying formation wouldn't be able to resist the terrifying pressure. They would kneel down under Yang Fann's feet and worship him. Yang Fann had gone into secluded cultivation for 23,781 eras. Pucci. The 1,000 changes divine emperor had used up the last trace of his strength of origin, turning into ashes. With a flash of red light, the multi-god Divine Emperor appeared in the devouring black hole after the Thousand Changes Divine Emperor. Compared to the Thousand Changes Divine Emperor, the multi-god Divine Emperor was obviously much stronger. The strength of origin was twice as strong as the Thousand Changes Divine Emperor. After absorbing more than half of the multi-god Divine Emperor's strength of origin, Yang Fann had successfully broken through to the top-rank high-level Chaos God King realm. His overall combat strength had increased by more than 10,000 times. Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 127,237 eras. His cultivation base had steadily stepped into the Extreme Advanced God King, and he had stabilized his cultivation base at the Extreme Advanced God King mid-stage in one go. However, amongst the four great Divine Emperor, he was the only one left who was the strongest, and also the only high-rank God Emperor, Divine Emperor of the Yaoguang. One had to admit that God Emperor Luoda was indeed worthy of being called the oldest middle-rank God Emperor, an old monster who had lived for nearly 20 eras. His accumulation was far from comparable to a newly advanced middle-rank God Emperor like Divine Emperor and the multi-god Divine Emperor. It took him close to 70,000 eras to completely devour and refine him. One should know that after advancing to the Extreme Advanced God King, his devouring speed had increased by more than 10 times. The strength of origin on his body was nearly 10 times stronger than the Thousand God Divine Emperor, and it was more than 20 times stronger than the Thousand Changes Divine Emperor. He was experienced. Although God Emperor Luoda had been unable to break through to the high-rank God Emperor realm due to the damage to his origin, he was definitely one of the top middle-rank God Emperor warriors. If he could replenish the damaged origin one day and successfully advance to high-rank God Emperor, with his powerful accumulation, he would be able to become one of the best in high-rank God Emperor. Unfortunately, he had run into Yang Fann, Dark Star. His chances of breaking through to the next realm were completely cut off. There's only Divine Emperor from the Yaoguang left. I want to prove that I am a top-level Chaos God King. I'm afraid there is not much possibility. A hint of realization emerged in Yang Fann's heart. A high-rank God Emperor. Although he was at least 100 middle-rank God Emperor, and was only at the Extreme Advanced God King. Breaking through to the top-level Chaos God is a big leap. During this period of time, quasi-top-level God King was still separated by the resources he needed. There were more than 100 ordinary middle-rank God Emperor warriors, and they were exchanged for a top-rank God Emperor warrior. It was more like it. However, it's still possible for quasi-top-level God King to break through to the top-rank God Emperor. He had barely achieved his goal, which was more than enough for him to deal with Divine Monarch Hong Lin. The next second, a figure flashed by, and the Yaoguang's Divine Emperor appeared in the devouring black hole. Extreme Advanced God King Peak Mid-Stage Late Extreme Advanced God King Late Extreme Advanced God King Peak Late Extreme Advanced God King Peak Late Extreme Advanced God King. Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 67,832 eras. Within the devouring black hole, Divine Emperor from the Yaoguang had used up nearly 2 levels of strength of origin. Hong Long. Yang Fann's energy was rising at a terrifying speed. His strength was like a billion volcanoes erupting, multiplying. Endless hurricanes erupted from all the cells in Yang Fann's body. They were like chaotic storms that wreaked havoc in the sword formation. Kai. In all directions, big the space seemed to be unable to withstand the endless pressure and began to distort and crack. Hum. The divine swords of the great Tao trembled, as if they were worshipping and trembling. At this moment, if the Red Scale God clans of the Red Scale God clan were to enter the sword formation through the Chaos Fissure, there wouldn't be many people below Divine Monarch Hong Lin who would be able to stand. Even some quasi-Divine Emperor could barely straighten his back. That was the limit. Soon, another 800 eras passed. Yang Fann's explosive pressure finally rose to its limit. The entire sword formation space was like broken glass, filled with criss-crossing cracks. Even the 10,000 divine swords used to set up the formation were slightly damaged. Luckily, Yang Fann's pressure was quickly restrained. If it continued to rise endlessly, it would definitely cause the space within the sword formation to explode. In the end, the best divine sword in the myriad sword god slaying formation was only a high-grade 4th layer Great Tao divine artifact. There was only one of them. Compared to the current Yang Fann, the gap between them was huge. His cultivation base had broken through 5 major grades in a row. Yang Fann's overall combat strength. Although it wouldn't increase that much, 3 major ranks was still necessary. When the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign had just reached the large success stage, Yang Fann's overall combat strength was already comparable to a top grade, or even a peak 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Now, even if he wasn't as strong as a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he wouldn't be much weaker. If he really wanted to fight at all costs, he would have to fight against an ordinary low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. As expected, a single Divine Emperor from the Yaoguang isn't enough for me to break through to the top-level Chaos God King realm. A hint of understanding emerged in Yang Fann's heart. There were only 7 levels left for Divine Emperor from the Yaoguang. Let alone breaking through to the top-level Chaos God King realm, it was still unknown whether he could break through 2 or 3 small realms. Although he said that, he still felt a trace of disappointment in his heart. If he really broke through successfully, his combat strength would definitely have another qualitative leap if he advanced to the top-level Chaos God King. He was afraid that it would not be as simple as 1 or 2 levels. A major breakthrough was not something that could be compared to a higher-level advancement. He might even be able to fight against some of the higher levels, or even top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. At that time, he would be completely stable. No matter how well Divine Monarch Hong Lin hid himself, he wouldn't be able to escape from his 5-finger mountain. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 613,118 eras. Red Scale Chaos, Red Qilin Sovereign Domain, Red Qilin Palace. Bang! A terrifying pressure that made quasi-divine emperor tremble in fear and worship rose from the sovereign palace and swept across the entire Red Qilin sovereign domain. Alright, soon 3,000 eras, at most 3,000 eras, will be the day that Red Scale Chaos and the new Small Chaos will merge. Boom, boom, one after another, God King and Divine Emperor's terrifying chi kept rising from all the King and King domains in Red Scale Chaos. They were like ferocious ancient gods that had crossed the time-long river and had completely awakened. Beehive battle forts ripped apart the void and flew towards the Chaos Fissure. The place was densely packed, covering the entire chaotic starry sky. 1C2998 Quasi-Pinnacle Chaos God King 10,000 Swords God-Slaying Formation. Buzz. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled with a divine light, and a hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes. Divine Emperor was a supreme being, and he was also a middle-ranked God Emperor. The strength of origin was 100 times stronger than a low-ranked God Emperor warrior. Not only that, he wouldn't be disappointed. Whether he could successfully advance to quasi-top-level God King, or even the true top-level Chaos God King, would depend on these 4 great Divine Emperor. In the next second, whoosh, with a flash of light, the weakest of the 4 Divine Emperor, the 1,000 Changes Divine Emperor, appeared within the devouring black hole. Boom! Boundless power of devouring surged, crazily devouring the 1,000 Changes Divine Emperor's strength of original life. One had to admit that middle-ranked God Emperor was a middle-ranked God Emperor. The purity of the strength of origin was 100,000, a million times stronger than those quasi-God Emperor. Yang Fann's cultivation base was advancing towards high-rank high-level Chaos God King at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 100 eras, Yang Fann had successfully broken through a small realm. Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 9,368 eras. The 1,000 Changes Divine Emperor had lost a layer of his strength of origin. Yang Fann's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had successfully stepped into the high-rank high-level Chaos God King realm. Boom boom boom, a terrifying pressure erupted with Yang Fann at the center. It was overwhelming and overwhelming. At this moment, even those top 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who dared to step into the myriad sword God-slaying formation wouldn't be able to resist the terrifying pressure. They would kneel down under Yang Fann's feet and worship him. Yang Fann had gone into secluded cultivation for 23,781 eras. Poochie. The 1,000 Changes Divine Emperor had used up the last trace of his strength of origin, turning into ashes. With a flash of red light, the multi-god Divine Emperor appeared in the devouring black hole after the 1,000 Changes Divine Emperor. Compared to the 1,000 Changes Divine Emperor, the multi-god Divine Emperor was obviously much stronger. The strength of origin was twice as strong as the 1,000 Changes Divine Emperor. After absorbing more than half of the multi-god Divine Emperor's strength of origin, Yang Fann had successfully broken through to the top-ranked high-level Chaos God King realm. His overall combat strength had increased by more than 10,000 times. Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 127,237 eras. His cultivation base had steadily stepped into the extreme advanced God King, and he had stabilized his cultivation base at the extreme advanced God King mid-stage in one go. However, amongst the four great divine emperor, he was the only one left who was the strongest, and also the only high-rank God Emperor, divine emperor of the Yaoguang. One had to admit that God Emperor Luoda was indeed worthy of being called the oldest middle-ranked God Emperor, an old monster who had lived for nearly 20 eras. His accumulation was far from comparable to a newly advanced middle-ranked God Emperor like Divine Emperor and the multi-God Divine Emperor. It took him close to 70,000 eras to completely devour and refine him. One should know that after advancing to the extreme advanced God King, his devouring speed had increased by more than 10 times. The strength of origin on his body was nearly 10 times stronger than the 1000 God Divine Emperor, and it was more than 20 times stronger than the 1000 Changes Divine Emperor. He was experienced. Although God Emperor Luoda had been unable to break through to the high-ranked God Emperor realm due to the damage to his origin, he was definitely one of the top middle-ranked God Emperor warriors. If he could replenish the damaged origin one day and successfully advance to high-ranked God Emperor, with his powerful accumulation, he would be able to become one of the best in high-ranked God Emperor. Unfortunately, he had run into Yang Fann, Dark Star. His chances of breaking through to the next realm were completely cut off. There's only Divine Emperor from the Yaoguang left. I want to prove that I am a top-level Chaos God King. I'm afraid there is not much possibility. A hint of realization emerged in Yang Fann's heart. A high-ranked God Emperor. Although he was at least 100 middle-ranked God Emperor, and was only at the extreme advanced God King. Breaking through to the top-level Chaos God is a big leap. During this period of time, quasi-top-level God King was still separated by the resources he needed. There were more than 100 ordinary middle-ranked God Emperor warriors, and they were exchanged for a top-ranked God Emperor warrior. It was more like it. However, it's still possible for quasi-top-level God King to break through to the top-ranked God Emperor. He had barely achieved his goal, which was more than enough for him to deal with Divine Monarch Hong Lin. The next second, a figure flashed by, and the Yaoguang's Divine Emperor appeared in the devouring black hole. Extreme Advanced God King Peak Mid-Stage Late Extreme Advanced God King Late Extreme Advanced God King Peak Late Extreme Advanced God King Peak Late Extreme Advanced God King. Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 67,832 eras. Within the devouring black hole, Divine Emperor from the Yaoguang had used up nearly 2 levels of strength of origin. Hong Long. Yang Fann's energy was rising at a terrifying speed. His strength was like a billion volcanoes erupting, multiplying. Endless hurricanes erupted from all the cells in Yang Fann's body. They were like chaotic storms that wreaked havoc in the sword formation. Kai. In all directions, big the space seemed to be unable to withstand the endless pressure and began to distort and crack. Hum. The divine swords of the great Tao trembled, as if they were worshipping and trembling. At this moment, if the Red Scale God clans of the Red Scale God clan were to enter the sword formation through the Chaos Fissure, there wouldn't be many people below Divine Monarch Hong Lin who would be able to stand. Even some quasi-Divine Emperor could barely straighten his back. That was the limit. Soon, another 800 eras passed. Yang Fann's explosive pressure finally rose to its limit. The entire sword formation space was like broken glass, filled with criss-crossing cracks. Even the 10,000 divine swords used to set up the formation were slightly damaged. Luckily, Yang Fann's pressure was quickly restrained. If it continued to rise endlessly, it would definitely cause the space within the sword formation to explode. In the end, the best divine sword in the myriad sword god-slaying formation was only a high-grade 4th layer Great Tao divine artifact. There was only one of them. Compared to the current Yang Fann, the gap between them was huge. His cultivation base had broken through 5 major grades in a row. Yang Fann's overall combat strength, although it wouldn't increase that much, 3 major ranks was still necessary. When the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign had just reached the large success stage, Yang Fann's overall combat strength was already comparable to a top grade, or even a peak 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Now, even if he wasn't as strong as a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he wouldn't be much weaker. If he really wanted to fight at all costs, he would have to fight against an ordinary low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. As expected, a A single divine emperor from the Yaoguang isn't enough for me to break through to the top-level Chaos God King realm. A hint of understanding emerged in Yang Fann's heart. There were only 7 levels left for divine emperor from the Yaoguang. Let alone breaking through to the top-level Chaos God King realm, it was still unknown whether he could break through 2 or 3 small realms. Although he said that, he still felt a trace of disappointment in his heart. If he really broke through successfully, his combat strength would definitely have another qualitative leap if he advanced to the top-level Chaos God King. He was afraid that it would not be as simple as 1 or 2 levels. A major breakthrough was not something that could be compared to a higher-level advancement. He might even be able to fight against some of the higher levels, or even top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. At that time, he would be completely stable. No matter how well Divine Monarch Hong Lin hid himself, he wouldn't be able to escape from his 5-finger mountain. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 613,118 eras. Red Scale Chaos, Red Qilin Sovereign Domain, Red Qilin Palace. Bang! A terrifying pressure that made quasi-divine emperor tremble in fear and worship rose from the sovereign palace and swept across the entire Red Qilin sovereign domain. Alright, soon 3,000 eras, at most 3,000 eras, will be the day that Red Scale Chaos and the new Small Chaos will merge. Boom, boom, one after another, God King and Divine Emperor's terrifying chi kept rising from all the King and King domains in Red Scale Chaos. They were like ferocious ancient gods that had crossed the time-long river and had completely awakened. Beehive battle forts ripped apart the void and flew towards the Chaos Fissure. The place was densely packed, covering the entire chaotic starry sky. 1C2999 fusion of Chaos 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation. Boom boom bang. Streams of pure strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center and into the vast internal chaos. This caused Yang Fann's cultivation base to slowly advance towards quasi-top-level God King's mid-stage. In the blink of an eye, 6,386 eras had passed since Yang Fann had broken through to the mid-stage. Under Yang Fann's full strength, Divine Emperor of the Yaoguang had lost a lot of weight. The strength of origin on his body had shrunk by another level. At most, he would have 40 to 50,000 eras. Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to devour Divine Emperor of the Yaoguang. After advancing to the quasi-top-level God King realm, Yang Fann's absorption of the Great Tao had obviously improved a lot. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened and a trace of shock flashed across his eyes. Strange, why is it so fast? The Chaos Fissure, which was hundreds of millions of light years away from him, had once again broken free from the suppression of the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation, and continued to expand rapidly. In just a short period of time, it had expanded by over 100 light-years. It wouldn't take long before the Chaos Fissure filled up the entire space of the sword formation, and it was very likely that the entire 10,000 Sword-slaying Divine Sword formation would explode in the end. Such an unusual phenomenon wasn't something that didn't exist in the memories of Divine Emperor and the rest of the Yaoguang. It was that the two great chaos were about to fuse. It seemed like the Red Scale Chaos was very close to their Small Chaos. It wouldn't be long before it started merging with their Small Chaos. In just a short period of 64,218 eras, the Red Scale Chaos had already caught up to them. It was more than 10 times faster than a conservative estimate of 100 million eras. It seemed like Red Scale God Clan had really put in a lot of effort in order to devour and integrate their Small Chaos as soon as possible. It was very likely that those foreign Great Tao Sovereign would be eliminated by the blood sacrifice. Otherwise, it would be impossible to catch up to Small Chaos in such a short period of time with just the blood sacrifice. Fortunately, I didn't slack off during these eras. Furthermore, the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign's devouring speed was far beyond his expectation after breaking through to the mastery. In just a short period of time, he had devoured almost all of the resources in his hands. If it was as he had expected, he would need to spend hundreds of millions of eras in order to fully digest all the resources he had obtained. That would be a very bad situation if he really allowed Divine Monarch Hong Lin to escape. It would be very difficult to suppress him again. Hung Meng Heavenly Void was vast and boundless. A 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was hiding with all his heart. Even some 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign experts wouldn't be able to find him if they weren't proficient in the Great Tao of Karma and Divination. Coincidentally, all of these were Yang Fann's shortcomings. In the end, Yang Fann was just hair-raising boy, who was less than 25 million eras old. He simply didn't have the time, like the other 5th Empyrean and 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign experts, who specialized in other divine abilities in Great Tao. With his attainments in the Great Tao of Karma of Destiny, he could barely find the whereabouts of those first-layer Great Tao Sovereign. Even 2nd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign couldn't find the right time, let alone a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like Divine Monarch Hong Lin. This was because the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was heaven-defying. When it devoured other people's souls, it could absorb part of the Great Tao's comprehension and turn it into its own. Otherwise, even with this little bit of superficial knowledge, it was impossible for Yang Fann to know it. According to the rate at which the Chaos Fissure is expanding, it will at most cost 1,000 eras. The two great chaos will truly begin fusing. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled, as if he had seen through the Chaos Fissure and the red scale chaos on the other side. However, this was the case. Left, and that Divine Emperor from the Yaoguang would be completely devoured by him. This was the perfect time for him to come to red scale chaos. Otherwise, he might have to take the risk to enter the red scale chaos and capture those Divine Emperor. At that time, he would attract the attention of Divine Monarch Hong Lin, and things would become slightly bad. Although his current combat strength was comparable to a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, the most he could do in the red scale chaos was to defeat that Divine Monarch Hong Lin. If he wanted to suppress him completely, he might not be able to surpass the 3rd level. Even if the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring law was incomparably heaven-defying, his strength wouldn't be suppressed by much, but as the master of the red scale chaos, Divine Monarch Hong Lin controlled 22 of the Yanji cycles in the red scale chaos. No one knew how many trump cards he had left in the red scale chaos, or how many trump cards he could use. The power he could unleash would at least increase by 1 grade, and it wouldn't be impossible for him to increase his cultivation by 2 grades. Once he alerted the enemy, Divine Monarch Hong Lin would make up his mind and risk the destruction of the chaos to destroy the Chaos Fissure. The consequences would be unimaginable. A single mistake and he would have to wander around the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. At that time, it would be unknown how many eras it would take for him to return to the small chaos. Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, Hunyuan Universe. 610,000 eras had passed. It could be said that the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Currently, the entire Primeval Chaos Tao Palace was no longer the same as before. There were only 14 Great Tao Sovereign. Great Tao Sovereign's number had more than doubled. It had reached a terrifying 52 venerable, and it had far surpassed the number 1 power in the Primal Chaos, Primordial Shrine. When he was hunting down the expeditionary forces of Red Scale God Clan, Primeval Chaos Tao Palace had contributed the most. They had also received the blessing of the original Will of the Great Tao. Of course, the most important thing was that Yang Fann had gifted a batch of resources to the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Although it was only the property of a few divine masters, it was nothing compared to Yang Fann. However, to the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, it was a huge amount of resources. It was more than 10 times, or even 100 times more than what they had accumulated over hundreds of billions of eras. If it wasn't for the fact that the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace hadn't fully digested that batch of resources in such a short period of time, Great Tao Sovereign's number would at least double. Hunyuan Universe, Primordious Heavenly Abode. This was the place where Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos was cultivating. He had killed a few high-grade divine sovereigns from the Red Scale God Clan, and with the help of Yang Fann's huge amount of resources, Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos's cultivation base had almost reached the critical point of first-layer Great Tao Sovereign. His breakthrough was within 1,000,000 eras. Not only Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos, but also the other peak supreme beings, including Parathion and Cave Mysterious Sovereign, had their cultivation base skyrocketing, and they had successfully stepped into the quasi-second Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign realm. Hong Long. Suddenly, Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos's tightly shut eyes opened. What? The red scale chaos is about to merge with our chaos. Yang Fann thought for a moment and told Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos about the news. He didn't want Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others to be unprepared. They panicked and made mistakes. In any case, with him in charge, the Red Scale God Clan wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. Inform Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others in advance so that they could seize the opportunity to gain some benefits. He did not care about those divine lords, but to Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others, they were all fat sheep. As long as they could kill some divine lords, and obtain the blessing of the chaos great Tao origin intent, breaking through to the third Empyrean great Tao sovereign was a piece of cake for them. It was only a matter of time before they broke through to the third Empyrean great Tao sovereign. Sooner or later, he would have to leave small chaos. If he could nurture a group of third Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors before he left, he would be able to leave in peace. With the geographical advantage and the suppression of the original will of the chaotic great Tao, even if a few third Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors joined forces, they would still be able to fight a fourth Empyrean great Tao sovereign warrior. 1. Dong, 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 dong. Very soon, the sound of the long bell of the great Tao rang out from the primordious heavenly abode, sweeping across the entire Hunyuan universe. Ah, this is the primordious divine bell. Hiss. 81 chimes of the divine bell. Something big has happened. This. Just what is going on? For no reason. Why is the primordious divine bell ringing, or is it the 81st chime of the divine bell? The faces of great Tao sovereign, who was cultivating in seclusion, changed dramatically. However, deep within his pupils, there was a trace of doubt. The primordious divine bell could not be sounded unless something major happened. Not to mention the 81 bell chimes, it meant that the primeval chaos Tao palace. They had entered a life and death situation, but now, in the chaos, including those empires with 5-star supreme beings, each and every force, it was impossible for them to curry favor with the primeval chaos Tao palace. Who would dare to touch the tiger whiskers of the primeval chaos Tao palace? Not to mention, it would bring a crisis of destruction to the primeval chaos Tao palace. Putting aside the invincible His Royal Highness Yang Fann, there was no one in the entire primal chaos like them who could match the primeval chaos Tao palace. Even if great Tao sovereign joined forces with all the other major powers, he might not be a match for the primeval chaos Tao palace. One should know that besides Tao ancestor of primeval chaos, the primeval chaos Tao palace was no longer a match for the primeval chaos Tao palace. There were also 3 ancestor. As for the other major powers, Ancestor's first grade expert was just one of the 4 great 5-star exalts that were lucky enough to survive. Could it be that there's another outer chaos forces that wants to invade our primal chaos? C3000 Panic Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, Hunyuan Universe, Primordious Paradise. Tao ancestor of primeval chaos sat on top of the divine throne. On both sides of him were Cave Mysterious Sovereign, Parathion, and the Sovereign Dragon Supreme, the 3 new prospective second Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Below them sat 25 Great Tao Sovereign. The 81 chimes of the divine bell signified that the primeval chaos Tao Palace had entered a life and death situation. Everyone, including Great Tao Sovereign, who was in the middle of his closed-door cultivation, had broken out of his closed-door cultivation one after another. What? The fusion of the 2 great chaos is about to begin? No, I didn't hear it wrong, right? How can it be so fast? That's right. How long has it been? Tao Father, could it be that you've made a mistake? The moment Tao ancestor of primeval chaos told them the information that Yang Fann had given him, the group of great Tao sovereign immediately burst into an uproar. They couldn't hide the panic on their faces. It had only been a short period of time since the Red Scale God clan launched an all-out attack on all the major powers. There were less than 800,000 eras in total, even counting the millions of eras that the Red Scale God clan had been hiding for. There were still less than 1 million eras. How could the 2 great chaos start merging in such a short period of time? Didn't it say that killing those deviant remnants of chaos would bring them tens of billions of eras to catch their breath? Less than 800,000 eras, and it was a few billion eras. The difference between this was a bit too great. He couldn't believe it, he really couldn't accept all of this. This is what His Royal Highness Yang Fann said himself. There can't be any mistakes. Tao ancestor of primeval chaos shook his head. His voice was filled with a hint of bitterness. Less than 800,000 eras had passed. It was a short period of time that made people despair. The primeval chaos Tao Palace had almost never made any preparations. What? His Royal Highness Yang Fann said it himself. It seems like this matter won't be false. The fusion of the 2 great chaos is about to begin. Upon hearing this, the group of great Tao sovereign completely broke the trace of hope in their hearts. His Royal Highness Yang Fann's divine ability wasn't something they could imagine. Since it was him who said that the fusion of the two great chaos would begin in 1,000 eras at most, it wouldn't be without reason. In the next second, endless panic, like a surging tide, spread in the hearts of great Tao sovereign. Woo. What should we do? What should we do? I'm just atavism. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Why? How long has it been since the Red Qilin disaster? Why is there a second Red Qilin incident? Hong Meng, my lord, what mistakes have we, the primal chaos, committed to make you so cruel? They didn't explain the strength of the Red Scale God clan clearly. However, just what they knew made them unable to put up any resistance. Great Tao sovereign, like them, would be an ordinary divine lord in the Red Scale God clan. As for divine lord experts, there were millions of them in the entire Red Scale God clan. However, they were in chaos. There were only a few of them, great Tao sovereign, and all the other supreme beings in the universe. Even if all of them were combined, it would be difficult for them to exceed 1,000. The gap between them was more than 10 times, 100 times. Not to mention that there were divine lords, God King, divine emperor, and divine emperors above the divine lord realm. And above them, there was only His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Even with His Royal Highness Yang Fann's monstrous talent, he had less than 800,000 eras. Breaking through to the next level was his limit. Compared to the divine emperor and god emperors of the Red Scale God clan, he was just a slightly stronger ant. Silence. Look at all of you. There's still a bit of a supreme being's appearance. Your Highness, since you dared to tell us about it, you must have some way to deal with it. Tao, ancestor of primeval chaos, frowned and shouted coldly. Although he didn't have much confidence like the other supreme beings, Yang Fann was their only hope. No matter how much doubt he had in his heart, he had no choice but to keep a calm expression on his face. Otherwise, before the fusion of the two great chaos began, they would be thrown into chaos. What was the point of fighting with the Red Scale God clan? They could just close their eyes and wait for death. Right, His Royal Highness Yang Fann will definitely find a way. We still have His Royal Highness Yang Fann and His Royal Highness Yang Fann. The 4 words His Royal Highness Yang Fann were like a ray of hope, tearing apart the darkness in great Tao sovereign's heart. His Royal Highness Yang Fann was synonymous with miracles. Less than 800,000 eras. To them, it was extremely short. It wasn't just a short period of time for them to take a nap. However, when it came to Yang Fann, that monster, it was different. Perhaps His Highness really could create another miracle. In a short period of 800,000 eras, he had the power to fight against the Red Scale God clan. Alright, everyone went back to prepare. They gathered many God King and quasi-supreme beings. 10,000 years later, we will head to the Chaos Fissure and meet up with His Highness. Tao Father, should we inform the other powers? Parathion asked. The invasion of the Red Scale God clan was a calamity of chaos, not a matter of the primeval chaos Tao Palace alone. Your Highness, he didn't ask me to inform the other supreme beings. A trace of hesitation flashed across Tao, ancestor of primeval chaos's eyes. In the message, Yang Fann had only asked Tao, ancestor of primeval chaos, to bring along many experts from the Tao Palace. He had no intention of letting them know about the other supreme powers. In any case, with him here, this battle, the primeval chaos Tao Palace was one of their own. They could just bring them to drink some soup. As for the other major powers, it had nothing to do with him, so he decided to forget about it. Just listen to His Highness. For the time being, we won't contact the other supreme powers. After pondering for a moment, Tao, ancestor of primeval chaos, made a decision. In any case, the one who would decide the outcome of the battle was Yang Fann. As for the other powers, he would call them over. Actually, it didn't mean much. Even if there were 10 or 100 times more people, so what? Any random God King from the Red Scale God clan could easily suppress them. Strange, what exactly happened? For no reason, why did the primeval chaos Tao Palace deploy troops on a large scale? Gulp, gulp. Could it be that some power recklessly provoked the primeval chaos Tao Palace? Soon, the entire primal chaos was shaken. It was impossible for the primeval chaos Tao Palace to hide such a big move from their eyes and ears. Some empires and supreme inheritances had sent out a large number of people to investigate this matter, especially the 4 5-star supreme beings, who were guarding the 4 empires. In the entire primal chaos, only the 4 empires were able to cause such a huge commotion in the primeval chaos Tao Palace. Regarding this, Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others had no intention of paying any attention to it. The end of the primal chaos was about to arrive. They didn't even have the time to deal with the Red Scale God clan, so how could they have the time to deal with the spies of these major powers? 10,000 years later, a chaotic fleet that spanned hundreds of millions of light-years flew across the sky from Hunyuan universe. This time, the primeval Chaos Tao Palace had used all their strength. Even their old lair, the Hunyuan universe, did not leave much of their defensive strength behind. If they didn't succeed in this battle, they would be saved. If they were defeated by the Red Scale Chaos, the entire primal chaos would be devoured by the Red Scale Chaos and become the food for the Red Scale Chaos to grow. There was no way they could survive this. 10 eras later, the chaotic fleet gradually approached the location of the Chaos Fissure. Ah, that's the place where Yang Fann sealed the Chaos Fissure. Strange, why would Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others come here? The place where Yang Fann sealed the Chaos Fissure wasn't a secret in the chaos. Many supreme inheritances knew about it, but in the past, no one dared to come here. According to the legends, the person from the primeval Chaos Tao Palace had been guarding this place for many years. If they angered that person, there would be no place for them to hide in the chaos anymore. Gulp, gulp, could it be that? Could it be that the devil wanted to help again? C-3001 Destruction of chaos cracks panic endless panic spread like a surging tide throughout the chaos and the inheritances of the supreme beings. The Chaos Fissure had been sealed by Yang Fann, and it had become a forbidden place in the hearts of the various major powers and countless experts. Especially with Yang Fann personally guarding it, almost no one dared to approach the Chaos Fissure, which was 1 trillion light-years away. This was to avoid incurring Yang Fann's displeasure and bringing disaster to all of their major powers. A 5-star supreme being was nothing more than an ant that could be easily killed by that monster. They were just a supreme power that could be destroyed at any time. Wasn't that just playing around? However, now, Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others had actually appeared near the Chaos Fissure. They had also brought almost all the elites of the 9th floor and above of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, including Chaos God King. Even an idiot could tell that the matter had become serious. It was very likely that Fiendish Demon was going to invade their chaos once more. Woo, what should he do? What should we do? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Very quickly, countless exalts and quasi-exalts were all like ants on a hot pan, their hearts burning with anxiety. It hadn't been 800,000 eras since Fiendish Demon invaded the primal chaos. Everything that happened back then was still vivid in their minds. That was a great tribulation that swept across the entire primal chaos. In just a short period of time, countless god race forces had been destroyed by those evil devils. Just the supreme inheritance alone had nearly destroyed 4 levels. If not for Yang Fann, this monster, stepping forward, they would have been destroyed by that evil devil a long time ago. But this time, could Yang Fann still defend against that accomplice? Regarding this, they had no confidence at all. That group of deviant chaos Fiendish Demon had suffered a huge loss previously. Now that they had made a comeback, as long as their heads weren't squeezed by the door, they understood that this storm would only intensify. The strength of the Fiendish Demon who had invaded them this time was absolutely incomparable to the previous group of Fiendish Demon. No matter what kind of monster Yang Fann had, it didn't matter. It's just one man. He wanted to rely on his own strength to fight against the chaos that controlled a region. It was still a bit lacking compared to the ancient rulers of chaos that were much stronger than theirs. Chaos Fissure, billions of light years away. Yang Fann sat cross-legged, his entire body shining with divine light. He looked solemn and dignified. The 10,000 swords slaying divine sword formation had already disappeared without a trace. 10 eras had passed, and the Chaos Fissure had rapidly expanded. Its area was so vast that it had expanded by several times. If it wasn't for him removing the 10,000 swords god-slaying formation in time, the entire 10,000 swords god-slaying formation would have exploded due to the Chaos Fissure. As the Red Scale Chaos continued to approach, the Chaos Fissure's expansion was unstoppable. Unless, the 10,000 swords god-slaying formations used to set up the 10,000 swords god-slaying formation were all 4th layer Great Tao Divine Swords, and they could still resist the expansion of the Chaos Fissure. However, it was only temporary. Once the 2 great chaos started fusing, not to mention the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation formed by the 4th layer Great Tao. 10,000 Swords God-slaying formations, even if they were replaced by 5th Empyrean Great Tao Divine Swords, they wouldn't be able to stop anything. The fusion of chaos, that terrifying power was beyond the imagination of a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, even if it was a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Hong Long, only those at the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign or above could deal with it with ease. Fortunately, he had to withdraw the 10,000 Swords God-slaying formation, so that he wouldn't lose 10,000 Great Tao 10,000 Swords God-slaying formations for nothing. Yang Fann didn't really care about these 3rd Empyrean, 4th layer Great Tao 4th layers. After the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign was fully formed, the defense of the Yang Fann's divine body wouldn't be any weaker than the high-grade 4th layer Great Tao Divine Sword. If he unleashed the full power of the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign, most of the 5th Empyreans would have to stand aside. To him, these 3rd Empyrean and 4th layer Great Tao Divine Swords were of little value. But even so, he couldn't just waste them like this. He didn't need them. Giving them to his family members or equipping Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others was extremely good. A 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Divine Sword was enough for Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos to challenge a Divine Master Expert from the Red Scale God Clan. If Yang Fann was willing to give him a 4th layer Great Tao Divine Sword, even God King from the Red Scale God Clan would have the strength to fight him. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a divine light flashed in his eyes. It was as if he could see a trillions of trillions. The next moment, boom, a mysterious and profound energy enveloped the entire Chaos Fleet. Ah, just what in the world is going on? Fleet is shuttling through space and time. Hiss. Okay. Such terrifying speed. In less than a breath's time. Boom, billions of light years away from Yang Fann, the void twisted, forming a gigantic space wormhole with a diameter of over 10 billion light years. The chaotic fleet that spanned billions of light years passed through it. Ah, yes, it's His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Could it be that His Royal Highness Yang Fann used his mighty magic to teleport us here? Gulp, gulp, as expected of His Royal Highness Yang Fann. His strength is truly astounding. A large number of experts swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. Within their fleet, however, there were 54 Great Tao Sovereign, as well as over 100,000 quasi-exalts. They were actually teleported here without any resistance. This divine ability and this technique was far beyond their imagination. However, they felt relieved. No matter what, His Royal Highness Yang Fann would never harm them. Without His Royal Highness Yang Fann, their primeval Chaos Tao Palace would never have this day, and they might even be able to continue their legacy until now. This was a huge problem. 4 mixed energy. This was the strongest god ship in the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. It was forged using a huge amount of resources. Whether it was firepower or defense, it was not inferior to 2nd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereigns. Even if it was a real quasi-2nd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he would still be able to fight him. Mixed energy, Master Control Room. Yang Fann sat on the main seat. On his left and right were Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the other 4 prospective 2nd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In World of Cultivators, experts were respected, and those who had achieved it were the first. Yang Fann's cultivation base and strength far exceeded their trillions of times. Tao, Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others did not dare to compare themselves with Yang Fann in terms of seniority. Yang Fann was polite. He called them Tao Fathers, Ancestral Masters. He didn't need to be polite, he just called them by their names. They didn't dare have any dissatisfaction with him. Your Highness, are we really not allowed to continue sealing that chaos fissure? Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos glanced at Yang Fann with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. It would be best if it could still be sealed. A mere few 100,000 eras was truly a short period of time. No matter how much they believed in Yang Fann, they couldn't help but feel a little lacking in confidence at this moment. The red scale chaos is approaching our primal chaos. Even if we seal that chaos fissure, we won't be able to seal it for long. Unless I destroy that chaos fissure. Destroy that chaos fissure. Upon hearing this, Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos's eyes lit up. From His Royal Highness Yang Fann's words, it seemed like he had a high chance of destroying the chaos fissure. If that was the case, then everything would be over once and for all. The red scale chaos would no longer be able to threaten their chaos. Your Highness, please destroy that chaos fissure. C3002 6 Heavens of the Way Mixed Energy, Master Control Room. Great Tao Sovereign's eyes lit up as he looked at Yang Fann with anticipation. If Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos could think of it, they would naturally realize it as well. Hearing His Royal Highness Yang Fann's words, and the tone of his voice, it was obvious that he was quite confident in eliminating the chaos fissure in one go. If that was the case, then they would truly be in chaos once and for all. Without the chaos fissure, as the symbol of chaos, the boundless Hung Meng heavenly void, there was absolutely no hope for the red scale chaos to find their primal chaos. Don't look at it, it seemed like the red scale chaos could catch up to them at any time. In fact, the distance between them was unknown. There were still billions of billions left. Zhao Guang Nian, one had to understand that a primal chaos was different from a cosmos, able to move unhindered for billions of years. Zhao Guang Nian was not the only one, not to mention an ancient primal chaos like the red scale chaos. It moved slightly. That was a land of billions of trillions of light years. Destroying that chaos fissure is easy, but why should I destroy him? Yang Fann smiled mysteriously. If he really wanted to destroy the chaos fissure, he would have done it hundreds of thousands of eras ago. Why wait until now? Your Highness, what do you mean? Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos's heart skipped a beat, as if he had thought of something. But was this possible? It was an ancient chaos that had been passed down for nearly 22 eras. Not only was there a large number of 3rd Empyrean and 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign experts within it, there were even 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign experts guarding it. Compared to the chaos, it was more than 10 million times, or even trillions of times stronger. No matter how strong His Royal Highness Yang Fann was, he could only rely on his geographical advantage to block the Red Scale God clan. That was his limit. Tao Father, there's no reason for us to not accept this fat meat that has been delivered to our doorstep. If the Red Scale Chaos wants to use our chaos as food to raise the limit of our chaos, how can we not? In turn, it swallowed that Red Scale Chaos. At that time, it will save us 10 times or even more time for us to grow in the primal chaos. Gulp, gulp, Your Highness, are you really confident in dealing with the Red Scale God clan? Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. No way, His Royal Highness Yang Fann, did he really think that way? However, a trace of anticipation flashed across the depths of his eyes. If he could swallow the Red Scale Chaos, how could he not think about it? At that time, forget about the 2nd layer shackles. He wouldn't even have the 3rd Empyrean shackles anymore. In the future, he would be just like Divine Monarch Hong Lin, having the chance to become a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, this was too difficult. Perhaps if Yang Fann was given a few billion eras, he might be able to succeed. However, in such a short period of time, there were less than 800,000 eras. His Highness's ability to fight a 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior was probably his limit. Without waiting for Yang Fann to speak, Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos rejected himself and said, Your Highness, why don't we just forget about it? Is that Divine Monarch Hong Lin a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior? He would be satisfied if he could solve this crisis and prevent the Red Scale Chaos from merging with the chaos. It would be better to seize the opportunity to annex the Red Scale Chaos. Ancestral Master, don't worry. After 3 days of separation, we will treat each other in a new light. I am not the same as before. 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign is nothing. Unless the Red Scale God clan has a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, otherwise. Yang Fann didn't continue, but the meaning behind his words was obvious. Hiss. 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. His Highness, could it be that, including Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos, the 54 Great Tao Sovereign sucked in a breath of cold air. Gulp, it had only been a short period of time. In total, there were less than 800,000 eras. His Highness actually broke through to the Grand Tao 3rd Empyrean in a row. Is he really still human? That was Great Tao Sovereign. He wasn't a quasi-supreme being, much less that Chaos God King. Even if it was Chaos God King, the price he would have to pay to break 3 great grades in a short period of 800,000 eras was enough to make a Great Tao Sovereign bankrupt. Or was it because His Highness was hiding something from him? It wasn't as they had guessed. It was a 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, but a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In the past, It seemed like His Highness hadn't told them that he was a third Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, but they had guessed it themselves. That's right, that must be the case. Compared to breaking through to the third Empyrean in just a few 100,000 eras, the latter was much easier to convince. The His Royal Highness Yang Fann from before, even if he wasn't a sixth Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he wouldn't be much weaker. No wonder His Royal Highness Yang Fann didn't panic at all from the beginning until the end. He wasn't pretending to be calm, he really had the strength to look down on the Red Scale God clan. In the next moment, the group of Great Tao Sovereign felt a wave of ecstasy in their hearts. Back then, they had only managed to chase after a group of fish that escaped from the net, but they had already made great progress in their cultivation base. They didn't even encounter any tribulation before they successfully took the last step and advanced to Great Tao Sovereign. This time, the two great chaos had merged. The entire Red Scale God clan had invaded. No one knew how many divine lords and divine generals would be able to enter their chaos. What kind of benefits would they be able to obtain at that time? They seemed to have seen second layer and even third Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign waving at them. No wonder His Royal Highness Yang Fann didn't ask us to inform the other supreme inheritances. How could they let the other powers take advantage of such an easy task? Phew. Luckily, His Royal Highness Yang Fann was a member of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. Otherwise, such a good thing. How could they let this happen? Very quickly, the group of Great Tao Sovereign felt a sense of relief in their hearts. Being able to recruit His Royal Highness Yang Fann as a member of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace was definitely the greatest fortune in their lives. After this, the primeval Chaos Tao Palace would truly stand at the top of the primal chaos and become the ruler of the entire primal chaos. They would rule over all the races in the primal chaos. Although the primeval Chaos Tao Palace was strong before this, it was mainly because of Yang Fann. If it wasn't for Yang Fann, the primeval Chaos Tao Palace wouldn't be much stronger than the other major powers. Once all the supreme inheritances joined forces, they would be able to fight the primeval Chaos Tao Palace and even have a high chance of winning. They had Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos, Cave Mysterious Sovereign, Parathion, and the Imperial Dragon Supreme. The other major powers also had 4 5-star Supreme Experts, but they were still far from being able to defeat the other Supreme Experts. Time passed by a great era passed by. Very quickly, it was 600 eras later. The Chaos Fissure was almost the size of a top-grade large-sized Chaos Circle. Not to mention Yang Fann, even some top-grade first-layer Great Tao Sovereign could see the huge chaos behind the Chaos Fissure, let alone Yang Fann. At this moment, the other side of the Chaos Fissure was densely packed with Chaos Fissures. Hong Long, rumble, a terrifying aura that made first-layer Great Tao Sovereign despair and unable to put up any resistance kept radiating out from those honeycomb fortress. Even though they were separated by the Chaos Fissures, they could still feel the vast and mighty pressure coming from those Chaos Fissures. There were tens of thousands of them. Woo. How could this be? Fusion, the chaos that fiendish demon is in, is trying to completely merge with our chaos. It's over, we're finished, we're dead. 4C3003. The heavens changed, endless panic and despair spread in the chaos. The supreme and quasi-supremacies were not only terrified, but also terrified. That terrifying pressure, even though separated by the Chaos Fissure, was 100 billion times stronger than theirs. It was more than 1 trillion times stronger, making it impossible for them to resist at all. What was even more terrifying was that the pressure was not just 1 or 2, but tens of thousands of them. Once the two great chaos started merging, these sovereign expert would charge into their chaos. With their weak strength, how could they fight against those evil devils? They were dead for sure this time. They were really dead for sure. Even if Yang Fann's combat strength was heaven-defying, and he was able to deal with 10 or 100 nefarious devil exalts, it was still impossible for him to be a match for so many ultimate experts. In the end, Yang Fann was just a junior who had lived for less than 25 million eras. No matter what kind of monster it was, there was still a limit to it. If it wasn't for the cruel and bloodthirsty devils, there wouldn't be any survivors left behind, and they wouldn't even be willing to surrender. It could be said that at this time, a large number of God race forces had already chosen to surrender. It was better to live on than to die. Being a lowly slave without any dignity, life and death being controlled by someone, was better than dying just like that. Making a fortune in silence was the way to go. Yang Fann was suspected to be at the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, Dao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others had full confidence in dealing with the Red Scale God clan. They tried their best to keep the news a secret. Apart from the 54 great Dao sovereign, they didn't even tell Chaos God King about the quasi-supreme experts of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, let alone the other supreme powers. If the supreme experts of the other powers were to find out about this battle was going to be a sure win. At that time, wouldn't these powers' supreme beings be like hungry wolves that smelled the scent of blood, coming over to snatch food from them? The benefits of hunting those red Qilin demons. It wasn't just the primeval Chaos Dao Palace who knew about it. As long as these surviving forces had killed the surviving disciples of the expeditionary forces of the Red Scale God clan, they would more or less obtain a lot of benefits. In less than 800,000 eras, although Great Dao Sovereign, who had achieved the Dao-confirming realm, was not as powerful as the primeval Chaos Dao Palace, there were still 6 quasi-sovereign of great perfection who had succeeded in taking the last step in achieving the Dao-confirming realm. All of this was because of the blessing of the Red Scale God clan. Red Scale Chaos, near the Chaos Fissure. Boom, boom. A large amount of Red Scale God clans from the Red Scale God clan tore through the sky and gathered from all directions. It was like a mighty red torrent that was endless. Although the small chaos in front of them was just a small chaos with less than 2 Yan eras, in the eyes of Divine Monarch Hong Lin and many Divine Emperor, it was like a primal chaos vicious beast that was hibernating on the ground, wanting to devour someone. Don't look at it, the other party was in a state of chaos. There was not a single person who could fight him. Any one of them, a high-grade or peak Divine Master, could easily defeat them. But all of this was just a facade. The true experts had concealed their auras and hidden themselves. Otherwise, how could God King Sen Luo and the others have fallen? In the small chaos, there was definitely a 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign or even a 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. In order to take down the small chaos in one fell swoop, Divine Monarch Hong Lin had mobilized all the forces he could muster. Almost all of his subordinates, Divine Emperor and God King, had been mobilized by him. This battle was only allowed to succeed, and no failure was allowed. They didn't have a second chance. Increasing the speed of the Red Scale Chaos with all their strength would have a negative impact on the Red Scale Chaos. Originally, they had a conservative estimate that it would take nearly 100 trillion eras for the Red Scale Chaos to enter the period of destruction. This time, it would be at least a dozen to 20 trillion eras ahead of time. There really wasn't much time left for the Red Scale God clan. 60 eras, there are still 60 eras left. It will be the day of the fusion of the chaos. Chaos origin, inside a luxurious divine palace. Yang Fann did not continue cultivating. There were only a few dozen eras. No matter how much he fought against time, it wouldn't increase his strength by much. Furthermore, he had to guard against those Red Scale God clan and send expert into the chaos ahead of time. The chaos fissure was constantly expanding. Currently, Divine Emperor and the God Emperor had some limitations. However, Quasi-God Emperor, who was like God King Sen Luo, didn't need to pay any price to unleash most of his combat strength in their chaos. If he didn't watch carefully, Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of those God King. Buzz. A divine light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. It was as if he had seen through the Hung Meng heavenly void and everything in the Red Scale Chaos. I never thought that I would still underestimate the Red Scale God clan. Through God Emperor Luoda and the others' memories, Yang Fann knew that Divine Monarch Hong Lin had a total of 6 great Quasi-Divine Emperor, 16 top-ranked God Emperor, 43 high-ranked God Emperor, 52 middle-ranked God Emperor, and 68 low-ranked God Emperor subordinates. As for God King, who was only a level lower, he should not have more than 4,000. Even if there were still some hidden Divine Emperors that the 4 great high-ranked God Emperor did not know about in the dark. To be able to hide 20 to 30 Divine Emperor and a few hundred God King was probably the limit. But in fact, God King, who was gathered near the Chaos Fissure, was obviously much more powerful than he had expected. There were 9 people like Quasi-Divine Emperor, and not 6. 25 top-ranked God Emperor, 59 high-ranked God Emperor, 71 middle-ranked God Emperor, 83 low-ranked God Emperor. As for God King, there were more than 5,000 of them, almost 6,000 of them. However, this was a good thing. They weren't afraid of their numbers, but of God King. Divine Emperor's number was too small. Just the 4 great Divine Emperor had given him the power to fight 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors. If he could capture all 6,000 God King, 244 Divine Emperor, and 9 Great Quasi-Divine Emperor in one fell swoop, what kind of realm would his cultivation base and strength increase to? Not to mention, there was also Divine Monarch Hong Lin, a 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. At that time, even if he couldn't kill atavism right away, he wouldn't be too far behind. His overall combat strength wouldn't be much weaker than a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. According to the legends, even in the 3,000 Great Chaotic Realms, a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was a first-class overlord, an overlord that dominated an entire region. He never thought that a junior like him who had cultivated for less than 25 million eras would be able to see through the secrets of a hegemon. Who would dare believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? 4 Great Era, 3 eras, 10 eras, 30 eras. In next to no time, 60 eras had silently passed. The vastness of the Chaos Fissure was already comparable to a top-grade large-sized Chaos Circle like the Taiyu Chaos Circle. It was more than twice as big as the Taiyu Chaos Circle. The huge fleet of the primeval Chaos Dao Palace kept retreating. At this moment, not to mention Great Dao Sovereign, even a quasi-supreme being could see the huge beehive that was hundreds of millions of light years in front of the Chaos Fissure. Chaos Origin, Master Control Room. Yang Fann and the 54 Great Dao Sovereign from the primeval Chaos Dao Palace once again gathered together. Hong Long. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. It's about to start. His voice faded. Rumble. The entire chaos shook vigorously as if it had been struck by some enormous object. Pucci. Pucci. The 3rd Empyrean Great Dao Sovereigns that even a quasi-3rd Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign couldn't shake were filled with crisscrossing, terrifying cracks. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of small chaotic rings exploded like enormous stars. Countless living creatures were completely destroyed before they could even scream. Even many of the medium-sized Chaos Circle and Chaos Domain started to collapse. Countless living beings were struggling and wailing in despair. Ah, no, what is going on? Woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Someone save me, save me. C-3004 A great battle broke out. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Save me, someone save me woo. How could this be? Why did the sky suddenly collapse? Wails of despair kept sounding out from the Chaos Domain and the billions of universes. Waves of grievous energy soared into the sky like billowing smoke, piercing through the chaos, as if it was trying to nurture some terrifying agric spirit. Under the impact of the red-scale chaos, countless chaotic rings in the chaos where Yang Fann and the others were located were shaken. Countless Chaos Domain were completely destroyed and turned into nothingness. Compared to the red-scale chaos that had the inheritance of 22 Yanji and had devoured 13 small chaos, the small chaos where Yang Fann and the others were located was really too weak. The two of them collided. It was like a rock hitting a piece of wood. In the red-scale chaos, apart from a slight tremor, there wasn't much damage. Mixed Yuan, Master Control Room. A trace of reluctance flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. In just a short period of time, thousands of small chaos rings were destroyed. As one of the most numerous races in the chaos, the number of humans that fell was countless of trillions. Furthermore, the number of casualties was still increasing. When it finally stabilized, the number of small chaos rings that had been destroyed would probably be millions, or even more. They wanted to use their power to minimize the losses of their chaos. However, in the end, Yang Fann still suppressed this impulse. The two great primal chaos collided. The aftermath of the collision wasn't something that could be quelled by just a 2nd or 3rd Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Even a 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign wouldn't be able to withstand it. In order to recover the damage caused by the chaos, he would need to unleash the strength of a 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warrior. In fact, it was highly possible that he would need to use his full strength. However, this would let the Red Scale God clan know that they were in the primal chaos. How could they dare to continue attacking their chaos? It was too late for them to escape. The fusion had just begun. As long as Divine Monarch Hong Lin was willing to pay a price, it wasn't impossible for him to stop the fusion. At the very least, he would have to abandon their primal chaos and lead his people to roam the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. A 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, 9 quasi-5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, and over 100 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. With their protection, even if the Red Scale God clan lost their origin chaos, they would still be able to survive in the Hungmeng Heavenly Void safely. It was just that they wouldn't be able to break through in the future. However, once the Red Scale God clan escaped, there would be endless troubles in the future. Unless he, Yang Fann, would never leave the primal chaos and take charge of it. This was obviously not realistic. With just the resources of the primal chaos, even if they devoured the Red Scale chaos, their energy grade would greatly increase and their resources would skyrocket, allowing him to advance to the high grade and top grade. Top-level Chaos God King was the limit. Even Great Tao Sovereign would not be able to do anything about it. To the Red Scale Chaos and Yang Fann, the real benefits were the 4th layer and 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors like Divine Monarch Hong Lin. After merging with them, Yang Fann didn't pay much attention to those resources. Even if Primal Chaos could give birth to enough resources for him to advance to the Quasi-Supreme Realm, or even Atavism's resources, it would still take 10 years for him to advance to the next level. It was impossible for Primal Chaos to nurture resources in one go. It would require a large amount of time. To Divine Monarch Hong Lin, they could afford to wait for 10 cycles of time, but to Yang Fann, who had cultivated less than 2,500 eras, not to mention 10 cycles of time, even if it was 100 trillion eras, Yang Fann wouldn't be able to wait for it. With that time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the 7th layer or 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in Hungmeng Heavenly Void, let alone atavism. It wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the Minor Chaotic Ring. In the hundreds of millions of trillion of them, Yang Fann could only apologize to the living beings. In order to get rid of all future troubles once and for all, the necessary sacrifices were unavoidable. Weakness was the original sin. This was the sorrow of the weak. No one knew when a natural disaster would take their lives. If not for the fact that their Morning Star Chaos Circle had been upgraded from a mini Chaos Circle to large-sized Chaos Circle in just a few 100,000 eras, they would have been completely destroyed by the impact, just like those mini Chaos Circles. To be precise, it was very likely. One should know that the Gu Kang Chaos Circle was not only located at the edge of the chaos, it was also a small-scale Chaos Circle in the large-sized Chaos domain. It was the lowest level of existence among all the small-scale Chaos Circles. The closer one got to the edge of the primal chaos, the more impact one would receive, and the possibility of destruction would rise exponentially. Right now, among the many small Chaos Circles that had been destroyed, the 9th level and 9th were all from the edge of chaos. Time passed year by year. The Chaos Fissure started to expand at a terrifying rate. 1-fold, 3 times, 5 times, 7 times, 10 times, 30 times, 50 times. 10,000 years later, the Chaos Fissure expanded by more than 1,000 times. It was almost 10,000 times bigger than the top-grade large-sized Chaos domain like Taiyu Chaos domain. At this moment, the Chaos Fissure seemed to have expanded to its limit, and it didn't continue to expand in all directions. Instead, it gradually stabilized, and formed a stable chaotic channel. From the Hungmeng Heavenly Void, one could see the two great chaos. It was like a dumbbell and a chaotic channel, connecting the two great chaos together. However, the difference between the dumbbell and the dumbbell was obvious. If Red Scale Chaos was a basketball, then the small chaos where Yang Fann and the others were in was like a pigeon egg. The difference was thousands of times, tens of thousands of times. Mixed Yuan, Master Control Room. Wang. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. Tao Father, everyone, get ready. The Red Scale God Clan is about to launch an attack. Red Scale Chaos. Among the trillions of Honeycomb Fortress, the largest one was a huge beehive that was even bigger than the Hunyuan universe. 3 Divine Monarch Hong Lin sat on the divine throne. He was a stalwart middle-aged man dressed in red divine armors. He was tens of thousands of light years tall. At a glance, he looked like a pillar that could support the sky, which could support the entire chaos. He had a proud face and looked down at all living beings. It was as if everything in the chaos was under his control. The awe-inspiring power radiated out with him as the center, making people unable to resist prostrating on the ground and bowing their heads in worship. Not far below Divine Monarch Hong Lin were the 9 great quasi-divine emperor under his command. As a quasi-5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who was only a step away from breaking through to the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, his status was far above the other Divine Emperor. Behind them, there were 122 Divine Emperor experts sitting on both sides. The rest of them, including quasi-god emperor. They did not have the right to enter. Alright, the chaotic channel had already stabilized. All the emperors, listen up and lead your troops to attack the new primal chaos. Give me the shortest time possible to take down the small chaos.